Stop right there. If you so much as step outside this door today, don't bother coming back. I'll pretend the Hua family never had you." The threat hung in the air, sharp and heavy, enough to jolt Charles awake. He blinked, dazed, glancing around at the others before his mind finally clicked into place. 18 years ago, Charles had been flung into this world. Just now, his memories had resurfaced. He'd been a college student back home, burning the midnight oil for 2 straight nights reading novels. One moment he was scrolling through a page, the next he was gone, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world stitched together from dozens of different stories. A tidal wave of memories crashed into his mind, leaving him dizzy and lightheaded. Before he could sort anything out, exhaustion pulled him under, and he'd passed out right there on the couch. Before Charles could even process it all, a sharp voice cut through the silence from the doorway. "Here we go again. Is that all you know how to do, Dad? Just threaten me?" Charles looked up, recognized the man standing there, his fake second brother, Edwin. Edwin hadn't even finished before a young guy beside him stepped in, voice thick with hurt. "It's all my fault. Please do not blame Edwin. He doesn't have to fight with you and Auntie and Uncle over me. I'll take care of myself." Charles studied the stranger, wearing a thin, oversized shirt, pale face streaked with dried tears, eyes red-rimmed, one small crimson mole at the corner of his eye standing out like a brand. The whole picture screamed quiet suffering. In an instant, Charles knew who this was. This is the main character from Regret Chasing. After he ran away with their baby, that red teardrop birthmark at the corner of his eye. Author described it from start to finish. Charles couldn't forget it. "Mason's here." So that means, Charles let his gaze drift to Edwin, standing beside him. His breath caught in his throat. Could it really be? Edwin couldn't stand seeing Mason cry. Now, watching his lover look so broken, his chest ached. "Mason, this isn't your fault. You don't have to feel guilty. I never wanted to marry into the Chi family anyway. If we can use this chance to break things off, even better. How could it not be?" Mason's voice trembled, soft and raw as he lightly touched his belly. "If it weren't for the one in my stomach, would you really have had to fight with your family like this?" Edwin's gaze dropped to Mason's stomach, his expression softening with even deeper concern. Then, as if made up his mind, he spoke. "Mason, trust me. I'll take care of you. And the baby too." Jack's temper flared at Edwin's words, his chest rising and falling sharply. Luna's face tightened with anger, but her composure held. She didn't say anything harsh, only turned away, frustration simmering beneath the surface. Michael, who'd been silent on the opposite sofa all this time, finally spoke. "Brother, breaking off with the Chi family is minor, but are you really willing to cut ties with us? Over a man?" The pieces clicked together in an instant. Charles suddenly realized what this whole scene was about. Good news. He was now the adopted son of the elite Hua family. Life secured, no worries ahead. Bad news, every single one of them were villains in a novel, and they all ended up miserable, and right in front of him. This whole scene was straight out of the novel Regret Chasing. After he ran away with their baby, exactly one of its pivotal moments. The plot was cliché and melodramatic, but honestly, it was impossible to put down. Charles had originally read it just to pass time. But now, the guy who'd been his quiet, devoted second brother in the story was actually real, and standing right there, in every adaptation, book or screen, the secondary male lead always carried one label: deeply devoted. The role of the male second lead, whether in dramas or novels, almost always comes down to one thing: deep feelings. Edwin was no exception. This scene matched the story's turning point. After a bitter fight, the protagonist Mason, cornered and desperate, turned to Edwin, the man who'd loved him since college, for help, and Edwin, he lived up to his reputation. He broke off his engagement with Chi family, severed ties with Hua family, and even walked away from a skyrocketing acting career, all just to stay by Mason's side. But what kind of fate ever awaited the deeply devoted second lead in these stories? After endless rounds of one-upmanship, betrayal, and heartbreak, Mason didn't end up choosing Edwin. Worse, He teamed up with the main male lead to destroy Edwin's reputation just so he could escape his clinging affection. In the end, after the baby was born, the Moonlight family, Mason and his parents, went on a reality show together, shopping at the supermarket, when they randomly ran into Edwin working there. Thinking about the novel's ending, Charles' expression twisted for a split second, and he couldn't help but mentally rant. "This ending's brutal." "No way!" A sudden voice cut through the silence, making everyone in the Hua family pause. Luna was the first to turn her head toward the source. Charles. He was her best friend's son. When Charles was 5, his parents died in a car crash, and Luna had taken him in, raising him like her own child ever since. Though Charles had turned 18 last month, he still acted more like a kid than an adult. Now, one hand rested under his chin, the other gripping his phone. His brow was furrowed tight. Clearly, he hadn't heard a word of their conversation. Lost deep in his own head, Luna sighed, amused and exasperated at once. And the anger she'd felt toward her second son faded a little. Edwin had heard Charles' outburst too, but right then, he didn't have the energy to care what the boy was doing. He'd invited Michael home hoping for a little support. Maybe a word in his favor. Instead, Michael hadn't just stayed silent. He'd thrown his lot in with their parents without hesitation. Now they were both pressuring him, all hope of family loyalty drained from Edwin. He turned to Michael, his face hollow with disappointment. "Brother, it's not that I'm leaving you behind, it's you who are cutting me off." If Jack Luna hadn't been so relentless, Edwin wouldn't have even considered taking Mason away. Didn't he want to stay at home with Mason? Only because Jack Luna refused to accept him in the first place. Yeah. Love-struck idiots really don't make sense. That familiar voice piped up again. Even Michael couldn't resist glancing at the teenager on the sofa this time. Charles was scrolling through his phone, pretending to be absorbed, but in reality, he was typing furiously into a notes app, jotting down every twist of the story as he heard it, whispering sarcastic thoughts under his breath. "The best thing we could do for second brother right now is just surgically remove his love-struck brain." Jack Luna's pupils narrowed ever so slightly. Michael frowned harder than before. They hadn't been mistaken. Charles hadn't said a word since just now, no, not even a whisper. Yet the voice was unmistakably Charles's. What in the world was going on? Edwin had finished his sentence and waited for Michael's reply, but what he didn't expect was not a response from Michael. Just silence. Then Charles's voice, suddenly cutting in with a sarcastic jab. Edwin hadn't wanted to engage at all, but the words were too sharp to ignore. He finally turned, irritation flaring. "Charles, if you're not up for anything, go back to your room and read your book. What's this obsession with some white moonlight romance? Anyway?" Charles paused mid-tap, looking up with wide-eyed innocence. What? How'd this even become about me? I didn't even do anything to the second brother. Why is he suddenly spouting fire like a dragon?" Edwin was about to retort, but then, lightning strike in his mind, he realized something. Wait. Charles hadn't actually said anything out loud. Edwin's eyes shot wide open in shock. Across the room, Jack Luna and Michael exchanged glances, more certain than ever. Charles hadn't spoken a word, so what they just heard, was it Charles's inner voice? The idea hit them like a thunderclap. Hua family members froze, stunned into silence. The entire Huamassian fell into an eerie silence. The Hua family didn't stay silent long, but not short either. That brief, uneasy pause made Mason the first to feel awkward, and he knew full well none of the people in this room were ones he could afford to piss off, so he could only look back at Edwin with red eyes, whispering, "Edwin, maybe I should just go." Edwin snapped back to reality when he heard Mason's words, then noticed the tear track on his cheek. He was about to speak, comfort him, when an unwelcome voice cut in. "Look at that. No surprise he's the pure, delicate little innocent type. He's got that mix of fragility and wounded innocence just right. Pretty solid performance there." Edwin's mood plummeted in an instant. He nearly lost his cool, quickly turning to glare at Charles with barely suppressed annoyance. Charles happened to be typing down low, missing the whole exchange of glares. Mason didn't get Edwin's reply or comfort, and suddenly his one tiny ounce of hurt ballooned. He couldn't keep it together anymore, turning away with a flinch. I'll just go now. Mason. Edwin snapped back into focus. Wait, don't go. Edwin. Michael barked sharply. Edwin paused mid-step, didn't turn around. Brother, you don't have to talk me out of it. I've made up my mind. Since none of you can accept Mason and me having a child together, then there's no reason for me to stay in this house anymore. He was already lifting his foot to chase after him. Charles couldn't hold it in any longer. His voice exploded out like a screech. No way. My love-struck older brother still doesn't know his moonlight fantasies. Baby isn't even his kid. Whose child is this supposed to be? Since when did it become his? Edwin stumbled. Thud. He landed hard on the floor. Charles jumped at the sound, eyes widening in confusion. Why'd my brother just fall flat on his face walking? I only fell because you scared me. The design of the Hua family ancestral home was laid out by Old Master Hua when he was still alive. Classic-style architecture with impossibly high thresholds. Edwin hit the ground hard, dazed and disoriented, lying there for a long moment before regaining his bearings. Mason, who'd been walking ahead, turned sharply at the noise. He let out a small gasp, then rushed over. Edwin, you okay? His head rang like a bell. Pain made him wince, his hand instinctively pushing against the ground to rise. But another wave of pain knocked him back down. Mason reached out before the butler could even step forward. With Mason's help, Edwin managed to stagger upright. The crash had been loud enough to make Luna hesitate. She stood up, glancing over with concern. Charles craned his neck for a better view, then couldn't resist muttering, Mason actually does care about second brother. Guess the white moonlight isn't chasing just money after all. When I read novels before, I thought he was totally using him. Men giving birth really do cost a fortune. Edwin's face tightened for just an instant. How long is this guy going to keep spouting nonsense? Then it hit him. Edwin quickly looked up, relieved to see no sign of distress on Mason's face. So Charles' nonsense was only audible to the family. Good, that was a relief. Edwin wasn't about to let his love hear that kind of garbage. Luna, just standing up, caught that and exchanged a swift glance with Michael beside her. A plan forming in an instant. Back when Edwin first mentioned Mason to the family, they'd already dug into every inch of his background. Mason and Edwin were college buddies. Back then, Edwin had made a move on him, but Mason had been in love with someone else already. The guy Charles just called the dad, and turned him down without hesitation. After being rejected, Edwin sank into a slump for a while. Then Michael arranged for him to join a film set. From then on, they barely kept in touch, until last year, when Mason graduated and stepped into the entertainment world too. Back then, Edwin was already a rising film icon. Mason, just another rookie just breaking in. Fate threw them together on the same set. Gradually, their paths crossed more often. What happened between them after that? Luna didn't know, but she did know this. After the shoot wrapped up, Edwin and Mason saw each other more and more, though at the time, Mason still hadn't split from He Sure. It wasn't until 4 months ago that He Sure asked for a breakup. She was leaving to study abroad, and not long after ending things with He Sure, Mason started seeing Edwin. When going through the files, Luna and Jack had already suspected something was off. Then Charles dropped that one comment. Luna slowly sank back into the couch, eyes on the two of them pressed close in their intimate silhouette. She let out a cold laugh and said quietly, Edwin, if you step foot outside this house today, all your cards get frozen. Edwin turned to look at her, eyes wide with disbelief. Just because Charles said a few random things, she actually believes him. Luna stared straight at Edwin. Her silence said it all. She believed every word. Edwin let out a bitter laugh. If Mason weren't right there, he'd have argued back in an instant. He took a deep breath, calmed down fast, and finally understood what Luna was trying to do. They were just trying this, showing Mason that without the Hua family, he'd be nothing, pushing him to walk away from Edwin on his own. Luna and the others thought Mason was after money. Not genuine at all. They figured cutting off his access would make him leave in a heartbeat. But they were dead wrong. And not just wrong. Completely off the mark. Edwin looked up, no hesitation at all. All right, enough, he said to Luna. Then Edwin reached out toward Mason. Mason, come on. We're leaving. Charles followed Edwin's movement with his eyes. He noticed Mason freeze for a split second before sliding his arm around Edwin's, then glancing back into the room just before they walked out. That turn caught Charles's attention. Specifically, Mason's stomach. He blinked in surprise. Wait, is Mason actually starting to show? Charles paused, recalling the original story. Then it clicked. Right at 12 weeks, pregnancy starts to show. Men should be no different. Edwin's grip on Mason's arm tightened unconsciously. Mason winced slightly, letting out a soft gasp. He looked up at Edwin with concern. Edwin? What's wrong? Edwin immediately loosened his hold. Sorry? Did I hurt you? Mason winced again, but still managed to smile and shook his head. Unbelievable patience. Charles muttered under his breath. Top tier. Edwin inhaled sharply again. Edwin sucked in a sharp breath. Michael stepped in smoothly, pressing the pressure. I'll be contacting the company to terminate your contract too. All current appearances are cancelled. You'll owe a massive penalty fee. And for at least a year after that, you won't get another single booking. Edwin couldn't hold back anymore. You really think this is going to make me cave? He snapped. Michael stayed calm. Right now, you've got 2 top-tier brand deals. The penalties alone add up to 30 million. Edwin gritted his teeth. I can afford it. After a pause, he added, and Mason isn't the shallow guy you think he is. I believe he'll stand by me no matter what, through thick and thin. Charles raised an eyebrow. Then why don't you just ask Mason? If you're left with only $5,000 after paying off the penalties, would he still be willing to support you? Luna and Michael both shot Charles a look of quiet approval. Charles was all eyes and ears, completely absorbed in the drama, oblivious to the expressions around him. Edwin caught every glance between them. Felt it like a joke. He and Mason were solid, stable, had no need for tests or trials. He turned to the man beside him, almost as if seeking confirmation. Mason, from the moment Luna suggested cutting off Edwin's access to all his accounts, Mason's expression had flickered. Then came Michael's words. Mason's face turned stiff. When Edwin looked over, Mason quickly smoothed out his features. Too late, Edwin saw it clearly. The flash of something unreadable across Mason's face. He blinked, and then their eyes locked. Mason staring back with a quiet worry in his gaze. Edwin, Mason whispered, you not feeling well? Edwin studied him closely. Nothing out of place on his face. Must be been a trick of the light, he told himself. I'm fine, he said. Let's go. They turned and walked away. Jack finally spoke, stoking the fire. Edwin, we're not messing around. Edwin clenched his teeth. I know. You don't have to push me, Dad. He glanced sideways at Mason. Still wearing that same worried look. They were in love, both of them, if it hadn't been for that night's accident. Mason wouldn't be carrying the baby. His gaze drifted back to Mason's belly again. Edwin froze, staring at the slight swell beneath Mason's shirt. 2 months pregnant. Could a belly really look that big? Really? That big? The thought barely crossed his mind before Edwin froze. What the hell was he even thinking? How could he let Charles's nonsense get to him like that? Mason must have just gained a little weight lately. Good. That's good. The fall had been harder than he'd thought. Now his steps were slow and careful. It took them a good while to get just a few meters away from Huamacian. Once they were far enough, sure the villa couldn't hear them, Mason whispered, Edwin, was what Auntie and brother said true? Are they really planning? Edwin looked at him. No flicker of shock on Mason's face. After a beat, he went ahead with the truth. My family always means what they say, whether it was Jack or Charlotte, or even Michael. None of them backed down once they made up their minds. That's why Edwin had insisted on bringing Mason home after finding out he was pregnant. Without approval from my family, Mason and the baby would have to stay in the shadows, endure all kinds of hardship. Edwin was a man who stood by his choices. He didn't want their child growing up without a real family, so despite knowing full well it'd be an uphill battle with everyone back home, he'd still brought Mason here. The moment he heard Edwin's firm answer, Mason's expression shifted instantly, but Edwin had already turned his gaze away. Didn't notice the sudden darkening of Mason's face. I'll go to the hospital myself later, he continued. You head home first. I'll handle things there, then come pick you up. My parents are ruthless. They won't let me stay in my villa. Don't worry, I'll find us a better place fast. We'll move in tomorrow morning. Aren't you supposed to go for your prenatal checkup then? Mason stopped dead in his tracks. Edwin felt the pause. His stomach dropped. Mason? What's wrong? Mason had already composed himself, turned back toward him, eyes red. Edwin, I don't need you to come with me for tomorrow's checkup. I can go alone. Edwin froze. For a split second, he thought he'd misheard. After a long pause, he finally seemed to snap back to reality, twisting his injured mouth into a weak smile. Mason, I'm the kid's father. I've got to be there with you for the checkup. But Mason suddenly pulled his arm free. Edwin, stay home. Edwin's face turned sharp with alarm. He took a step forward, reaching for Mason's hand. Mason jerked back, quick and hard, from the living room, where the yard was out of sight. Charles had just reached the doorway with his phone in hand. He caught the scene, and his eyes lit up instantly. Without thinking, he burst into song. His off-key voice crashed over everyone in the Hua family like a sonic boom. Edwin heard it too, but right then, he couldn't care less. Something heavy sat in his chest, choking him. He fought to keep his composure, just staring at Mason, confused. Why? I know my family's not accepting you. That's hurt you deeply, but Mason, I swear, but I can't break up your family because of the baby. Mason shot back, suddenly lifting his head, a single hot tear spilling over. Charles's laugh wasn't loud, but it was unnervingly sharp. Edwin clenched his jaw, the pulse throbbing in his temple as he stared at Mason. I won't regret this. I won't blame you. Just as long as you stay by my side, that's all I need. But I'll carry the guilt. Mason sobbed, tears spilling freely. They are your family, Edwin. They're not just some strangers we can cut off because of me. And what about today? You actually walked away from everything, your brand deals, your upcoming show, your team. We're adults. We've got to own up to our choices. If you really shut it all down, what happens to the people who depend on that job? What do? Edwin's mouth opened, then snapped shut. After a long silence, he finally said, But isn't this responsibility right now? Mason turned away sharply. It's not the same, Charles. Oh, what a perfectly twisted little logic puzzle. Edwin's smile cracked, his face fell, his chest hollow like someone had stabbed him with a needle. Then, tell me, Mason, what the hell should I do now? Charles had read enough novels to know exactly how this moment was supposed to play out. His mind screamed, I know. Stay home and send me money, obviously. Charles's voice echoed in Edwin's head, making him suddenly dread what Mason was about to say. Then came Mason's reply, soft, trembling with hurt, and exactly what Charles had predicted, but wrapped in a gentler tone. Stay home. Don't risk tearing yourself away from your parents and brother over me. It's not worth it. The baby is yours as much as mine. I'll take care of him. I'm not asking for anything else. Once the baby's born, I'll work my hardest to give him a good life. Mason added quietly, You're the baby's dad. I know you won't let me or our child down. Charles shook his head. See, he's just after the money. Plain and simple. And now you're telling me he didn't hook up with my love-struck brother for cash? Mason had already made up his mind. He turned and walked away, tossing over his shoulder. Don't follow. Edwin stood frozen, staring at Mason's retreating back. Mouth agape. Disbelief etched across his face, until he watched him stride out of the villa gate. Only then did reality hit hard, and he stumbled backward, swaying like a tree in a storm. Charles chimed in with perfect timing. Looks like our second brother's about to break apart. Edwin couldn't hold it in anymore. His blood surged, his chest tightened. He turned too fast. The world went black. And then he collapsed, unconscious. The entire Hua family was shocked. Michael and Jack were the first to rush out. The butler and staff had already lifted Edwin up, and the house doctor arrived in a hurry. After a quick check, the doctor diagnosed low blood sugar mixed with acute stress. In plain terms, he'd been so angry he passed out. The doctor brought Edwin back to his room and administered glucose right away. After the commotion died down, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief to learn Edwin was fine. Charles let out a long, Slow breath, he didn't know why nothing had been done. Yet things had turned out okay. But still, it was worth celebrating. Even though Edwin had fallen and passed out today, at least he hadn't completely cut ties with the Hua family, and managed to see Mason's true colors just a bit clearer. As long as Edwin finally let go of splitting from Mason, there would not be any more mess after this, right? Now that you think about it, today actually wasn't a total loss for my brother. Means he's off the hook for working at the supermarket. Still, was he really this fragile? Mason just walked away. He did not even throw a punch, and Edwin collapsed from anger. If Mason keeps ditching him like that, will my brother be passing out every other day? The thought hit Charles, and he couldn't help but chuckle. If anything, my brother's even more delicate than the princess and the pea. The Hua family members exchanged uneasy glances inside. Maybe it's not that Edwin's so weak, but maybe you're just saying things too infuriating? But Charles wasn't thinking along those lines. He was already mentally running through scenarios. Still, I don't think Mason's going to back down easy. He broke up with Shurha, face matters, so he won't go begging her back. But he's still tied to a few contracts that'll cost money to break. And if he needs cash for kids later, if he comes crawling back to Edwin asking for money, would my brother really hand it over, all love-struck like he is? The glucose drip kicked in fast. Edwin came around almost instantly. The first thing he heard was that voice. Edwin struggled to sit up, his eyes red-rimmed, locking onto Charles with slow, deliberate words. Mason isn't what you think. He must have a reason. He wouldn't just leave me like that. Charles met Edwin's red eyes and instinctively flinched back, ducking behind Luna with an innocent look. Brother, it doesn't matter what you say. I already know Mason dumped you for money. Luna couldn't help but turn and motion for Charles to quiet down. Then she locked eyes with his wide, innocent stare. Right? Charles hadn't said a word. He'd just been imagining it all in his head. Edwin was struck by those words. He sucked in a sharp breath, and when he spoke again, his voice trembled. I'm in love with Mason. I've loved him since university. I just didn't act on it until after his ex broke up with him. For months ago now. Charles listened intently, nodding along. Yeah, so Mason's been pregnant for 4 months too. Makes perfect sense. Edwin flinched, his breathing growing heavier. He choked out, No way. That night, Charles suddenly snapped to attention, scrambling for his phone. After all, he'd been living in this world for 18 years. Just reawakened his past life memories. And his mind was still a mess. He needed time to sort through the plot threads from that novel. So when he got downstairs earlier, he jotted down everything he could remember. As he flipped through his notes, Charles kept nodding. That's right, on the night of the party, second brother got completely drunk. Mason carried him back to the hotel, and they just slept under the covers together. So my older brother isn't just a hopeless romantic. He's also clueless about basic biology. I mean, really, how does someone passed out from drinking even manage to? You know? Charles pocketed his phone with finality. I'm a dumb college kid, but I'm not an idiot. Each word hit Edwin harder. His face drained of color. By the end, Edwin stood frozen, mouth agape, his last bit of color gone. He kept shaking his head, muttering, No, Mason couldn't have lied to me. Jack and Charlotte, who'd been quietly puzzled about how Mason got pregnant, finally understood, seeing Edwin still refusing to face the truth. Charlotte shot Jack a look. Jack cleared his throat. It was awkward bringing this up in front of 3 younger ones, but after a long pause, he finally said, Pregnancy. It's not as easy as you think. Back when I was with your mom. Charles' curiosity lit up instantly. His eyes locked onto Jack. What happened? Charlotte shot him a sharp glare. Jack quickly swallowed the rest of his sentence, then turned to his eldest son Michael instead. Eye contact. Come on. Say something. Even at 26, Michael had always been all business. Work consumed him, and his private life practically non-existent. After catching Jack's cue, Michael's brow furrowed deep, his ears tinged faintly red. After a long pause, he finally muttered, Brother, alcohol suppresses the central nervous system when drunk. That can cause, difficulties. Charles. Yeah, Charlotte jumped in smoothly. Try to remember more about that night. What kind of details was Edwin even supposed to recall? The only thing he could clearly picture was the fuzzy haze from drinking, Mason helping him back to the hotel. After that, nothing. Just a blank. Edwin's lips went pale as he opened and closed them. His face crumpled in shock. Charles couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Brother looks like he might. Charles. Luna cut in just as he was about to finish the thought. It's getting late. You're probably hungry, right? He'd wanted to say he wasn't hungry, just exhausted, mostly because his old memories and new ones were tangled up in his head like a knot, and he really needed time to sort them out. But Charlotte was already looping her arm through his shoulder with that warm smile. Let your brother rest. We'll go ahead. With Charlotte saying that, Charles couldn't exactly stay behind. He followed her out the door. By lunchtime, the house chef had already laid out a full meal. After filling up, Charles felt even more drowsy than before. He decided to just take a nap. After telling Jack he was going upstairs, back in his room, Charles flopped onto the bed and passed out instantly. He didn't sleep long, but the memories from his past life flooded back like a tidal wave. In his dreams, he finally pieced everything together. Just like now, in this life, he'd been a college student too. Someone obsessed with binge-reading popular online novels. After staying up 2 straight nights reading, he died suddenly, then woke up in a world stitched together from multiple novels. Became a child of the Yi family. The sad part: his real parents passed away in an accident when he was 5. After that, Jack and Charlotte took him in and raised him as their own within the Hua family, though everyone else in that clan were villains straight out of a storybook. Charles himself had been just another nameless background character. After over a decade living under the same roof, Charles had long thought of Jack and Charlotte as his real parents. Even if he'd never clicked with any of the 3 older brothers, still, he didn't want them to end up like the tragic fates written in those novels. After waking from his dream, Charles seized the chance to jot down every scrap of plot he could recall into his notes. As he wrote, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Charlotte was like that all along. This is insane. Jack actually, no way. I've got to warn 3rd brother somehow. Wait, does this kind of inner monologue even have a range? The 3 members of the Hua family on the couch stared at each other, their minds suddenly buzzing like something was scratching beneath the surface. Why hadn't Charles finished his thought? What exactly did he leave out? Charlotte glanced at Jack. Jack subtly winced. He hadn't done a thing, but for some reason, he felt guilty anyway. While Charles had been asleep, the Hua family held a private family meeting. Naturally, the topic was their sudden ability to hear Charles's thoughts. At first hearing, they'd all been startled, shocked right out of their skin. Charlotte even wondered if Charles had been possessed, but after a quick glance, she was certain the boy before her was the real deal. She'd raised him herself. How could she not know? They still didn't understand what exactly had changed in Charles, or where he'd gotten this so-called plot info, but as long as he was healthy and unharmed, they let it go. The only real question left was what Charles said actually true? After Mason's incident that morning, Jack and Charlotte were already leaning toward believing him. Still, without hard proof, they weren't ready to commit, and right now, the biggest dilemma was, should they tell Charles about hearing his thoughts? Would telling Charles about hearing his thoughts mess up the rest of the story? No one can jump to conclusions, especially not when you don't know what kind of ripple a butterfly's flap might cause. After hours of debate, the family finally agreed to keep it from Charles for now. When Charles finished logging the last part of his story, dusk had already settled in. He stepped down with his phone in hand, just as Edwin emerged from his room. Edwin looked like a wilted cabbage. Deflated, hollow-eyed, drained of spirit. The moment he saw Charles, a flicker of emotion crossed his face, but he crushed it down fast. Charles blinked, hesitating before asking, "Hey, bro, you okay? Need me to be the one who comforts you?" Edwin turned away, refusing to meet his eyes. Charles stayed quiet, but couldn't help thinking, guess bro really is head over heels for that white moonlight dream. Too bad she only loves the cash. Edwin clenched his teeth, chest heaving, remembering Charlotte's warning from earlier that afternoon. He took a deep breath and told himself not to react, then walked down the stairs. Charles followed behind, and just as they reached the landing, they overheard Jack and Charlotte talking. "He still doesn't believe?" Jack asked. Your kid's a stubborn mule, Charlotte said. You know that, Jack sighed. What now, Charlotte? Michael's heading to the Chi family tomorrow to call off the engagement. As for that Mason, she paused, clearly wrestling with how to handle it. Even if we have to do a DNA test, Mason's got to cooperate first. Edwin couldn't hold back anymore. He was about to step forward when, what's so hard about this? Mason just wants money to cut him loose from bro. Charlotte can just hand him a check and say, $1 million. Get out of my son's life. Edwin's chest tightened. Charlotte's eyes lit up. Perfect idea. 2 days. Mason had been gone from the Hua family ancestral home for exactly 2 days, and in that time, not a single message from Edwin. Mason paced back and forth by the window, gripping his phone, disbelief creeping in. Could Edwin really be mad at him for leaving? After a moment of silent thought, Mason shook his head. No way. Edwin had been head over heels for him for 7 years. True love, through and through. He'd do anything Mason asked, always put him first in every decision. Even if Edwin was actually upset, Mason had already sent a message apologizing the moment he left the Hua house. Edwin would have seen it and cooled off by now. Something's off. There's got to be something Mason didn't see coming. But right now, with no way to reach Edwin, Mason felt completely stuck. His brow knotted as he reached up, fingers brushing his belly. Dr. Chen's words from yesterday still ringing in his ears. You need to make a decision soon. The baby is already 13 weeks along. If you're going overseas for treatment, now's the time to start preparing. Sure, we've got decent facilities here, but given your situation, I'd really advise against staying in the country unless it's absolutely necessary. Mason exhaled hard. He knew full well what his best move was. Get out of the country. But getting out, that's easier said than done. Let's not even get started on the 2 variety shows he already has deals lined up. He'd owe double the penalty if he bails now. Even if Mason paid that fine, there wouldn't be a dime left for overseas medical expenses after that. The pregnancy was a surprise. Mason had just broken up with Shihua and wasn't prepared at all. By the time he realized what was happening, Shihua had already gone silent. Mason considered terminating it. After all, it was their child, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Back then, Mason needed someone who'd stand by him, and Edwin, he was the perfect fit. Handsome, rich, and head over heels for Mason for years. There wasn't anyone better. That night at the hotel. Planned, every move after that. Carefully orchestrated step by step, finally got Edwin completely devoted. But then things went sideways anyway. If only he'd known back then. He shouldn't have agreed to go with Edwin to the Hua family. He should have focused on keeping Edwin locked in his corner instead. As long as Edwin stayed right behind him, Mason had a safety net. But now that the mess was made, regretting it didn't change anything, Mason brushed his hand over his stomach, pulled out his phone, and tried calling Edwin one last time. No surprise, he wasn't picked up. Just as Mason was about to spiral, his phone buzzed. A spark flashed across his face. He answered without even checking the screen. Hello, Mason? Came a voice he recognized but didn't quite know how to place. His smile froze instantly. Charlotte held the phone, standing close beside Jack, with Charles at her side, and further back, Edwin sat tense, eyes flickering between guilt and dread. The silence on the other end didn't last long. Mason's voice came through, hesitant. Who's this? Charlotte cut straight to it. I'm Edwin's mother. Got time for a meeting? Mason's brow nodded. He'd expected the Hua family to reach out, but with no way to contact Edwin right now. Meeting Luna alone wasn't part of his plan. After a brief pause, Mason spoke politely. Sorry, Auntie. Charlotte had expected the refusal. Her tone didn't waver as she cut in. You haven't been able to reach Edwin lately, right? Mason's fingers tightened around the phone. Of course. His face darkened. It's you. Charlotte glanced at Edwin, who sat beside her fidgeting with worry. A flicker of amusement danced in her eyes. So we should meet up. I'll send you the time and place shortly. With that, she hung up. Well? Charlotte tilted her chin slightly toward Charles. Charles's eyes crinkled. He gave a thumbs up. Perfect. Classic villainous mother-in-law energy. Charlotte's smile froze. Jack nearly snorted. Only Edwin wore a miserable face. finally blurting out, "Mom, maybe I should come too tomorrow?" "Don't worry," Charlotte anticipated his plea. "You're definitely coming." She cut him off mid-sentence. Charles nodded in agreement. Older brother's not giving up until he hears Mason admit it himself, that he only came for money. Charlotte gave a firm nod. Edwin opened his mouth, wanting to defend the man he loved. But before the words even formed, Charles's voice from that day echoed in his head like a curse. Thinking of Mason's cold, determined exit, a lump rose in Edwin's throat. Stuck, suffocating. 2 days earlier, Jack and Charlotte had both approved Charles's plan without hesitation. No chance for Edwin to say no. They'd already mapped out the whole scheme. Naturally, it included cutting off contact between Edwin and Mason for 2 days. It wasn't that Edwin wanted to refuse. He just couldn't walk away from what Jack and Charlotte were offering this time. If Mason passes this test, Jack and Charlotte won't stand in the way of him and Edwin being together anymore. Even if Edwin ever wants to marry Mason, they'll back it fully. Edwin hesitated. Mason's got his agent looking after him. 2 days without checking in? No problem at all. Once Mason meets Charlotte, it'll be worth every second of waiting. Then they can spend their days together, a deal that made perfect sense. Edwin couldn't find a single reason to say no, but still, he couldn't help wondering, could Mason really pass this test? Edwin knew Charlotte. She wasn't the type to push hard. Jack had been there when they laid out the plan, and Edwin had overheard every word of what Charlotte would say to Mason tomorrow. Just standard questions. Mason would handle them fine, except for the last part, the 10 million. Could Mason really turn down 10 million just to stay with me? If he actually took Charlotte's money and walked away, then what would that mean for me? Just imagining it made Edwin's chest ache all over. He kept telling himself to trust Mason, to believe he'd stay because he truly wanted to, that Mason would never, ever give in to his parents' offer. But after the past 2 days, somehow, Edwin didn't feel so sure anymore. The day of the meeting arrived, and Charles's group got to the private room early. Charlotte had snagged a spot that was tucked away, old-world charm in the decor, quiet and serene. Most importantly, there was an attic above the private room. Charlotte sat in the lower lounge, while Charles, Jack, and Edwin were up in the loft. To keep them from getting bored, Charlotte had the waiter bring out a whole spread of snacks. Jack wasn't interested in sweets. He pulled out his tablet and dove into work. Edwin was too nervous to eat, his stomach flipping with every passing minute. So all the snacks ended up in front of Charles. Charles took a bite of molten chocolate, sipped some osmanthus honey drink, and grinned with pure satisfaction. His mind still muttering, "Where the hell is Mason?" Charlotte glanced at her watch. Mason was already half an hour late. Jack turned to glance at Edwin. Edwin clutched his phone, fidgeting in his seat, about to stand when Charles spoke again. Could it be Mason's backing out? Giving up on second brother, and just not caring about how Charlotte sees him anymore? Hence showing up late on purpose. Edwin scowled. Mason was always careful and punctual. He wouldn't skip a chance to meet elders just to mess with people. There must have been some kind of delay on the way. Besides, Mason hadn't even met Charlotte yet. How could he give up already? Suddenly, a knock came from downstairs. "Ma'am, your guest has arrived." Charles perked up instantly. "He's here. He's here. He's here." Jack set his tablet down. Edwin straightened in his chair a little. Luna said, "Come in." The private room door swung open, and Mason stepped inside. The waiter closed it behind him. Charlotte glanced at Mason, then gestured with a nod. "Have a seat." Mason took the chair across from Charlotte. Charlotte pushed the menu toward him. "What'll you have?" Mason glanced at the menu, but didn't take it. Charlotte raised an eyebrow slightly, then set the menu down. Mason looked straight at Charlotte and cut right to it. "Since you've gone out of your way to meet me here, I'll skip the niceties. But before we get into that, I've got one more question." Charlotte said, "Go ahead." Mason had been scanning the private room since he walked in. After a thorough check, no cameras, he relaxed just enough to speak. "This conversation today, you're not going to tell anyone, are you?" "Of course not," Charlotte said, with that reassurance. Mason finally let out a faint smile. "Good. I'm here with good intentions. Just like you are. You called me here because you want me to walk away from Edwin?" "Completely." Edwin's brow twitched, and his chest tightened instantly. Why was Mason bringing this up so openly? Charles suddenly felt the line was familiar. He quickly pulled up his notes, flipping through the recorded script. Suddenly, found it. When Mason was revealed as the Heek family's secret son and caught with Weeha, Evelyn tracked him down for a talk. Of course, he didn't want to leave Weeha, but to secure Weeha's inheritance and protect the baby's future, Mason demanded $5 million. Edwin's face darkened. He was about to speak when Mason's voice came from downstairs. $5 million. Edwin froze. Mason said, "Give me $5 million, and I'll walk away from your son." Edwin's hand slipped. His glass tumbler shattered on the floor, shards scattering like the pieces of his hope. Ripped apart in an instant, Chapter 5 was officially over. The noise from the attic had been impossible to miss downstairs. Mason frowned. He'd laid it all out. Clear, honest. And Charlotte still brought bodyguards just in case. He let out a quiet scoff. "You're really paranoid." The moment Charlotte reached out to him, Mason knew things were slipping beyond his control. He'd thought the Hua family was different, less like the Heek family, less about locking up Shao Shi's freedom. Turns out, all old money dynasties were the same. The Heek family did it, the Hua family was doing it too. Now that Charlotte had come knocking, there was no point in dragging things out with Edwin. Better to cut the cord clean and fast. So even though regret tugged at him, Mason adjusted quickly. And by the time they met, he'd already mapped out how best to secure his own payoff. The Hua family's only demand: that he vanish from Edwin's life. So why not make the move first? Offer to leave, on one condition, enough money to make it worth his while? Mason hadn't expected Charlotte to still be so guarded, even after he'd been this upfront. Still, he wasn't walking in empty-handed. He went cold. "I asked for the money. Once I get it, I'm done with Edwin. But if you don't let me go today..." He paused, then smirked. "Then tonight, every entertainment tabloid in town will be screaming about my engagement to Edwin." Charlotte couldn't quite hide the twitch at the corner of her mouth. Mason wasn't even pretending anymore. He'd gone from negotiation to threat without skipping a beat. Charles had been right all along. Mason was only after money, not love. 2 minutes since Mason stepped into the suite, Charlotte hadn't even started her trap yet, and he'd already dug his own grave and jumped in headfirst. Charlotte looked up at Mason, her mood unusually light. She smiled. "So, if I hand over the money, you'll be gone for good. No more showing up around us." Mason didn't hesitate. "Of course, just need you to mark it as a voluntary gift." He wasn't about to risk another lawsuit. Charlotte nearly laughed out loud, catching herself just in time by lifting her teacup to cover the corner of her mouth. Up on the attic, Edwin couldn't sit still anymore. He stood and hurried down the stairs. Charles blinked. "Brother too, just like this?" "Not gonna stay a bit longer." "Jack, why aren't you stopping him?" "I can't," Charlotte thought. Better he doesn't get stopped. Let Edwin come down and talk to Mason himself. Edwin's footsteps were loud. Mason couldn't help glancing over. The hidden panel behind the booth swung open with a snap. The moment Mason saw Edwin, his pupils snapped wide, almost losing control of his expression. "What the hell is he doing here?" Mason stared, stunned, his face twisted with disbelief. His hands clenched under the table, knuckles turning white. Before Mason could process a thing, Edwin had already reached him. His eyes were red. His face was hollow with disappointment, raw grief in every line. He stared straight at Mason and spoke slowly, painfully. "So, in your eyes, my feelings for you can just be bought." A cold sweat broke out on Mason's forehead. His mouth opened, but nothing came out. Charles followed Jack down the stairs. Hearing that, he muttered under his breath, "Of course it can. $5 million's not nothing, and cheaper than Jack and Charlotte expected. Got to say, it's a steal." Jack nearly lost it, laughing out loud. Charlotte shot him a look, and Jack quickly clamped down on his grin. Edwin felt like his heart had split open, blood dripping in slow, cold drops as the wind sliced through. $5 million, he gritted out. "You were with me just for $5 million? My feelings mean that little to you?" Charles corrected. "That's not all it's worth. Only because we got caught. Otherwise, he'd have gotten more." Mason finally understood. This whole meeting was a setup, and he'd walked right into it blind. facing Edwin's accusation. Mason's heart was pounding, but he forced himself to stay calm. His mind raced, scrambling for an excuse. He had to explain this. If he didn't clear the air, he might lose everything, his relationship and his money too. Edwin still cared about Mason, though he wouldn't push too hard. His lips stayed pressed together, stubbornly waiting for an answer. Charles didn't care. Seeing Mason silent so long, he muttered to himself, Mason's taking forever to come up with an excuse. What's he even thinking? Wait, is he going to say it was the only way out? Like, I had no choice? Charles scrolled through the plot in his head, then remembered all those tea-spill rumors online. He launched into a dramatic imitation. Mason was pregnant. Couldn't do any shows with that belly. The agency was hounding him for the fine, and he couldn't afford it. Then Edwin vanished. So when Charlotte called, that was his lifeline. Of course, offering $5 million to leave you, it wasn't a choice. Just buying time, that's all. He's the ultimate innocent. The perfect victim. Charles had barely finished when Mason cracked. Voice trembling, eyes welling up. Edwin, I didn't have a choice. I'm still pregnant. Charlotte covered her mouth to hide the smirk. Jack turned away, barely holding back laughter. Tears pricked at his eyes. Charles, you've got the smoothest voice. Like honey on a summer day. Edwin was stunned. The absurdity hit him like a slap. Enough. You're not seriously saying that $5 million was just a ruse to stall, are you? Mason's eyes flew wide open. How did Edwin even know what he'd been about to say? Seeing Mason caught red-handed, Edwin felt a hot surge of anger. His chest rose and fell hard. For the first time, the man in front of him seemed like a stranger. Like he'd just met him today, and Mason was genuinely rattled now. If Edwin had guessed his secret, did that mean he'd already seen through him? Now what the hell was he supposed to do? Mason reached out unconsciously, fingers brushing his belly. Then his eyes lit up, but Charles beat him to it. Say you're in pain. Mason's brow knitted tight. Panic edged his voice. Edwin, my stomach. Charlotte cleared her throat and pressed the call button on the desk. The doctor stationed by the door pushed in right away. She gave a nod. The doctor turned to Mason. Sir, is there anything I can help with? Mason stared at the doctor. His words stuck in his throat, eyes burning with fury. Back then, seeing Mason like this would have melted Edwin's heart instantly. But now, all he saw in Mason was raw disappointment, no sympathy, no move to comfort. Mason couldn't hold it together anymore. No more pretending. He turned to Edwin, tears spilling freely. Edwin, so this whole thing, you knew about it? You planned this? He bit his lip hard, voice cracking with hurt. Yeah, I was wrong to ask for money to leave, but I couldn't reach you for 2 days. What choice did I have? For me and the baby. Don't drag the kid into this. The baby isn't even your brother's. Charlotte stepped in smoothly. Let's just do a paternity test. Mason's sob stopped dead. Mason's lips moved, his sobbing halting completely as he stared at Edwin in disbelief. Edwin, you really doubt me? That's not right. My brother-in-law never doubted you for a second. Charles surprisingly stepped in to defend Edwin. You're just digging your own hole. Mason, you're missing the point entirely. My brother? He's a full-blown romantic. He doesn't care about money at all. All he cares about is whether you truly love him. Even if you were caught cheating in front of him, all it would take is a heartfelt confession from you. He'd swallow the shame and forgive you without hesitation. Charlotte and Jack both turned sharply toward Edwin. Seriously? Edwin clenched his jaw. Furious. Was he really that pathetic? But one thing Charles had actually been right about. Edwin cared only whether Mason liked him. He didn't care about Mason's past, nor did he mind the secrets. What he wanted was just to be loved in return. Too bad that last shred of hope had been cut away by Mason himself. After the crushing disappointment, Edwin finally admitted it. Mason truly didn't have him in his heart. A bitter smile curled at the corner of Edwin's mouth. The deeper you fall in love, the sharper your mind becomes when it comes to letting go. Mason, Edwin said, his voice rough and dry. His gaze stayed calm as he looked at the man standing before him. Mason felt a flicker of guilt under Edwin's stare, his gaze darting away. Edwin, let's break up. The last 3 words came out sharp. Edwin drew in a breath. no longer wanting to see Mason's reaction. He turned and walked straight for the door. Mason's stomach dropped. He instinctively called out, "Edwin!" He took a step forward, ready to follow. Charlotte stepped in smoothly. "Mason!" Mason's composure snapped back. His earlier cool confidence vanished completely. There was no way to stop Edwin now. He couldn't afford to lose 5 million. "Ma, we already agreed." Luna lifted her chin, a smug smile playing on her lips. "Fine, first, DNA test to confirm the kid's Edwin's. Then I'll hand over 5 million. She winked at the end, adding lightly, "As a gift." Mason opened his mouth. "I can't." Charlotte tilted her head, offering a sweet but icy smile. "Then no money." Color drained from Mason's face. Charlotte gestured to Charles, slipping an arm around his shoulder as they walked out together. Jack gave Mason a cold glance. 3 days to decide. If you don't do the test by then, means the kid's not one of ours. He turned and left without another word. Before leaving, the family doctor handed Mason a business card. "Reach out anytime within 3 days. Whenever you're ready." The door clicked shut behind them. Mason's legs gave way. He collapsed to the floor. It was over. Completely over. Charles was guided into the car by Charlotte, who had her arm around his shoulders. As soon as he settled onto the seat, she handed him a check. He glanced at it. His eyes snapped wide open. "F5 wait, 5 million? This is for me." Charles' eyes went round as saucers, staring at the check with a sparkle. Charlotte smiled warmly and ruffled his soft hair. "Of course it is." Charles instinctively clutched at his chest. It felt unreal. 5 million wasn't much for the Hua family, but to Charles, it was life-changing money. Not that there was any mystery. Charlotte had always kept a tight rein on her children. Whether they were Charlotte's 3 biological sons or Charles, the adopted one, discipline had been strict from day one. When Charles was still little, she drilled into him that boys should develop a strong work ethic and learn how to earn money early on. So Michael had started handling company affairs with Jack before he even turned 16. Edwin got his first film role at 15, spotted by a director, and Alexander had joined an esports academy training squad at just 14, competing in tournaments big and small ever since. Honestly, Charles was the only one among them who hadn't been busy building a career by 18. Before he turned 10, Charles had gotten just 10,000 yuan a month in pocket money. It wasn't until he was 15 that Charlotte upped it to 30,000 per month. Charles had just checked his savings yesterday. After all those years, he'd barely scraped together 1 million or so, and now Charlotte waved her hand and handed him 5 million. No wonder he was thrilled. "Thank you, Charlotte." Holding the check, Charles felt like he was floating. Like this couldn't possibly be real. Could it be I did something good today? That's why Charlotte rewarded me? Charlotte was all smiles, helping her stubborn son see what Mason really is. That's not a good deed? Charles counted the zeros on the check, so happy he was dizzy. After a moment of grinning, he glanced at Edwin sitting in front. "Should I rein it in a bit?" After all, second brother just went through a breakup. Edwin flicked a glance at the rearview mirror. Good, Charles was finally learning to think of others. Then he heard Charles add another thought in his head. "Forget it. Love-struck idiots don't deserve pity." Second brother probably handed over a ton of cash while dating Mason, right? I'd love to interview him. What's it like when you lose both the person and your money? A lump of blood rose in his throat. Why can't Charles just shut up for once? Wait, no. He was already quiet. He never speaks unless he has to. Edwin turned his head sharply toward the window, fuming. Backseat, Jack and Charlotte were in high spirits. Everyone but Edwin was cheerful as they pulled into Huamassian. As soon as Charles got home, he vanished into his room. Just a few days ago, he'd been wondering how to keep the Hua family from spiraling into total villain territory. After all that thinking, there was really only one answer: money. With enough cash, even if Hua family's company collapsed later, Charles could still make sure Jack, Charlotte, and the 3 troublemakers were taken care of. So Charles's top priority right now: saving money. Not long after he'd set the plan in motion, his little nest egg got its first deposit, but only 6 million. Barely enough to keep this whole family afloat, isn't it? Charles mulled it over for 7 solid days. 7 days later, still no clue on how to make money. Jack and Charlotte had had enough. Not that they'd complain if Charles just sat quietly thinking. But he wasn't. No, he was doing it in his head. At 5 a.m., before Jack and Charlotte even woke up, Charles's muttering cut through the silence. Should I try stocks? But the market's been shaky lately. I didn't study economics in college. Don't really get how it works. What if I lose all 5 million in one dumb move? No way. Absolutely not. The final two phrases came out loud enough to crack the air like thunder. Jack jolted awake, shooting upright in bed. Why does a thought have to scream like that? Or, maybe I should follow my brother's lead and invest in something with real growth potential. Oh, wait. What about beauty tech? That's the future. I'm a genius. Seriously, Charlotte rubbed her temples and sat up. Not only can thoughts get louder, but they can shift tone too. They stared at each other on the bed, both reading the same exhaustion in the other's eyes. Who even has kids who wake up at 5 just to brainstorm ways to make money? Michael wasn't this intense, was he? Jack and Charlotte were so sleep-deprived they felt like their vision was going dark. Breakfast time. Charles took a half-hearted bite of a steamed bun. Then his eyes lit up. These cod-filled dumplings are amazing. Should I go buy some cod and stock Jack's pond? Jack choked hard. His koi were each worth over $500,000. What kind of nonsense is that? Ruining his fish with cod. And aren't cod ocean fish? Anyway, Charles's attention snapped back. Or maybe supplements. Jack's 50 and he chokes on porridge. How is that even possible? Jack coughed even harder. He's the one who started this. Charles's mind jumped again, shifting to Charlotte. What about pet care? But I didn't study medicine. Should I switch majors and become a vet instead? Oh, right. That way I can practice on little T. Cha was Charlotte's pet dog, now a senior citizen at 15 years old. The poor thing couldn't handle any more stress. After breakfast, Jack and Charlotte sat together, their expressions a mix of unease and lingering dread. This wasn't sustainable. Charlotte spoke up first. What if you have Charles go work at your company for a bit, starting at 5 a.m. every day? Seriously, I can't take much more of this. Jack's face went stiff. If he ends up in the office, it won't just be me. Who knows? Even the boss might get dragged into it. Once Hua family kids turn 18, they're free to move out. After coming back from the private room that night, Edwin moved back to his own place the next day. For days now, it's just been Jack, Charlotte, and Charles living in the old house. Charlotte added, "Then maybe we get Charles a place of his own? Have him move out?" The words were barely out when she shook her head. No, Charles is different from the other three. They all left only after building their careers. If we suddenly hand him a house, he'll start overthinking it. Jack paused. Then his eyes lit up. What if we send the second son to take Charles on set? Charlotte blinked. A film set. Jack clamped a hand over his ear as Charles started muttering upstairs again, raising his voice. Charles has been itching to make money lately. Why not just let him go for it? We've got the business connections. Whether he makes it big or not doesn't matter. Just so long as he stays busy. Charlotte's eyes brightened instantly. Then she covered her ears and nodded eagerly. That's actually a solid idea. The couple didn't waste time. They called Edwin right away, telling him Charles would be visiting the set tomorrow. Before Edwin could ask why, Charlotte hung up. Then she headed back upstairs to find Charles. Charles instinctively started to refuse when he heard Charlotte was sending him to the set. But then she said, "The entertainment industry's really heating up these days. Your brother just had a rough time in love. Now it's time for some career wins." Entertainment industry. Charles's eyes snapped wide open. Right? How did I forget? There was even an entertainment world. The fastest way to make money? Definitely the entertainment industry. Charlotte, I'm on it, Charles said without hesitation. Charlotte's eyes crinkled with laughter. Perfect. Then I'll have the driver take you over tomorrow. Next morning, 5 a.m., Charlotte opened her eyes to see Jack already sitting up in bed. She blinked. Wait, I didn't hear Charles this morning? Jack rubbed his temples, wincing. No, he's still asleep. He just checked upstairs. Charlotte frowned. So then, Jack let out a long, wistful sigh. 7 days? I've started developing this habit. She turned over in silence. Yeah, no kidding. Getting up at 5 a.m. Seriously bad for your soul. 9. Charles finally stirred. After a solid breakfast, he said goodbye to Jack and Charlotte and hopped into the car heading to set, but something felt off. Was it just him? He couldn't shake the feeling that Jack and Charlotte seemed a little too thrilled when they saw him off. Probably just my imagination. An hour later, the car pulled up at the city's film studio. The studio had only been built a few years ago. It drew plenty of fans looking to check it out, so security was tight. Luckily, Edwin had already called ahead, so the Hua family's car rolled right in without a hitch. As they neared their destination, the driver found a spot to park and dialed up Edwin's agent. The call went straight to voicemail. Probably busy on set. Master might have to wait in the car for a bit, the driver said. Charles shrugged. I'll just go explore. Charles had read plenty of novels, but this was his first time visiting a film set. Everything felt fresh and exciting. He gave the driver a quick nod before stepping out. The July sun beat down hard and hot, but Charles walked under the shade of eaves for a bit. Then his eyes caught a sign printed in bold letters. Kickoff ceremony for the sickly beauty's wealthy husband. Charles perked up instantly. Wait, wasn't this the web series that blew up in Mason's novel? The one with all the drama? Since it was Mason's counterpart project for a public comeback, the novel included a storyline involving Adam. Beauty of Illness had strong viewership ratings and positive reviews compared to other shows airing at the same time, with Charles leading in both categories early on. Unfortunately, halfway through the series, one of the male leads playing the more submissive role was exposed for. Charles winced at the filthy words, stepping back, only to bump into a solid chest. He jumped, stumbled forward a step, then turned around to apologize. Sorry. The man wore laid-back clothes, tall and broad-shouldered, with a huge hat and a black mask. Only his deep-set eyes were visible. Whatever, he muttered. Charles nodded, sidestepped slightly, and kept staring at the ceremony sign, muttering to himself, too bad, such a big production. And now it's just half finished. The man froze mid-step, then turned back to look. Charles didn't notice, his mind still spinning. Who the hell even funded this mess? That idiot's going to be broke. Literally left with nothing but his underwear. Gabriel stopped dead in his tracks. Charles was still absorbed in the launch ceremony, completely unaware that Gabriel had stopped dead in his tracks behind him. The drama *The Sickly Beauty's Rich Old Lover* was a major production, and the launch event was nothing short of grand. Complete with representatives from the investors and several media outlets from inside the industry. The investor rep lit the first incense stick. Then the director's team and main cast followed one after another in a quiet procession, bowing before the altar. Even from a distance, Charles managed to make out the faces of the two lead actors clearly. Let's be honest, even though Benjamin is not exactly a good guy, he does have a striking appearance. No wonder so many fans are still heartbroken after his fall from grace. Hearing that voice again, Gabriel finally realized he hadn't imagined it. What confused him was, this guy wasn't even moving his lips. How could he have heard a voice? Was it just last night's all-nighter playing tricks on him? Seeing Gabriel frozen in place, his assistant finally couldn't hold back and whispered, "Gabriel." Charles heard the voice, then noticed Gabriel hadn't moved. He turned around, just in time to catch a glimpse of eyes beneath the brim of his hat. Those eyes were striking, thick, dark lashes casting delicate shadows under them, deep enough to pull you right in. Charles figured he must have been blocking the view and shifted slightly to the side, then returned his focus to the ceremony. Gabriel gestured for the assistant to go ahead. He stayed put. Only when the assistant disappeared into the crowd did he finally speak. Hesitantly, "You're a fan of Benjamin's?" The guy in front looked young, casual clothes, sharp features. A single shaft of sunlight slipped through the gaps in the trees, landing on his cheek and making even the faintest downy hairs look vivid. Hearing Gabriel's voice, Charles turned around to glance at him. "Me?" he said, uncertain. "You're asking me?" Gabriel nodded. "Yeah, same voice. Smooth, clear, and oddly pleasant." Only then did Charles really take a good look at the man in front of him. Tall, broad-shouldered, face half hidden under a mask and hat, even with nothing but those eyes showing. It was obvious. This guy was dangerously handsome. Charles ran through every celebrity he could recall in his mind, and when he confirmed there was no memory of this guy at all, Alarm bells started ringing. He didn't know much about the entertainment scene, but he read a ton of novels. This studio lot was huge. Anyone hanging around in there had to be either an insider, a crew member, a reporter with a camera, or even some fan who'd snuck in. As someone about to step into the industry, Charles knew his place better than most. He's in the entertainment world to make money, and if he wants to get rich here, he's got to hold himself to a damn high standard, always, bottom line. No stains on his record. Even though he hadn't officially joined the scene yet, he had to stay sharp. What if he blew up one day? He was determined to be a clean slate, a star with zero baggage. So Charles forced up a smile he'd just been practicing. Still awkward, still fake, and said with a chuckle, "Nah, I'm more like a fan from the crowd. And don't even get me started. I'm not blind. Why would I ever dig someone like Benjamin?" Two voices, one after the other. Gabriel studied the guy in front of him with a complex expression, so sweet and polite on the outside. Never would have guessed he had two faces. At the same time, Gabriel reached a conclusion. That voice he'd just heard, it was definitely this guy's, but how in the hell did that happen? Did I finally pull a sleep-deprived magic trick and develop mind-reading powers overnight? Gabriel instinctively touched his forehead, checking for fever. Nope. Still normal temperature. But what really stuck in his mind was the info Charles had just dropped. Gabriel took a slow breath, steadied himself, then asked, "So, you don't like Benjamin?" Benjamin was one of the company's new signings last year. Before joining them, he'd already starred in a breakout hit as the second lead. Got a decent buzz going. With his upbeat vibe and down-to-earth attitude, he treated fans like friends, winning over audiences across every age group. And Benjamin's been nothing but humble and hardworking in everyday life. So many industry pros have sung his praises after working with him. That's exactly why Gabriel handed him the lead role in *The Sick Beauty*, a top-tier project. A guy like that, so down-to-earth and dedicated. Why would this guy call him a jerk? Charles blinked. I don't like anything about him. What's good about Benjamin? The list of flaws is way longer. Let me think. Sleeping with fans? Gabriel froze. Was he hearing right? Cheating on multiple women at once. Having a whole roster of exes and their sisters-in-law? Gabriel's brow tightened, his lips pressing into a thin line. Was the main instigator in school bullying back in middle school? Drove someone to jump off a building. Yeah, clearly a real piece of work. As Charles's final words settled into the air, Gabriel's heart gave a sharp lurch. Any one of those scandals alone would have blown up on social media overnight. Charles snorted. Of course I can't stand someone like that. Still, he had to play along. After all, Benjamin's downfall wouldn't happen for over a year yet. Charles shrugged and said, "He's not ugly, I guess. Of course, that's not really an advantage. He just got lucky with his genes." Gabriel stared at the guy in front of him, stunned into silence. If Charles was lying, where on earth did he even hear all this gossip? Benjamin's new show had just wrapped filming. His rival studio already prepping a smear campaign? The thought had barely formed before Gabriel dismissed it. Unlikely. If the rival studio was behind this, they'd have already started pushing their narrative. PR wouldn't have missed a single whisper. That left only one possibility. Charles was telling the truth. They'd failed to do their due diligence before signing Benjamin. No, the air around Gabriel turned icy. Benjamin didn't have the power to hide something like this. Someone had deliberately buried it, which is why they'd never found out. Charles went back to watching the launch ceremony, completely oblivious to Gabriel's mood shift. A beat later, Gabriel had it under control again. When he looked at Charles now, there was a sharper edge in his gaze, scrutiny. Had Charles stumbled onto Benjamin's story by accident? Or was this something more? Just then, a familiar voice cut in. "Charles, what are you doing wandering off?" Charles spun around instantly. "Brother too." Gabriel followed his glance and saw Edwin still in costume, rushing over. Noticing Gabriel's stare, Edwin turned toward him, his brow furrowed. "Gabriel." Charles immediately glanced at the man beside him. "Wait. Brother too knows him." Edwin shot Charles a sharp look. "Gabriel? Gabriel? You don't recognize him?" Charles's eyes snapped wide open. "No way. He's actually one of us." Good thing I didn't say anything stupid earlier. Could it be possible they both heard it? Edwin had no idea Gabriel could hear Charles's thoughts, and Gabriel, for his part, was equally convinced only he could read Charles's mind. So the two of them shared a silent understanding. No words were exchanged. Edwin gave Gabriel a quick nod, then took Charles away. As they walked, Edwin couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you answer my call?" Charles patted his pocket and muttered, "Left my phone at home." Edwin gave him a dry look. "Next time remember to bring it. This studio's huge. Thank God I was able to find you before you got lost or something." Just thinking about it made Edwin's head ache. After his breakup, he'd been a wreck for 2 days, but not for long. His agent showed up at his door and practically dragged him to the set. Once filming kicked in, all that heartbreak faded into the background, and before he knew it, Edwin had gotten used to the grind. But not even a week passed before Charlotte called and sent Charles straight over. She told him to take Charles out for 2 days, then handle his entry into the industry once they got back home. Edwin's mood was a mess. Charles had helped him see Mason for who he really was. So now Edwin wasn't exactly eager to bump into him again. But Charlotte Jack didn't give him a chance to say no. When Hua family's car rolled into the studio, Edwin was still up on wires. Then he caught Charles muttering from afar. 1 second he was steady, the next he stumbled so hard he nearly face-planted. And now that he'd accidentally overheard a major industry scandal on the way to meet Charles, Edwin wasn't feeling quite as tense about him anymore. In fact, he even found the guy kind of likable. "Has Gabriel been with you the whole time?" Edwin asked. What did he say? Even though he could hear Charles's thoughts, Edwin couldn't pick up on what Gabriel had said, so Charles just repeated the question back to him. Edwin let out a quiet scoff in his mind, and somehow, hearing Charles's complaints made it feel oddly satisfying. In their elite circle, Michael from the Hua family and Gabriel from the Qin family were both golden boys, prized heirs of 2 of the wealthiest dynasties around. The rest of the kids, they'd been raised as nothing but footnotes to those 2 since day 1. And since Gabriel had also broken into Showbiz 3 years in a row, top actor awards all around, it made Edwin the go-to comparison point. That didn't win him any love for Gabriel. To make things worse, Gabriel was one of those rare geniuses, on fire in entertainment, and smart enough to build a business empire on the side too. He'd already been handed real projects from the Qin family conglomerate since last year. Jack had just praised Gabriel only a few days ago now, thinking about how badly he's about to crash. Edwin felt something he hadn't in years, pure, unfiltered joy. Turns out, people really do get happier when others stumble. Edwin was about to ask more about Benjamin, then thought better of it. He couldn't let Charles know they could hear his thoughts, so he changed course, softening the question. "You were just watching Benjamin over there?" Charles snapped his head up, eyes scanning Edwin from top to bottom like a detective. Edwin shifted uncomfortably. "What?" Charles shook his head slowly, but inside, "Wow, my second brother's already moved on." Seriously, and his taste in people. One disaster after another, Edwin kicked a pebble and nearly lost balance. Charles lunged to catch him. "Second brother, you okay?" In Charles's mind. What a damn hypocrite I am. Edwin gritted his teeth. Why had he even agreed to bring Charles along in the first place? Pure torture. Just pure damn torture. Back on set, Edwin didn't have time for small talk. He handed Charles off to his assistant and disappeared back into filming. Charles followed the assistant around all afternoon, watched a chunk of Edwin's scenes, then made up his mind. This industry, he's in it for good. Before dinner was even done, Charles had already made it back to Huamassian. The second he stepped through the door, he spotted someone familiar sitting on the living room sofa. Charles squinted for a better look. Oh wow, this is Camila, the second aunt who's been bitter ever since Charlotte married someone richer. She comes by once a month to score luxury goods from Huamassian. Charlotte's smile froze instantly. Camila had always known she envied Charlotte, but stealing? What exactly did Camila steal from her? Before Charlotte could figure it out, Charles slipped off his shoes and plopped down beside her, grinning. Hey, Charlotte. I'm back. Charlotte forced a smile. But before she could say anything, Camila shot Charles a scathing glance from the side, letting out a sneer. Told you, not your real child? Can't be trained right. Charlotte's face darkened at that. She shot Camila an icy warning look, but Camila didn't care. Honestly, she continued, kids need firm hand, can't spoil 'em. You'll end up raising a monster who doesn't know the difference between kindness and cruelty. My own son was acting up lately too. Said he didn't want me as a mom, so I gave him a good thrashing, and now he's sweet as pie. Still mad at him though. I swear, I'd be better off without him. She was clearly mocking Charles for still calling her Charlotte instead of Mom. Charles's parents had died in a car crash when he was 5. He remembered it all. Charlotte and Charles's mom were best friends. After the baby was born, Charlotte became his godmother, and even after learning to talk, Charles always called her Charlotte. Even when Charlotte legally adopted him later, she never made him change how he spoke. She was scared it'd hurt him, so she ordered the whole family not to mention it in front of Charles. Even now that Charles is grown, they still hardly bring it up around him, let alone ask him to change his way of addressing her. The whole family's fine with it. Why does Camila have to act like she's the only one who cares? Charlotte's face had already tightened with irritation, but she held back. Charles was right there, and she couldn't afford to lose her composure. She glanced sideways at Charles instead, relieved when she saw his expression remained unchanged. Just as she started to shift the conversation, Charles' voice cut in. Wait. If Auntie's saying this, does that mean the son she adopted is actually her husband's secret love child? Charlotte froze. What? Back when Uncle Second's wife brought the kid home, she never really warmed up to him. The thing is, she'd been in poor health for years. Doctors had told her not to risk another pregnancy, but she was obsessed with having a son. Couldn't stand the idea of the family line dying out without one, so that's why she agreed to adopt the kid. Except, he wasn't from a shelter at all. He was her husband's real-life affair child. If I remember right, didn't that mistress actually live in the same apartment complex? Charlotte's eyes snapped wide open, her anger fading fast. Seriously? Really? Charles was still digging through the memory, flipping open his phone's notes app at the same time. Yeah. I'm not mistaken. Auntie's husband actually bought a flat for that mistress in the exact same building. All those foreign language tutoring trips. Just him taking the kid to meet his real mom. The boy started refusing to call her mom. Guess he figured it out. Auntie's always been harsh, but that mistress. Sweet as candy every time they met. Who wouldn't pick her over the cold one? So now she's heartbroken? But even if you're broken-hearted, stealing Charlotte's jewelry still doesn't cut it. $2 million. That's insane. Charles scowled. $2 million was more than he'd saved up in years. No way. I've got to find a moment to tell Charlotte about this. That money has to come back. Charlotte's gaze had softened toward Camila. Then, those words. Her eyes flew wide with shock. What? The thief. You said steal? $2 million. How much of her own jewelry had Lin Xueqing actually stolen? Charlotte's chest burned with fury. Camila wasn't Charlotte's blood sister. She was her cousin. Her uncle had been too busy with work back then, so Camila often stayed with them. Lin Xueqing had always been competitive, constantly measuring herself against Charlotte. Body shape, looks, grades, even marriage had to be a showdown. Even when Charlotte married Jack, Camila had sneered at the Hua family as some minor clan and refused to attend the wedding. They'd cut ties after that. Later, Charlotte and Jack built their empire together. Hua family group went public and became a top player in its industry. Meanwhile, Camila's chosen Chen family slowly crumbled, nearly collapsing into bankruptcy. That's when she came crawling back. Charlotte, remembering how they'd grown up side by side, helped her and the Chen family out more than once. And this was how she repaid her? No wonder Charlotte couldn't find that necklace. She thought she just misplaced it somewhere. Turns out, Camila had stolen it all along. Charlotte's teeth ached with rage as she shot Camila a venomous glare. Camila had been waiting for Charlotte's reaction, but instead of agreement, she got that icy stare. Suddenly, an unexplained chill ran through her. Why was Charlotte glaring at her like that? Could she have figured it out? No way. She'd been so careful. If anything had been discovered, she wouldn't be sitting here calm and collected. Could it be she's upset I said a few things about Charles? That's actually not impossible. In Charlotte's eyes, that kid, no blood relation at all, was more important than her own niece. Thinking about it made Camila furious. After giving birth to her first daughter, she'd been weak and fragile. When she saw Charlotte had adopted Charles, she thought of sending her own daughter over for Charlotte to raise too. But then Charlotte turned her down without a second thought. Camila held onto that grudge for ages and started hating Charles along with it. How dare this stranger, no connection to the Hua family at all, get a share of their fortune? Now she'd only spoken one truth, and Charlotte was giving her that same cold look. Camila's blood boiled, her face darkened, and she shot a glance at Charles before stepping in. "Charles, what do you think?" Charles was still caught up in the scene. He blinked, then answered, "Just toss him out." Camila stared. "You're saying you'll ditch me?" Charles frowned. "Didn't you just say you didn't want Daniel anymore?" Daniel was Camila's beloved adopted son. He's not even blood, a real brat, really. Better off not being raised by anyone else at all. Charles meant every word. Camila froze, completely speechless. Charlotte nearly lost it. She had to bite her lip to keep from laughing out loud. Not a single thing wrong with that logic. But Camila, she'd never, ever let go of her precious boy. Sure, she could be strict with the kids, but in this house, the one person who called all the shots was still that adopted son. Back when she'd first brought him home, she'd even been ready to hand her own daughter over to Charlotte. Like he didn't matter at all. Charlotte had to talk her into it, and even then, Camila dragged her feet before finally taking the girl back. Now here we are, after all that spoiling. The kid turns out to be Charles's bastard son. Can't even imagine what Camila looked like when she finds out the truth. Charles finished speaking and immediately realized his mistake. Abandoning a child was illegal. He quickly corrected himself. Or maybe, Auntie, you could just file for divorce and give up custody. But before that, you've got to get the money back. I vaguely remember Auntie stealing this one really important piece of jewelry, which led to Jack and Charlotte. What exactly happened again? Camila's face twisted in fury. So all that sarcastic crap she just threw at him. Charles actually thought she was talking about her precious Daniel. Finally, Charles found the note in his memo. His mind shot up. Got it. The engagement ring. Auntie stole Jack's original ring and sold it. Then it ended up in the hands of some woman who had her eye on Jack. Charlotte thought Jack secretly gave it to her. And that's what broke them apart for good. Jack, just stepping through the door, froze at the bombshell of a revelation. His eyes snapped toward Charlotte. The engagement ring. Stolen by Camila? And they actually split because of it? What the hell even happened? Charlotte was stunned. She barely ever wore her engagement ring. Was afraid of losing it? But Camila had actually stolen and sold it? Camila's expression darkened, but she didn't notice Charlotte's sudden pallor or Jack standing in the doorway. She was still fuming over Charles's words. Listen to what he just said. She was only trying to teach him a lesson, and now he's telling her to divorce? No way. She had to make this ignorant little brat understand. He wasn't even blood, and why should he be allowed to stay in the Hua family? Camila snapped coldly. Charles, you're just an outsider. Camila! Charlotte couldn't hold back anymore. Her voice cut through the air like glass. The shout startled Camila mid-sentence. She swallowed her words, turning to face Charlotte, only then noticing how pale and shaken she looked, and she hadn't even said a thing. Yet her cousin was already defending Charles? Camila's mood turned even darker. Cousin, I didn't say anything. Charles is my son, Charlotte said flatly, pausing just enough to let the words sink in. And you? You're just a guest. Camila's face went scarlet. Fury boiled under her skin. Seeing Camila about to speak again, Charlotte cut in. By the way, lately I noticed a few of my jewelry pieces were missing. Her voice was ice cold. Her eyes never blinked as she stared straight at Camila. Camila's eyelid twitched violently, like icy water drenching her from head to toe. The rage vanished instantly, replaced by a cold dread that froze her blood. Panic flashed across her face. She stared down at the floor, too afraid to look up. She'd actually caught on? That can't be right. Camila forced a weak smile, her lips barely twitching. I guess you do tend to lose things all the time, don't you? Maybe you just forgot where you left them? Jack stepped in then, nodding at the butler beside him. Check the security footage. Problem solved. Camila's face fell even further. A sheen of sweat broke out on her nose. She mumbled in agreement, shifting uncomfortably in her seat before grabbing her bag. Well, since the boss and his wife are back, I should probably. Hold on, Charlotte said with a thin smile. It's dinner time. How could we possibly send a guest away? She said the last line directly to Charles. Charles bobbed his head like a jack-in-the-box. Yeah, absolutely, man. I was just wondering how to tell Charlotte about Auntie stealing her jewelry. But she already knew. No surprise there. Charlotte's sharp as ever. So is this going to turn into a full-on showdown now? This is wild. So damn exciting. Jack silently reached up and covered his ears, still reeling from the sudden volume. Really? No need to get this worked up. Jack followed the butler up the stairs. The entire living room on the ground floor fell into a long silence. So quiet that Camila could even hear her own heart thudding erratically. It was mid-July, and the summer heat was at its peak. Yet Huamacian kept the air conditioning running full blast all day long, the cool breeze circulating through every corner of the villa without pause. Still, Camila broke out in a sweat. Big droplets of perspiration plastered her face, her hairline soaked through with sweat. Charlotte glanced over, feigning concern. You're feeling hot? Camila jerked her head up, flustered. Then one fat bead of sweat slipped straight into her eye, stinging like fire. Her eyes turned red, but she forced a calm smile. And no, not at all. This temperature's perfect. How could I possibly be hot? Charlotte just smiled, saying nothing. No one joined in. The awkward chuckle died after just a few seconds. The living room slipped back into silence. Time dragged on, endless and suffocating. Like slow torture, Camila fidgeted under the weight of it all. Charles watched Camila's subtle expressions, mentally noting, Auntie's sweating like that. Doesn't look faked. Charlotte shot a sideways glance at Camila, silently scoffing. She's only got herself to blame. The Chun family might have fallen on hard times, their wealth shrunken, but at least the business still ran smoothly. They cleared about $5 million a year, and Camila came by every month. Charlotte even gave her regular allowances. She didn't need money. She never did, but Camila wasn't satisfied. She'd set her sights on Charlotte's jewelry. She'd better be praying the engagement ring hasn't already been sold off, or else it'll be a lot more than just being kicked out. Like an eternity had passed. Jack finally came down the stairs with the butler. Charles perked right up. His eyes lit up. Here he comes. Jack held out a tablet to Charlotte, murmuring in her ear. Not there. Out of the whole family, only Jack knew which jewelry box Charlotte kept the wedding ring in. After that, Jack glanced at Charles. Charles had done it again. Charlotte's eyes nearly burst into flames. She tapped the video open, watched just a few seconds, then slammed the tablet down in front of Camila. Voice icy. Explain this. Here it comes. She'd been caught after all. Camila blinked once. Then again, for some reason, the jittery fear in her chest suddenly calmed. She lifted her chin, looking defiant, as if she had nothing to lose. When she opened her eyes, she saw the tablet right in front of her. One look, and she froze. The video on screen looped endlessly. Short as it was, just a dozen seconds, it was stitched together from two clips, showing Camila sneaking into Charlotte's dressing room, then emerging hours later. At that moment, the tension in her tightened muscles eased for just an instant. She stared hard at the screen, replaying it twice. The more she watched, the lighter her expression grew. She leaned back into the sofa, even shifting into a more relaxed pose. Why's my cousin asking me to explain anything? Camila wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead with a casual flick. Her voice was light, a smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. Her switch in mood was so fast it threw Charlotte off guard. She'd pulled up the security feed. And this was Camila's reaction? Charles widened his eyes. Is Auntie trying to play dumb? Staring at the looping security footage on the tablet, Charles finally got it. She only caught Auntie entering the closet. Nothing inside, so she figures there's no proof. So she's feeling safe? Charlotte's face darkened. Jack narrowed his eyes. Charles had nailed it again. That's exactly what Camila was thinking. She'd stolen Charlotte's jewelry in secret because she knew the only camera outside the closet was a single one. Barely enough to catch her coming and going. Just now, when caught off guard, She would panicked and forgotten how crucial that detail was, but now her head had cleared, and Camila slowly regained her composure. So what if the camera caught her going in? She was always careful, only ever moving through the closet with perfect timing. The camera only captured her entering and leaving. Nothing else. No footage. No proof. No proof. Then it's just slander. Accusing someone of stealing without evidence. Camila visibly relaxed, her eyes drifting to the glittering array of jewelry in Charlotte's closet. She bit back a pang of envy and gave a small, sweet smile. I just took a quick look around. Wasn't that reaction a little overboard, cousin? Then she glanced at Jack beside her. Charlotte really did get lucky. Jack was handsome back in the day, and even now he's got none of that tired, bloated middle-aged look. Unlike her own husband, always round and gross, she couldn't stand looking at him. A flicker of annoyance crossed Camila's eyes. She smoothed a strand of hair behind her shoulder, plastered on what she thought was a tender smile, and cooed, "Honey, look at my sister. She's acting like I stole something just for glancing through her closet," pulling out the security feed. "Kinda extreme, don't you think?" Charles nearly jumped out of his skin. "Auntie, is she hitting on Jack?" Jack's eyelid twitched. Before Charlotte could speak, he snapped, "Watch your tone." The sharp reprimand startled Camila. Her eyes widened in offense. "Hey, why'd you have to get so harsh?" Charles felt a wave of goosebumps crawl down his arms. Couldn't help but rub them vigorously. Not even kidding. "What's with Auntie? Did she get possessed or something? Why'd she suddenly sound so gross like that?" If he could have liked it, Jack would have slammed a giant thumbs up for Charles right then. Charlotte snorted. A little laugh mixed with annoyance. The stolen jewelry thing hadn't even cooled down yet, and Camila was already eyeing her husband like that. Did she really think Charlotte couldn't see? Charlotte's voice turned icy. "Camila, I'm only asking once. Did you take my engagement ring?" The mention of engagement ring made Camila flinch, just slightly, so that random ring she grabbed was actually Charlotte's engagement ring? No wonder she freaked out. Camila froze for half a second, then regained composure fast. "No," she said, calm as ever. Then she flashed a look of wounded innocence. I was jealous. Okay. You've got all these fancy jewels and trinkets. That's why I sneaked in to take a peek. Honestly, I didn't even know what your ring looked like. I wouldn't steal it." Pause, then. "Besides, you've got so many pieces. Maybe you just wore one and left it somewhere. How's that my fault?" Camila had grown up alongside Charlotte. She knew full well her cousin was always losing things. Charlotte got it. Camila wasn't going to admit anything. She stood up, grabbed her bag. "Fine, I've explained myself enough and you still don't believe me? How about this? Go ahead and search the bag yourself." Charlotte and Jack both froze at the sight of that offered bag. If Camila was handing it over like that, she must have been sure they wouldn't find anything. Sure enough, Charles muttered under his breath, "The ring's not in her bag. She's too careful for that." Seeing Jack and Charlotte hesitate, Camila raised an eyebrow slightly. "So, you still believe me?" Camila slowly pulled her hand back. "So, I'll be off then? I'm not one to care about my reputation. Just don't want to hear any rumors later that could mess with our relationship, right?" Camila grinned, eyes sharp with satisfaction. Charlotte's hand, resting beside her, tightened subtly as she locked eyes with Camila. "If it's not in your bag, then it's on you." Camila blinked, then let out a dry laugh. "You're serious? You want to search me?" "If you didn't take it," Charlotte said, "you wouldn't mind being checked, would you?" Camila crossed her arms. "And if nothing turns up?" Charlotte said nothing. Charles thought to himself, this doesn't make sense. How can Auntie be so confident? I'm certain the timeline lines up. She's the one who stole Charlotte's wedding ring and sold it around this time. But why is she so relaxed? So sure. Could I have missed something crucial? Charles opened his notes, flipping through them fast while scanning the story in his mind. Jack felt Charlotte's tension rise with him. Missed something important? Come on. Think. Camila waited. No response from Charlotte. She was certain she wouldn't be searched. Her smile widened. She'd planned to leave quietly. But now, she wasn't going anywhere. Jack didn't have proof. All that fear for nothing. She wasn't walking away without some kind of payoff. Camila settled back into the sofa with deliberate ease, letting out a soft chuckle. Seems like you're not so sure after all? And I'll tell you something. My temper's never been great. Found it, Charles yelled. Charlotte winced, her eyes fluttering shut. Jack rubbed his ears, still ringing from the blast. It was fast. Way too fast for my ears. No wonder Auntie was so calm. She'd already planned this whole thing from the start. This plan. She really went all out on herself. No wonder it's never been caught. So where the hell did she hide it? Can we cut the suspense already? Camila said, I'm not asking for much. Just some emotional compensation. $1 million. Swallowing a ring without water? Seriously, won't that choke her? Looks like Auntie Camila just swallowed the ring whole. What about Charlotte's ring now? Charlotte went from stunned to utterly shocked. Then her face turned dark with fury. She actually did it. How dare she? What kind of nerve does she have? Camila noticed their sudden change in expression and let out a cold smirk. She'd only asked for $1 million, and now they were complaining. Cousin, she said, if you're not willing to pay, I can always take this to court. Call the police, Charlotte suddenly said. Camila froze, her smug expression vanishing. She stared at Charlotte in disbelief. Cousin, what are you talking about? Stealing? Blackmail? Charlotte's temple twitched with fury. Either charge would put you away for a long time. She would only wanted the wedding ring back and had not planned to press charges. But Camila had gone too far. Now, calling the cops, they might still be able to retrieve the ring from your stomach. When did I ever steal anything? Camila snapped. Charlotte glanced at her stomach and let out a cold laugh. You do not know what you have done? Camila followed her gaze down to her own belly. Her expression twisted. Suddenly, she looked guilty. Did she actually swallow the ring? Seeing Jack pull out his phone, Camila finally realized they weren't joking. Fine. Not giving it is not a big deal. I'll just forget about it. Why call the cops? Panicked, she jumped up and grabbed her bag, rushing for the door. She was too flustered. Her heel caught on the floor, and she went sprawling hard, landing flat on her back. Camila lay sprawled on the ground, too dazed to move. Charlotte and Jack didn't even touch their dinner. Straight off they rushed her to the hospital, bloodied and sobbing, a mess after that brutal fall. Charles was left behind at home, missing out on the front row seat he'd been hoping for. Jack and Charlotte didn't come back that night. Not until morning did they finally stagger home, utterly drained. As soon as they got in, the two of them headed straight upstairs for bed. Charles never even got a chance to ask what had happened. It wasn't until midday that Michael came home, and Charles finally heard the full story from his big brother. Camila's fall looked way worse than it was. Just a scare at first. The doctor gave her a quick bandage, stopped the bleeding, then off she went to be induced for vomiting. The nurse emerged from the room, tray cradled in both hands, muttering under her breath. Swallowing a diamond ring that big? People's potential is truly limitless. The evidence was right there. Camila couldn't deny it anymore. She broke down in tears, begging Charlotte for forgiveness, claiming she'd been driven mad by obsession. She said she'd done it all for her son. Her boy was still so little, she insisted. He couldn't survive without her. She pleaded with Charlotte to spare her. On account of their long friendship, Charlotte's stomach twisted at the thought of the food remnants stuck to the ring. When Camila started whining about her son again, she snapped, pointing right at her. You've tortured your own flesh and blood just to protect that golden boy, and now you're willing to go to prison for him? Have you even considered he's not some foster kid from a shelter, but your husband's bastard with his mistress? The words hit Camila like ice water. She froze, mouth hanging open. No, that can't be. Charlotte let out a cold laugh. Can't be? Are you really blind, or just pretending not to see? You've been clinging to your precious son like he's the only thing keeping you sane. Didn't it ever cross your mind how much he looks like your husband? It was as if a bucket of ice had been dumped over her head. Camila shivered, shaking her head violently. No, no way. She stared at Charlotte, stubborn in denial. People have said before. There were so many who thought they looked like. Her throat felt constricted, as if someone had clamped a hand around it. The little details from the past. Snippets of laughter, Glances, quiet moments. All surged back with brutal clarity. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Camila collapsed to the floor, utterly undone. Charlotte watched her crumple without a flicker of sympathy. She didn't press charges, just barely, out of respect for her late uncle. But she wasn't letting Camila off the hook for stealing $2 million in jewelry. Before leaving Huamacian, Jack had instructed the butler to inventory Charlotte's collection. It wasn't until well after midnight that the list was finally delivered to the hospital. 12 necklaces gone, nearly 100 rings missing. When Charlotte saw the list, she let out a bitter laugh. Forget the necklaces, those 100 rings alone. The cheapest were worth 50 grand each. Charlotte barely wore half of them more than once, and they're in mint condition. Some are even limited editions from over a decade ago. Together, their market value's easily $5 million at least, and Camila sold them all for barely $2 million. Guess her taste hasn't changed one bit. I'm not asking for much, Charlotte said coldly. Just hand back the money from selling my jewelry, and this is done. Camila had already cried. Now she sat on the hospital bed in a daze, utterly drained of her earlier arrogance. Whatever Charlotte said, Camila did it without protest. The bank didn't open until daytime, and with the amount she needed to transfer, it took her all night just to get everything sorted. What about those damn rings? Charles asked. Michael paused, then said, sold them at auction. Charles's eyes widened. No way, this can't be real. Can it? Michael looked puzzled but didn't press further. He pulled out a bank card and set it gently on the table. Honestly, this whole thing kinda came down to you. Charles was lost in thought when he heard that. Blinked blankly. What does this have to do with me? Or did my brother lose his mind overnight, right? Charles had no idea what was going on. So who the hell did he learn it from? He can talk your ear off. Here's your pocket money, Michael said, pressing a hand to his throbbing temple. Enough was enough. Charles blinked, surprised. Didn't you already give me this month's allowance? Michael made a move to snatch back the card. You don't want it? Charles was quicker. He snatched the card and shoved it straight into his pocket with practiced ease. Thanks, bro. Michael watched the smooth move and couldn't help but chuckle. Then he remembered Charlotte's request from last night and added, by the way, Mom said you're thinking about breaking into Showbiz? Yeah. Charles nodded eagerly. I'm going to make a fortune. Michael's eyes flickered with amusement at the ambition, but he didn't take it seriously. Fine, he said. I'll have someone arrange it. Then Michael stood up and headed straight for the office, too distracted to rest. Truth was, with Charles's looks and the Hua family behind him, breaking into the industry wouldn't be impossible. But Charles had never known hardship, and he didn't seem to have any drive. So Michael wasn't exactly betting on a big comeback. Still, Charles was practically raised under his roof. If the kid was going into Showbiz, he wouldn't be getting played. So as soon as he got to the office, Michael called in his assistant and quickly laid out the plan for Charles's entry. The assistant moved fast. An hour later, a list landed on Michael's desk. Michael glanced at it. Then his brow tightened. Just 3 years of experience for the manager? The assistant replied, yes, but Mateo's steady, sharp-minded, and reliable. If we assign him to handle young Master Charles, the only downside is that he might not have access to top-tier resources. Why would resources be a problem? Michael cut in. The assistant paused. Aren't you the one who said he just wants to play around in the industry? Michael shot back. Even if it's a game, Charles shouldn't be shortchanged on resources. Our subsidiaries have plenty of projects this year. Why can't we give him everything he needs? That's what you said. He was doing exactly as you asked. Sometimes, the assistant really just wants to call the cops. 10 minutes later, Michael finished scanning the list the assistant had handed over, and in that short span, he'd crossed off every single name on it. After clearly understanding what just playing around really meant, the assistant handed Michael a fresh list of talent agents. At the top was Elizabeth, 10 years in the business, the ace agent at Hua family's subsidiary entertainment company. She'd launched 2 of the 4 hottest stars currently dominating the scene. The PR and legal team was even stronger, specializing in all corporate communications and legal matters for the entire subsidiary. It was basically like assigning a full company to the role. Michael glanced over the new list, finally gave a satisfied nod, and passed it back to the assistant. Fine, this'll do for now. Oh wow, that's what just playing around really means. If the boss was satisfied, what else could the assistant say? So he scrambled back to his desk and got straight to work. He'd barely sat down when a coworker leaned over, eyes blazing. Thomas, did you hear about Benjamin getting replaced? Thomas blinked in confusion, then froze. Benjamin wasn't Chong Heng's hot new breakout star this year? Why the hell would they drop him? And Thomas was not alone in being baffled. At noon, the official Weibo account 4*, the sick beauty's rich husband*, dropped an announcement. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Benjamin would no longer be playing one of the leads. The role was being reopened. Auditions were now live for any qualified actors. The news hit like a bombshell. Benjamin's fans erupted online. They flooded the official Weibo with demands for answers, but the account stayed eerily silent, as if it had gone ghost. Within hours, the story hit the trending lists. The internet buzzed with speculation. Some fans even stormed Chonghung Entertainment's official Weibo, demanding an explanation. Chonghung Entertainment. Gabriel listened as his assistant laid out the fallout from the online firestorm. Just after ending a call from the investors, who were already demanding answers. Beauty in Illness, The Heir's Husband, was a major production with multiple backers. Benjamin had been unanimously chosen as lead. Now that he'd been replaced, the investors weren't just asking for explanations. Some outright said they'd pull funding if Benjamin wasn't on board. Gabriel's only reply? Be my guest. Within 2 hours, the drama had spiraled. Over half the investors pulled out. The rest were still hounding Gabriel for compensation. After hearing the report, Gabriel gave a slow nod and waved the assistant away. The assistant hesitated, then couldn't hold back. We've gathered some evidence. If we go public now, the tide could turn in our favor. Gabriel spoke up. Not yet. They'd found pieces of proof, but not enough to bury Benjamin for good. Releasing it now would only look like a smear campaign. And then, the whole thing would blow over. Nothing more than noise. Besides, Gabriel wasn't just after Benjamin. He wanted to pull down whoever had been shielding him, root and branch. On the other side, Charles caught sight of the trending topic and his eyes lit up instantly. He quickly dialed his older brother Edwin. Brother 2, you hear about the lead actor switch in your neighboring set? Charles said, eyes sparkling. Edwin had just wrapped up filming and was wiped out. But hearing that, his eyes snapped wide open. Benjamin got replaced? Gabriel's in trouble? Big news. Charles hadn't realized Edwin was still in the dark, so he quickly filled him in. Edwin's mouth kept twitching up at the corners. Great news. Just great. Edwin hadn't even heard about it yet, so Charles quickly filled him in. Then he heard Charles pivot mid-sentence. Bro, you got the director's contact 4*, the sickly beauty * cast. Edwin's smile vanished in an instant. His brows knitted tight. No way, Charles. You're not seriously going to audition for the lead role. Charles scowled harder. Audition? Me? I don't even know how to act. I'm investing. You're going to hand Gabriel cash, and then he'll never be able to watch him suffer. Edwin was about to shut it down when a thought hit him. Charles might know something they didn't. He paused, then asked carefully. You really think this show's going to be worth it? Charles hedged. I mean, I reckon it could bring in a bit of dough. Edwin wrestled with the choice. Either chase profit or watch Gabriel fall apart. And finally nodded, slowly. After all, who turns down cold hard cash? That night, after wrapping up work, Gabriel's phone buzzed with a message from Edwin. He stared at the screen for 2 seconds before replying. Even if he wasn't eager to see Edwin, he did miss the guy who'd been dragged off by Edwin that day. Plus, it was time to test whether he could still hear Charles's thoughts. The next morning, they met at a tucked-away cafe. Quiet and discreet, Charles and Edwin arrived first. When Gabriel was led in, his eyes locked with Charles, and suddenly a thunderous baritone voice ripped through the air like a siren. I'm going to get rich. Congrats me. I'm rich. Gabriel's knuckles went white as he pressed them against the side of his head. Perfect, no need to test it. Edwin, sitting beside Charles, looked like a man facing execution. At the sound of the door opening, he shot a weary glance over, his face pale and voice edged with irritation. About time. Was it still possible to bolt now? Too late. Edwin, already half-deaf from 20 minutes of off-key warbling, seized on the new arrival like a lifeline. Quick, Charles. Gabriel's here. Help him order a coffee. The screeching melody cut out cold. Edwin exhaled. Relieved, Gabriel relaxed slightly and stepped forward, settling into the seat across from them. Charles lit up at the sight of Gabriel. Like he'd just spotted a walking ATM. What'll you have? Money, money, money. Got rich? Yes. Gabriel blinked once. At least it wasn't a murder ballad. Edwin turned his head, surreptitiously rubbing his ear. Americano, Gabriel said, taking a slow breath. Charles nodded and ordered without hesitation. To avoid another round of that unhinged singing, Edwin decided to get straight to business. No teasing, no games. Gabriel, let's cut the crap. We'll talk about what matters. Gabriel was on the same page. Zero room for hesitation. Two men who knew how to negotiate wrapped things up in under 2 minutes. Even after Edwin and Gabriel shook hands with "nice working with you," Charles still looked dazed, eyes wide with doubt as he stared at Edwin. Was that it? You actually agreed? Edwin said. Gabriel, bring the contract tomorrow. Just send it to my brother's secretary for approval. Once it's signed, we're good. Edwin had already heard about Gabriel's situation. He'd been running the subsidiary for over a year now, but some old-school holdouts still refused to let go of their power, making things tough on him at every turn. Now, with the whole Benjamin casting drama unfolding, Gabriel wasn't exactly in a strong position. But he definitely needed money, so by the time they'd arrived today, Edwin already knew this meeting would go smoothly. Still, Edwin shot a wary glance at Charles. He'd have been better off if Charles hadn't come along. He'd have had enough energy left to mock Gabriel properly. Instead of sitting through 20 minutes of Charles's singing, now all he wanted was a long, hot shower to wash the sound off his ears. Exhausted, Charles gave Edwin a slow, thorough once-over. Edwin rubbed his ear, still sore from the ordeal. What? Got something else on your mind? Charles shook his head fast. Nope, nothing. Inside, he muttered. Guess I was wrong. Thought my second brother only knew how to fall for scams and lose money, but turns out he's actually decent when it counts. Edwin gritted his teeth. Don't think I didn't hear that little dig in your head. Gabriel's lips twitched as he sipped his coffee, recalling rumors from a couple of days ago. I figured you'd come see me today to push for Mason's role, but turns out it was about business? Mentioning Mason made Edwin stiffen. He hadn't even figured out how to respond when Charles piped up in his mind. If he hasn't seen Mason for what he really is yet, my brother might just end up begging on his knees to get that role. Gabriel leaned in just a little, ears pricked. Edwin's fingers turned white around his coffee cup, clenched so tight it hurt. What in the hell does crawling to beg even mean? Did he really need to grovel? No, came out like teeth grinding, a tight smile glued to his face as he looked at Gabriel. We broke up. Gabriel raised an eyebrow, perfectly timed surprise in his voice. Why? Of course it's because Mason only stuck around my older brother for the money. That kind of emotional gut punch. Yeah, that'll leave a mark. Gabriel's lips twitched, almost gave in to a smirk, before he quickly took a sip of his espresso to reset his expression. Edwin slammed the cup down hard, coffee splashing out. His neck burned red from Charles's words, but he forced a casual excuse. Well, it just wasn't right. The classic fallback. Oh wow, a man with a stone face and a steel jaw. Huh. Charles mentally added the final nail. All right, my older brother did pay me back in cash, so I'll let this one slide. No point dragging up how he broke up with me because my moonlight lover wasn't carrying his baby. Gabriel's brow arched slightly. The smirk finally lost the battle. Now I get it, if looks could burn. Edwin's glare would have set the whole cafe on fire by now. He shot Charles a venomous side-eye, only to find his brother already buried in cake, utterly oblivious to the storm brewing beside him. Edwin squeezed his eyes shut. He was silently grateful that Gabriel couldn't hear Charles's inner monologue. Gabriel was still unpacking the weight of those few words, too caught up in their meaning to notice Edwin's tightening jaw. After a beat, he remembered why he'd come. His gaze drifted back to Charles, now mid-bite into his dessert. It was common knowledge in the business world that the Hua family had an adopted son. But he never showed up at public events. There were all sorts of rumors out there. Some said Charles wasn't exactly welcomed in the Hua family, which is why the adopted son never showed up in public. The Qin and Hua families had always been tight allies. Gabriel had accompanied his father to visit the Huas a few times before, but every time Charles appeared, he'd vanish within 2 minutes. Always managed to slip away. The last time they'd met was probably 3 years ago. Back then, Charles still looked like a kid, which is why Gabriel hadn't recognized him at first glance a few days earlier. Now that he took a closer look, the more Gabriel liked what he saw. Unlike the sharp-featured Hua family members, Charles had softer, more delicate features. His almond-shaped eyes always bright and lively when he smiled. Even better, just seeing him made your mood lift. If someone like that could join my company, Gabriel spoke up. Charles, ever think about doing a reality show? Charles looked up, chocolate smudged at the corner of his mouth. What kind of show? Wait. Could I actually be getting lucky? Just jumped on the wave of a hit drama, and now someone's offering me an entry into Showbiz. Edwin raised an eyebrow, surprised that Gabriel would make such a move. My brother already has a management team lined up for him, meaning no need to sign with Gabriel's company. Gabriel gave a pretend disappointed sigh, but pulled out the prepped show info anyway. It's a travel variety. Permanent cast is already locked. Charles glanced down. The title read, Asterisk, we're going on vacation. Asterisk. His stomach dropped. Wait, this show? Really? Gabriel's smile deepened. We're Going on Vacation was their company's flagship summer project. Aired in prime time across regional stations and exclusive deals with major platforms. Just as big a production as Asterisk, The Sickly Beauty. Asterisk. Charles remembered it. That meant the campaign had been strong, audience anticipation sky high. Then came a silent scream in his head. Back up, run now. Charles looked up, his expression unreadable. His pity was plain as day. Is this Gabriel's lucky year? By any chance, maybe he should hit up a temple. First the lead role fell through, nearly wrecking an entire show. Now this one. Yeah, it is trending, but in all the wrong ways. Full cast turned into villains. Banned by the whole internet. A travel docu-reality that's basically cursed. Man, even dogs would shake their heads at his luck. Under the table, Gabriel's hands clenched tight. Charles X hailed silently before speaking. Nah, thanks. Gabriel. The refusal was crystal clear. Edwin reached out and covered the corner of his mouth, where a smirk had started to rise. Suddenly, his mood lifted. Light as air, but this perfect chance to rub it in. Edwin wasn't about to miss it. After a brief chuckle, he dropped his hand and feigned confusion. Why not go? This is a golden opportunity. Charles threw up an excuse. Aren't you still putting together my management team? I'm just waiting on your call. Anyway, I'm definitely not doing this show. The promo said no script, but day one of filming, the main cast tanked. Then the first episode's guest star bombed. After that, every single release day before a new episode dropped, another star crashed and burned, like some kind of hex. No one made it out unscathed. Seriously scary. I'm terrified the only face on screen without a pixelated mask will be mine. This show should just rename itself. Me and My Masks, a travel vlog. By the end, Edwin was biting his lip so hard it hurt. Don't laugh, not even a little. Gabriel's face, meanwhile, had gone pale. He thought it was just Benjamin at first, but turns out they'd been laying the groundwork way earlier than he realized. The idea of all his effort nearly going to waste almost made Gabriel lose control of his expression. At the same time, he found himself thinking the exact same thing as Edwin. Thank goodness Edwin can't hear Charles's thoughts. None of them said anything else after that. Once the coffee was gone, the three of them just split. Edwin had taken a full day off from the crew specifically to hang out with Charles. Now that the talk was over, he still had half a day left, so he decided to head back to Huamassian with him. Jack and Charlotte were already sitting in the living room, with several luxury store staff standing nearby. In front of them stood a towering floor-length rack loaded with this season's latest designer pieces. Seeing Charles, Charlotte waved at him with a smile. Charles, you're just in time. come pick out your dress. Charles hurried over and slipped his arm through hers. Charlotte, why all of a sudden? Why are we picking clothes? Charlotte grinned. You're getting into the entertainment world, aren't you? Your closet's got to be full. Plus, me and your dad are attending a party tomorrow. Might as well get our outfits sorted now. So they brought all the new drops. Edwin never cared much for this stuff, and since he was already one of the biggest names in showbiz, he usually wore brand deals or pieces from companies hoping to collaborate. So he didn't even glance at the clothes before heading upstairs to rest. Just as his foot hit the first step, Charles asked Charlotte, Charlotte, whose party are we going to? It was just a casual question. Charles had never liked these events and always dodged them when he could. Seeing Charles actually ask, Jack explained, You know Sebastian's long-lost son from over 10 years ago? They're throwing a welcome home party and invited us. You into it? Charlotte added. I think Sebastian's younger son went to high school with you, Charles. You going? Charles thought of Levi and pouted. I don't like Levi. Wait. Sebastian found his real son? This plot feels weirdly familiar. Edwin froze mid-step. Jack and Charlotte perked up instantly. Charles was frantically trying to recall the plot, and after a few seconds, he burst out, Oh my God, is this actually happening? Jack and Charlotte both turned to look at him at the same time. What's going on this time? Just spit it out already. Don't keep us in suspense. Charles's brow knotted up like a twisted rope, his lips pressed tight, his face a storm of emotions. After a long moment, he finally came back to himself. So the fake heir who got caught red-handed with his adoptive father, by the real son and his wife and entire family at the wedding banquet, is actually Levi's older brother. The words hit the Hua family like lightning, their eyes wide in shock. What did you just say? Say what now? Wait. Wasn't the scandal at the banquet? No way. It's happening tomorrow, right? Charles started to second-guess himself. Should I even bother showing up for this? Edwin had already returned to the living room, glancing at the new season's arrivals on the coat rack. No matter what, he was definitely joining in. Jack and Charlotte exchanged a glance, both reading the same spark of anticipation in each other's eyes. Who said it wasn't? In the end, driven by his lifelong rule that there's no fun without a crowd, Charles finally gave in and agreed to go to the party with Jack and Charlotte. Jack and Charlotte were thrilled. It wasn't just about getting the latest gossip, though. Charles had never liked parties. Ever since he was little, he'd always managed to slip away from even family gatherings. This was the first time he'd actually agreed to go. Sure, it was for the sake of a juicy scandal, but Jack and Charlotte were still over the moon. So the next morning, before Charles had even fully woken up, Edwin shook him awake. Charles clutched his blanket, dazed. Wait, bro, it's, this early? Edwin raised an eyebrow. Absolutely. Time to get styled. Charles held on tight to the blanket. Edwin yanked at his arm. Charles shot upright, exasperated. Can't I just snooze for 5 more minutes? Not a chance. They were going to the party to get in on the action. Had to be there early. I'm not doing any styling, Charles said flatly. You are? Edwin shot back. No arguments. Without waiting for a reply, he dragged Charles out of bed. As Charles stumbled out of the room, muttering under his breath, This is way too early. Why do I need a makeover? It's just a party. Do we really have to? That thought cut through his grogginess. Clearing his head, he glanced over at Edwin. Edwin looked back, puzzled. Then he heard Charles' voice suddenly dawning with realization. Could it be that second brother's got his eye on someone again? That's why he's dressing up like a peacock. Edwin couldn't hold back anymore. He snapped out a hand and clamped down hard on Charles's cheek, cutting off whatever thought was coming next. Move faster, he muttered. Charles jolted at the grip, his drowsiness vanishing in an instant. He blinked groggily and stumbled after Edwin down the stairs. What's with the morning grump? I got dragged out of bed with zero warning. Edwin took a slow breath, reminding himself not to snap first thing in the morning. As Charles stepped down, he realized it wasn't just him. Jack and Charlotte were already up too. He glanced at the wall clock. 5:30. Jack and Charlotte? Up this early. Don't they get tired? Middle-aged people's schedules are seriously impressive. Charlotte's expression flickered slightly as she argued with the makeup artist. Jack froze mid-motion. They exchanged a glance. In unison, they sighed inwardly. Who do you think dragged them out of bed? You've got no idea what you're talking about. What's so great about waking up this early? Who wouldn't want to sleep in a bit longer? Meanwhile, Charles remained completely oblivious. He yawned widely and plopped into the chair in front of the mirror, letting the stylist do whatever they wanted. 3 hours later, the whole family piled into the car bound for the Sue household. The Sue family went all out to honor their true heir. The event was held with serious grandeur. Entire hotel estate rented, nearly every major player in the district invited, even bringing in media reporters for coverage. The Hua family arrived not too late, but still had to wait almost half an hour at the entrance before finally getting out of their car. As soon as they stepped down, Charles spotted the host family greeting guests at the entrance. His eyes swept across the group, then landed on the young man standing right beside Liam. Excited, "That is him." The rest of the Hua family could not hide their excitement as they followed his gaze. The young man standing beside Liam was none other than Lucas, the fake heir from the Sue family. Dressed in a crisp white suit, he had his head down, looking utterly miserable. Liam noticed the shift immediately. He shot Lucas a concerned look and subtly squeezed his hand. Just enough to be felt but not seen. Charles's pupils snapped wide open, handing hands in front of everyone. Wait, Jack and Charlotte couldn't help but nod in agreement. The real son's right there, yet Liam still has time to worry about the adopted one. That says everything. The Hua and Sue families had been working together for years. Jack and Charlotte had met Lucas before. They thought him solid, reliable, someone who could carry the weight. But today, in front of all these guests, he's throwing a tantrum like some spoiled brat. Classic. Meanwhile, Noah, the real heir standing beside Olivia, seemed completely oblivious to the little scene between Lucas and Liam. Calm, collected, earned a quiet respect just by being himself. After guiding the first wave of guests inside, Olivia looked up and locked eyes with Charlotte. She flashed a quick smile. "You're finally here." Jack and Charlotte stepped forward, followed by Edwin and Charles. Charles didn't often show up at events like this, but since he was classmates with Levi, the second son of the Sue family, Liam and Olivia knew him well enough. Seeing Charles, Olivia raised an eyebrow. "You're here?" Unexpected. Levi's inside handling guests. "I'll have him show you around later." Charles waved it off fast. "Nah, I'm good. I'll just wander on my own. I'm here to watch the drama unfold." "What if Levi drags me into a conversation and won't let go?" Charlotte added. "Charles can stick with us. No need for trouble." Olivia was just being polite. When they declined, she dropped it and shifted gears. The group chatted for a few more minutes before the Hua family finally stepped into the hotel lobby. As soon as they entered, Jack and Charlotte were swarmed by acquaintances, their eyes flicking over to Charles too. Charles shifted uncomfortably and quietly told Jack and Charlotte he'd be back later before slipping away. Edwin had started to follow, but only took one step when he got caught in a similar crowd. Charles walked straight through the lobby and into the hotel's back garden without interruption. The Sue family's banquet was scheduled to last all day, so not only was there a continuous buffet in the main hall, but sweet snacks were also laid out across the courtyard. It was still early. The scandal had happened at noon. Plus, Charles hadn't eaten much that morning, so he headed toward the courtyard to grab something sweet. There were quite a few people nearby. As he walked up, Charles spotted a familiar figure. He frowned slightly. Just as he was about to turn away, the man called out first, "Charles." The moment he spoke, everyone turned to look. Charles let out a quiet sigh in his head. Should have stayed home. Since he'd been spotted, Charles couldn't just vanish. He had no choice but to walk over. Levi was already striding over, scanning Charles up and down with an expression of open disdain. He leaned in close, voice dropping to a low murmur. "You? Skipping every party like clockwork. Now you show up, all dressed up? What's the deal? You got your eye on my brother." Charles rolled his eyes. Their relationship had always been tense. More like a feud than anything else. Levi was the one constantly picking fights, single-handedly making Charles's life miserable. It all started when Charles got caught reading BL novels at school during high school. Levi saw him, and since Levi was the most straight-laced guy around, utterly despising anything gay, That's when he began picking on Charles, subtly at first, then more openly. He'd mock him relentlessly about being adopted by the Hua family and never let up on the insults. Charles was calm by nature, but not someone who took abuse quietly. Same as always, Charles was about to say his heart was rotten and everything looked filthy. Then he froze, eyes narrowing strangely at Levi. Levi felt a chill run down his spine from that stare. What the hell was that look? Normally, whenever he brought up Charles liking men, Charles would shut him down with a sharp retort. But today, he stayed silent and was looking at him with pity. If Levi could have heard what was going through Charles's head right then, he'd have heard this. Fine, I will let this dumbass Levi off the hook today. He's about to get 2 dads anyway. I'll let it slide. Gabriel, walking toward them, stopped dead in his tracks. 2 dads. What's that even mean? Levi was utterly baffled. Charles didn't even fire back. He just sidestepped him and kept walking toward the courtyard. What in the world was going on? Could it be? Had he actually guessed right? Was Charles really here to confront his older brother today? Levi's face darkened. He lunged forward, blocking Charles's path, teeth clenched. Charles, I'm warning you. Get your twisted thoughts under control. My brother won't ever like you. Charles paused and asked, which older brother? Levi blinked. Charles raised an eyebrow. You've got 2 brothers now, haven't you? Which one's your big brother? Levi froze for a beat, then snapped to it. Charles was doing this on purpose. He knew damn well Levi didn't like Noah coming back and stealing his spot. But still, he'd deliberately asked him in front of everyone, just to trap him into saying something stupid, to make him look bad. Levi wasn't falling for it. He gritted out, they are both my brothers. But listen, Charles, I don't care how good my brother Lucas is, you stay away from him. Got it? Charles frowned, his brow furrowing with every passing second. Lucas. Excellent. Is Lucas feeding Levi some kind of love potion? His older brother's that good. So why's he still panicking after the real heir came back? Going after their adoptive father like that? Wait, what? Who's he trying to seduce? Lucas. Seducing their adoptive father? Gabriel's pupils went wide. Levi kept muttering in Charles's ear, praising Lucas nonstop and warning him not to get near his older brother for the rest of the night. Charles was losing patience fast. Not that I'm blind or anything, but come on, really? You're this protective over your brother. Why not check his room right now? The medicine should still be on his desk. If you dump it, might just save your brother's reputation and spare your old man from ruining his own legacy. Gabriel's shock deepened with every word. As soon as Charles stepped into the courtyard, Gabriel heard that familiar voice echo in his mind. He immediately knew it was Charles and followed the sound, but before he could greet him, he caught wind of a revelation so shocking. It froze him mid-step. The Su family's working with the Chin family, but not through Gabriel. If this whole thing blew up today, it'd be all upside for me. Gabriel drew in a sharp breath and walked over, calling out, Charles. Charles turned around. His eyes lit up instantly. He rushed forward. Gabriel. Of all people, what are the odds? Help. Save me. Get me out of here, please. Gabriel's eyes sparkled with amusement as he gave Charles exactly what he wanted. Got a sec? I'd love to chat about that reality show we were on. Charles. Oh, absolutely. Anything to get rid of Levi. Count me in. Gabriel kept his grin hidden, gave Levi a quick nod, then led Charles away without another word. Levi didn't like it, couldn't exactly stop them, but shot Charles a glare that said plainly, asterisk, don't even think about it. Asterisk. Charles ignored him completely and followed Gabriel into the hotel lobby. As soon as they stepped inside, Gabriel started scanning for a quiet spot to talk. Then Charles suddenly raised his voice. Hey! How the hell did that spiked green cocktail end up in Olivia's hands? Hua family and Gabriel all snapped their heads toward the stage. On stage, Liam was in full emotional swing, gripping the mic with tears streaming down his face. Lucas stood right beside him. As soon as he noticed, he reached for a tissue and gently wiped Liam's cheek. Close, tender, almost intimate, Olivia stood just off to the side, her expression unreadable. She'd clearly seen this before. When Liam glanced over, she smoothly passed him her cocktail. Liam didn't suspect a thing. just sighed in relief and took the drink. Olivia grabbed another glass of red wine from a passing waiter and handed it to Noah beside her. Lucas glanced over the rim of his glass at Noah, caught the gesture, and for just a second, his eyes lit up with quiet satisfaction before he turned away. Liam raised his glass high. On this joyous day, I speak not just for myself, but for my whole family. Here's to all of you. As Liam downed the cocktail in one gulp, Olivia tilted her head slightly toward him, and for a split second, a knowing smirk flickered across her lips. Charles frowned. Something was off. No obvious signs, but the air between them felt too tight, too rehearsed, like they were playing a part he hadn't been handed yet. It hit him all at once, just like the plot twist from one of those novels he'd read before. Suddenly everything clicked. I get it now. The sudden burst of excitement made Jack and Charlotte both flinch, their hearts skipping a beat. Before they could recover, Charles's voice cut in louder, more urgent. That's why I felt something was off earlier. Lucas is sharp, calculating. He wouldn't mess up on a move this big. He wouldn't risk getting caught with his adoptive father like that. So he didn't even know the cocktail had been spiked. Lucas was watching Noah this whole time. He was trying to drug him. He just didn't expect the spiked drink would end up in Liam's hands. And let's be honest, tons of reporters were invited tonight, but this estate's huge, with a dozen hotel rooms. The odds of them stumbling onto that scene by accident. Impossible, unless someone deliberately led them there. Charles narrowed his eyes and declared, Olivia must have known all along. The Hua family and Gabriel nodded in sudden understanding. Oh, that's why. So Olivia knew about Liam and Lucas all along. Charlotte's brow furrowed. She whispered, Poor thing. Jack gave a quiet nod. After being lost for over 10 years, the boy finally found his way home, only to have his adoptive brother scheme against him out of fear that he'd lose his place, and Olivia couldn't expose it right away. She had to hold back, keep quiet until now. Wait, Jack said quietly. Lucas isn't officially registered under the Sue family, is he? Charlotte nodded. Olivia was worried about him getting too attached. She played it safe early on. I thought she was overreacting at first, but clearly, not every kid's like Charles. She's right, Charlotte added. When things calm down, make sure Charles signs that share transfer agreement. Jack laughed. Relax, it's already taken care of. We said from the start that once Charles turned 18, I'd transfer the shares to him. On stage, Liam and Lucas were still playing the part of a heartwarming father-son duo. Liam's steps were wobbly from the spiked drink, and Lucas smoothly stepped in to steady him. The old man tilted his head, his gaze lingering on Lucas's face with a dazed look. His hand drifted down to rest on Lucas's waist, even giving it a light squeeze. Lucas didn't pull away, just shot Liam a playful glare. Liam let out a soft chuckle. Lucas lowered his head slightly, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks. Charles's brows were knotted tight. Felt like someone was forcing his eyes open. I'm just a guy who reads novels. I really didn't sign up for this kind of eye torture. Help, someone please wash my brain clean. Gabriel groaned from the noise. He slapped Charles's shoulder hard. Hey, Charles. Was there something on your mind when you turned down my show invite? Charles's mind snapped back to the present, his head turning sharply to see Gabriel's face just inches away. His pupils widened slightly, and he blurted out before he could stop himself. Wait. How did I never notice how damn good-looking you are? So what the hell were you staring at during those 2 meetings? Just money? Charles replied, deadpan. All I cared about was making bank. I totally missed this. Good. Should have known better than to try saving Charles's eyesight. Charles didn't catch the shift in Gabriel's expression. He said, Nah, nothing major. Just felt a bit overwhelmed thinking about debuting on such a huge show right away. Made it up on the spot. Mostly because I'm terrified of being stuck with a cast that's going to implode and vanish overnight. The guy was actually pretty upfront. It only took Charles to open his eyes, and now Gabriel had already started digging into every artist on the current shortlist. Gabriel tilted his head slightly, then asked, What if I swapped out the cast? Would you still come on board? Charles, swap the cast. What's got Gabriel thinking like this all of a sudden? Did he actually go to some temple and get advice from a sage? Gabriel studied Charles's blank expression. Truth be told, the guy was pretty sharp, Without Charles, he'd have been stuck in 2 dead-end projects back to back. Given how much Charles loved money, Gabriel figured this was his golden angle. If you join, I'll pay 50 grand per episode. That kind of fee would have been serious cash for most mid-tier performers. But Charles was still just a rookie. Offering this much upfront was already insane. Charles's eyes snapped wide open at the offer. 50 grand a show. 12 episodes would mean 6 million. 6 million. Kinda tempting, but he didn't jump right in. Just said, "I'll think about it." Gabriel let it drop. Charles turned his head toward the stage. Liam's face was flushed crimson, like he'd had one too many. Lucas was holding him up, barely keeping him upright. Was it because Liam weighed a ton? Or because the hand resting on Lucas's waist was getting a little too cozy? Charles glanced and immediately looked away. Too much. Got to stop looking. Though Liam looks like he's about to lose it any second now. Just as Charles finished speaking, Lucas abruptly turned and said something to Sophia beside him. Olivia nodded, and Lucas helped Liam down the stairs before guiding him toward the hotel's back hall. "Oh, here we go. Are they actually doing it now?" Charles was practically buzzing with excitement, then turned to glance at Gabriel beside him. Just as he was trying to figure out a plausible excuse to split from him, Edwin's voice cut in. "Charles." Charles looked over. "Second brother?" Edwin gave Gabriel a subtle nod, his expression calm on the surface but racing with nerves underneath. Risking another scolding from his agent just to be here for this moment. Keeping his voice steady, Edwin said, "Come upstairs with me. I need help changing clothes." The gala was running all day, and to give guests a place to rest, the Sue family had set up private rooms on the upper floor for each one. Charles. "Wait, does my older brother need backup just to change clothes?" Edwin's jaw twitched. Didn't he realize this was the perfect chance to slip away? Thankfully, Charles caught on fast and quickly added, "Sure." Edwin exhaled, but Gabriel spoke up then. "I'm heading upstairs to rest too. Mind if I join?" He wasn't about to miss a front row seat for this. Edwin shot him a look but said nothing, leading Charles forward. Just as they stepped into the elevator, footsteps echoed behind them. Charles turned. There was Jack and Luna. Meeting Charles's questioning stare, Jack cleared his throat. "Me and your mom are wiped out. We're heading up to rest." Charles nodded. "Yeah, midlife hits hard. Everyone gets worn down eventually." Jack gritted his teeth. Charlotte sighed, rubbing her temple, inside her head. "What do you know? We're here for the drama too." The waiter by the elevator stepped forward. "Which floor, gentlemen?" Jack glanced at Charlotte. Charlotte looked to Edwin. Edwin shot a quick look at Charles, then said, "8th floor." Gabriel added, "6th." The attendant swiped the card and pressed the button. With a beep, the elevator doors slid open. Gabriel stepped out first. On the 8th floor, Jack and Charlotte walked out, Edwin right behind them. Charles waved at the three of them. "All right, you two go change while I head off." Edwin's eyes flicked up. "Where are you going?" "Charles, of course I'm going to the drama." "Duh. I swear Lucas and Liam went at it the second they walked in. Then came the whole cheating scene. I got to get there before the real action kicks off." Aloud he shrugged. "Just hungry. Gotta grab a bite downstairs." Edwin couldn't argue anymore. He just watched the elevator doors close slowly. The three of them stared at each other, stunned. Charlotte finally broke the silence. "He's not on the 8th floor, is he?" Edwin said. "Charles didn't say which floor." Jack snapped. "Then why will not he just tell us already?" "Yeah. Time's running out. Come on, Charles. Spit it out already. This is killing me." 6 floors down. Gabriel was thinking the exact same thing. Seriously, where is he? Why hasn't Charles said anything yet? Meanwhile, Charles had stepped off the elevator on the ground floor. His eyes swept the lobby first, then lit up at the sight of a group of news crew hauling gear. He grabbed a mini cake from the snack station nearby and hurried after them. Good. These are the ones. I've got to stay right on their heels." On the 8th floor, the Hua family found him. So where is he? Charles's elevator had stopped at the 5th floor, then again at the 3rd, before finally reaching the ground floor. Charlotte turned to Edwin. "You go check the 5th floor first." Edwin grumbled under his breath but didn't argue. He hit the elevator button and headed down. The elevator dinged open, and he locked eyes with Gabriel inside. "Edwin, What are you doing up here? Gabriel cleared his throat. You didn't change clothes? He glanced sideways. And the aunt and uncle are here. Where's Charles? Edwin came up with an excuse. I was just on my way to find him. Gabriel nodded. Then let's go together. Edwin frowned inwardly. What did Gabriel want with Charles? But he had more pressing matters on his mind, so he didn't press further, just said, all right. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, then waved at Edwin. Charlotte mimed making a phone call. Edwin gave a quick nod. Got it. The elevator doors had barely closed when Charles's voice piped up again. Oh, this little cake is amazing. I should have grabbed more. Edwin's eyes lit up. The little cakes on the first floor. Charlotte was on the move before anyone could blink, hopping into an elevator. Gabriel hit the button for the ground floor. I'll head down to grab a bite. Edwin's gaze landed on the 5th floor button he'd just pressed, gritting his teeth. Why had he hit it so fast? As soon as the elevator reached 5, Edwin didn't hesitate. He bolted out. Then, once Gabriel's elevator left, he dashed to press the other one. 3 groups were now racing toward Charles at top speed. The elevator slid down to the 1st floor. Gabriel spotted the edge of Charles's jacket around the corner of the corridor and took off running, only to stumble right into a crowd of reporters ahead. They were chatting and laughing. Let's rest up first. The interview starts soon. How's your piece coming along? Fully done, don't worry. I'd been prepping this for a week, just waiting to interview Mr. Lucas. The door ahead slid open with a soft asterisk beep asterisk, and the reporter's chatter cut off instantly. 2 hushed, breathless voices echoed down the corridor. Stop. We can't. We've got to go out soon. It's fine, Lucas, help me. Just a second. Tense, breathless exchange hung in the air. Then the reporter ahead froze mid-step. The cameraman behind him dutifully raised the lens. Charles leaned in, craning through the crowd. Disheveled clothes, mood running high. His eardrums felt like they were about to burst. Edwin, still barreling toward them. Wait. Me too. I want to see. But Olivia was already there. Dodging through the crowd like a storm, she locked eyes on the two, clothes in disarray, tears welling up but held back by sheer rage. Her voice cracked as she screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" Chapter 14. What, Mom? The two froze, turned, saw the crowd, and panic flashed across their faces. Instantly, a barrage of asterisk click 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 asterisk flashes erupted. White strobes washing over their flushed skin, turning it ghostly pale in seconds. Then they met Olivia's eyes, and both lost it. Lucas scrambled to fix his clothes. Liam snapped into action, shoving Lucas hard. His hand came off instantly. Didn't even bother with his own shirt before turning to Olivia, voice trembling. "Olivia, you have to let me explain." Olivia was still Olivia, her eyes blazing red, her whole body shaking with fury. "You want to asterisk explain asterisk? You're telling me this was just a joke? Liam, are you seriously treating me like I am stupid? Did I lose my damn eyesight or what?" Liam just stood there gaping, face turning from white to red, neck veins bulging. He shot a furious glare at the reporters behind Olivia instead. "What are you all staring at? No one's filming." Charles blinked. "He's losing it. He's really losing it." Of course, the reporters weren't about to listen. If the timing were right, they'd have shoved their mics in his face already. The cameraman was snapping away so fast it looked like he'd burn a hole through the film. This was big news, and they had to capture every second. The front page gossip headline tomorrow. "Definitely there's." A sudden rush of footsteps startled Charles. He turned around and spotted Noah and Levi hurrying over. Levi stepped in, took one look at Liam and Lucas, both looking worse than a storm cloud, and then shot a confused glance at Olivia. "Mom? Dad? Bro? What's going on here?" Charles gave Levi a flat, deadpan look. "Right, the big brother act is officially full-blown now. Big goofball." Edwin barely managed to keep from snorting. Jack and Charlotte both had that tight-lipped smile, like they were holding back a laugh. Liam was still reeling from the spiked drink. His head felt fuzzy as hell, with more guests flooding in behind him. Sweat dripped down his temples faster than ever. Lucas, on the other hand, was already calmer. Without a word, he dropped to one knee right in front of Olivia with a sharp asterisk thud asterisk. "Mom, it's all my fault. But now isn't the time for blame. Calling her mom now? Seriously? Shouldn't he be calling her Madame by now? Huh? Charles shook his head. This family drama hit him right in the gut. Realized it all too well. Gabriel stood behind Charles, trying not to laugh. His face was starting to hurt from holding it in. Olivia couldn't hold it in anymore. She slapped Lucas across the face with a sharp crack. The blow landed full force, snapping his head to the side. His cheek instantly swelled up like a balloon. Before he could say a word, Levi was already on his feet, rushing forward and grabbing Olivia's arm. "Mom! What are you doing?" His voice cracked with panic. Next moment, Noah stepped in, yanking Levi away with one sharp tug. Levi stumbled sideways, nearly losing his balance. He shot up a furious glare at Noah, ready to snap, but then heard him speak, low and cold. "Mom's catching the mistress. Why are you stopping her?" The words hit like a freight train. Levi froze, blinking hard. What? Charles was vibrating with excitement, so Noah knew all along. That means Olivia figured it out too, which means this whole gala, even the reporter who wandered into the wrong room, was planned. Set the trap, lure them in, then snatch the prize. The cat's in the cradle while the bird sings unaware. Genius. The whole family group nodded along like they'd just been handed a masterclass. Exactly. That's right. Noah had torn the curtain wide open, and everyone around him reacted in shock. Faces shifting, eyes darting. Liam's expression twisted into something ugly. He'd always been proud of his image, and now it was splintered. His voice dropped to a dangerous hush. "Noah, what are you even talking about? Get the guests out now." Slap. Before he could finish, Olivia's hand came up again. Liam blinked, dazed, his eyes red with shock. "You? What you?" Olivia's voice was calm now, quiet but razor-sharp, enough for every ear in the room to catch it. "Liam, when you were sneaking around with Lucas, you didn't care about shame. Now suddenly you do. You thought about anyone besides yourself when you two were hiding behind closed doors? Did you think of me at all?" A few guests who'd just arrived, still clueless, stood frozen, mouths open, sneaking around? Who with who? Liam and Lucas. They are supposed to be father and son. The guests' eyes locked onto Liam and Lucas, suddenly heavy with gossip and disgust. Who would have thought? Lucas looks like such a good kid, and he's been messing around with his adoptive dad? And Liam, how low can you go? Touching your own adopted son. Disgusting, sickening. Levi's mouth fell open in shock. Wait, what? A secret affair? My brother and my dad? You're kidding, right? Levi shook his head, staring at Olivia. "Mom, did you get this wrong? Whether it's right or not." Noah cut in. "You're the one who's confused." Levi felt like someone had gripped his throat. "No way, Mom. Brother wouldn't do that. I trust them. You've got it all wrong." Charles sighed, shaking his head slowly. "If I were Olivia, I'd have slapped that idiot right across the face. What a mess this kid is." Slap. As if answering Charles's thoughts, Olivia's hand snapped across Levi's face. Then, not satisfied, she struck his other cheek with another sharp crack. Charles instantly felt a surge of satisfaction. Perfect, left and right, symmetrical. "My OCD is so happy." The members of the Hua family all dropped their eyes. Not that they didn't want to laugh. It was just hard not to, given how red and swollen Levi's face had gotten. Look at him. His face looked like a pig's head after a fight. Funny how symmetrical it is. Actually, even better, hilarious. Levi was completely dazed by the slap. He clutched his face, staring at Olivia in disbelief. "Mom, you hit me?" Olivia didn't even want to look at Levi anymore. She turned sharply, her face cold as she fixed her gaze on Lucas, who was swaying like he might collapse, and Liam, whose face had gone ashen. Under everyone's eyes, they'd already lost all dignity. More guests were streaming in from the hallway, some even from the Hua family group, and panic was setting in. This'll be all over town by tomorrow. Once word gets out, how are they supposed to show their faces in front of anyone again? Lucas looked at Olivia, his eyes full of desperation. "Mom, please, don't call me Mom." Olivia snapped coldly. "You make me sick. I cannot even stand the sound of that word from you." Tears spilled instantly down Lucas's cheeks. The onlookers couldn't hold it in anymore. They were all well-known figures in the business world, had seen their fair share of shady dealings. But this was next-level absurdity. Shameless. Absolute disgrace. Olivia's the real victim. 20 years of raising a thankless monster. Every word landed like a knife in Liam and Lucas's chests. Liam snapped. What are you all staring at? What, you want to film this? Get out. Now. Get the hell out. Charles took an involuntary step back. Is he losing it? Hope he doesn't drag me into this. Gabriel and the Hua family members backed away just as fast. Stay safe while watching the drama. Liam stepped forward and started shoving reporters aside. They couldn't fight back, so they kept stepping back until a group was pushed all the way into the hallway. After clearing out the reporters, Liam turned on Olivia, only to find her rooted in place. No matter how hard he shoved, she wouldn't budge. His temper snapped. He was about to grab her. Before anyone could step in, Noah moved fast, pulling Olivia behind him. He grabbed Liam's arm and twisted it back with a brutal yank. Crack! Liam screamed in agony. Fuck! Noah! What the hell? I'm your dad. Levi snapped to attention at Liam's shriek and took a step forward. Bro! Let go of Dad first. Charles narrowed his eyes, watching Levi's move with disbelief. Is Levi even mentally sound? He doesn't help Olivia, then goes all soft on that jerk and his fake dad. Jack and Charlotte nodded in agreement. Someone muttered from the crowd. Levi always picks sides, so Olivia's raised two real monsters. The murmurs came without restraint, and Levi's face turned crimson in an instant. Noah shot a cold glance at Levi. After all this? You still defend them? Levi looked away for a second, his face flickering with awkwardness. Then he rallied. But they're our dad and older brother, we're family. We can figure things out together. Charles? Out of touch. Jack? Exactly, Charles. If Jack ever pulled that on Charlotte, I'd be the first one to knock him down. Jack nodded. Right? Wait, hey. Who gave you the right to compare me to him? You don't just toss stuff like that around. He is 1,000 times better than that bastard Liam. Jack's jaw was clenched so tight it hurt. Charlotte smiled. Relieved, of course. Charles is the most thoughtful one in our family. Edwin glanced at Jack and Charlotte, then couldn't help but picture what it'd be like if Jack actually betrayed Charlotte. He'd still back Charlotte. Beating your own dad. First time's awkward, second time's easy, third time. You're a pro. Thank goodness the Hua family could only hear Charles's thoughts. Otherwise Edwin's mental snark would have had everyone in stitches. Now it was Jack's turn. First time awkward, second time easy, third time smooth as silk. Let him go, Olivia said suddenly. The scene had blown up exactly as she'd expected, the guests gathering in droves, and by tomorrow it'd be all over town. She was tired now, just gave Levi a quiet glance. Levi flinched under Olivia's stare. Somehow, something felt off. Charles got it instantly. Oh wow, looks like Levi's going to have two dads after all. That cold look from Olivia. No trace of hurt, just hollow. She's been broken by Levi. She even slapped him earlier. That was her last chance. And he blew it. Charles's voice was cheerful. He absolutely loved watching idiots like Levi finally get what they deserve. Noah let go of Liam, who staggered, unsteady on his feet. Lucas and Levi rushed to catch him. Olivia watched the scene with a quiet detachment. Her heart was strangely calm. As she saw this little father and son moment, she smiled faintly and said, Liam, I'll have the divorce papers ready soon. Per our agreement, if you cheat, you walk away empty-handed. So go on. You can raise your two sons just fine. Liam froze. Didn't even feel the pain anymore. Levi snapped his head up, staring at Olivia in disbelief. Mom, you're not keeping me? Charles was speechless, his jaw tight with disbelief. You've got to be kidding. Your mom's been walked all over by your dad and your stepdad, and you were still playing favorites just now. Now you're asking her if she wants you. I knew it. Levi's just not right in the head. The Hua family members nodded in agreement. Charles, the voice of the whole family. No one else has to say it. Olivia's gaze on Levi was cold and distant, like she was looking at a stranger. She had nothing more to say, just turned to Noah beside her and said, Let's go. With Olivia leaving, the others had no reason to stay. everyone started turning away. Then Lucas suddenly snapped. You did this on purpose." Olivia paused mid-step. "I don't know what you're talking about. Just moments ago." Lucas had been too panicked to notice. Why was it Noah who hadn't reacted to the spiked drink, when it was clearly the one he'd placed on the tray himself? And why did Liam, who usually held his liquor well, end up stumbling into this room with him? In an instant, the truth hit him. Olivia knew all along. She knew everything. A chill ran down his spine. Lucas's voice trembled. "You knew my plan. You played it right back, just to get Liam kicked out with nothing?" Olivia gave a soft scoff, not even turning around. Same reply. "I don't know what you're talking about." Lucas collapsed right there, all strength gone. Levi rushed to help. "Brother!" As the crowd parted, Charles was still lingering in the center of it all. His presence suddenly snapped into view. Levi flinched. Shame and rage burned through him as he stared at Charles. "You!" Before Gabriel could step forward, Charles cut in with icy precision. "Congrats, now you've only got one brother left." Levi's voice caught in his throat. You, Charles blinked, offering a polite smile. "Sorry, not sorry. I just can't resist settling scores on the spot." Gabriel watched the guy's cheerful, bouncy retreat, and a small smirk tugged at his lips. The family reunion had turned into a scandal. No one saw that coming. In just minutes, the news spread through the hotel. Nearly every guest invited to the event now knew about Liam and Lucas's secret tryst, but not everyone had arrived early like the Hua family. Those who'd been tipped off beforehand, already on hand for a fresh, juicy front row seat. Most guests were still missing in action, forced to rely on secondhand drama from the lucky few who'd witnessed it live. A few weren't satisfied with hearsay and wanted to get closer, only to find Olivia and Noah stepping out to see guests off, with the hosts themselves now escorting people out. Even the most curious had to bite their tongues and leave with curiosity still burning bright. As she waved guests goodbye, Olivia quietly asked everyone to keep today's events under wraps. Many had business ties with the Su family. No one wanted to rock the boat publicly, so they all nodded and said no problem. But deep down, everyone knew this wouldn't stay quiet. The truth would leak out sooner or later. The Su family's reunion had been a big deal. Top names across the business world had been invited, and during the scandal, reporters were on site with cameras rolling. They'd caught some pretty damning footage. Even if you could silence the crowd, what about the press? Who's to say those clips wouldn't go viral? Sure enough, as soon as the party ended and night fell, anonymous forums and unverified live streams on short video platforms lit up with rumors, spreading fast, gaining traction before long. But the details were still too vague. Most people couldn't even figure out who was involved at first. The next day, chatter exploded. Even random marketing accounts started dropping hints, directly naming Liam and Lucas as the two behind the scandal. The moment that hit, the internet went wild. After such a jaw-dropping scandal, online sleuths couldn't sit still. They dove into every photo Liam and Lucas had ever shared together over the past year. Then actually found something suspicious. Digging deeper into the trail, netizens finally pieced it together. These two had been secretly involved for at least half a year already. Then came the leaked photo from the adoption ceremony, the one that had been blurred out. The timing couldn't have been more perfect to cement the rumors. The online backlash hit hard, and even Su Group stock took a nosedive. Top brass called an emergency board meeting. By the time it wrapped up, Liam was out as chairman. Olivia had taken over, and Noah? He was named the new CEO. That's when Liam finally believed Lucas's words from yesterday. Olivia had known all along. She'd been playing them both the whole time, but by now, it was too late to turn back. Under Olivia's control, Su Group was fully in her and Noah's grip. Liam still held 20% of the shares, but once he signed the divorce papers, that'd all go to her too. Thinking about it, Liam felt a wave of fury surge through him, then collapsed cold on the floor. For 2 days straight, Charles had been hopping from one scandal to another like a raccoon in a fruit orchard, just living for the gossip. When he saw the latest headline pop up, he couldn't hold back. He burst out laughing. Didn't faint when everyone watched you get caught red-handed 2 days ago. But now you can't handle being fired. Honestly, this guy's got zero tolerance for drama. Kinda sad. But damn, it feels good. Bottom comment. Jack and Charlotte exchanged a glance. And both couldn't help but smile. Thanks to Charles, they'd done nothing all this time, but still caught every single juicy detail online. After reading the post, Charles quickly scrolled down, then kept going for nearly half an hour, until he reluctantly closed Weibo and opened up his moments to check in on the usual feed. Just as he tapped in, a familiar profile picture caught his eye. Levi's. The caption was simple. One line of raw emoji text. I feel like a soccer ball kicked back and forth. I don't have any family anymore. Charles's eyes widened. Suddenly, he was all ears. No family left? Could it be Levi's two dads kicked him out too? Michael stepped into Huamassian just in time to catch that remark. Jack and Charlotte were talking. Charlotte said, I didn't hear Liam kick Levi out. Maybe it was Lucas. Jack scowled and shook his head. He had no idea. If it really was Lucas, that was cold even by their standards. Still, all of this was on Levi. He'd cut off Olivia's last shred of feeling for him himself. Their heads snapped up at the sound of someone entering. Michael had just returned from a business trip abroad. He'd planned to head straight back to his place. But when he heard yesterday that his assistant had already set up Charles's new management team, he decided to swing by with Oliver instead. Figured he might as well tell Charles in person. Turns out, the moment he walked through the door, he caught a few familiar names. Hey, what's going on? Michael asked as he joined them. Jack glanced at Oliver, keeping quiet about how they'd already heard the scoop from Charles earlier. He gave Michael a quick rundown of everything that had happened lately. Oliver sat there, eyes wide, completely hooked. Is this what real high society drama looks like? Please tell me more. Michael frowned, sending a silent question. Did Charles tip you off? Charlotte gave a tiny nod. Otherwise, how would we be getting all this fresh gossip so fast? Michael pressed his lips together and nodded. Family drama wasn't really his concern. What mattered was whether Olivia and Noah's new leadership at Sioux Group would shake up any major moves that could affect their partnership. As long as it didn't mess with the deal, he'd stay out of it. Michael pressed his lips together and nodded. It wasn't his business what went on in other people's households, but he was keeping an eye on whether Olivia and Noah would make any major moves at Sioux Group after taking over. As long as it didn't mess with their partnership, Michael didn't care one way or the other. After a brief pause, Michael asked, Is Charles upstairs? Charlotte finally turned to him and asked what he was even doing back. Michael explained his reason for being there. Charlotte immediately stood up and called for Charles to come down. Charles arrived with his phone in hand, only to see a stranger sitting on the sofa. Sort of cute, actually. His eyes lit up instantly, buzzing with excitement. My older brother from 2026 finally brought his boyfriend home. What's wrong with Jack? Why'd he choke on water? Well, it is not like you ever shut up unless you're saying something wild. Good thing Oliver didn't hear that. He'd be the one panicking now. To avoid any further misunderstanding, Charlotte quickly grabbed Charles's arm and explained, Remember how you said you wanted to get into showbiz? I had your brother set up a team for you. Now Oliver's got everything ready, so he brought him back here personally to tell you himself. She emphasized the word Oliver just a little too clearly. Charles finally realized his mistake. Then again, he thought, back when he was reading those novels, all he'd heard about was his brother's mysterious vibe boyfriend. Never anything real. He muttered and then slid onto the couch next to Charlotte. Oliver had no idea about Charles's earlier misunderstanding. He smiled at him and pulled out a file he'd prepared in advance, starting right into the explanation. Charles listened closely as Oliver outlined his future path in showbiz. Oliver couldn't help but mentally sigh at the sight. No wonder our boss insisted on giving him his own company. Look at this guy, hot, humble, and totally charming. Who wouldn't fall for that? Still not as good as his brother, though. Oliver genuinely liked Charles and started going into more detail. Even though we've already mapped out your future path, it's just a blueprint. What really matters is how you do once you're in the industry, and what kind of first impression you make on the audience. Personality? That's all just buildable. Oliver couldn't help but go on. When my brother first broke into the scene, his agency pitched him as this super popular rich young nobleman type. Got him noticed in no time. Charles snapped his eyes up to look at Oliver. He'd already thought Oliver was striking. like he'd seen him somewhere before. Hearing that Oliver had a brother, Charles blinked in surprise. No way. Could it really be that coincidental? The rest of the Hua family all turned in unison. Only after Oliver finished raving about his brother did Charles ask, "So, he's really your blood brother?" Oliver gave a bashful grin. "Yeah, his name's Leo. Might even end up working together with you down the line." The way Charles looked at Oliver now carried something unreadable and heavy. "Seriously, it's actually that lucky?" Charlotte set her cup down. "How could this be happening? Again, what else have we been missing all along?" Jack was starting to get anxious. "Come on. What's this Leo like? Isn't he signed with a major label?" Michael suddenly remembered Leo, not because the kid was some rising star in a sublabel, but because Oliver would casually mention him during their late-night chats. Always brought up out of nowhere. Over time, Michael just remembered him. In fact, there was even a project Michael had thought was solid just last month. He'd ended up referring to Leo, so how on earth did this even happen? The three of them locked eyes on Charles, waiting with quiet intensity for him to unravel the mystery. "Let me find the photo." Charles scrolled through his phone for a moment, then looked up and straight at Oliver. "Is this him?" Charles asked. Oliver lit up with a grin. Yes, that's my brother. 1 year in, and already the hottest rising star in the industry." Talking about Leo, Oliver couldn't help but puff out his chest a little. "Charles? Well, that's certainly interesting." "What's so interesting?" "Those 6 dots could hold a whole story. Don't skip it, just spit it out." The entire Hua family looked more than a little impatient. Suddenly, Charles turned to look at Michael, the Hua family's golden boy. Michael, who ruled the company with an iron fist, felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't felt this nervous even when the Hua family stock crashed. As if waiting for Judgment Day, Michael nearly stopped breathing. Then Charles spoke. "My older brother is really the unluckiest sucker alive. How do I even warn him?" Leo came out swinging with a rich kid persona, playing up rumors that he's dating the heir to the Hua family empire, acting like royalty in the industry, and worse. He used Oliver's connections to get his hands on the key to my brother's riverside villa. Wait, if I remember right, wasn't Leo on that reality show now? If my memory's not failing me. Today was the day he showed up with a crew at my brother's villa, officially cementing the whole fiancé scandal. Bang! Michael knocked over a glass, shattering it on the floor. He shot to his feet, the air in the room turning icy. He fixed Oliver with a dark glare. Oliver was still going on about his brother when he suddenly locked eyes with Michael. His words died in his throat, cold sweat pricking his forehead. What the hell just happened? Jack and Charlotte exchanged a glance, silently asking Michael, "You serious?" Michael's face was thunderous. How would he know? He barely had time to breathe between meetings. What was he supposed to be scrolling through gossip all day for? Before Oliver could even process what he'd said wrong, Michael bit out, "I remember your brother Leo's been filming a reality show lately. Either way, why not go check it out for yourself?" Oliver swallowed hard. "Yeah. It's called *Adventure Together*. It's the new survival challenge show our company launched this year. Today's actually the first episode taping." Michael glanced at Charles. Charles looked puzzled. "Wait. Why's the boss suddenly asking about Leo? Could he already know about Leo spreading rumors that they're a couple?" The next second, Michael said flatly, "Get in touch with the show's director. Have Charles join as a surprise guest on the first episode." Jack and Charlotte lit up instantly. Perfect. They were already itching to crash the live taping, and now Charles is actually going on the show. Job done. Charles's eyes widened. What the hell? Why am I being thrown into this spotlight all of a sudden? Oliver stared at Charles, equally stunned. "But Mr. Charles isn't even ready for anything. Don't you think this is too fast?" Michael waved a hand dismissively. "Charles looks the part. He's got that star quality. It's just 1 day of filming. What exactly needs preparing?" Oliver studied Charles in silence. "Well, yeah, I guess. The kid's built like a model. Walk down the street and people stop just to ask if he's famous. But still, this whole thing came out of nowhere. Still, the boss gave the order." Oliver stood with a sigh. "I'll call the director right away." "Oh, should I also get in touch with Mr. Charles's agency?" Michael nodded. Oliver grabbed his phone and stepped outside to make the call. Charles was still dazed, reeling from the shock. Charlotte spoke up. Charles, your parents should come with you, right? Just in case. First-time TV appearance. Makes sense. Jack nodded along. Totally, totally. Michael added, I'll come too. I want to see how it goes. Charles looked between the three of them, caught in a swirl of emotions. Wait. Can't even process that I'm about to go viral before my brains had time to catch up. This is insane, but hold on. The show I'm going to. That's the same one Leo's been on. So does that mean, right there, I can actually go full fan and watch the drama unfold? Charles's eyes lit up with a spark of excitement as the thought hit him. Sudden fame. Maybe not such a bad idea after all. Adventure Together was the show Michael had recommended Leo try out for, though he never imagined his well-intentioned nudge would end up being weaponized to build hype, or worse, spread rumors, and not just any gossip. Tabloid drama. Romantic entanglements. Michael clenched his jaw. He was going to see for himself exactly what Leo had planned. 20 minutes later, Oliver had everything in place. After all, it was their own production. Sneaking someone in halfway through. That was child's play. Oliver glanced over. I've got the rundown. The crew'll be here any second to start scene 1. The entrance shot. This episode's a hybrid, live feed with some post-production polish. Right now, 2 guests are already on camera. He paused. Entrance segments were flexible. Artists could pick their own setup. Leo had chosen Michael's riverside villa. No surprise there. Charles was still weighing his options when Jack spoke up. How about the boss's place? Charles perked right up. Jack really knew me too well. If we all show up together. And Leo walks out of that villa like he's just woken up. Michael's face turned dark. Jack and Charlotte both tensed. If that actually happened, there'd be no way to explain it away. Charles pulled up his notes app and quickly searched the relevant keywords. Then he exhaled, slowly relaxing. Phew, good thing Leo's bold, but not that bold, not yet. The lakeside villa wasn't his usual stomping ground. Michael barely ever stayed there, but it was kept in top shape by the housekeeper. Leo had arranged to have them clear out early, showing up just half an hour before the crew. At the news, the Hua family all let out a collective breath. As long as they get there before Charles, it will be Leo who ends up looking awkward. Michael pulled out his phone, dipped his head to send a message to the house manager who'd been overseeing the villa, then said, "Time's getting late. Let's hit the road." No one protested. Everyone got busy with their own tasks. Jack had the driver bring out the minivan they'd bought for Charles a few days ago, while Charlotte started picking out clothes for the shoot. It was an adventure show. Gotta be active, so outfits had to be light and easy to move in. Once the clothes were picked, the resident stylist arrived right on time. Since Charlotte hosted events all the time, they kept a full-time stylist at home. As soon as Charles got in the car, the stylist started working. The latest extended minivan fit all 5 of them. Charles and the Hua family, plus Oliver and the stylist, with room to spare. Charles had great natural looks. The stylist didn't need long, just a few tweaks to finish everything up. Oliver watched with genuine admiration. The little guy's really something. Charlotte nodded in approval. She was happy with Charles's look for the day. Oliver studied Charles for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Hey, since you are on the same show as my little brother, I should give him a call. Just let him know to keep an eye out. No, don't do it. 2 voices came at once. Oliver flinched. His hand jerked, and the phone clattered onto his leg. He pushed up his glasses, looked up, heart still racing as he stared at Jack and Charlotte. What was that for? Loud like that, it's freaking scary. Jack jumped in to explain. I figured we'd be face to face on the show soon anyway, so no point stressing about it now. He turned to look at Charlotte right away. Charlotte had already found her excuse. Exactly, I thought the same, and it's Charles's first time on a variety show. We don't want him getting special treatment. Charles nodded along. Exactly. If you'd warned your brother in advance, how would the drama even begin? Jack Charlotte gave a firm nod of agreement. No way to let him in on it. Absolutely not. Hearing Jack Charlotte's explanation, Oliver paused and realized they had a point. He tucked his phone away without another word. Then he started going over the key things Charles needed to know for the recording. Charles listened closely, silently marveling. Oliver's really thorough when it comes to details. No wonder he's so reliable. Leo only dared push the rumor about me and my older brother because he knew the hype would drive traffic and profit. Even if Dad eventually found out and shut it down, Leo still had Oliver there to cover for him, clean up after him, and back him unconditionally. The whole scandal blew up right after the show aired. Dad was furious. He immediately called his legal team to file a lawsuit against Leo, but Oliver stepped in, pleaded on Leo's behalf, and Dad, he's soft-hearted. In the end, he only made Leo's team issue an apology statement. Nothing more, but it was Leo's team writing that so-called apology. The wording was vague, the tone flirty. It read like a public announcement, not an explanation. Jack Charlotte widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Michael. Their son, always praised since he was a kid, had stumbled twice in one go? Unbelievable. Michael clenched his jaw, shooting icy glares at Oliver like daggers. Later Dad got even angrier, but by then, no matter what he said, fans would just think it was an excuse to protect Leo. After all, a single artist's career prospects look better than one tangled in rumors. Leo got exactly what he wanted. Too bad for Oliver. Charles gave Oliver a quiet, regretful look. Oliver gave him a puzzled look. Jack and Charlotte both looked curious too. So what happened in the end? What about Oliver? After getting dragged into trouble by Leo multiple times, Oliver went from being the CEO's right-hand man to a regular office worker. Then got shipped off to Africa to grow cacti. Why would he send Oliver to Africa to grow cacti? Does Charles even read stories that make zero sense? Charlotte covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. She was losing it. Jack cleared his throat and said, "We're here." Charles snapped upright, scanning the area. Good. Leo hadn't shown up yet. The butler had gotten word ahead of time and already opened the front gate. Following Michael's instructions, he'd gone down to the basement to prep the surveillance room too. Charles sat alone in the living room while everyone else headed to the control center. While waiting for the crew, he took a quick wander around the house. The standalone villa had 3 floors above ground and 2 below, plus a massive pool in the backyard. Since Michael was usually too busy to come home, preferring his apartment near the office, there wasn't much sign of daily life throughout the place. Still, it stayed spotless. Regular staff kept everything in top shape. After about 10 minutes of exploring, the production team showed up with everyone else. They'd been handed a last-minute call to add another celebrity. Everyone was scrambling, grumbling all the way over just to ring the doorbell. Charles opened the door and gave them a bright smile. The crew all froze for a second. Wow, he's hot, but even hotter than Charles. That stack of thick, cash-filled envelopes in his hand. Thanks for coming out to shoot. Happy New Year, everyone. Charles grinned as he handed out the red packets. No trouble at all. What's there to be tough about? It's just what we do. Plain and simple. The live stream was already on, but since Charles was a total unknown, the viewer count was barely above 0. A few scattered pop-up messages popped up. Who the hell is he? Gimme all his contact info. Now. When did Hollywood start sneaking in new talent without telling me? He is so hot. Yep, sunshine boy. My expectations are through the roof. Charlotte suddenly said, the viewership's kind of low. With this few people watching, how are we supposed to get any drama? Michael knew exactly what she meant. So he shot a quick message to the director. 1 minute later, Charles's live stream was pushed to the front page. Charles led the crew into the villa and quietly shut the door behind them. The assistant director immediately jumped in to kick off the process. Charles gave a quick, casual self-intro straight to camera. The assistant director asked next, "Is this your place? We've got a few requirements. Just need a quick shot or 2. Charles loved that response. He smiled and said, "Nah, it's not mine. It's my brother's house. He said we could shoot whatever we want." After years in the industry, this kind of effortlessly cooperative talent really hits the spot. The guy right in front of her's still a newbie. How could she not be head over heels? The assistant director gestured for the camera operator to get rolling. Charles glanced up at the clock on the wall. Perfect. Time's almost here. Meanwhile, in the control room, the family's 3 members watched as a clearly non-their-own luxury car pulled up at the villa's front gate and shared a smirk. Great. Leo's here. Oliver watched as the monitor feed switched to a full-screen display. his eyes locking onto the car. It looked oddly familiar. Wait, where have I seen this before? The luxury car came to a stop, and a man and a woman quickly stepped out. The woman opened the trunk, pulled out 2 suitcases, handed them to the man, and whispered something softly as she did. Oliver studied their silhouettes. Something about them felt incredibly familiar. He knew these 2 people. It was just the monitor feed was too small, making it hard to see clearly, just as if he'd read Oliver's mind. Michael instantly zoomed in on the footage. Now their faces were sharp and clear on screen. The second Oliver saw their faces, his breath caught. My brother? And his agent? What are they doing here? The monitor now carried their voices. Agent. Nothing special to worry about, just remember. Don't let them wander in for photos. Everything you need's already packed in the smaller suitcase. Once inside, get it straight into the master bathroom. Set up that cohabitation vibe. And Leo cut her off, sharp-edged. I know what I'm doing. Just go already. Don't run into any of the crew. The agent hesitated, then finally spoke. You've got your brother squared away, right? If today's episode airs and Michael finds out, relax. Leo waved her off, confident and cool. I've got this covered. Just get going. If Oliver hadn't grasped what was happening before, he understood it now, thanks to the agent's words and Leo's tone. Leo had always played the rich kid card, renting flashy cars, luxury apartments, filming content on demand. Oliver had helped out more than once, but Michael's private home, that was never up for rent. Where in the world had Leo even gotten this place? Could there be a misunderstanding? No, because the agent just mentioned Michael. That means Oliver swallowed hard, his pulse racing. The agent and Leo both knew this was Michael's private estate. Oliver shut his eyes tight. He could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears, a cold sweat prickling at his brow. He silently prayed Leo would just take photos by the door, wouldn't go inside, wouldn't have Michael's keys. But then he watched as Leo split from the agent, lugging his suitcase toward the villa's front gate. The camera switched back to the main entrance feed, clearly showing Leo pulling out a key, sliding it into the lock. Click, the door unlocked, and something snapped inside Oliver's head. Heat surged through him, his face burned crimson, eyes bloodshot with fury and panic. He glanced sideways at Michael, right into those cold, flat eyes, devoid of any emotion. Oliver's voice cracked. Michael. Charlotte shot Michael a sharp look. Oliver didn't know any more than we did. What's the point in scaring him like that? Charlotte gave Oliver's shoulder a reassuring pat. It's fine. We all know you didn't know. Just keep watching. Oliver couldn't focus at all. His face burned with shame and irritation, restless as a caged animal. His neck was even flushed, but there was nothing he could do. The crew filming Charles's show had already arrived. If he stormed in now, he'd only make things worse. The click of a key turning in the lock told Charles exactly who was coming. The assistant and 3 camera operators had gone outside to shoot wide angles of Michael's villa, leaving only one livestream camera trained on Charles, positioned just out of sight from the front doorway. Here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. Too bad I can't see the live chat. That'd be next level crazy. Charlotte glanced at Michael, remembering the chat. Michael sighed and reluctantly enlarged the live chat window on his screen. Charles straightened slightly in his seat, tilting his head just enough to look curious as the front door swung open. Leo hadn't expected anyone else to be inside. He jumped at first, then calmed down fast once he recognized Charles's face. He scanned the room quickly, confirming no one else was there before stepping in and lowering his voice. Who the hell are you? How did you get in here? Michael had already tipped off the director, rerouting the stream so Charles's live feed became the main one. Fans logging in automatically landed on Charles's channel first. The Adventure Together team had marketed the show hard, so when the live stream went live, a flood of fans poured in almost instantly. Many viewers logged on only to realize they weren't where they wanted to be, and were about to switch channels when they heard a voice they immediately recognized. Is that Leo's voice? Wait, is this actually Leo's stream? No way, I checked. Leo's channel isn't even live yet. Leo rolled his suitcase into the living room, his silhouette clear on the live stream camera. The live audience went wild seeing Leo in real time. Leo's really here. So did they mess up the stream routing or something? Wait a sec. I checked out and back in like 5 times, but this stream's definitely Charles' new guest spot. Charles couldn't see the chat, but as a 5G surfing pro, he could already picture what was blowing up. He bit back a laugh, flashing a look of feigned confusion. You know, he said coolly, shouldn't you be asking me that? This tone. It's straight outta a novel, cold, arrogant boss guy with zero chill. No way. I've still got Oliver right here. Can't go full ham. So in a flash, Charles dropped the confusion, studied Leo with sudden realization, then strode over and boomed it out loud, just so every fan on stream could hear. Oh, I know you. You're Leo, right? Over the top. And next time you do that, could you maybe keep it down? Leo was genuinely stunned. Oliver, Michael's personal assistant, knew Michael's schedule better than anyone. That's why Leo had dared show up with his suitcase and even contacted the crew for filming. Because he was dead sure Michael wasn't coming back from overseas anytime soon. He'd been certain no one would be here today, but Leo never saw this coming. An unfamiliar guy showing up and recognizing him. Only a handful of people knew Michael's beachfront villa address. Leo had picked it up from Oliver, since the crew was filming there today, so he'd already sent the location to production ahead of time. Could this guy be some kind of stalker the show accidentally leaked the address to? Leo's already on edge, his voice sharp. Cut the act. I don't deal well with stalkers. Get out of my house now. Charles blinked, genuinely shocked. I'm a Sayseeing fan? Should I say Leo's way too immersed in the role? Or just really good at keeping it together? After all that, he's still holding onto his character. This is what real actor commitment looks like. Charlotte nodded along, then glanced at the sidebar chat. The live stream was already erupting in chaos. Sayseeing fan? How did the Sayseeing fan get to Charles's house? Quick! Call the cops. A few scattered messages tried to clarify. Wait, isn't this Charles's live stream? That guy is Charles. Where the heck did a Sayseeing fan come from? Too bad Charles was still a newcomer, and his fan base barely held a candle to Leo's. The comment vanished into the flood of messages within seconds. Charlotte frowned hard. Oliver was gripping the edge of his seat, heart pounding. What the hell is my brother even doing? And he's actually claiming this is his place. Oliver felt like he couldn't breathe. Charles shook his head, eyes sharp with focus. I'm not a Sayseeing fan. And what's this about you saying this is your place? Perfect. Got that angle locked in. This is not my place. Then? What the hell am I supposed to be explaining to a Sayseeing fan? Leo's brow knotted tight. Even if this isn't my house, you don't just barge in like some obsessed stalker. I've got a show to record later. I'm not wasting time with you. Get out now, or things could get messy. So, is this your house or not? Leo actually laughed. Out loud, back when I'd threatened to call the cops. No Sayseeing fan ever stood a chance. The guy in front of him wasn't even flustered. Instead, he was digging deep, refusing to let it go. Could he really be one of Michael's shipping fans? Leo's face was dark as thunder. No way he could afford a slip now. He spoke low and sharp. This isn't my place. It's my boyfriend's, so, can you leave? Oh wow, admitted it. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Charles quickly slapped a hand over his rising grin, eyes wide with mock shock. Wait, your boyfriend? Leo's patience had officially snapped. You've been trailing me this whole way. Don't tell me you still don't know who my boyfriend is? Charles chimed in, voice calm. Who? Michael. Leo shot him a deadpan look. Need me to Google Michael for you again? Just then, the TA and 3 camera crew came down the stairs. That's Leo's voice? How the hell is he here? And he just admitted it. Him and Michael are together. This is a major bombshell. The TA locked eyes with the crew, who instantly raised their cameras toward the living room. Leo was so furious, he didn't even notice the commotion behind him, his voice low and sharp as he warned the younger guy in front of him. I'll give you a break because you're still young. Just get out before I call security to throw you out. You Sayseeing fans go too far. Not only do you stalk me, but you actually tracked me here, to my boyfriend's house. Let me make one thing clear. This is trespassing. If I press charges, you're looking at serious consequences. But Charles frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in his voice as he cut through Leo's rant. Soft but precise, carrying clear enough to reach both the live stream and the cameraman crouched at the stairwell. I didn't hear my older brother say anything about having a boyfriend. The words hit Leo like ice water. Inside, Charles was howling with laughter. But he kept his face perfectly blank, all confusion on display. Sweating buckets now, burnin' up. Jack and Charlotte's lips twitched uncontrollably. Michael's eyes crinkled with suppressed amusement. Oliver groaned, burying his face in his hands. Great. Just great. His worst fear had come true. Silence. For several seconds, the only sound Leo could hear was the high-pitched ringing in his ears. His heart slammed against his ribs, and a thin sheen of sweat broke out across his forehead. Michael's brother? No way. He'd heard Michael's estate was rarely visited. How could Michael's brother even be? Suddenly, Leo's eyes widened as if struck by an idea. He locked onto Charles with a sharp stare. A few seconds passed. The panic, the tension, the fear, all melted away like tide retreating from shore. Leo exhaled slowly, his expression settling into something calm. His gaze on Charles now carried a hint of mockery. His shift in demeanor was too sudden. Charles frowned at the odd change. How come he only freaked out for a second? Does he actually not believe my brother's Michael? In the surveillance room, everyone from the Hua family fell silent. Don't say it. Don't even think about saying it. Leo might actually be thinking exactly that. As Charles, the adopted son of the Hua family, he kept his original surname and preferred to stay out of the public eye. Add in Charlotte and Jack shielding him fiercely before he turned 18. And most people outside a handful of close family friends had no clue about Charles's true identity. Even long-term business partners who'd worked closely with the Hua Empire only knew there was an adopted son. Nothing more. As for his background, total blank, and forget about the outside world or Hollywood entirely. Oliver knew about Charles's existence, but until today, he'd never actually met him, and since their work paths didn't cross, there was no reason for Oliver to bring up Charles in front of Leo. So Leo might genuinely have no clue who Charles really is. Turns out, Hua family's guess was spot on. If Leo was going to ride Michael's coattails, he'd have dug into Michael's background. But Michael kept a low profile. All Leo could find were the basics anyone with internet access could uncover. That kind of info didn't convince anyone that Michael was actually dating someone. So Leo shifted focus to Oliver, having a brother who worked as Michael's personal assistant. That made it easy to get the inside scoop no one else knew. Leo knew Hua family had 3 sons. Michael was the eldest, followed by 2 younger brothers. One of them was the famous movie star Edwin. The other was a legendary pro gamer named Alexander. Both were public figures. Leo had seen their photos, but never met either in person. But the guy standing right in front of him definitely wasn't Edwin, and not even close to Alexander. Who the hell was this dude supposed to be? Michael's brother. Leo had been startled at first by Charles's claim, enough to panic for a second, but once his mind cleared, he snapped back into control. You really think I've never seen Michael's brother? Leo said again, voice ice cold now, eyes flashing with disgust and impatience. If you don't leave right now, I'm calling security. The livestream audience couldn't help but react. Voices popped up all over the chat. Wait, is he serious? He's got issues. I've never seen anything like this. People really don't have any sense of fear anymore, even daring to fake a link with Hua family's heir. Leo's got such a cool head. If it were me, I'd called security already. Just call the guards. Can't stand seeing this anymore. Forget the delusion. Has anyone else noticed what Leo said first? He's met Michael's younger brother. The chat exploded again in an instant. Everywhere you looked. Shipping. Michael's face turned even darker. Jack and Charlotte were both fighting not to laugh, especially with Oliver still around. Meanwhile, Oliver was mentally scraping out 3 rooms and a living room with his toes. He'd already been ready to fake an accident the moment his brother admitted Michael was involved. Now that he saw his little brother practically flirting with the young master, he felt like dying of shame. Chairman, Madam, Michael. Oliver forced out, his voice tight. Maybe I should just go out there and explain myself. Well, looks like Leo really does not believe I am his older brother. Charles reached a conclusion. So should I go ahead and bring the big guy out now? Charles frowned, pausing for a second. No way. Not yet. If I bring him in now, Oliver'll show up too. and knowing how obsessed he is with his little brother, he'd probably drop to his knees and beg the big guy to let it slide. Sure, this isn't exactly a crisis, but still, this could be the perfect chance for Oliver to finally break free from that blood-sucking little brother of his. The Hua family all leaned in, ears pricked. Charles recalled Oliver's past, letting out a quiet sigh. Oliver had it rough. His mom was weak after giving birth to him. His dad, a real piece of work, cheated on her during pregnancy with Leo's mom. And once Oliver's mom passed, he brought the mistress right home. Oliver grew up under constant pressure from his stepmom and that selfish dad. Told over and over again that he had to be nice to Leo, turned him into this people-pleasing type, always trying to win approval. But neither Leo nor the step-parents ever treated Oliver like family. Just kept draining him dry without giving a damn. If I remember right, Oliver still hasn't even bought a house yet? Jack shot a quick glance at Charlotte, then turned to Michael. Seriously? Michael gave a slow nod. As chief assistant to the Hua family conglomerate, he wasn't even counting bonuses. His after-tax salary alone was in the six figures. Oliver had been with Michael for over 6 years, and still hadn't bought a house. You can only imagine how much his whole family was sucking out of him. If I don't make Oliver see exactly what Leo's really like now, I'm afraid he'll end up getting shipped off to Africa to grow loquats. Just like my older brother planned. Didn't you say it was cacti last time? Still, if that's the case, the Fong family really are not exactly a bunch of saints. Then there was Oliver, still visibly tense beside them. Jack finally spoke up with rare softness. Take it easy, let's just wait and see. Charlotte chimed in with a smile. Oliver, we know exactly who you are. No need to worry. Oliver froze, blinking at Jack Charlotte, but Jack Charlotte had already looked away. Both of them were now back to staring intently at the monitor. Leo waited for Charles to leave, but Charles just sat on the couch like a statue. With recording time fast approaching, Leo couldn't hold it in any longer. He reached for his phone to call security. Just then, Charles spoke up. I'm a Saying fan. Leo blinked in surprise, then scowled. So you're admitting it? Then why aren't you? I have to ask one thing first, Charles said. Otherwise, I'm not leaving today. The assistant and the 3 camera operators hiding at the stairwell went utterly still. What's a Saying fan? Who cares about that? This was just some random new guest named Charles, wasn't he? We literally just interviewed him. What's going on here exactly? The assistant director and camera crew were baffled. But their instincts screamed at them not to step out, to stay hidden. They inched a few more steps toward the stairwell, then froze, moving as quietly as shadows. The live stream audience wasn't happy. I've never seen a Saying fan with such nerve. Can't take it anymore. Call security, now. I'm about to call the cops for Leo myself. Leo let out a dry laugh at Charles's tone, like he was entitled to an answer. You really think I'm going to reply to some Saying fan like you? Because I know you're not Michael's boyfriend, and that your older brother works as Michael's personal assistant. That enough for you? Clear, sharp, and unshakable. Charles kept his cool on the outside, but inside, he was buzzing. Damn, this is it. Just like in the novels when the hero shuts down the villain. Oh, this feels good. Now Leo should be scrambling. Shake in your boots, villain. Right after the words landed, Leo's hand twitched. His phone crashed onto the wooden floor with a dull thud. The livestream fans froze. What? Who the hell is this guy even talking about? Hold up, what the hell are you even talking about? Saying fan. Why are you freaking out? Leo? In the living room, the hidden livestream camera caught every twitch of Leo's face. The panic in his eyes was impossible to hide, sweat beading on his forehead. He stared at Charles, stunned, then finally found his voice. You? How did you even know? No. What are you? Did you dig into me? Leo's panic was plain to see, sweat beading on his forehead and sliding down like tiny drops of ice. Nothing left of the smug confidence he'd had just moments before. Now it was the live audience's turn to freeze in shock. Wait. Did Leo just admit it? What? So it's a twist. I'm lost. What the hell is going on here? Charles took a second to recalibrate himself. Damn, I should have been sharper back there. Next time, I'm cutting straight to the bone. You say you're not direct. You've already ripped people open more than once. Still, as long as it's not for the ones at home, feels damn good to hear. So good, say more. Leo had figured the guy in front of him was just another ordinary sightseeing fan. He never saw this coming. Charles actually knew about these inside details. Now Leo's completely rattled, staring at Charles wide-eyed. What the hell do you want? Money. If it is money, I can. Charles curled his lip. Yeah, I could use cash. But your petty pile? Not worth my time. Glancing at the still active camera, Charles spoke loud and clear. I'm not after money, just one question. Answer honestly, and I'll walk away. Leo's composure had long since shattered. Without thinking, he blurted out, Seriously? One question and you're gone. But how do I even know? Trust me. Charles cut in, flashing a bright smile, voice steady. I won't tell a soul. After all, we're live right now. No need to say a word. I've got the camera doing it for me. Leo's eyelid twitched violently. His gut told him Charles wasn't going to ask anything decent, but right now, he didn't have a choice. The production team's about to show up. If Charles doesn't leave soon, he'll be the one in trouble. He's only asking one question anyway. How you answer, still up to you, right? The more he thought about it, the calmer Leo got. He looked at Charles and said, What do you want to ask? Charles's lips curled into a small smile. Simple. I just want to know, was this whole Michael stunt thing your idea, or was it your brother Oliver's? Leo froze. He hadn't expected Charles to ask something like that. Why would he even bring this up? Could it be that Oliver's rival set this guy up? Just to catch him red-handed and shove him out of his role as assistant? That actually makes sense. After all, who else would know about Oliver and me besides Hua family? And who else could even get inside this private estate? No one but Hua family. Realizing the key point, Leo felt a sudden clarity. If that's the case, this is easy. Besides, his useless brother had bailed him out more times than he could count, taking the fall for this. No guilt at all. Leo looked straight at Charles and answered without hesitation. It was my brother Oliver's idea. Crack. Oliver fumbled the phone. It skidded off his hand and shattered on the steps. Leo turned just in time to meet Oliver's eyes. Red-rimmed, stunned. Brother? He said, disbelief thick in his voice. Charles glanced at Michael behind Oliver and lit up instantly. Bro! He called out, couldn't help but smirk with glee. Time to break a sweat, for real this time. What the hell are you calling bro? Who exactly is Charles calling bro? Leo finally noticed the man standing behind Oliver. A sharply tailored black suit hugged his frame, making him look even taller and more rigid, sharp features, but cold eyes that swept over Leo like ice. In the instant their gazes locked, Leo's stomach dropped, blood turned to ice in his veins. Who else could this guy be but Michael? The live stream erupted into chaos. Bro, is this Leo's brother? This guy looks so familiar. That's Michael, isn't it? One stone sent ripples across 1,000 waves. Michael! No way, no way. Did my ship actually just come true? What kind of brain malfunction is that? Leo himself said they were just faking it. So what the hell is going on now? My CPU's about to blow. We're not supposed to be watching day one of adventure together, right? The same confusion echoed from the hidden assistant and camera operator. The assistant was about to scream. Just a quick shoot of the villa's setup and exterior, and now things had spiraled like this, and it looks like Leo's about to crash and burn. He's one of the show's regulars, actually, the most talked about among them. First day on set and already a full-blown disaster. That's wild. Sure, they were shocked, confused, utterly baffled. But no one could deny the assistant director and camera operator were buzzing with excitement, watching live drama unfold. Who wouldn't be pumped? Jack and Charlotte were just as fired up. After waiting in the control room for so long, this was the moment they'd been holding their breath for. Only Charles had the mood to complain. Seeing Michael show up so fast, he couldn't help muttering under his breath, all right, I'll admit it, my big brother really does know how to steal the spotlight. Look at that entrance, that presence, pure villain energy. Just look at Leo, he's frozen solid. Michael shot Charles a deadpan glare, utterly unamused. If you can't say anything nice, just don't say anything at all. Then Michael glanced at Leo. The guy was still staring, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. frozen in place for several seconds with no reaction at all. Yeah, totally knocked off his feet. Michael turned away and gave Oliver a quick nod. Time to handle it himself. Then he walked over and dropped onto the sofa beside him. Now that his favorite little brother had just publicly called him out, wouldn't Oliver finally come to his senses? But then Michael heard Charles whisper, "I don't know. Does Oliver even realize what's happening yet?" Michael froze. He looked up. Oliver was now crouched, picking his phone off the floor, his fingers trembling slightly, face pale as a ghost, clearly furious at Leo's words. Michael frowned. He was already furious. What more could he want? Then Oliver finally pushed his glasses up his nose and spoke. "Leo, aren't you going to explain yourself?" The evidence was right there. What else did Oliver need from Leo? He wasn't looking for an explanation. He wanted to hear how Leo would spin his way out of this. If Leo just said it was the manager forcing him, would Oliver forgive him on the spot? Michael stayed silent. Leo was still stunned. Only when he heard Oliver's voice did he finally turn around. He glanced at Oliver, then at Charles and Michael on the sofa. Charles had a small smile, winking at Leo. Leo's blood boiled. Then it hit him like lightning. "So," he said, eyes blazing at Oliver, "you set this whole thing up for me?" Oliver blinked. What setup?" Leo shot a glance at Charles and Michael on the sofa. His face burned. Michael hadn't denied calling him bro. So this guy might really be Michael's brother. Even if not, he was close to Michael. Maybe knew things Leo had no idea about. No wonder he said he didn't know Michael had a boyfriend. "I've been playing the fool this whole time." The thought of having treated that guy like some guest who'd overstepped, telling him to leave, made Leo's throat close up. He couldn't breathe. Leo couldn't even bear to think how long Michael had been there, or what he'd overheard. He didn't dare look into Michael's eyes, so he just glared at Oliver, his face burning red. "This is all your fault. Michael being here means he already knew about this." Oliver, as his personal assistant, couldn't have missed a single thing, and yet he didn't warn me beforehand. Let alone stop me from getting humiliated in front of some kid today. Leo's face flushed one moment, then paled the next. He leveled a furious stare at Oliver. "What's your game? You're going to tell me you had no clue? You're my brother. You could have tipped me off, fine, but now you're siding with some outsider to laugh at me?" "Charles, what the actual hell did I just hear?" Leo's taking this way too far, like, you steal something, get caught by the owner, and then blame your brother for not warning you that the house was occupied. Come on, I've seen arrogant before, but this is next level. Jack, Charlotte, and Michael all nodded in agreement. Totally agree. Oliver hadn't expected Leo to blame him at all. He stared in disbelief. "Leo, I just found out about this myself. And, didn't you mess up? You just found out?" Leo shot back, mocking. "You really think I'd buy that? You were just waiting for me to screw up. Now you've seen it, satisfied?" Oliver tried to explain. "I'm not." Why would he want Leo to look bad? He'd always been proud of Leo. Just a minute ago in the surveillance room, he was still apologizing to Michael for Leo. How could he possibly do something like this? But Leo wasn't listening to Oliver's explanation. Cold and sharp, he cut in. "Enough. I'm not hearing another word, okay? I did it, fine. I admit it." Even though he'd braced himself, the moment Leo actually said it out loud, Oliver's face fell with unmistakable disappointment. "Leo, why did you do this? Really? You think it's complicated?" Leo sneered. "It was all about fame, about attention. My dear big brother, you don't know what I go through. You've never had to deal with your own fake sweetness. Did you really think one little show offer from you would make me bow down and obey like some grateful puppet? If you hadn't blocked me from pairing up with my first company star, I'd already be famous by now. So why the fake drama with Michael? Only because you held me back earlier." Oliver opened his mouth, stunned. A flicker of hurt flashed across his face. Sharp and real, he'd stopped Leo from playing up a fake romance not out of control, but because he feared the boy would get swallowed by the madness of online fame. Fame was a double-edged sword. It could launch you overnight, but if you didn't have real talent or work to back it up, you'd vanish just as fast, lost in the endless scroll. Oliver's plan for Leo had been solid. Maybe a little slow, sure, but if he stuck with it step by step, he'd have built something lasting. and to make the path smoother. He'd quietly pulled strings behind the scenes, connected Leo with key people in the industry, but lately, he'd been swamped. He hadn't checked on Leo's progress in weeks. He'd done so much for him. And now Leo blamed him for everything? Suddenly, a cold wave hit Oliver's chest. Charles sighed, shaking his head slowly. Unbelievable, no sense of gratitude at all. Would Leo even have started from such a high point without Oliver? He really thinks he's the center of the universe. Still, Oliver seems to be waking up, just needs a little push to finish breaking through. Charles glanced at his phone. Then his eyes lit up. Perfect. The filming crew'll be here in 5 minutes. Michael's eyes flickered with interest. Oliver, we don't have much time. Quick sentence. And Leo snapped awake. Being called out on his biggest lie was the last thing he wanted to deal with. Leo had already been itching to get out of there, but then, the show's crew was about to arrive for filming. Reason pulled him back in, staring at Oliver, reeling from the blow. Leo's eyes flashed with venom. Then he masked it fast, forcing a smile as he said, "All right, bro. I'll let it go. So you're still in my corner, right?" The hatred in Leo's eyes was raw. Oliver saw every twitch, every flicker, but then, just as fast, the mask snapped back into place. And still, he asked for help. It felt like Oliver's heart had been sliced open. Air rushing in through the wound. What did Leo even think he was? Suddenly, Oliver wondered if he'd been too soft with Leo all along. Leo didn't seem to notice Oliver's stormy expression. He just carried on like it was the most natural thing in the world. "Hey, bro. I'll apologize properly to Michael later, but right now, the crew's about to walk through that door. You don't want me to blow this, do you?" He took a step forward, grabbing Oliver's hand, eyes wide with quiet plea. "Just one more time, help me out. Talk to Michael for me. I'll only be on air for half an hour." "Wait, no," Leo added quickly when Oliver stayed silent. 10 minutes, just 10. 10 minutes minimum. Please?" He glanced nervously toward Michael, sitting stiff on the couch. Charles was nearly laughing, watching Oliver's frozen face. He finally stepped in with a perfectly timed question. "Wait, aren't we already filming?" Silence dropped like a stone. "You're lying." Leo shot at Oliver. "This is just an excuse because you don't want to help me, isn't it?" Oliver's last flicker of hope vanished. He looked down at the hand still clutching his. Funny how he'd actually believed Leo was changing, thinking maybe this was an apology in disguise. Turns out, Leo had only been thinking about himself the whole time. Not a single thought for Oliver's pain. Slowly, Oliver pulled his hand free, eyes downcast, voice icy. "It's too late." Leo blinked. "What?" Oliver looked up, eyes red, staring at the brother he'd coddled for years. His voice hollow, each word forced. "I said it's too late. It's already started." Like she'd been waiting for that cue, the assistant finally stood from her crouch by the staircase. Her legs had gone numb from kneeling too long. Leo froze, eyes darting between her and the 2 cameras behind, then stumbled back like he'd seen a monster, turned on his heel, and bolted for the door without thinking. But as soon as he yanked open the door, both cameras swung around from outside to lock onto him. "Leo, hey, we're here for the interview." Charles burst out laughing. "This isn't an interview. It's a double trap. No way out." The assistant director and the camera operator barely noticed what was going on inside the villa. As soon as Leo appeared, the camera guy shoved the lens right into his face, like he wanted to capture every single pore. The assistant director beamed. "Is this what they call telepathic connection? We just opened the door when Leo showed up. What a coincidence." "Leo, give the camera a smile." Charles dug his fingers into his arm hard to keep from laughing out loud. Look at Leo, sweating like he's running a marathon. Do you really think he can smile right now? Jack zoomed in on the doorway camera feed. Every tiny twitch on Leo's face was crystal clear. Leo's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze blank. When he heard the assistant director, he forced a grin. But as soon as it lifted, something seemed to yank it down again, collapsing into a grimace that looked even worse than crying. After repeating that awkward contortion several times, Leo's face was starting to twist in pain. Jack and Charlotte couldn't hold it in. They burst out laughing right there in front of the monitor. And of course, that whole scene went live straight to the stream. The show's main camera captured even sharper detail than the security feed. No exaggeration, you could see every tiny hair in Leo's pores. Leo was the most popular among all the regular cast members of Adventure Together *. So as soon as the stream went live, thousands of fans flooded in, but unlike the usual sea of ah and squee that used to fill the chat, this time it was nothing but disappointment and mockery. I finally get what Sichuan opera face-changing really means. Thinking back on how I actually shipped Leo and Michael, I feel sick now. Who gave you the nerve? Fine, if you're going to fake it, why lie to your fans too? Spreading rumors, breaking and entering, lying through your teeth, and instead of apologizing when caught, you turn on your own brother? I can't believe it took me this long to see what kind of person you really are. Leo, I'm so disappointed in you. The production team had treated this live stream like gold. So every cast group was equipped with a large LED screen to monitor the chat in real time. Thanks to Michael's heads up, Charles's crew hadn't brought one along. But Leo's crew was a different story. Back on stream, he always loved engaging with fans, and before this shoot, he'd specifically told his agent to make sure the chat screen was front and center during filming. So when Leo opened the door, not only did a camera get shoved right into his face, but that massive live comment wall ended up dead ahead of him too, staring at waves of "get lost, you disgust me," and "unfollowed" scrolling across the screen. Leo's face twisted tighter with every passing second. He clenched his jaw hard, trying to shove down the storm inside him. Anything to keep from breaking, but then it hit him. All that work he'd put into building his image, it was already ruined, and worse, the whole world would know soon enough, including his rivals, who'd be laughing at him behind closed doors. His chest tightened like a vice. Tears stung his eyes, breath came in short gasps. No way, not like this. He had to do something now. Leo turned to Oliver, ready to beg for help. But the second their eyes met, Oliver looked away without hesitation. Leo's stomach dropped like a stone. Was Oliver really abandoning him too? Leo shook his head, stunned, disbelieving. No, impossible. Oliver would never leave him in the lurch. Back when they were kids, or even now, whenever Leo asked for a favor, Oliver always made it happen. Leo took one slow step forward, and then he saw. Oliver stepped back, fast and sharp. That last flicker of hope vanished in an instant. Leo's vision blurred. His head buzzed like a hornet trapped inside. He swayed, legs turning to jelly. Wait. This feels eerily familiar. Mason ditching his older brother back then. Wasn't that the same look on his face? Before Charles even finished speaking, Michael hadn't had a chance to respond when *bang*. Leo collapsed cold. Chaos erupted. Both live stream feeds cut out instantly. The stream went dark. But the internet stayed alive. From the moment Charles spoke, Michael hadn't even had time to retort when *bang*. Leo collapsed right there on the floor. The stream cut out instantly, but the chaos didn't stop. The live feeds from both channels went dark. But the internet stayed wide awake. The audience was buzzing. Never seen a scoop this juicy. I'm asking, anyone else got a celebrity scandal that comes with the victim's own highlight reel? Leo, you're my one and only hero. I'm naming you Self-Destruct King. Stop, stop. I can't take it. This video's got twists, comeuppance, pacing like a thriller. What else is this but modern-day wish fulfillment? Totally. I was there live. I couldn't even type my reaction fast enough. That moment? Pure satisfaction. Less than an hour after upload, the video hit 1 million views. Marketing accounts went wild. Even a top short video platform used Leo as inspiration for a fictional read-along series. Fans were laughing their heads off, leaving comments like, "Your connection's fast. Other creators are faking it. You're the real deal. You think changing my name fools me? I still know you." When Charles caught sight of the real-life drama novel, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. So hard he actually started reading it aloud in his head. Sure, I messed up, but you're my brother. What's one black mark between family? Brothers helping brothers? That's just how it works. You lost a job. I lost my chance to flex in front of everyone. Down below, Jack and Charlotte both sighed at the same time. When's he gonna learn to keep his voice down? Still, The adaptation was spot on. The story flowed smooth, and they'd amplified all the best moments. Both of them were hooked. As for Leo, he was officially done. 2 full days had passed since that shoot. But the buzz wasn't dying down. This was by far his biggest moment yet. Only this time, fame came with a one-way ticket out of showbiz. After everything that happened, Oliver finally saw his family for who they really were. Right after the live stream cut out, they rushed Leo to the hospital. The doctor said it was just acute stress. Simple enough. With rest and a calm mind, he'd be back on his feet in no time. Oliver stayed by the bedside for nearly half a day before Leo finally came to. But as soon as he woke up and saw Oliver, all he did was scream at him to get out, blaming him entirely for his condition, accusing him of having ulterior motives. Harsh words poured out like poison, but Oliver said nothing. He just sat there and listened in silence. Eventually, the nurse couldn't take it anymore and stepped in to intervene. With a scene this big, Oliver's father and stepmother naturally showed up. They reacted just like Leo, no questions asked, just a furious barrage of insults. And after yelling their heads off, they still demanded Oliver fix the damage to Leo's image. Ever since Oliver started working, neither of them had stepped into an office again. Every single expense at home fell on Oliver's shoulders. He'd poured everything he had into this family, only to be met with nothing in return. Everyone was thinking only about their own skin. Not a single soul cared about Oliver. He'd prepared himself for this moment, but hearing it with his own ears still stung more than he wanted to admit. But that's exactly what snapped him awake. It took less than a day, and he cut ties with the Fong family for good. Afterward, Michael gave Oliver a full week off to deal with everything. But the next morning, Oliver showed up bright-eyed and ready, even stopped by the office to personally thank him. Michael didn't even look up. "If you're thanking someone, go thank Charles. I've got nothing to do with it." He paused mid-sentence. Oliver blinked. Wait, was that the young master? Michael's expression stayed flat as he glanced up. Oops. Slip of the tongue. Besides, if it weren't for him agreeing to join the shoot, Michael finally sorted out the logic and let out a relieved breath. We wouldn't have happened to run into each other so conveniently. Oliver nodded eagerly. Michael's right. That afternoon, Oliver went back to the Hollow with Michael. Leo's mess had blown up so big that the production team for Adventure Together had halted filming. Charles naturally hadn't continued shooting either, but thanks to Leo's explosive self-video, he'd gotten a sudden online buzz. His newly created Weibo account already had 500,000 followers, and plenty of fans were messaging him directly, asking when he'd be back on the show. Charles's unseen agent, Elizabeth, had also reached out, telling him to keep casually posting on Weibo these days. Charles readily agreed. The thrill of getting a little famous felt fresh. When Oliver came to thank him, Charles was still debating whether to snap a selfie for content. But after hearing the real reason, he laughed and said, no need, just helped out with some casual gossip. Honestly, no need for such a formal thank you. Jack and Charlotte nodded in agreement too. They'd all enjoyed the drama, and Oliver had cleared up a major headache. Total win-win. Oliver was deeply touched. He even grabbed Charles's hand and offered, if you're willing, I could totally be your manager. Charles was stunned. Me? Your manager? Oliver really overestimates me. My pocket money wouldn't even cover his salary. And honestly, I didn't do it just for him. The novel actually says later on that when Oliver got reassigned to grow strawberries in Africa, it did mess with my older brother's company a bit. So really, I was helping my brother out. Wait, strawberries now? Still, having Oliver as his manager would have been a total waste of talent. Jack and Charlotte quickly stepped in to talk him down. After some serious convincing, Oliver finally sniffled and agreed to stay on with Michael. And really, no need to cry like you are being forced into it. Jack and Charlotte stayed for lunch, and after they'd finished, Oliver immediately slipped into work mode, briefing Michael on his upcoming schedule. There's a cross-border meeting tonight, a board meeting tomorrow morning, and then an art exhibition this afternoon. Michael frowned. An art show? Why the sudden, random appointment? Oliver glanced at Luna, subtly prompting, The artist is a famous abstract painter from abroad. Michael mentioned wanting to buy a piece for a gift at an exhibition. Michael snapped back into memory. Charlotte's birthday was coming up, and she had everything. So every year the younger generation scrambled to come up with something special. He'd heard about a big exhibition by a renowned artist lately, so he thought he'd check it out. But then he'd recently reached out to a traditional Chinese painting master and purchased an authentic scroll. So no need for any other gift. Michael nodded, about to say he wasn't going. Wait, abstract painter? The one who dated both twins at the same time. Assent that the same guy whose sister caught him with her own brother on opening night. If I remember right, the exhibition's first day ended with a scandal, twins, blood relation, and all. Charles quickly pulled out his phone, stunned, and the brother's actually one of CCC's teammates. The no that had already formed on Michael's lips got crushed under Jack and Charlotte's steely glare. And he bit it back, grinding out instead. Fine, we'll go as a family. Charles's eyes lit up. Bro, you're literally my real brother. How'd you know I wanted to go? Jack and Charlotte shared a quiet smile. Of course it's because the exhibit's insane. Not because we're here for gossip. Then Charles sighed, voice just slightly strained. But how do we get third brother to come too? Third brother's teammate is still a starter, key player in their strategy. It wasn't a big deal at first, so third brother didn't know about it. But then it all blew up. Charles sighed as he thought back. The playoffs were at their most crucial stage. Then the starting player got banned by the organizers, and that's how third brother's team lost their most important game. Jack glanced up at Michael. Michael gave in and pulled out his phone, dialing Alexander's number straight away. It was already midday, but Alexander, still on a messed up sleep schedule, sounded groggy. Hello, brother? Come home tonight, Michael said, no frills. Alexander blinked. Wait, what? Why do I need to come back? We've got a practice match tonight. Tomorrow morning's free, though, but that was their rare off day, and Alexander half expected his cold-blooded brother wouldn't even spare him some rest. So when Michael said flatly, then come back tomorrow morning, Alexander. Come on, bro, can't this wait for a phone call? Why'd it have to be in person? Michael turned on speakerphone. Charlotte rolled her eyes slightly. Seriously, couldn't he use that brain of his and realize if it were simple enough to explain over the phone, they wouldn't be calling him back? And then, Charlotte exchanged a glance with Jack. They'd already confirmed that everyone in the family could hear Charles's thoughts. But they hadn't tested whether Alexander could hear them, not since he'd been gone for so long. Perfect chance to find out. Alexander was still trying to dodge it when Charlotte spoke. Just come back. Some things can't be explained over the phone. Alexander paused, then snapped awake. No way. You're not telling me second brother's actually going to marry that Mason? Charles muttered. I swear, my third brother's like a cave dweller whose internet just got cut. Charlotte couldn't help but chuckle. No point in explaining further. Jack wasn't about to waste breath on it. Just come back and we'll talk. Mom and Dad had spoken, so Alexander couldn't argue, but he was stuck for the night. Fine, he said. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Jack nodded. Yeah, I'll have the eldest send you the address when you get here. Alexander froze. Wait, not actually going back to his own place? No way. Is the second brother really getting married? A pre-wedding dinner tomorrow? So it's a shotgun wedding, huh? Hanging up, Alexander could not stop thinking how fast his second brother had moved. He grabbed his phone and sent Edwin a message. Congrats on the wedding. Edwin replied almost instantly. ? Alexander sighed, rolling his eyes, still pretending it was not a big deal. Stubborn little drama queen. Thank goodness Charles didn't know about this, otherwise, he'd be all over it. Dude, is he even sane? Midnight panic attack for sure. Alexander was not the kind to snooze after waking up, so he got up, freshened up, and headed straight for the training room. As soon as he opened the door, he spotted Joseph's back, the team's ADC. Though Alexander was also a player on the team, he was the owner too. His room sat at the top floor of the villa, just one space, so if Joseph was here, he must have come looking for him. Need something? Alexander called out to Joseph. Joseph turned around. Did I wake you? Alexander waved it off. Nah, not really. My brother's call jolted me awake. What's up? Joseph gave a nod, then said, I'd like to take tomorrow off. Tomorrow was already a day off, so Alexander didn't hesitate before agreeing. He just added, there's a training match the day after, so make sure you're back in time for that. Joseph said he'd be right on it, thanked Alexander, and headed downstairs. Just then, Alexander's phone buzzed. An address from Michael. Alexander frowned. An art exhibition venue? 2 years ago, my brother really knows how to pick a spot. He was so focused on the message, he didn't notice Joseph ahead of him pause for a split second at the mention of art exhibition venue, his expression flickering with unease. Early the next morning, the Hua family was all set and ready to go. If you were going to gawk at a scandal, you got to get there first. By the time they arrived at the exhibition hall, it was just opening up. Its artist was already standing by the door, greeting guests with a smile. Charles eyed him from afar. James looked in his early 30s, with smoldering almond-shaped eyes that screamed trouble. He just seems like a charming type. Jack nodded along without hesitation. Funny how he looks just like Sebastian. Neither of them seems to be any good, if you ask me. Suddenly, Charlotte stopped dead in her tracks ahead. Jack frowned. What? Before he could finish, a high-pitched voice cut in. Well, no wonder I recognized you from afar. It's Charlotte and the whole family, isn't it? A well-kept woman strode toward them with a bright smile. Her eyes flicked over each of them in turn before she added, looks like both your eldest son and his adopted boy made it. Good thing your younger one didn't come. Guess you really know how I feel about gay men. The word gay hit Charles like a slap. This person really lacks social awareness. Charlotte's face had already tightened the moment she saw the woman, and now, hearing those words, her blood boiled. She was about to snap back. Then Charles spoke up. I saw the introduction. She is the mother of that abstract art master? Emily? That name sounds really familiar. I remember now. She is the main antagonist who strongly opposes same-sex relationships. She even led a campaign against them, claiming that people in such relationships are abnormal, and bisexual individuals are even more so. Just sharing the same air with them makes her deeply uncomfortable. Charles's tone dripped with contempt. So if she found out her most cherished son was exactly the kind of person she despises, would not she lose it right there? Each word Charles said cooled Charlotte's fury a little more. By the time he finished, she almost laughed. She looked up again. Calm now, her polite smile perfectly in place. First off, Charles is my son. Second, after all these years, you are still exactly the same. Some things really don't change. A dog's mouth does not spit pearls. And finally, Charlotte drew out the last word, her gaze lingering meaningfully on Emily's face as it turned a shade paler. We're really looking forward to your son's next exhibition, Charles whispered under his breath. Of course, we are really curious to see how you will react when you find out your cherished son is the ultimate outlier. Chapter 22, The Pure Love Warrior. Emily's face twisted for a split second. Emily and Charlotte had known each other back in the day, but Emily, raised in a cultured family, always looked down on Charlotte from her merchant roots, never missing a chance to bring up their different backgrounds. And Charlotte wasn't some doormat. When Emily threw barbs, she fired back with sarcasm that cut twice as deep. They'd been at each other's throats ever since. It wasn't until 5 years ago, when Emily's family fell on hard times and she fled abroad with her husband and son, that they lost touch. So Charlotte had no idea the artist behind today's exhibition was Emily's own son. Lucky for her, she'd just come to gawk. Not to get dragged into a family meltdown, otherwise, she'd have been mortified, so Charlotte never saw this coming. Emily's own son being the artist behind today's exhibition. Lucky she'd just come to gawk, otherwise she'd been stuck with a major case of bad luck. Thinking about how she'd get to witness a real drama in person made Charlotte feel much better. What's wrong with me? I brought my whole family just to support your son's exhibition. Don't tell me you're not happy to see us? Emily froze. After her family fell on hard times, everything had changed for the worse. She couldn't even afford to pay for her son's art show. James had scraped together every penny just to make this exhibition happen. Not only to boost his name, but also to sell a few pieces while he was at it. Sure, Emily couldn't stand Charlotte. But who didn't know she had deep pockets now? Not the time to start a fight. She needed to milk Charlotte for everything she was worth. Once that sank in, Emily switched gears instantly, flashing a warm, welcoming smile. Of course not. Your coming means the world to me. Then she called out across the room, James? Come over here. I'll introduce you to some guests. Charles watched, shaking his head in disbelief. Is this what they call bending over backward for money? Charlotte's eyes sparkled with quiet amusement. Tell me, isn't it? She said under her breath, but the thought that no one, especially not Charlotte, would buy James's paintings today, and that Emily had no idea her plan was about to crumble, filled her with a quiet thrill of satisfaction. James turned at the sound of his mother's voice and walked over. A closer look confirmed it. There was no mistaking they were cut from the same stone, both wearing that unmistakable expression. I'm above all this. After Emily's introduction, James gave a polite smile and then signaled to staff to escort the Hua family into the lounge. Charles was baffled by James's cool demeanor. That's it? No pitch? No attempt to sell anything? Is he even going to move any paintings like this? Jack thought, well, obviously, right in front of them was a perfect mark ready to be fleeced. Charlotte gave Michael a cool glance. Michael, he didn't. Not at all. He was just planning to buy. Didn't actually go through with it. Good thing he didn't. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a birthday celebration. More like a setup to annoy Charlotte. Charles was getting more and more confused. How did James manage to wiggle out of the scandal completely, and even still have money to keep doing gallery shows abroad? Charles pulled out his phone, scrolling through the scene again. Now I get it. The Hua family all leaned in, ears perked. What now? I didn't pay close attention at first. Didn't realize James was a gold digger all along. No wonder he didn't care if the painting sold. He always had some sucker ready to cover his back. Even after the twin thing, he found himself another sugar daddy. And wait. Charles suddenly noticed it was quiet around him. Where'd Jack and Charlotte vanish to? Charles looked up, scanning the room. Jack and Charlotte quickly glanced away, pretending to be engrossed in the painting. Then both of them froze, eyes wide. Who the hell can explain why this piece? Colorful mess, total nonsense, shape looks like dog shit is even being shown here? They might not know art, but they've got taste. These aren't just leftover paint splattered at random, are they? Michael tried to play it cool, pretending to appreciate the abstract piece. But as soon as his eyes landed on it, he grimaced. He looked away instead, then froze. Alexander's here. Charles quickly pocketed his phone and turned to look. The guy next to three brother. Could that actually be Joseph, the twin brother? The Hua family members instantly perked up. The man who'd come with Alexander was indeed Joseph. Yesterday, after hearing Alexander mutter something under his breath, Joseph had hesitated for ages, but finally, after the training match ended, he asked whether Alexander was going to the art exhibition too. Alexander blinked in confusion. Wait, so you're coming to my second brother's engagement party? Joseph stared back, baffled. Engagement party? I'm just here to see the art show. Alexander was even more confused. What art show? Wasn't this supposed to be my second brother's engagement? Alexander quickly called Edwin. It was to Edwin had just wrapped up filming. After days of being apart from Mason, he'd finally managed to pull himself together and let go. Only for Alexander to suddenly send him congratulations in the middle of the day, then call again at midnight asking if he was getting engaged tomorrow. Edwin's blood boiled. Alexander, are you out of your mind? He hung up without another word. When Alexander tried calling back, he found himself blocked. At that point, Alexander realized maybe he'd misunderstood something big, but at this hour, he didn't have the guts to wake up Jack or Charlotte, not even Michael. So he just swallowed his confusion and hit the sack, deciding to get answers firsthand when they arrived at the gallery tomorrow. Since Joseph was on the way anyway, Alexander had offered him a ride this morning. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Alexander heard a familiar voice whisper beside his ear. Wait, was that Charles? Alexander glanced around. No sign of Charles. Where the hell was he? Still puzzled, he heard Charles's sharp gasp. Joseph's heading over to James. Alexander was completely thrown off his game now. James? Who the hell is that? Where's Joseph? Alexander scanned the room and spotted Joseph already at the entrance. Greeting guests, he hurried after him. Michael stepped out of the exhibition hall just then, catching sight of his older brother. His face lit up, almost ready to wave. But before he could say a word, Charles chimed in with a dramatic flair. "Oh wow, can't believe it's been months since they last saw each other." Those eyes are practically smoldering. Alexander stiffened. He hadn't seen his brother in months. But why were their eyes smoldering? He spun around fast. He didn't even like his big bro like that. Edwin had been right all along. Alexander was a total idiot. Michael lunged forward, grabbing Alexander's arm with a firm grip. "Come on," he hissed through gritted teeth. He owed Alexander an explanation. Proper one. Alexander stumbled. "Hey dude, slow down," after Michael gave him the quick rundown. 3 sentences and done. Alexander's pupils went wide. He stared at his ear. Disbelief etched across his face. "So, I can actually hear Charles from here? They are holding hands." Michael rubbed his ear. "You heard that, right?" Alexander's eyes sparkled. "That's insane. So freaking cool." Alexander stared at Michael, eyes sparkling. "Bro, don't you think this is totally insane? Seriously, you're picking this up that fast?" That made sense. Alexander and Charles were the closest in age, so they'd been tight since kidhood, sharing nearly identical tastes and quirks. One was a gaming prodigy. The other, a full-on otaku nerd. But lately, Alexander had been buried in running his esports squad, leaving little time for anime chats. Charles, meanwhile, didn't want to bother him during training. So the two had drifted apart a bit, back when they were at their most dramatic and over-the-top. They even had a bedtime ritual. Nothing short of sick or injured would have stopped it. The past surged forward in Michael's mind. Uninvited and relentless, young Alexander stood by the bed, draped in a silk bedsheet like a cape, bowing dramatically to his feverish little brother. "Your Highness, time to sleep." Still burning up, Charles shot his arm out from under the covers and gave a wobbly knight's salute in return, voice muffled through cotton. "Thanks, my noble prince. Please go to sleep too." The memory came back like an old, embarrassing video. Michael felt his toes curling in sheer embarrassment. Why the hell was he remembering this now? Why couldn't his brain just delete that whole mess for good? Michael took a deep breath, forcing his expression back into something resembling normal. "Whatever's cool or not. We're never telling Charles about this. Not even a whisper." Alexander nodded rapidly. "Bro, I swear. I won't say a word." Michael studied his face. The way he was already acting like this was old news, and felt utterly speechless. So what the heck were they even worried about before? Alexander was picking this up faster than anyone in the family. Just then, Charles's voice cut through again. "Man." James actually grabbed Joseph's hand right under Emily's nose. What a ballsy move. Michael glanced over. More guests had piled in at the doorway. James was still at his post, greeting folks. Emily stood to his left, and on the right, naturally, was Joseph, just arriving. Joseph, still wary of being watched, quietly pulled his hand free from James's grip. And when James reached for him again, he stepped back sharply. Alexander blinked, then frowned. "What's going on here, bro? And if it's not your second brother's engagement party, why'd you even call me down?" Michael shot him a glance. "You don't know about your own player?" Since turning pro, Alexander's world had narrowed to games and training. He shrugged. "No idea. I don't keep tabs on my teammates' personal lives." He stared ahead for a beat. Joseph felt the gaze, looked up, and when their eyes met, he froze for half a second before quickly looking away, cheeks faintly pink. Michael glanced at Alexander, then decided to let him figure it out on his own. He turned and walked into the lounge. Alexander hurried after him. "Hey, wait up." They'd barely stepped inside when Joseph's voice came from behind. "Captain, can I talk to you for a sec?" Alexander stopped dead in his tracks. Charles perked right up. "Yes. Do it. Come on, third brother. Let's hear what they're saying." Alexander chuckled internally but played along. "Sure," he said with a smile. "Front room." Joseph nodded, then paused to politely say hello to the rest of the Hua family. Charlotte couldn't help but remark, "That kid's got manners." Charles nodded in agreement. "Of course. He's the only one on your team who doesn't swear during matches." Jack and Charlotte exchanged a look. Not swearing in the middle of a game. Dude's got next-level self-control. and someone with that kind of patience, they are not likely to be anything less than decent. Then, how could he end up with your sister's boyfriend? Charles' voice came out soft and low. Too bad. Such a good guy still got played by James. Total waste of a dumbass jerk. So Joseph didn't even know James was dating his sister? Alexander's eyes widened. James? Jerk? Played? What in the hell is going on here? Alexander's mind raced, but he kept his expression calm as he followed Joseph to a quiet corner. From the moment Joseph decided to ask if Alexander was coming to the art exhibition, he'd already prepared himself for full disclosure. Before joining Alexander's team, Joseph had been just an average streamer, good at gameplay, sharp instincts. He caught the eye of a top-tier pro squad and got signed as a trainee in no time. But back then, he was too young to understand contract clauses or navigate office politics. Soon after joining, he was isolated by teammates, bullied constantly, until it all took a toll on his mental health. The result? A player with serious issues got stuck on the bench and nearly sued for breach of contract over hiding his condition. Facing insane penalty fees, Alexander found out and paid top dollar to rescue him from that mess. He gave Joseph the best deal around, bigger salary than anyone on the roster, and personally took him to a therapist for professional mental health support. And once Joseph started coming back, Alexander trusted him enough to put him in the starting lineup. To say Joseph's success today wouldn't exist without Alexander would be an understatement. Without Alexander's help, Joseph probably would have been crushed under the weight of those penalty fees. No way to even dream about going pro. To be fair, the team didn't forbid relationships, but when Joseph first started seeing James, he was nervous. He actually thought about breaking it off and even got anxious enough to consider calling it quits. Until James stopped him. He told me back then that he was afraid if I told you, you'd worry my relationship might affect my performance and pull me from the starting roster. Joseph said quietly, "Yeah, right. Wasn't about your spot on the lineup. That slick bastard was scared you would find out he's been cheating on both of you." Alexander froze. Cheating on two fronts? Wait, Charles, what the hell are you even doing listening in here? Alexander glanced ahead and spotted a towering art vase nearly 2 meters high. A corner of Charles's jacket peeked out from behind it. "You're hiding right there in plain sight? Why are you telling me this now?" Alexander asked, pulling his gaze away. Joseph gave a shy little smile. "I figured. You're not the kind of guy to care about that sort of thing, and after these past weeks, I've realized being in love doesn't mess with my game at all. So I thought it was time. Mind you, kid, don't go getting cocky just yet. Your form's fine now, but wait till the heartbreak hits." Alexander nodded slowly. "Sure, it won't affect your play when things are good, but what about when they're not?" Joseph hurried to say, "It wouldn't really. He's so patient with me." His voice dropped as he glanced down, face flushing slightly. "Honestly, we've been together 3 months now, and not a single fight. Bet he is when you're the one paying." Alexander blinked. 3 months? But we've been locked in tournaments non-stop this whole time. Where the hell did you even find time for a relationship? Joseph fidgeted, whispering, We were online only." Now it was Charles's turn to be stunned. "You spent $100,000 on someone you've never even met? Wait, what?" Jack and Charlotte stared. Jaws dropped. "You mean the guy you're texting? $1 million for a guy he's never even met in person after 3 months of online dating? Maybe we should let Wong Baochuan down from her pedestal and hand you the crown for top love-struck fool?" Alexander was even more stunned. How had he not seen it before? Joseph. Turns out, a full-blown romantic fool? So that's why Joseph's been surviving on instant noodles for weeks. Is his entire paycheck going straight to that jerk James? Alexander could practically feel the pain. The novel didn't go into much detail about the twin subplot, just how it all played out. Alexander's team lost the critical playoff game, so Charles didn't know the gritty details of how he'd caught Joseph and his twin in flagranti. "I thought Theodore dropping $800K on James was bad enough. Turns out, Joseph dropped $1 million? Got to give it to you too. You really are twins through and through. One's a disaster, the other's worse. Maybe go dig up some wild greens and chill out for a bit?" Still, Joseph's even more hopeless than his sister. At least Theodore knew James in real life, even if she didn't know where he was really from. But Joseph, that's online dating. As Charles kept ranting, Alexander grew more and more shaken. Wait, Theodore's Joseph's sister? They're both dating James? What kind of monster is this guy? Anyway, they are about to hit the playoffs, so if Joseph's playing like crap because of this waste of space, I'm not letting him walk away clean. Alexander took a slow breath and tried to soften his tone. Have you ever thought, what if? What if James isn't who you think he is? What if he's stringing you along and scamming your money? Joseph blinked, then whispered, no way, he's been really good to me, and he said it was just a cash crunch. He'd pay me back the second he could. After a moment of thought, Joseph spoke up. James doesn't strike me as a scammer, and if he really needed money, where'd he get the cash for the art show? Makes sense. So did he write you a proper IOU? And have you ever considered the real source of those exhibition funds? You and your sister, both head over heels for him, pooled in together. Alexander's blood was boiling, but he couldn't just come out and say, you've been played. Not Joseph, not his sister either. Seeing Alexander silent, Joseph paused to rethink, about to speak again when his phone rang. Captain, I got to take this, Joseph said. Alexander waved him off. He needed a second to cool down himself. Joseph walked toward the flower pot where Charles was hiding. Charles froze, ready to bolt, then stopped short. Joseph didn't come closer. He just answered, hey sis. Charles halted mid-step. Theodore's on the phone. Is she about to crash this little scene? The rest of the Hua family froze too. Then Joseph said, wait. Why'd you suddenly come back? Cheating? Joseph blurted. Exactly. She's figured it out and is coming to shut this down. I'm not at base. Joseph frowned. I'm at the art exhibition hall. You want me to meet you here? After a pause, he added, yeah. Just get here fast. Now this is getting juicy, Charles whispered, eyes gleaming. Joseph ended the call after a few more words. Alexander strolled over, just in time. What is up? Joseph hesitated, his expression tight. He gave half the truth. My sister's coming by soon. I wanted to let James know. If he warns James now, how'll we see him crash and burn? Three Eyes, stop him, Alexander thought. I don't need you to tell me that. He just shrugged and made something up. James looked busy a second ago, like he was haggling over buying a painting. Joseph's brows snapped together. They'd been together 3 months, and James had opened up about his struggles. So Joseph had agreed to lend him money. Now hearing he was selling a painting, his resolve wavered. This wasn't the time to interrupt. Alexander stepped in. What's really going on? Joseph shook his head. Can't explain it all right now. Got to wait till my sister arrives. Then I'll come with you, Alexander said. Charles popped out from nowhere, grabbing Alexander's arm. Three Eyes, where are we going? Me too. Me too. Take me with you. Alexander, just to the entrance. Charles flashed a grin, glancing at Joseph. This place is so dull. Can I tag along? Just waiting by the door for Theodore. No harm in having one more person. And with Charles looking like he'd stepped out of a fashion shoot, Joseph didn't even hesitate before nodding. As Joseph and Alexander walked off together, Charlotte's eyes lit up. She turned to Michael. Michael felt a slow question mark form in his chest. Charlotte leaned close, whispering, "You'll stall James." Michael frowned. Charlotte tugged at his heartstrings. Joseph's such a sweet kid. Got played with his feelings, and now money too. His sister, that's not nothing. 800 grand isn't pocket change. Jack hit him with logic. And it's tied to Alexander's team. Remember, they're the top seed this season. If Joseph gets messed up by all this, Alexander'll miss the title again. Again. At this point, could Michael really say no? He gave a slow nod, picked the one among James's scribbles that looked least like a random mess, and had staff reach out to the artist. Says he wants to dig deeper into the story behind the piece. Once Michael disappeared with the team, Charlotte finally allowed herself a satisfied smirk. Now it's my turn. Jack blinked. What are you even going to do? We're not supposed to be eavesdropping. Charlotte winked. Oh, just gonna chat with Emily plus, casually check in on her son's love life. Jack suddenly got it. His supposedly flawless son was actually a bisexual weirdo. Emily would never survive that. Jack chuckled. Then I'm in. 3 of the Hua family were spread across different spots. all playing their parts. Seriously, weren't we all once willing to fight for a juicy rumor? 10 minutes later, a taxi pulled up outside the exhibition hall. The door creaked open, and a woman who looked strikingly like Joseph stepped out. Joseph bolted toward her. "Sis!" Theodore hurried forward, wrapped Joseph in a tight hug, then shot a quick glance at Charles and Alexander before blurting out, "So, which one's your boyfriend?" Joseph quickly waved it off. "Neither, this one's my captain. The other's his younger brother." Theodore realized he'd misread the situation and flashed a sheepish grin at Charles and Alexander. Charles had been sizing up Theodore the whole time. She was stunning, effortlessly turning heads in any crowd, and it hit him how unfair this all was. His voice rose with fury. "James is a complete dirtbag," loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. The entire Hua family in the exhibition hall heard it. Michael knew it was long enough. He cut James off mid-rant. "I've got a good idea now. My assistant will be in touch with you." James lit up. "So, the price? Easy." Michael shot to his feet and headed straight for the door. "Just talk it over with my assistant." He wasn't actually going to let his assistant deal with James wasting money on a piece of junk. James beamed, all traces of his earlier pretense gone. He scrambled up. "Sure thing, Michael. Take your time." Michael had just stepped out of the private room when he ran into Jack, Charlotte, and Emily by chance. Emily spotted Michael and James, waved with a smile. "Our James is all set. But what about your Michael? Still undecided?" Charlotte nodded. "He's got his own plan. He doesn't need us prying." Emily shook her head, disapproving. "Parents should still step in. What if he ends up like your second son?" Michael frowned. Charlotte snapped. "Enough about Michael. Let's talk more about your future daughter-in-law." The future daughter-in-law she meant, of course, was Theodore. James hadn't expected them to bring up Theodore. A flicker of unease crossed his face, then vanished in a flash. The moment Theodore was mentioned, Emily's grin turned triumphant. "Oh, our Theodore, she's the sweetest, most thoughtful person you'll ever meet. Last year. Really, it was us." She trailed off with a shake of her head, not wanting to spill family troubles. "We'd have been in real trouble without her help. If it weren't for her, James wouldn't even be holding this exhibition today." Charlotte gave a polite nod and smoothly guided them toward where Charles was waiting. On the way, she asked, "So why haven't we seen this Theodore you're always talking about?" Charles's voice came in. "So that idiot James is secretly throwing a show back here, while telling Joseph he came home just to see him?" Jack and Charlotte exchanged glances. Suddenly everything clicked. "That's how it is." Emily laughed. "It's only because Theodore's been swamped at work. Couldn't even come back with us." Charlotte's eyes flashed with scorn, but she held her tongue. By 10 a.m., the art exhibition hall was packed to the brim. Not only were seasoned artists showing up, but news crews and even social media influencers had rolled in with their gear. As Jack and Charlotte walked through the crowd, they passed at least 10 photographers and half a dozen live streamers filming on the move. The closer they got, the clearer Charles's voice became. Theo and James had only been together 6 months? No wonder. Both thought a relationship that short wasn't stable, and neither trusted online love. Plus, James kept feeding them his little story, so naturally, they both wanted to introduce their boyfriend. Without realizing the guy was the same one, James came back for this exhibition, and Theo wanted to tag along. But James kept pushing her off. Something felt off, so she ditched everything and flew straight here. Honestly, Theo's gut was spot on. Just around the corner from Charles, Charlotte stopped dead in her tracks. Emily, walking beside her, asked, "You into this piece?" Joseph's voice came from ahead. "First, check out my boyfriend? Aren't you going to go?" He didn't say it. Catching her cheating, Theodore grinned. "I'm already here. I'm not in a rush. Besides, I don't even know where he's holding the show yet." Joseph nodded. "Yeah, fair enough." He pulled out his phone and called James. The ringtone cut through the air. Charles's ears twitched. He yanked Alexander's arm forward, dragging him into the next turn. Joseph and Theodore followed right behind. A second later, they ran straight into Luna's group. "Here they come." James glanced at his phone, saw the name, and answered without hesitation, "Hey!" Joseph spotted James immediately and hung up without a second thought. Waving at him, James! Theodore looked over, her smile freezing the instant she saw him. James turned toward them, his eyes landing on Joseph first. Just about to grin and say something when he suddenly caught a flicker of something. His gaze snapped to Theodore. Their eyes locked. James's heart lurched. He barely thought. Just turned and bolted. Emily stared at Theodore, stunned. Theodore, you said you were swamped with work, had no time. Before she could finish, Theodore strode forward and slapped James hard across the face. Charles? Oh ho! Jack and Charlotte both covered their mouths, trying not to laugh. Nice, James. Are you out of your mind? Theodore's voice cracked, tears spilling instantly down her cheeks. Joseph froze for a beat, confused. Sis, you know him? He paused, turning to James. James. What the hell is going on? James clutched his burning cheek, still scrambling for words when Theodore looked at Joseph, her voice breaking with hurt. Joseph, don't you see? We've both been played. In a flash, it all clicked. The color drained from Joseph's face as he stared at James. Seeing the same panic flickering in his eyes, Joseph's stomach dropped, his whole body trembled. So, you're my sister's boyfriend too, James. Exactly. That's it. Right on the nose. The twist hit fast and hard. Emily hadn't even processed it when she watched her son, whom she'd cherished like a jewel, get slapped in broad daylight by the daughter-in-law she'd been counting on. Emily snapped. She shoved Theodore back hard. Theodore, what's wrong with you? Whoa, calm down. You'll get your turn soon enough. Old-timer. Charles shot back, annoyed. Alexander nearly snorted out loud. Good for you, keep going. I love it. Theodore stumbled back a few steps, then burst out laughing. Me? Crazy. She pointed at James, her eyes welling up as she stared at Emily. Why don't you ask your son what he's done? As a proper mama bear to the prince, she'd always follow one rule. No matter when, no matter what, when the prince was wronged, the mama had to defend him to the end. So Emily didn't hesitate. Whatever he did, it doesn't give you the right to hit my son in public. If you... She raised her hand. What do you want? Joseph stepped forward, shielding Theodore behind him with a dark glare. Charles squeezed Alexander's arm so hard he winced. Man, Joseph is actually decent, sure, he's head over heels in love, but at least he's standing up for his sister. Way better than that idiot Levi. Jack, Charlotte, and Michael all nodded in agreement. Only Alexander wore a pained expression. Can't you just pinch yourself? He muttered through gritted teeth. Charles shot him an apologetic wink. Emily glared at Joseph. What do you think I'll do? Theodore started it, wrecked our exhibition, so yeah, I'm calling the cops and having her arrested. Go ahead, Theodore said, tears streaming down her face. Her voice cracked. She never thought James would be this bold, to date her while secretly being with her own brother. But she had to admit, his nerve was kind of impressive. Otherwise, they'd have stayed in the dark for who knows how long. Perfect timing. I've been meaning to ask the police if pretending to be single while scamming both me and my brother out of serious money counts as fraud. Emily's face went pale. What are you saying? Emily, are you playing dumb or just blind? Joseph looked ghost white, still reeling from the betrayal. But he knew he had to protect his sister now. His voice was ice cold. You really don't know that your precious son has been... Joseph, please, stop. James begged. Joseph didn't pause. He's been dating me, while also going out with my sister? Emily froze. A dull roar filled her head. What had she just heard? The commotion here was huge. Just as the drama kicked off, people flocked over, and now a thick crowd had them surrounded. James and Emily's life-size posters were still on display by the exhibition entrance, so it didn't take long for the onlookers to spot who they were. When Theodore dropped that bombshell, the crowd collectively sucked in a breath. Sleeping with both sides? Playing both ends against the middle? And isn't he like her brother? What kind of slimeball is this? Emily snapped to reality. You can't just make stuff up. My son's not some sick freak. Panic flashed across Emily's face. She didn't even glance at Theodore Joseph before lunging toward the nearest journalist filming them. You're done. No more footage. Wait. Wasn't it just you who was calling people crazy? Now you're the one losing it. Jack and Charlotte stepped back a pace. Emily's meltdown was entertainment, better keep their distance to watch the show. Not a freak. Joseph laughed bitterly. Then what kind of proof do you want? The abs pics he sent me? The flirty texts? Or my bank transfer records to him? A chill shot through Emily's body. She shook her head frantically, eyes bloodshot as she stared at Joseph and Theodore. No way! Absolutely not. She turned desperately to James behind her. James, please, say something, say he's lying. You're not a pervert, are you? Not gay, right? The son she'd poured everything into, the one she'd built up as flawless and perfect, couldn't possibly be gay. Emily kept shaking her head. No, she wouldn't accept it. Not in a million years. James still had his hands over his face. When Emily spoke, he flinched and didn't dare lift his eyes. All around him were exhibition visitors, artists from the same scene, media crews, bloggers watching with sharp eyes, their cameras coldly trained on him. If this gets out, I'm finished. Forget about holding another exhibition. Might not even sell a single piece after this. His dream was to be an artist. If he can't sell a single painting, how the hell is he supposed to survive? The thought of what lay ahead made James's vision go black. So, he couldn't admit it, not even if he died. Yeah. James's eyes snapped wide open. Just don't admit it, that's all. If he doesn't admit it, then it never happened. James dropped his hand, quickly glanced at Theodore Joseph, then jerked his gaze away before meeting Emily's eyes. His voice came out thin. I'm not like them. I'm not a gay pervert. Wait, what? Since when is being gay a perversion? It's just a preference. My older brothers, my dad, they're all gay, and we're not the ones acting weird. You're the one who cheats on two people and steals money. Now asterisk that's asterisk twisted. Whatever. Charles was fuming. Jack and Charlotte were stunned. Wait, the older brother and third brother too. Michael and Alexander exchanged a look, completely clueless. How the hell did we not know they liked guys? But Charles was right. None of them have to inherit a throne. If they like men, why shouldn't they? Joseph and Theodore were livid. But before they could say anything, the crowd had enough. What kind of century is this? Still got people who don't respect other orientations. So your whole spiel about equality and inclusion abroad was just hot air. You're actually a homophobe in real life? Disappointed, caught red-handed cheating on two women and still trying to lie. How can someone be so morally bankrupt? Scumbag. The two words hit James like a switchblade. He suddenly snapped. Don't you dare say that. I'm the king of true love. Do you have any idea what you're doing? You can sue me for slander. Charles's eyes went wide. King of true love. That's an insult to true love. If the king of true love were real, he'd be filing a police report by now. Charles was fuming. Then it hit him. Wait. I just remembered. James isn't just a player, he's also got a habit of posting videos on his own. So, we might actually be able to find something. Alexander's eyes lit up. Now this just got easier. Chapter 23, we're waiting for them. Before Alexander could even pull out his phone to have someone dig up proof, a commotion broke out at the edge of the crowd. A sharply dressed man pushed through with several security guards, shouting as he shoved forward. What's all this? You're not causing trouble, are you? Emily and James both turned. Seeing the man was like seeing their lifeline. Charles blinked, confused, then watched as James and Emily both rushed forward at once. Dad, honey, you're finally here. Emily's voice cracked. Her eyes welled up as she pointed at Joseph, Theodore, and the crowd. They've been accusing our son of being gay and saying. Charles stared in shock. James's dad. So Emily still has no idea she's the one who's married to a man? Jack and Charlotte stared, then turned to each other in shock. What, you're telling me Matthew's one of them too? Then Charles went on. James deliberately dropped the bomb just before Joseph's big race. Wasn't that to mess with Joseph's head? I remember Joseph mentioned Matthew at the time, said he and his son were both freaks, his own kid playing both sides. And Matthew? Charles replayed the scene in his mind, face twisting into a mix of disbelief and horror. Matthew's got even wilder tricks. Used to go diving off cliffs just for kicks. Alexander nearly dropped his phone. Jack and Charlotte were wide-eyed, stunned, speechless. Their whole worldview just got rocked. Can't take this anymore. I'm just a regular reader. Why do these insane plots keep hitting me like bricks? Tell me about it, they don't even read novels. Yet the wild stuff's happening right in front of them every day. Still, they do love a good drama. Alexander clutched his phone, face unreadable. Good news, there's tons of proof online about the father and son. Bad news, it's all kind of illegal. Alexander turned to look at Michael. Maybe we should just call the police? Michael gave a barely noticeable nod. Calling them now really is the best move. If Michael's on board, Alexander had no reason to hesitate. He grabbed his phone and quickly messaged a tech-savvy friend, asking him to pull together all the evidence as fast as possible. 10 on a weekday, prime time for office workers to sneak in some downtime. In the age of short video live streaming, most people reach for their phones and fire up a video app when they're supposed to be working. That's when someone spotted something strange. A new artist in the entertainment live section. A wave of curious viewers clicked through. Did I just go to the wrong stream? Should we report this glitch to an admin? Hey, keep your hands steady. Did you catch that flash? That looked like Joseph. It was Joseph, the star ADC for this year's top-ranked team KTW. He wasn't just the heart of his squad. He was also the most branded player in esports right now. Even people who didn't follow gaming had heard his name. The comment hit like a slap. Everyone froze. Wait, the other guy looks familiar too, like someone from Z-Team. Z-Team was Alexander, the same one whose in-game tag was Z. Mistaking Joseph was bad enough, but now they were saying Z-Team looked familiar too. A crowd that had only come for a quick look stopped dead in their tracks, waiting patiently as the camera finally stabilized. After what felt like 30 seconds of shaky hands, the feed cleared and the glitchy audio dropped back into the stream. Teddy, a deep, steady voice cut through, tight with suppressed fury. Explain this. What in the hell is going on? Explain what? Joseph's earlier sting of betrayal evaporated into white-hot rage when he saw how shameless each family member was. My sister and I got played by your son running 2 relationships? You think she owes me an explanation? Charles fumed. Victim blaming? Please, old man, you're delusional. The live stream audience instantly picked up Joseph's voice. That's really Joseph. Host, can you pan the camera a bit? Cheating on 2 people at once? I didn't know Joseph was even dating anyone. What's this ruining my and my sister's feelings business all about? The chat exploded with confused question marks, but the host showed no sign of explaining. The onlookers were furious now. Matthew had just arrived and immediately shoved security toward them. Now they were daring to grill the victim? We paid for our tickets to see the art show. Why are you kicking us out? Exactly. Is it really that hard to take a little embarrassment? The crowd was seething, but Emily let out a long breath of relief. Perfect, now that Matthew's here, she had someone solid to lean on. Now that she looked at the crowd, all she saw was disdain. You're just jealous of my James. Emily stepped in front of her son, eyeing Joseph with disgust. He's got a little success. Does that mean you have to trash him like this? Her son was brilliant. How could he possibly be gay? And you, Theodore? Emily turned sharply toward her, scanning her up and down with clear disdain. I told you before. You shouldn't dress like a showgirl when meeting your father. Charles was utterly stunned by Emily's logic. No wonder I always thought Emily was off her rocker. She's the real-life version of that delusional wife trope. She blindly believes in her husband and son, sees every criticism as jealousy, and somehow imagines everyone wants a piece of her man. Wait. Matthew's got a beard like he hasn't shaved in weeks, a belly that jiggles when he walks, reeks like last night's garlic fries. He's the definition of middle-aged gross. Who on earth would even look at him? Charles muttered it under his breath. Then the Hua family all nodded in agreement. By the end of it, they were all feeling even more sorry for Theodore. Looking at Theodore, she was clearly furious. Compared to Joseph, who'd only ever known James through the internet, Theodore had poured more into their connection. Now, being falsely accused by Emily like that, her eyes went red in an instant, her chest heaved with anger, and for a long moment, she couldn't say a word. When had Joseph ever seen his sister look like this? Pain filled his eyes. He was about to speak, when Alexander said, Joseph, come here. With so many people and cameras watching, Joseph knew that even if they were right in the situation, public opinion would side with them, but without solid proof, He couldn't afford to act on impulse. He shot a glare at James, who was hiding behind Emily, then pulled Theodore over beside him. The live stream fans finally had their confirmation. Those two voices, Alexander and Joseph. But what the hell actually happened? Why was Joseph accusing James of cheating? Wait, did Joseph get dumped? The fans exploded with outrage, but couldn't help leaning into the drama. Host, my favorite host. Just tell us what's going on already. No reply. Then Emily's voice cut in again. Oh, you're not going to get away with defaming my son now, are you? So you're just going to hold a little meeting about what to do next? Let me make this clear, this isn't over. I'm not done with you too. Everything the exhibition's lost because of your mess. And that slap you just gave Theodore, you're both paying for it. If not, I'll be calling a lawyer. Charles was stunned all over again by Emily's audacity. He stared at her, and something about her felt strangely familiar. This is pure power tripping. Is she even aware how much she's overreaching? To be fair, Charles' description was still spot on. Alexander pulled Joseph aside and whispered something in his ear. Charles leaned in, catching only the word police. Turns out, our weirdo gaming bro actually had a brain. He thought to call the cops. Progress, I guess not bad. Back when he was acting so extra, I thought he'd end up a full-blown delinquent. You've got the guts to roast me in your head. Why not do it to my face? And seriously, even if he's a drama king with his gamer vibe, he's nothing compared to you. Your inner otaku meltdown is next level. Joseph might have been shocked and confused by what Alexander said, but he trusted him without hesitation and grabbed his phone to call the police with Theodore. Alexander's phone buzzed, just as a friend sent over the files. Feeling way better now, Alexander decided to let Charles off the hook. For once, after all, without Charles, they might have actually gone down in that playoff. Emily suddenly piped up, her voice rising. Charlotte, you really ought to keep an eye on your Alexander. Don't let him pick up bad habits from those two shady characters. Charlotte just smiled faintly and shot back. Relax, my third son might be sharp, but he's not the type to double-cross anyone or scam people for cash. That hit a nerve. Emily's face darkened in an instant, her eyes flashing cold as she glared at Charlotte and snorted. What proof do you have that my James is cheating on his relationship? And Theodore? She voluntarily spent money on my son. But you believe gossip after 2 minutes of talk. Be careful you don't get burned. Good thing, Charlotte said with that same cool smile. I've always been sharp. No one ever tricks me. Unlike you. She paused, her gaze lingering meaningfully on the Zhao family men. Matthew and James both felt a chill crawl down their backs. What's she staring at? Did she figure something out? James tensed up, swallowing hard before pulling on Matthew's arm. Dad, maybe we should just drop it? Don't be ridiculous. Matthew hissed low. Your mom doesn't even know. Besides, his voice dropped even lower. Those things happened overseas. What's it matter to us here? And Mom wasn't wrong. Once you're done with Theodore, there's no reason not to squeeze some payoff while she still talks to you. James thought about it. He agreed Matthew had a point. His art show had been ruined by her and Joseph. Now wasn't the time to walk away empty-handed, especially if he wanted to keep going abroad for study. His stomach eased up just a bit. Then another thought struck him. But what about these people? Matthew turned to the security guard, voice sharp. What are you staring at? Get them all out. If anyone so much as snaps a photo, smash their gear. The words hit like a bomb. Immediate backlash. These weren't just any visitors. They were big names in the art world. The live stream erupted. Does this guy have a screw loose? You want to try smashing something? Go ahead. If I were the host, I'd be lying on the floor right now. See what they do. The guards heard it and just blinked. Same as the viewers online, deadpan. They were regular folks, working for regular pay. Not fancy bodyguards with six-figure salaries. They weren't about to risk their jobs over some cheap drama. So the live streamers heard the guards' voices come through. Just step back a bit. Don't bunch up. Someone's going to stub their toe, and it'll be on you. That corner's better for shots anyway. Just a quick snap. Won't lose any flesh. Honestly, they're overreacting. But since they're being this unreasonable, just play along. How could you not hear? The place is dead quiet now. If you still can't make it out, go to the control room, my colleague's there. Just say my name and watch the feed. Charles was about to crack up. Security dude nailed it. Exactly, just a pic. No skin off your teeth. Why act so petty? Like it heard Charles's thoughts. The live streamer's hand jolted. The camera that had been pointed at the floor suddenly wobbled, catching Charles's wide grin. Amidst a flood of ha 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 comments, one popped up. Is that Charles? Too fast. Vanished into the digital sea before anyone could catch it. Inside the exhibition hall, Matthew and Emily were furious at the security staff's blatant disregard. You're going to regret this. I'm reporting you, Emily shouted, her voice sharp with anger. The guards didn't even glance at her. Emily's temper snapped. She scanned the room, then locked eyes with Charlotte. Charlotte raised an eyebrow slightly. Charlotte, Emily snapped, hurry and get your family's bodyguards. These people are a mess, and we need help right now. No way, Charlotte shot back without hesitation. Emily froze, stunned. Before she could ask why, Charlotte added, you said yourself that gay people are freaks. So I'd hate to think you'd want freaks like us helping you. Emily was speechless. Matthew stepped forward, grabbing her arm. We don't need their help, he muttered, jaw tight. I've got this, stay here. James, Matthew. A firm voice cut through the noise. Everyone froze and turned toward the door. 3 police officers in uniforms stood at the entrance, faces grim. James flinched. His instinct was to duck into the crowd. Matthew's expression twisted in panic, and he turned to run right alongside James. Joseph suddenly spoke up, pointing at them. They are the ones. I'm the one who reported them. The officers nodded slightly at Joseph, then turned to James and Matthew, their voices low but carrying clearly. We've received a verified tip about you too. Fraud and distributing obscene material. You're coming with us. James's legs gave out. He crashed to his knees. Matthew went deathly pale. No color left in his face. Emily stared at the officers, then at the pair on their knees. Her voice came out flat. This can't be right. How could this be? The police wouldn't show up to haul someone away unless they had solid proof in hand. We're waiting for the cops. What are you two even doing? Charles watched the pale, ashen faces of James and Matthew. His mood was delightfully sharp, so now would be the perfect moment to tell Emily exactly what her husband's been up to. Before he'd even finished the thought, Charlotte stepped forward and stood right beside Emily, her voice clear enough for everyone to hear. Do you know what kind of porn videos Matthew and James were spreading? Emily turned to her, disbelief flooding her face. You actually know? Charlotte smiled like the sun had just broken through clouds. The very kind you hate most. Homosexual videos. Emily froze, her body trembling. She screamed, voice raw. No, impossible. Chapter 24. I've made up my mind. Charlotte nailed it. Brilliant move. Charles's lips curled into a satisfied grin. If timing weren't so off, I'd totally interview Emily. Just to see the look on her face when she realizes her pride and joy and her soul mate have become exactly who she despises most. Only Charles could deliver a punch like that. Alexander's mouth twitched into a smirk too. Honestly, I kind of love to interview her myself. You're lying. I don't believe you. This has to be a lie. Emily glared at Charlotte, whispering fiercely as if trying to convince herself. You've got to be lying. I just can't believe would ever. She never let the words pervert slip out about her husband or son. Charlotte said nothing. She simply returned to Jack's side, her gaze on Emily now heavy with quiet pity and sorrow. Still refuses to face the truth at this point? That says everything about Emily's self-preservation skills. She's a master of emotional gaslighting. Charlotte couldn't agree more. She didn't like Emily, not at all, but when it came to marriage, she really was the victim here. She'd even thought, just a second ago, that she might help. If Emily would finally wake up and divorce Matthew, we've got to stay far away from people like her. Not because her situation isn't heartbreaking, but because someone who's been gaslighting herself into thinking she's the wronged wife will always blame everyone else for her marriage problems. If you step in, she'll call you nosy. Then, if things get better with her husband, she'll accuse you of meddling and ruining their bond, and dump all the blame on you while she goes back to being happy with that jerk. Honestly, Her brain's wired wrong. I'm getting out before she snaps. Charlotte didn't hesitate. She took a sharp step back. Jack gave her a puzzled look. Charlotte took a deep breath and said, "Respect other people's paths. Live your own life with joy." It was a solid line. But why suddenly go philosophical? Before Jack could ask, Emily spun around and stared at James and Matthew. As soon as the cops stepped in to take them into custody, both men stopped resisting. The police had proof. No point fighting it now. Better to admit guilt and hope for leniency than keep lying through their teeth. But Emily wouldn't accept it. When she saw the officers moving in, she lost it. Screaming, "My husband and my son, they can't be gay. They couldn't possibly do something so disgraceful. You can't take them away like this. Dude, you'll know the truth when you walk into the station," Theodore said coolly. After hearing all that filth firsthand, she'd long since stopped caring about the bastard. Watching this scene, pure satisfaction. "Shut up." Emily's eyes burned red as she glared at Theodore. She seemed to have figured it all out. "It's your fault. If you hadn't shown up here like some trashy drama queen, my husband and son wouldn't be arrested today. I'll kill you." The rage was building. She lunged straight at Theodore. "What the hell are you doing?" Joseph stepped in front of Theodore just in time, but the cops were faster. They grabbed Emily and pinned her arms. "You're still causing trouble right here? Let me go. Who gave you the right to arrest me? Let me go." She started thrashing wildly, even trying to punch a cop, not just the crowd. Those holding her were stunned too, obstructing justice, assaulting an officer. "Take her in," the lead cop said it flatly. "What? I didn't obstruct anything. You're the ones arresting people at random. Let me go, or I'm calling the cops." Seriously, what's she even talking about? Police are right here. What exactly is she planning to report to? Charles couldn't stop laughing. The onlookers laughed even harder, louder. Roars of laughter rippled through the crowd. Matthew and James both flushed red, too embarrassed to look up. Emily kept yelling, "My husband and son couldn't possibly be gay. They'd never share pornographic videos. This is a frame-up. They're innocent. Someone's definitely lying." James buried his head even lower, like a turtle retreating into its shell. Matthew was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He just glared at the ground, face bright red, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the pavement. Charles was wheezing from laughter. "Why are you shouting like that? You really think James and Matthew aren't embarrassed enough already? Wonder how the live stream's going right now." The viewers online were having a field day. Just minutes ago, those smug father and son duo had been acting like royalty. Now they were suspects. Who wouldn't say it was sweet revenge? "I'm dying. I'm crying from laughing. This is karma. Perfect. Damn, wish I could have egged the streamer on to go check it out. Now I'll just have to wait and watch the official police blog for updates. I'm doing the same. Gotta keep tabs on Joseph's Twitter and KTW's official feed to see what actually went down." Back at the scene, the cops soon dragged all three away. Joseph Theodore Yi went with them for questioning. With the main players gone, curiosity seekers drifted off from the exhibition hall. Before leaving, everyone still couldn't help but add a jab. "Disgusting. I've been saying it all along. What kind of nonsense even qualifies as art? Seriously, my 3-year-old could draw better than that. Good thing we didn't buy it. Saved us a ton of cash." After this mess, James's reputation was completely shot. With a criminal charge hanging over him, he couldn't even flee the country for now. His art career was over for good. The event venue had cleared out, but online fans weren't letting go. They hadn't been on site and didn't get Charles's early warning. After sitting through the live stream this whole time, they never got a single explanation from the host. Then, right after police showed up, the stream just cut off. So all they could do was scramble online trying to find that broadcast. Racing around for hours, but still couldn't get the full scoop. All they knew was that Joseph and Theodore were involved, plus Alexander. James had scammed money and emotions, and Matthew had been taken in by police over criminal charges. With no leads and no insider info, the fans were stuck in limbo. No explanation from the streamer all morning, and then just a quick cutoff after the cops showed up, so they scrambled online all afternoon, hunting down every possible link to the live stream, but still couldn't piece together the full story. All they knew was that Joseph and his sister were involved, plus Alexander. James had been scamming people for money and emotions, and Matthew had been taken in on criminal charges. The playoffs were just around the corner. Joseph, the team's tactical backbone, couldn't afford to get tangled up in this mess. But Charles was even more worried than the fans. After Joseph and Theodore went to the police station, Alexander followed right behind. Charles wanted to go too, but Jack said they'd just be in the way, so the family headed back home together. Once inside, Charles started texting Alexander nonstop, demanding updates the minute anything happened. This whole thing went so smoothly, it was mostly thanks to Charles, so Alexander gave him every detail. He didn't hold back a single thing. Wow, he actually admitted it already? I figured James and Matthew would have dug in their heels for sure. Jack took a sip of tea. Could they even deny it now? The evidence was all there. Owning up might get them leniency, but if they kept lying, Jack shook his head, then it'd be a real pain in the ass. Emily's under criminal detention. Deservedly so, but I don't think she'll actually believe it, not until she sees the court verdict. Charlotte nodded in agreement. In her mind, Matthew and James were both top tier. How could someone so brilliant even be connected to the kind of creep she imagined? Great, absolutely great. Just hope Joseph and Theodore can get their money back. Charlotte went to see Michael. Michael said, the legal team's already on it. They say full recovery's unlikely, but they're confident we'll get 2/3 back. After all, the amount was massive. Loan agreements still count. Even if they were verbal, Joseph might be love-struck, but not that much of a fool to write gift in the transfer notes. So yeah, we're probably looking at a solid recovery. Jack and Charlotte both relaxed a little. Now the only issue is how big this blew up online. Once Joseph and Alexander get out of the station, we'll need to handle some PR, quietly but fast. Alexander was on the same page as Jack and Charlotte. Once Joseph finished his statement at the precinct, the three of them quickly hashed out a plan. Then Joseph posted a straightforward update on his personal Weibo account, laying out the truth for fans and the public. The netizens who'd been chewing on this drama all day finally got the full story, and they were buzzing like crazy. But once they read Joseph's post, hearts broke and jaws dropped. Wait, how much was it total? Both siblings conned by the same scumbag? Not trying to be harsh, but did you hand over every single penny from your matches to this guy? Pretty sure. What can I even say about your love brain? Glad you woke up. Joseph secretly dating someone behind Z-Team's back. Oh wow, give me that CP breakup. Soul-crushing. What the hell happened? What live stream am I missing? Can someone send me a link to this morning's recap? Within minutes, some netizen dropped the full replay, edited down into a tight, highlight-packed cut. That night, after wrapping up his long day at work, Gabriel saw the trending topic. He clicked straight into the first video, the edited clip, and didn't hesitate before hitting play. Halfway through, a familiar face flashed across the screen. Gabriel slammed pause and rewound fast. Watched it again, no mistake. It was Charles for real. A few fans in the live chat quickly spotted Charles, their eyes lighting up with excitement. One comment read, Leo crashed last time, and Charles was there. Now you are showing up again at this esports scandal. Dude, are you stalking the drama or what? That pretty much summed up Gabriel's thoughts. Still, it made sense. Charles had always been in the know about things others didn't, and with Alexander involved, his presence here wasn't exactly a surprise. With that thought, Gabriel glanced at the revised guest list beside him, hesitated for a beat, then finally picked up his phone and dialed Michael. He'd reshuffled the entire lineup. This time, Charles should finally say yes to joining the show, right? The online romance scam involving Joseph, which had sparked a 3-day firestorm on the internet, finally began to cool down. On the 4th day after the incident, KTW faced their last group stage match. Winning this game would secure their playoff seeding. Before the game, fans were worried about Joseph's state of mind, fearing he might be distracted by what had happened just days earlier. But when they saw that within 10 minutes of the first match, the bottom lane had completely broken their opponent, fans finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, KTW crushed their opponents 2-0. Post-game interviews were Alexander's solo segment. Host: What's your take on Joseph's performance today? Z-Team, Alexander. He was brutal. The host and the crowd burst into laughter. Host. And now that KTW has secured first place in the group, is there someone you'd like to thank? Alexander paused, then said, Charles, I guess. Just thinking about how close the team had come to disaster this year. How one wrong move could have ended everything. It sent a chill down his spine. Charles had been the difference. Hearing that unfamiliar name, both the audience and host blinked in confusion. Wait, who's he? Hadn't heard of him before? Alexander didn't explain further. Just gave a quiet, knowing smile. Before the interview even wrapped up, fans had already dug into Charles. The search results popped up. Among them, a profile with only 50,000 followers. Clicking through, there was nothing in the bio. Scrolling down, just one selfie. Still, got to admit, the guy in the photo looked sharp. But was this really the Charles Alexander had just named? Charles hadn't followed Alexander. Seemed like he wasn't even a real star yet, not even verified in the industry. Could have been a mix-up? The post-interview buzz was quiet. Just a small ripple in the gaming community. Charles, meanwhile, had no idea. At that moment, he was sprawled on his couch at home, staring at a script file he'd already read. Gabriel's big summer project. Asterisk travel with us. Asterisk. What? Michael finally couldn't hold back. You've been quiet all this time. A few days earlier, Gabriel had reached out to Michael about getting Charles on a show. First, he wasn't even going to say yes. After all, Adventure Together, their own reality series, was already back in the works. Filming could start again in less than 2 weeks. Charles had just turned 18 and had been coddled by Jack and Charlotte his whole life. To Michael, keeping him close was the only safe bet. But Gabriel pointed out that even though Leo's career was over, fans might not let go easily. If a live stream during day 1 drew drama from angry followers, Charles, still brand new with zero fanbase, could get crushed. Gabriel promised Michael he'd be on set throughout filming, watching over Charles personally. Plus, the final cut would go straight to him for approval. Not a single frame would be edited in bad faith. Michael took 2 days before he agreed, then finally let Gabriel send over the dossier. He read it himself, then passed it to Elizabeth, Charles's agent. Both of them agreed. The show had solid clout and strong promotion, perfect for launching Charles's career. Only after that did Michael bring the file home to leave in front of Charles. But what he hadn't expected. Charles sat there, silent for so long. Was it dislike, or something else? Why hasn't Gabriel given up yet? Michael froze, his brows knitting together. Could Gabriel have reached out to Charles behind my back? Michael's expression darkened. He wasn't happy with Gabriel's move, just as he was about to say it straight. No thanks, he didn't want to do it. He heard Charles speak again. Still, judging by how hooked Gabriel is on this show, he's probably thrown a lot of cash into it. That money I invested. Got to get it back through him. Maybe I'll give him a little push this time. Michael blinked in surprise. When the hell did Charles invest in Gabriel? Before Michael could even process it, Charles said, Bro, can I meet with Gabriel face to face? Sure, but I'm coming too. Michael said he needed to get to the bottom of what this so-called investment was. No way was he letting Charles get scammed by Gabriel. The meeting was set for the next day. At the Hua family estate, early that morning, Gabriel arrived with the show's materials and the contract in hand. Michael had called him. So Charles must have changed his mind. Does that mean Gabriel's chosen role is actually solid? The thought sent a rush of pleasure through him. The butler led him into the living room. To his surprise, Charles and Michael were there, so was Jack and Charlotte. Gabriel nodded at everyone and took a seat across from Charles. Before he could say anything, he heard Charles whisper, still laughing. Let's see how funny you'll feel in a bit. Charles exhaled heavily. Gabriel's smile froze mid-motion. Not gonna be laughing then? Why not? He's here at the Hua family for the contract, isn't he? You're not seriously thinking this role choice messed up again, are you? Gabriel kept up his polite smile. Charles, what's your take on this? I'm not taking part. Obviously, right? My face must have said it all. Charles screamed in his head, but on the outside, he gave a light smile. I only skimmed the basic plan. Haven't seen the guest list yet. Did you bring it, Gabriel? Now it was Gabriel's turn to look confused. He tilted his head toward Michael. Michael explained, I only showed Charles the plan. He hadn't expected Gabriel to have already talked to Charles. He figured he'd hear Charles's opinion first. If Charles was on board, then he'd hand over each guest's full profile. Gabriel felt a huge weight lift off his chest. So Charles hadn't even seen the new guest list yet. No wonder he'd freaked out, thought we were going to lose every single one again. Gabriel quickly pulled out the guest list and passed it over. Here's the new lineup. Charles blinked. New guests? Is Gabriel finally catching on that his guest picks keep going wrong? Something sparked in Charles. He grabbed the list and started flipping through it. Flip to the first page. This guy's name rings a bell. But I can't place him. He'd been burned before, so Gabriel had narrowed his pool way down this time. No big names, just solid picks from the lower tiers of the industry. This actor's actually one of the more popular ones on the list. Wait, did he star in some BL web series? Charles froze mid-flip, eyes suddenly lighting up. Gabriel's eyelid twitched. For no reason at all, a chill ran down his spine. Sure enough, right after, Charles spoke up, I've got it. He's the muscle-bound celeb who tried to slide into his best friend's life by going for his mom. Like, seriously trying to skip straight to dad status and retirement through marriage, and also obsessed with fitness. Jack and Charlotte both went wide-eyed. Gabriel's brain short-circuited for a second. Wait, what did you say about his best friend? His mom? Wait, what? Gabriel's smile vanished in an instant. Michael turned his head away fast, like he was hiding a smirk. Charles flipped another page. This guy's name sounds familiar too. Gabriel's chest tightened. He didn't even dare to keep listening. But Charles kept muttering under his breath. He kinda looks like that pure, innocent high school boy from the novel I read. Wait. Got it. He's the guy who always talks sweet to everyone, nicknamed the gentle moonlight of humanity by fans. But nobody expected that his carefully crafted image didn't last a year. Soon enough, his secret Weibo account was exposed. The guy who'd always spoken so politely in public turned out to be a vicious backstabber behind the scenes, roasting nearly every artist he'd ever worked with on social media. The way he fires off insults. Seriously impressive. Charlotte's shoulders twitched slightly. Jack lifted his teacup. How did he finish it so fast? Gabriel felt the air in the room grow a little thinner. Charles flipped another page. Another one building an image? Foodie persona? That's the easiest kind to crash, right? I remember a female star who pulled that, ended up getting caught binge eating and then forcing herself to vomit after every live stream. Could it really be the same person? Michael suddenly stood up. Charles snapped his head up. Michael quickly turned away, not wanting anyone to see the smirk tugging at his lips. I'm going to hit the restroom. Charlotte clamped down on Jack's arm. How had she not thought of that excuse? Jack winced, twisting his head to glare at her. Easy. I'm telling you, it actually hurts. Michael vanished down the hall, and Charles finally looked away, returning to the guest file. This guest's such a sanctimonious old windbag. Always trying to guilt-trip people with their age. Yeah, this one's got major princess vibes. Last one. Well, between all these guests, his temper's probably the worst. Heard he even went at it with his agent over creative differences after that. Gabriel groaned and shut his eyes. So, 6 people. None of them without serious issues. Charlotte's gaze softened toward Gabriel, almost pitying. The kid's taste in casting. Really? Serious issues? That's an understatement. Charles closed the file and passed it to Gabriel. Gabriel reached out, took it without hope, then stood to leave. Then Charles spoke up. I've made my decision. Gabriel said, it's cool if you don't want to do it. Who says I'm not doing it? Charles shot him a confused look. Now Gabriel was stunned. Even Jack and Charlotte stared at Charles like he'd lost his mind. 6 guests, all with their own problems. Why the hell would Charles join this show? Charles's lips curled into a grin, eyes alight. Sure, none of them are perfect, but who is? Imagine 6 wildly different people thrown into one show. I can't even picture how wild it'll get. I'm not just here for the drama. I live for real-time popcorn. What kind of nonsense is this? Should he even be smiling? Chapter 25 feels like a total wild card. Gabriel's expression was unreadable. Charlotte didn't know if he wanted to laugh, but both their lips were twitching upward. From what Charles said, This really is a show with serious potential. They were all fired up. Gabriel, sign the contract. Charles's eyes crinkled with a grin, his attitude suddenly confident. No more hesitation than before, putting together this whole mix of entertaining people. Gabriel's got some serious skills. I can't wait for the filming to start. Honestly, praise like that's not really what he needs. Gabriel's grip on the contract tightened, until Jack and Charlotte shot him a puzzled glance. Then his fingers gave a slight tremble as he pulled it out and handed it over to Charles. Charles glanced at the contract, then studied Gabriel's face closely, his mind running in circles. Why does Gabriel look so grim? Or is he just naturally this serious? Never one for a smile. Maybe, could be. Gabriel closed his eyes. Still, maybe he should let himself smile. Seeing it this way, the travel show turning into a juicy drama pit. Honestly, it's better than that old masked mess they were stuck with before. A pulse throbbed at Gabriel's temple. His face wore that I'm ready to die kind of grim determination. Even as he started to accept the idea, he knew he had to be ready for anything. After Charles signed, Gabriel headed straight back to the office. He called an emergency meeting with the entire PR team, then immediately told HR to keep another one on standby, just in case. The cast of Let's Travel Together has already been completely revamped, and a hefty payout was handed over. This time, there's absolutely no room for screw-ups. A week later, under the eager anticipation of the Hua family and Charles himself, filming for Let's Travel Together finally kicked off. On the day of departure, Elizabeth, Charles's manager, arrived early with her assistant to pick up the family at Huamassian. But seeing the three of them all ready and waiting, Elizabeth blinked in surprise. Chairman, is Mrs. Hua coming along too? Jack grinned. Yes, she is, Charlotte chimed in. Charles's first filming location was supposed to be by the sea, right? We haven't gone on a proper vacation in ages, so we figured why not join him for this one. Charles nodded vigorously. That's right. Seemed like the older brother wasn't too thrilled about it when we talked 2 days ago. Charlotte's smile widened. Of course he'd be reluctant, had to stay behind for work, couldn't come snoop around the drama in person. Still, no need to tell Charles that by the time Charles's group landed, it was already afternoon, and filming began right at the airport. Even though Charles had a half-day of reality show experience under his belt, he'd never done anything this long. So Elizabeth ran through a few ground rules before they deplaned. Charles listened with genuine humility and focus. Elizabeth felt a quiet relief in her chest. When Oliver had reached out recently, saying Michael wanted her to handle Charles, she'd been nervous. She'd managed wealthy kids before, but most of them just came into the industry for fun. Most didn't follow instructions. If they didn't cause a scandal, it was already a win. Yet Charles? He was dead serious. Actually impressed her. The knot in her stomach finally untangled. What Elizabeth didn't know was why Charles had been so serious. So the show doesn't ban checking your phone during filming? Sweet. That means I can finally relax and watch the drama unfold. Jack and Charlotte nodded along from nearby. If Charles could catch some fun, they could too. Score. The production crew had been waiting at the airport exit all along. As soon as Charles stepped out, 2 camera operators sprinted toward him with their gear in hand. Go on a Trip Together aired live. No reruns, no edits. Charles caught the lens pointing at him and gave a cheerful wave. No stage fright. Elizabeth approved. Then she climbed into the staff shuttle with her assistant. A crew member approached and laid out the next steps. All guests had to gather at the airport before boarding the show's shared bus for their destination. The man pointed across the lot. Charles thanked him and dragged his suitcase toward the bus. Just as he was stepping inside, he noticed someone else already on board. Elizabeth had shown Charles the full roster of guests during the flight. Add in how much he'd been looking forward to this shoot, and it didn't take long. He recognized the guy instantly, the golden boy from fans' dreams. A soft-spoken prince in their hearts, was actually a sharp-tongued, smoke and whiskey kind of troublemaker behind closed doors. Henry, the rising star, Henry. At the sound of footsteps, Henry stood up in a flash. Before even seeing Charles clearly, his lips already curved into that practiced, gentle smile. Hi there. Need a hand? No, I'm good, Charles said quickly. Don't be fooled by Henry's polite act. He plays nice with everyone. Just part of his brand. But don't take it seriously. Can't have him slipping up on the image. The sad part. Most people don't know that. They buy the act. And then, bam, they get roasted by his fake Twitter account. Classic. Charles wasn't about to throw himself into the spotlight. His whole career depended on staying under the radar and making bank in the industry. Back in the crew van, Elizabeth watched the live feed with a nod of approval, her eyes flicking sideways to Jack Charlotte without meaning to. They'd said they were just here for vacation. Yet somehow, these two had ended up riding shotgun with her the whole way. And to make matters worse, both of them answered directly to her. No room for complaints, no chance to ask questions. Now that she finally had a safe opening, Elizabeth spoke up. Charles refusing Henry's help? Totally fine, but Henry's always been the guy everyone in the scene counts on. Would have been okay even if Charles hadn't said no. The moment she finished, Jack and Charlotte both turned to look at her at once. Elizabeth froze under their gaze. What, did I say something wrong? Before she could even process it, Jack and Charlotte both turned back to the screen in unison. Can't say a thing at all. Elizabeth was completely lost. But since neither of them offered any clarification, she just forced her shoulders back and turned her attention back to the stream. The Let's Go Traveling livestream had only been on air a few minutes, but thanks to solid promo work, viewers had already cracked 10,000, and still climbing fast. As soon as Charles appeared, the chat exploded. Damn, so handsome. Give me his full contact info in 1 minute. Your show actually found this guy. That's a solid win. Charles, wait, I've heard that name before. When Charles introduced himself, Henry smiled and echoed the chat. Yeah, I feel like I've seen your face somewhere. Charles wasn't great at small talk, so he just gave a stiff, polite laugh. Oh, really? Then internally panicking. Does anyone even have a clue how to save me? I'm seriously hopeless at small talk, and now stuck sitting next to the brutally sarcastic Henry. If I accidentally say something wrong, he'll totally roast me on his alt account. Just as Charles was spiraling, a woman's voice cut through like rain on parched soil. Ugh. So tired, both Charles and Henry snapped their heads toward the door, but after waiting several seconds, no one came through. Charles frowned slightly. They were seated toward the back of the bus. Couldn't see what was happening below. Henry stood up and walked forward. New guest. Yeah, about time too. Hey kid, come lend a hand. Charles's brows shot up at that voice. Wait, Emma? If you're gonna crash the party, you better come prepared. So when he heard that name, Jack Charlotte instantly clicked. The old school diva who loved to boss around younger talent just because she'd been around longer. Charles had been second-guessing whether to go check it out, but now he leaned back into his seat and gave up entirely. The live stream audience blinked in surprise. Henry's helping, and Charles just sits there. Is this kid really that clueless about showbiz etiquette? Even if he doesn't know the ropes, shouldn't he pitch in at least? In the staff van, Elizabeth frowned slightly as she watched. Even though they'd never met before, not helping wasn't exactly a crime. But people might blow it out of proportion later on. Elizabeth could not help glancing again at Jack and Charlotte, only to see neither seemed the least bit bothered. Jack even nodded in agreement. Not helping? Yeah, totally right. Charlotte said with a smile. Wait, what? You too? Seriously? Forget it, her parents had already spoken. What chance did she have to say anything? Front seat. When Emma saw Henry step out, a flicker of annoyance flashed in her eyes. You're late, she snapped, not even glancing at his face before shoving all the bags into his arms. Hurry up. Get these inside. Henry stared down at the sudden avalanche of luggage in his hands. His temples throbbed. He'd never dealt with someone so blunt before, but Henry remembered he couldn't break character. No matter how annoyed he felt, he forced a soft smile and stayed silent, dutifully hauling every bag onto the car. Emma had 3 large suitcases and 4 smaller bags. Each one weighed at least 30 or 40 pounds. He carried them back and forth 3 times, sweating through his shirt and breathing hard by the end. The fans watching couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Henry, you're amazing. One guy moving 3 suitcases? Total boyfriend energy. Love you, babe. Unlike some people who actually just sat there. And Charles, he'd really stayed put. Not only that, He was watching Henry's face closely. Charles saw it clearly several times. When the camera wasn't rolling, Henry's expression went dark. 3 times, yep, definitely 3. He counted on his fingers. Only then did Emma stroll onto the car, pausing just long enough to mutter to Henry, "Look at you." Drenched in sweat already, Henry wore a soft smile, about to say it was no problem, just doing what he should, when Emma suddenly shifted gears. "Just hauling a few bags and you are already wiped out. Look at that little frame of yours. You dare say men cannot handle it?" Charles nearly lost it, quickly pressing a hand to his chin and pretending to stare out the window. Henry was genuinely stunned. He'd completely blanked, even forgetting to keep up his usual act, staring at Emma in disbelief. Emma wasn't stopping. "Come on now. Do not just stand there. Find a seat. You're dripping sweat and you are too close to me." She gave a little wrinkle of her nose as she waved a hand in front of it. At that moment, Henry's face turned as dark as a stove's bottom, his trademark smile finally cracking. The live stream chat erupted. "Wait, did Emma lose her mind or something? Henry's soaked because of you. It is nearly 40 degrees out, and he carried 3 suitcases for you. Now you're giving him side-eye. I'm furious. How can someone be this awful?" Charles nearly fell off his seat laughing. Emma's like that, always leaning on her age, bossing people around like they're supposed to do everything for her. "So, I'm not chasing drama. What are you just standing there for?" Emma narrowed her eyes when Henry didn't move. Henry clenched his jaw, swallowing down the sharp retort bubbling up. He forced out a strained smile. "It's fine." Then he turned and walked toward the back of the car, dropping heavily into the seat across from Charles. His grin vanishing the second he sat down. Real exhausting, having to keep that smile up for so long. Charles glanced sideways, catching sight of Henry pulling out his phone, fingers flying across the screen like he was typing something urgent. Wait, is he actually posting on his little alt account? A sudden itch of curiosity hit Charles. Got to know what Henry's typing. Wasn't there something in the plot about his Weibo side account? The name slips my mind. On the crew van, Jack and Charlotte were both shifting impatiently. "What's the username on your Weibo side account? Anyway, you're busy filming right now, so just tell us the name. We'll search it ourselves." Charlotte had already pulled out her phone and tapped into the search bar, ready to type at a moment's notice. Then suddenly, Henry's voice crackled from the screen. "Why didn't you come help me earlier?" Charlotte snapped her head up to look at the monitor. When had Henry even moved to sit in front of Charles? He was now turning around, speaking directly to him. Charles hadn't expected that question at all. His almond-shaped eyes blinked once. Then he said with total sincerity, "You didn't ask me to help. I'm not really one for sticking my nose in other people's business. I just deeply respect personal boundaries." Henry froze. He hadn't seen that coming. For a second, he was speechless, then just turned away and stayed quiet. The live stream audience was stunned too. Viewers who'd been ready to roast Charles for missing the cue suddenly fell silent, thrown off by Henry's awkward pause. Got to say, I actually think Charles is right. Seriously, who wants to be the good guy and get burned for it? Only way to feel sorry for Henry now. After Henry fell silent, the whole van was left with just Emma's laugh. Bright, sharp, and loud. She was clearly telling her family she'd made it safely, and when something funny came up, she laughed right through everyone else in the room. Henry's head was spinning with every word he heard, and he pulled out his phone again, this time, closer than before. Charles caught a clear glimpse of him opening the Weibo interface. He's definitely ranting. So dying to see it. What the hell is Henry's little Weibo account called again? Jack and Charlotte were both on edge. Seriously, what is it? Charles glanced at the camera, made sure his angle was safe, then pulled out his phone and tapped open his notes app to try to remember. I vaguely recall Henry's little account got exposed not by accident. It was because the username matched something, right? His secondary Weibo handle is just his dog's name. What was the dog's name again? Charles opened Henry's Weibo profile and typed in a keyword. How could someone name their dog Gosher? No wonder his secret account got exposed. It is impossible to forget. Charlotte's eyes lit up as she quickly typed Gosher into the search bar. But before she could click on Henry's profile, Charles's loud laughter echoed through the room. Oh my God! How does Henry even come up with this kind of insult? Jack jabbed Charlotte's arm and shot her a look. Hurry up, Charlotte tapped the post, and 1 minute after it was sent, the tweet popped right into view. Emma's acting like a lunatic. She scrolled down and there were 2 more. Yeah, I really need to work out. Going to flex my biceps so hard I punch that old fart right into next week. I'm here for the show, not to watch some people lose their minds. You've got to admit that insult was kind of vivid. Charles held back a laugh for almost a full minute, wiping the tear from the corner of his eye. Then a deep, confident male voice cut through the air. Am I the first one here? Charles glanced at Henry in the front seat. This time, he didn't get up. Unusual for him, soon enough, a towering man with sculpted muscles appeared in their line of sight, dragging a tiny pink suitcase. Charles's eyes lit up. Whoa, he said, voice bubbling with excitement. Muscle guy. The man looked surprised. There were already 3 people on board. He flashed a broad, friendly grin and waved. Hey, I'm Owen. Thought I was first here. Charles straightened up and replied politely. Hi, I'm Charles. Henry offered his usual easygoing smile. Henry. Emma, who'd been on the phone, glanced over at the sound and froze for half a second. Then covered her mouthpiece with her hand and grinned at Owen. Hey Owen, this attitude. Why'd you act so cold toward me and Henry just now? Charles shot a quick look at Henry. Didn't miss the tiny eye roll. Owen chuckled and set his suitcase down, then settled into a seat in the middle of the bus. Emma had just hung up. She stood, scanned the back row, 3 guys, and then casually walked over to Owen, feigning surprise. Whoa, Owen, what's with the dark circles under your eyes? Owen shifted awkwardly. Just got stung by a bee a few days ago. Tried to cover it up. Guess I didn't do a great job. Huh, really? Emma sat down across from him, eyebrow raised. Did you see a doctor? But I swear. There was some bruising under his eyes. Bees don't usually cause purple marks. They'd be red and swollen. Charles's gut screamed something was off. Honestly, Emma's being a little too sweet to Owen. Just now, when I waved at her, she barely nodded. Yet suddenly she's over there, practically sitting on his lap. Wait, did I miss something major here? Charles flipped open his notebook and scanned the key plot points like a man on a mission. A second later, he let out a quiet, "Oh, that's why." Just then, Emma spoke up from ahead. But honestly, it doesn't look like a bee sting at all. More like someone gave him a beatdown. His best mate's mom was out shopping with Owen, and the guy ran into his buddy by accident. No surprise he got punched. Jack and Charlotte exchanged shocked glances, then slowly realized what it meant. Damn. Owen's moving fast, but Charles wasn't done. And Emma? She's definitely into that type. I remember her hitting on Owen during some reality show. Full-on declaration, no filter. Wait, no way. Could it actually be this show? Gabriel. Halfway to the car, he was pretty sure they were doing a travel show, not some dating drama. Gabriel took a deep breath, suddenly grateful he'd decided to join the show's filming. Knowing a few things in advance meant he wouldn't be completely blindsided. He smoothed his expression before stepping onto the bus. Charles was still lost in thought. If it really is this reality show, Charles dragged out the words, grinning. I can't even imagine how wild and excited I'd be watching Emma confess to Owen live. Only Gabriel could pull off casting such a perfect lineup. Gabriel froze mid-step. Maybe he needed to recalibrate his emotions after all. Charles heard the pause and looked up in time. His smile lit up like sunshine as he waved at Gabriel. Emma noticed him too, beaming. Gabriel's here. Wow, the scorching out there. Welcome, you must have had a rough ride. Charles' radar pinged again. Gabriel suddenly got the sinking feeling it was about to get worse. Sure enough, a second later Charles' voice burst out. No way, no way. Could Emma actually be into the hot and rich Gabriel too? Sure, he's not built like Owen with all that muscle. But Gabriel's definitely one of those guys who looks lean in clothes and packs a punch when he takes them off. That moment, Gabriel finally understood why some pro actors sometimes cracked on camera. Because right now, he was a mess. Couldn't even fake a smile. Looking at Emma, he instinctively took a step back, jaw tight, offering her a polite but distant smirk. Thanks for asking, Emma. I'm not hot at all. Emma beamed, patting the seat beside her. Come on over and sit down. Gabriel set his suitcase down without a pause, straight for Charles, then dropped into the seat right next to him. Emma frowned slightly, glancing over with a puzzled look. Gabriel smiled, nodding toward Charles. He's a friend's little brother. I've got to keep an eye on him. Charles's eyes widened. No. Gabriel doesn't need to ruin his own shot over me. Charles, Gabriel bit out through clenched teeth. Charles froze mid-thought, blinked. Gabriel, don't call me Gabriel. He paused, then added, not during the show. Afterward, just use my name. Charles gave a quiet nod, like he'd gotten it, but inside his head, why all of a sudden? Still, calling me by name feels weird, doesn't it? Maybe I'll just keep calling him Gabriel. Gabriel exhaled, just a little, as long as Charles stopped bringing up that thing, whatever he called it. He didn't care what the kids said. He was just here for the taping. No way was he going to become some juicy gossip centerpiece. Emma, seeing Gabriel wasn't coming over, let her gaze drift away with a quiet sigh, and turned back to chatting with Owen. Henry gave him a brief nod from the front seat, then turned right back around. Soon, only Emma and Owen's voices filled the cabin. The live stream chat erupted in a brief wave of frenzy the moment Gabriel appeared. Long time no see my idol in person. Gabriel, you ruthless guy, finally decided to show up and do some work. Damn it, why didn't they say Gabriel was joining this show? Why keep him under wraps like that? Seriously, if I'd known Gabriel was on the lineup, would I even have come to this live stream? My sister forced me into it. Whoa. Didn't expect Charles and Gabriel to know each other. Honestly, two hot guys sitting together. Kinda visual treat. That comment instantly blew up with likes. Still, if Emma's voice were just a bit quieter, it'd be perfect. Gabriel sitting right beside him made Charles hesitate. No way to keep checking his notes now. He sighed and tucked his phone away, barely hiding his disappointment. Not long after, two more guests arrived. From afar, a woman's laugh rang out. We're here. Anybody want to help us with the bags? Charles shot a glance at Henry up front. Whether it was Emma's impact or not, Henry actually paused, hesitating before getting up. Henry, do you remember your character arc? You're the gentle moonlight prince. How can you just sit there like nothing's happening? Owen on the front seat sprang up immediately, ready to jump out and help, but before he could take a step, Emma reached out and grabbed his arm. Where do you think you're going? Owen blinked, caught off guard. He stammered, to help? Emma sat near the door and by the window, so she could see everything clearly. She glanced out in a flash, then turned back without a second thought. Two girls with two suitcases? They can manage it themselves. Why bother? Owen was stunned. He almost thought he'd misheard. Ha! Charles's eyes widened slightly, his voice a mix of excitement and disbelief. Wait, how long has it been? Emma already won't let Owen help. Did she actually start liking him that fast? So is she seeing the new girls as rivals now? Before Charles could even process the shock, a tiny but cutting sneer sliced through the air. So that's all you care about? Your own damn humanity. Charles snapped his head toward Henry in the front seat. Henry had already stood, all charm and grace restored, like he'd never uttered a single barb just moments before. Charles couldn't stop the smug grin tugging at his lips. Man, joining the show was genius. The drama's already lit, and Henry's facade cracked twice in under half an hour. Gabriel, close enough to catch every word, felt his lips twitch. Honestly, setting aside the fact that this show was his company's biggest bet this year, it was just plain fun watching Charles get schooled in real time. But here's the catch. Gabriel couldn't walk away. He'd poured way too much into this thing. Fine for now, he'd just play it by ear. Charles suddenly swung around. Gabriel frowned. Huh, what if we, two women after all? Count me in, Gabriel said. Rising, he followed Henry past the two still bickering, stepping off the bus to help the two female guests with their luggage. Back on the bus, Emma hadn't let go of Owen's arm. Owen's face burned. With that kind of reaction from Emma, he finally got it. No more doubts. The live stream chat didn't miss a beat either. Wait, is it just me? Or does Emma seem kinda off with Owen? Yeah, totally. I think she's into Owen, no doubt about it. Still, this show's called Travel Together, not fall in love together, even if it were a romance setup. How bad is Owen's luck? First guy to get the attention of someone who could totally be a main cast. Good thing Charles can't see these comments. He'd probably give that one a thumbs up. Meanwhile, another voice in the chat fires off. How do you even know Owen isn't enjoying himself? While the chat's still buzzing, Gabriel and Henry stroll up with one suitcase each, followed by two new guests. Owen had already pulled his arm back and took the luggage from Gabriel without a second glance at Emma's disapproving look, then helped stow it away anyway. Once that was done, he didn't head back to his seat. Instead, he followed Gabriel and Henry straight to the very last row and plopped down. Emma's face instantly darkened. Charles's lips twitched into a smile again, barely holding back. Nice, Owen still got some decency going on. And Emma's micro-expressions? Gold. Seriously, this is too good to miss. Back on the crew van, Jack and Charlotte were thinking exactly the same thing as Charles. Only been filming for a few hours. And already 2 full-blown drama triangles? They are practically salivating over it. If I were editing, I'd slow down and zoom in on every single reaction. Then slap some captions under them. This would be fire. Who says travel shows don't have drama? Just look at this clip. This is exactly the kind of thing that could blow up online. If we cut it right, this show might actually go viral. Gabriel had just sat back down beside Charles when he overheard that comment. His eyebrows dipped slightly. After a beat, something clicked. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all? After all, the show's already turned into a gossip field before we even started filming. Might as well lean in instead of burying it later. Gabriel's eyes snapped wide open. He whipped out his phone and shot off messages to the editor and director right away. Keep it. Not only do we keep these clips in the final cut, but we're going to edit them into something epic. Charles hadn't noticed Gabriel's move. He was too busy watching the drama unfolding ahead. The 2 new female guests were Ava, a top-tier internet celebrity, and Isabella, a fresh-faced idol just starting out. Ava, with years of experience in the industry, picked up on Emma's cold attitude right away. She didn't know where it came from, but as a seasoned pro, she wasn't about to stir trouble. So she just played dumb. Isabella, on the other hand, had been shielded so thoroughly by her family she didn't catch any of it, and still beamed at Emma like nothing was wrong. Emma gave a flat hum and went back to scrolling through her phone. Isabella didn't pick up on anything off. Seeing Emma ignore her, she just tugged Ava toward the back of the bus, gave Charles and the others a quick wave, then bounced over to sit beside Owen. Owen! She chirped, grinning. Owen had been Isabella's mentor during her audition days. Since then, they'd worked together often. Good friends, really. It was completely normal for Isabella to sit and chat with Owen. But here's the thing. Charles glanced sideways at the 2 laughing it up, then lifted his eyes cautiously toward Emma's face. Next second, Charles chirped with glee. She's gone white in the face. Gabriel pressed his hand to his mouth. Jack and Charlotte couldn't hold it in. They both burst out laughing. Oh my God. This is fire. So good. I'm here for it. More please. Jack and Charlotte nodded in unison. Totally. Bring on more of this. Love a good showdown. Emma's face flashed from red to white. She never could keep her cool. When Owen and Isabella started talking louder, she couldn't resist glancing back. Afraid someone would catch her, she shot a quick look before snapping her gaze away, then sulked in silence again. Emma thought no one was watching, but she had no idea. Her little tells and micro-expressions were already under close surveillance by Charles's unofficial Snackwatch squad. Jack and Charlotte even had Elizabeth contact the director to set up a dedicated camera feed on Emma and Charles, just so they wouldn't miss a single frame of their dynamic. And then it hit Elizabeth. The show hadn't even been rolling for long, and already there was drama. Could it be the CEO and his wife had heard about this beforehand and came just to watch the chaos unfold? Either way, Elizabeth wasn't worried about Charles one bit anymore. After all, the undercurrents among the other guests were far more entertaining than anything Charles was putting on. On the bus, Charles couldn't help but chuckle, glancing out the window whenever he got too amused. But thankfully, that mood didn't last long. A few minutes later, the final guest, Asher, arrived. The 8 of them were finally all together. Charles quickly scanned the group. Wow, talk about a powerhouse lineup. Real talent in one room. Tell me about it. As soon as everyone was accounted for, the bus pulled away toward their first destination. The first episode's shoot was set on a seaside island, and once the car started moving, the director stepped in to briefly outline today's task schedule. It was day one after all, and most of the guests were meeting each other for the first time. So the main focus this afternoon was icebreaking, which meant their first task was simple: cook dinner together. Preparing dinner wasn't hard. Most of the guests were fine with it, except Isabella. The moment she heard about cooking dinner, her brows knitted together. "But I can't cook," she muttered under her breath. "What am I supposed to do?" Owen jumped in right away. "You don't need everyone. Just help out where you can. No big deal." Isabella instantly lit up, her smile sweet and bright. "Okay." Charles had been watching Emma ahead of him all along. Sure enough, the moment Isabella spoke, Emma turned around. After hearing Owen's words, her expression darkened in an instant. Her mouth moved quickly, as if she'd muttered something sharp under her breath. Charles blinked hard. What did she say? Too quiet to make out. Do I really have to learn lip reading now? You girls are something. Full of energy and fire, Emma suddenly said, her voice calm as she strolled up to the back row. But Isabella had already taken the seat beside Owen. Emma settled into a spot in the front row, though she kept leaning back toward the others. Hearing that, Isabella thought Emma was complimenting her, and grinned sheepishly. "You're not old at all, sis. You are about my mom's age." "Not you, Isabella. Who taught you to talk like that? Girls care about their age, especially Emma. She was just flirting with Owen a second ago, and now you are telling her she's old enough to be your mom right in front of him? She'll blow a fuse." Sure enough, the next instant, Emma's face turned stone cold, and Isabella still had no clue. She just kept grinning. "You don't even need to stress about age. My mom also." "Enough," Emma snapped, her face twisted with fury as she glared at Isabella. "What the hell do you think you're implying?" Isabella froze, eyes wide with confusion. She'd always lived in privilege, raised like a princess by her parents. She never learned to filter what she said. Only started softening up a little since entering the industry. But here's the thing. Isabella had only debuted half a year ago, which meant she still hadn't picked up on social cues at all. Isabella glanced at Owen, then at Ava, her voice trailing off as realization dawned. "Did I say something wrong?" Emma's chest heaved with fury, her face flushing crimson. "You were practically pointing at me and calling me old. Do you really not see what you messed up? Oh no. This is about to blow up." Charles looked concerned, but there was a spark of excitement in his voice. Gabriel was torn, caught between wanting to see the drama unfold and worrying about whether the show could even keep going. Isabella had never been spoken to like that before. Her eyes instantly welled up. "But you, shut up," Emma snapped, losing control completely. "I knew from the start you weren't any good. I was right. Just a few weeks in, and you're already clinging to him like glue. I've seen girls like you before. Don't act all innocent with me." "Shut up," Emma snapped, her temper finally snapping. "I knew from the start you were not worth a damn. Just look at you now, already clinging to him like glue. I have seen your kind 100 times before. Don't bother pretending with me, Emma." Owen finally couldn't stand it anymore. "Isabella doesn't know how to talk. Please, don't take it personally. Do you think I want to?" Emma shot back, her voice rising even more. "Didn't you hear what she said? How can you defend her like this?" Owen opened his mouth, but nothing came out. "She wasn't wrong, though." A quiet voice cut through the air. Charles whipped around, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at Henry. "Wait, Henry, don't you remember your character? And seriously, now isn't the time to fan the flames." Then it hit him. Charles glanced toward the front of the bus and saw Asher suddenly yanking off his hat. His stomach dropped. "Asher, looks like he's about to lose it. We're not even going to make it through day one, are we? You should have started panicking sooner." Emma hadn't expected Henry to back her up. She turned sharply, face burning with rage. Can you two shut up for a sec? I've got a brain, and it needs rest. Is this bus your personal clubhouse? Want to bring in a megaphone next? Seriously, I'll just drag the camera up front and give you a live stream. What's the difference? A sharp, defiant voice cut through the air from ahead, each remark more outrageous than the last. Here it comes. Asher's temper is real. Never liked anyone messing with him when he's asleep. Charles silently lit a candle for Emma in his head. One hysterical woman, two total clowns. Right from the moment we got on board, it's been chaos. You'd think this was a market instead of a show. Charles covered his mouth with one hand. Oh wow. So bold, so vicious, so perfect. The whole room froze. Isabella stopped crying. Emma's anger stalled mid-sentence. She stared at Asher, wide-eyed. You. Asher wasn't done. He kept firing off words. What's your problem? You're the youngest ever, right? 40 to 18, go ahead and live it up. Who's going to outlive you? Asher. Emma snapped, her eyes flashing red with fury. He lifted his chin. What? Got an issue with me? Fine. Go ahead and call the producer right now and say you're out. I won't stop you. Don't ask why I'm not quitting. I didn't start this, didn't pick a fight, never even met someone I can't stand. If you hate those two loudmouths asterisk and asterisk me too, then walking away's your best move. Charles was holding it in so hard his shoulders were trembling. Gabriel wanted to laugh too, but if this show wasn't his investment, he probably would have been as carefree and cheerful as Charles. Gabriel glanced at the camera ahead, barely able to picture what the live chat must be like right now. The only ones who could keep an eye on the drama while still scrolling through the live chat were Jack and Charlotte. They both agreed. Nothing beats watching it live. Way more fun than the edited highlights. As soon as Isabella slid into the seat next to Owen, fans in the chat had already picked up on Emma's tight-lipped expression. Man, I swear Emma doesn't like Isabella. No surprise. Emma's got a thing for Owen. Now she shows up and plants herself right beside him. Emma's got to be furious, and knowing her temper, this isn't going to end quietly. First, viewers were still scratching their heads. Emma's got a short fuse, sure. But she's still on camera. She wouldn't actually embarrass Isabella in front of everyone, would she? Then, barely a second after those thoughts hit the chat, Emma stood up and marched straight toward Isabella and Owen. That's when every fan's gossip radar pinged like crazy. Wait, no way. Is Emma actually going to go full blow-up in front of us? That can't happen. We're still filming, right? Before the sentence even finished typing, Emma was already shouting at Isabella. What's your problem? Seriously? They are really doing it? Just when fans thought they'd seen the most explosive moment of the premiere, Asher stepped in, cranking up the tension to 11. As soon as Asher started speaking, the chat exploded. So many messages flying by that for nearly a minute, you couldn't see the screen through all the text. Fans were stunned, confused, and absolutely delighted. All at once, the live stream shot straight to the top of the platform's real-time trending list. The chat kept flooding in. Real-life celebrity drama. I can't believe this. This is my first time watching real star drama. Kinda thrilling. What should I watch out for? Help. What even is this show? It's only day one, and the cast is already screaming at each other on camera. Honestly, Asher just hit the nail on the head. Words right from my soul. Gorgeous. Love it. Bring on more. Back at the live monitor, the director and producer stared at each other, stunned. The director hesitated, glancing at the producer. Should we cut the feed? The producer paused, then said slowly, didn't Gabriel just say that? Either way, the stream's already out there. If we pull it now, fans'll be all over us for the full version. Might as well let them have their fill. Sure, this kind of live disaster was unprecedented in his career. But hey, the stream's now #1 across the platform. Maybe it's not so bad after all? On the bus, Emma was so furious her chest heaved. Her face flushed red. She glared at Asher, speechless for a long moment. Angry? Sure, but she was also genuinely thrown off by how sharp Asher's words landed. Emma, a veteran in the industry, always got her due. Everyone gave her respect no matter where she went. She'd never been spoken to like that, face to face, with someone pointing right at her nose. Charles picked up on Emma's thoughts and quietly shook his head. Old school. Huh. Times have changed. You ever seen General ZS taking over the workplace? The entertainment world's no different. After a long silence, Emma finally spoke coldly. Asher, is this how you talk to elders? Charles blinked. Could it be Asher talks that way to his own family too? Gabriel looked startled. Seriously? The next second, Asher proved Charles was telling the truth, without a single doubt. Asher? What do you mean no way? That is how my whole family talks to elders. I am not disrespecting anyone. I just cannot stand people who act like entitled jerks just because they are old. All right, fine. Gabriel bought it. Who is being entitled? Emma shot back, her voice rising instantly. You calling me old? Charles buried his face in his hands, barely containing a laugh. Emma's completely hooked. This argument thing? She is way out of her depth. Charles glanced at Henry, who was casually watching the scene unfold, then back at Asher. Those two are evenly matched. No clear winner. Owen couldn't sit still anymore. Emma, Asher, how about we both just chill a second? We're still live. Remember? Ava chimed in. Yeah, just calm down. We're still live on camera. Come on. She glanced nervously at the lens, wondering if this was actually going out to viewers. Isabella opened her mouth to speak, but then remembered what Emma had said earlier. She closed it again. Asher just stared back, unbothered. He wasn't exactly new to throwing shade during a live shoot. First time's awkward. Second time you are used to it. Emma narrowed her eyes. You want me to shut up? Let's see how the audience decides. This is live, right? Go ahead and let them judge who is really in the wrong. Charles had already slipped out his phone. When he heard Emma say that, he quickly scrolled through the chat, silently counting for a few seconds before whispering to himself. Most viewers are firmly on Asher's side. Apparently they're sick of loud strangers barging into public spaces and talking over everyone else. And honestly, they can't stand Emma either, with her total drama queen act. Some still think Asher went too far. After all, we are live right now. And Owen and Isabella were just chatting. It might have been a bit over the top on his part. Then there were the ones who said Owen, Isabella, Emma, and Asher all had a hand in it. After all, the director had just told them before getting off that there wasn't anything urgent to shoot during the drive, so everyone should take the chance to relax. Owen and Isabella shouldn't have been yakking loud like that in front of everyone. Emma didn't need to go out of her way just to stir up trouble, and Asher, going off like that, full-on rage, was way over the top. Still, got to admit, he delivered that roast clean. No swear words, but every line hit like a slap. Gabriel couldn't help a quiet chuckle at the memory of Asher's sarcastic tone. Emma swept her eyes around, but no one came to back her up. Then she caught that soft laugh. Her head snapped toward Gabriel. Gabriel! You say something. Charles turned sharply, his expression soft with concern for Gabriel. Gabriel. Seriously? You're not trying to make this even messier? He just couldn't help it, but he wasn't dragging himself into trouble. This whole thing had gone far enough. Time to shut it down. Gabriel tilted his head slightly, meeting Emma's furious glare with a calm voice. It's just some small stuff. You don't need to let this blow up between you and Asher. He practically had me in his crosshairs. That's not small. Emma's temper flared. She wasn't getting any support from Gabriel. Gabriel, don't you dare. Gabriel's eyes snapped up, cold and sharp, locking onto hers. Emma's stomach dropped. The rest of her words stuck in her throat. He was always so polite. She'd nearly forgotten, in the heat of anger, that Gabriel wasn't some weak link she could push around like the others. Behind him stood the entire Chin family empire. Cross him? Forget this show. Any chance at working with Chin family again? Gone. Even if her rage was boiling, Emma cooled down instantly under that icy stare. She glanced away awkwardly, shot a glare at Asher in front of her, then muttered, Fine, on Gabriel's account. I'll let this slide. I'm the elder. I don't need to waste breath on you. Asher rolled his eyes without hesitation and just sat back down, ignoring her. He wasn't exactly easy to get along with. But once he'd vented, he'd calm right back down. Quiet. Reserved as always, but quiet didn't mean harmless. Emma still kept at it. If this were anyone else, I wouldn't leave it like that. Emma turned to Gabriel with a sigh. Hey, Gabriel, I wasn't mad just now. I'm serious. These kids today really don't know how to talk. Gabriel gave a quiet nod, saying nothing. Emma let out a self-conscious chuckle. Henry, sitting one row ahead of Charles, suddenly stood up and glanced back at Emma. Emma's brows flickered. She was about to frown when Henry walked straight forward and dropped into a random seat in the middle. Charles quickly turned his head toward the window, trying hard not to laugh out loud. Seriously, Gabriel just gave that look? Kinda hot, but wow. Gabriel says one thing and suddenly the whole scene shuts down. Gabriel shot Charles a dry look, like, "You're not done staring yet?" Not long after, Charles felt his phone buzz. To make sure he didn't miss a single juicy drama update, Charles had set up a Weibo side account, followed Gosher, and added them to special alerts. The vibration? That was the alert from his special follow. Charles scrambled to open Weibo and froze instantly. Gabriel winced at the sudden burst of laughter, instinctively turning his head toward Charles. Charles buried his face in his hands, shoulders shaking with silent giggles. Just as Gabriel was about to ask what was so funny, out came Charles's full-out laughter. "Okay, I'm done. I can't even." Henry walked all the way over just to post on Weibo. So savage. But what the hell did Henry actually say? In the staff van, Charlotte immediately pulled up Gosher's latest Weibo post. 2 posts in a row, sharp words, perfectly timed sarcasm. "These kids today are way too highbrow. If they weren't so polished, you wouldn't even be sitting here whining like this." And she's still gonna keep going. "Sometimes I swear she's got some serious mental block. Can't tell right from wrong, flips everything upside down." Those wavy lines were dripping with passive-aggressive energy. Jack and Charlotte burst out laughing. Elizabeth tilted her head, curious about what had them cracking up. She glanced sideways, and Charlotte handed over the phone without hesitation. Elizabeth read it and laughed too, then froze. Her smile vanished. Eyes wide, she turned to Charlotte. "That Weibo account can't be Charles's, can it?" She'd just seen Charles scrolling through his phone non-stop. Charlotte laughed. "Please, not a chance." Our Charles would blow off steam the second he felt like it. No waiting. Elizabeth exhaled. Thank God, thank God." After a beat, curiosity flared again. The roast was clearly aimed at Emma, one of the 8 guests. Charlotte ruled out Charles. Gabriel? Unlikely too. So who the hell was behind this little Weibo account? Elizabeth couldn't help it. She pulled up her own phone and searched for Gosher's profile. The more she read, the more her stomach twisted. She looked back at the screen. Henry sat quietly in his seat, scrolling through his phone, fingers flying across the keyboard like he was typing something fast. Then suddenly, he pocketed the phone. Elizabeth glanced down. Just a second before, Gosher had posted again. Fine, if she's already got mental issues, then as a decent and handsome young man, I'll just let this old lady win. A crisp asterisk snap asterisk. Like something had cracked inside her head. Elizabeth stared at the screen. She knew that sound. That was the moment her mental picture of Henry shattered. The sharp crack echoed through the air, like something breaking inside. Silence fell over the bus, but the internet was anything but quiet. As the live stream hit its peak, a wave of marketing accounts caught wind and rushed in. Before long, the most explosive moments from the celebrity fight were clipped and dropped online. Summer break was in full swing. It was a weekend. Plus, all those celebrity tags made the video explode. Within minutes, it blew up. People on Weibo were stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. Within half an hour, every trending topic from travel together had cracked the top 10 on Weibo, and Charles's name was naturally riding the wave too. Charles had no idea he'd briefly gone viral online. After enjoying the buzz to his heart's content, he felt worn out, still a ways from their destination. He leaned back in his seat and decided to catch a quick nap, only to wake up moments later realizing he'd fallen asleep. Then a voice broke through his daze. "Charles, hey, wake up." Blurry-eyed, Charles blinked awake, only to realize he'd been dozing off with his head resting on Gabriel's shoulder. He snapped upright in one motion. How the hell did I fall asleep like that? Charles glanced around frantically. Did Emma see me? She's not gonna hold a grudge, is she? Dreaming again? Emma doesn't have feelings for you. Seriously, you're overthinking this way too hard. Gabriel sighed. We're here. Time to get off. Charles finally noticed that everyone else had already stepped out. Relief washed over him. Emma's not around. Guess she still likes Owen better. Yeah. She's definitely into Owen. Alright, thanks, Gabriel, Charles said, giving him a grateful nod. The production team had set up a 3-story seaside villa for the guests. They arrived late in the day, the sun sinking low toward the horizon, painting the sea in streaks of fiery gold and crimson. Charles wheeled his suitcase after Gabriel out of the car, only to notice that other staff members had already arrived. 2 figures stood nearby, their faces oddly familiar. Charlotte waved at Charles with a bright smile. Charles blinked, stunned. Wait, Jack and Charlotte weren't supposed to be here? They were on vacation. How'd they end up at the villa? They exchanged a look. Honestly, if they hadn't come along, how else would they get to witness something this juicy firsthand? No way were they leaving now. Can vacation beat watching the drama unfold? The cameraman was still rolling, so Charles couldn't go over to greet Jack and Charlotte. Just waved awkwardly instead before following Gabriel into the villa. As soon as they stepped inside, Emma spoke up. We just checked upstairs. There are only 4 suites. Let's sort out who gets which room. For suites. Charles's expression twisted into something somewhere between confusion and suspicion. Gabriel frowned. What was Charles getting at? Then he heard him mutter, so that means 1 man and 1 woman will have to share a suite. Gabriel raised an eyebrow. Sharing a suite wasn't a problem. Each suite had 2 separate bedrooms, connected by a shared living area and bathroom. No one was forced to bunk in the same bedroom, and even if someone wanted privacy, they could just use the guest bathrooms down the hall. Nothing to lose sleep over. Jack and Charlotte actually agreed with Gabriel this time. No one had to share a bedroom, so it was fine. But what exactly was Charles worried about? But after Charles said that, he stopped muttering to himself, just gave Gabriel a long, thoughtful look, then shifted his gaze to Owen. Gabriel felt a chill crawl up his spine under Charles's stare. Too nervous to ask what he was thinking, his stomach twisted into knots. The guests started picking their rooms one by one. Ava and Isabella, the 2 female guests, naturally chose to share a room. Neither of them got along with Emma, and Emma seemed equally uninterested in bunking with them, so they quickly claimed the suite on the east wing of the 3rd floor. Seeing that, Henry grinned and said, "All right then, I'll take the west wing. Anyone joining me?" Charles couldn't help but smirk. "Oh," Henry's remembering his character again. Asher said, "I'll go with you." Henry nodded. That left only 2 suites on the 2nd floor for the remaining 4 to choose from. Charles glanced at Emma, then gave a pitying look to the 2 men still left in the room. Now it's down to Emma picking which man she wants to share a suite with. It hit Gabriel like a bucket of ice water. His mind snapped back into focus, every nerve on alert. How could he have forgotten that? Sure, Emma probably didn't have anything going on with him. But still, Owen hadn't caught wind of the danger closing in. He looked from Gabriel to Charles, about to suggest maybe Gabriel should room with him. Charles was young enough that sharing a suite with Emma shouldn't be an issue. Then he heard Emma suddenly say, "Owen, only 2 suites left. Why don't you come stay with me?" Owen froze. His face went pale. Charles couldn't hold it in anymore. Inside, he was howling with laughter. Still, Owen's the one who has to carry the whole thing. Gabriel took the lead. "Charles, and I'll take 1 suite." Charles nodded eagerly. Yup, no problem at all." Owen's face went blank, his eyes flicking between Gabriel and Charles like he was begging for help. Charles was laughing silently inside. "Not that I don't want to save you, Owen. Emma picked you. She really likes you. Perfect. Now I'm certain Emma's going to confess to Owen on this show." Emma had already reached Owen, her smile soft. "Ready, Owen?" He wanted to run, but there was nowhere to go. Owen's expression was priceless. Fans in the live chat were losing it. Ugh, suddenly can't help feeling bad for Owen. Oh my god. That ready, Owen? Gave me chills. Wait, Charles, why are you still here? You're literally grinning. That comment snapped everyone's attention right to Charles. Seriously, I get it now. Charles shows up at every iconic moment. Well then, I know how to binge-watch reality TV from now on. Just keep an eye on Charles and the drama never stops. Genius. The chat buzzed with jokes. But the 2nd floor hallway was dead quiet. With a quick nod to Owen, Charles followed Gabriel down the hall toward the West Wing suites. The 4 suites were pretty much identical. Walk in and you're in the living room, with the bathroom nestled between 2 bedrooms. At the far end of the living area was a massive balcony overlooking the sea. Both bedrooms were set up the same way, so Charles and Gabriel each picked one at random and went off to unpack. Charles didn't have much to unpack, just tossed his suitcase in the corner and wandered back into the living room to kill time. The show *Travel Together* had no script. It was just real life, raw and unfiltered. But to get more footage, every suite's living room and bedrooms were wired with cameras. Guests could switch off their bedroom cams when they wanted privacy, but the living room one stayed on all night. Charles stared at the 2 oversized cameras in the corner of the room and couldn't help laughing. With those 2 watching, Owen should be pretty safe, right? Gabriel stepped out just in time to catch that. Glanced at the cameras, then smirked. He thought, not necessarily. Depends on how strict Emma is with her morals. But that was definitely something he wouldn't say out loud. Gabriel said, let's go down first. Charles nodded. Henry and Asher were already in the kitchen, hunched over a meal plan. The production team had stocked the fridge with fresh ingredients. Meat, poultry, veggies, plus some juicy seafood. Henry looked up as they walked in and smiled. Any dishes you're craving for dinner? Gabriel raised an eyebrow. You're cooking. Henry nodded, pulling ingredients from the fridge. Yep. I'm actually pretty good at it. Name your dish. I'll make it. Charles's eyes narrowed slightly. Wait, did I just hear that right? Henry? Good at cooking. Gabriel's hand paused mid-air, about to order. Henry grinned. Asher's already picked the red braised fish. Anyone else got a request? Charles felt like he just tuned into a sci-fi movie. But wait. Didn't I remember some celebrity cooking show where everyone ended up in the ER after eating food Henry made? No way, you're pulling this cooking genius thing just to flex, aren't you, Henry? Henry was still waiting for Gabriel's response. Gabriel's alarm bells went off. He took a cautious step back, glanced at Asher, who had no clue, and said flatly, nah, I'll just make something myself. He only knew how to toss a salad. But that was safer than ending up in the hospital at midnight. Charles wasn't about to risk it either. I'll help too, he blurted out. He could at least boil a ramen packet. With no one ordering, Henry played the disappointed friend, except behind camera range. His lips curled in quiet triumph. Charles watched it all unfold and silently filed it away. Got it, Master Chef? Another one of Henry's elaborate setups. But seriously, can you just make up a persona like that? How smooth are you, Henry? After hearing Charles's jab, Gabriel decided to double down on the salad. The first day of filming was already full of drama. If they added a mass ER run tonight, wasn't that another kind of fame, too? Before long, the kitchen buzzed with activity. Owen and the 2 female guests came down from upstairs. Charles zeroed in on Owen's face. No red flags, no signs of shock or distress. So Owen had accepted it, and somehow, he'd already fixed himself? Gabriel followed his gaze. Owen was already striding toward the kitchen, eyes sweeping over them all. So, what's everyone cooking? Charles held up his packet of seasoning. Ramen. Gabriel was washing vegetables when he looked up. Salad, he said. Henry pointed at the fish still covered in scales and the shrimp he'd hacked to pieces. Braised fish, stir-fried prawns. Owen fell silent for a beat before hedging. Guys, are we maybe not exactly cooking material? Charles and Gabriel didn't hesitate. Yeah, I can cook anything frozen. Glancing at Gabriel, Charles added silently, Gabriel's no better. He can barely make a salad. It's not grass. For God's sake. Henry lifted his knife. Asterisk thwack. Asterisk. And the fish split clean in half. A splash of blood landed on his cheek. He didn't flinch. I'm actually pretty good at this. Charles took a slow step back, eyeing the red streak on Henry's face. Henry, do you really think Owen believes you can cook? Or that I'm Qin Shi Huang? A flicker of amusement passed through Gabriel's eyes. He turned away. Owen didn't buy it for a second, but he played nice. I'll help, he said, slipping on an apron with practiced ease. Charles watched him, then shifted his gaze back to Henry. Look at that. Real cooks put on aprons first. Henry, maybe take a second to check your white shirt. That blood's not exactly reassuring. Henry suddenly looked up. like he'd felt Charles stare. Charles yanked his eyes away fast. Gabriel stepped forward, blocking Henry's view. "Charles, grab the salad dressing for me." "Aha," Charles said, turning toward the fridge. Henry didn't notice anything odd. He went back to chopping his fish. The knife in his hand moved faster and faster, the fish in front of him quickly unrecognizable. After Owen's third attempt to convince him, Henry finally handed over the knife with a mock sigh, stepping back to help out instead, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Charles relaxed completely now. "Looks like we do not have to worry about food poisoning today. Should I still boil my ramen?" Charles was still torn when Ava suddenly leaned in and asked, "Hey Charles, you got any ramen left?" Charles nodded. Yeah, the production team had thought ahead, figuring not everyone could cook, so they'd stocked the fridge with 2 big packs of instant noodles. Isabella blinked, then turned to Ava with a surprised look. "You're still going to eat ramen tonight, Ava?" As fellow stars, they were both strict about their diets. Meals usually just boiled vegetables. Carbs? A luxury. Isabella hadn't touched one in ages. Eva grinned. "You don't know me, babe. I'm a full-on carb addict. If I don't have carbs at night, I can't even sleep." Isabella blinked. "But how do you keep your body like that? Just eat anything and stay thin." Ava just smiled, saying nothing. Isabella sighed. "So jealous." Charles bit his lip hard to keep from grinning. "There's nothing to envy about it, Isabella. If you want to eat like Ava and never gain weight, just puke after every meal. Same as she does." Too bad Isabella couldn't hear Charles's inner monologue, or she'd know the real reason behind Ava's no-weight gain miracle. She was still gushing with genuine envy, completely unaware. With Owen in charge of the kitchen, things started falling into place. Soon, rich, mouth-watering aromas began to drift through the room. Staring at the array of colorful, fragrant dishes laid out on the table, Charles suddenly snapped his fingers. No wonder Owen's brother went against his own sibling just to be with Owen. Clearly, what draws her in goes beyond just looks. Of course, winning someone's heart starts with their stomach. Charles finally got it. The last dish was just about to come out of the pot, and everyone else sprang into action, setting the table, laying out cutlery. Everyone had their spot. Then came Emma's voice from the stairs. "Oh wow, I'm late, huh? You've all already got dinner ready?" Everyone froze mid-motion, heads turned in unison toward her, then snapped back just as fast. Charles held his gaze on her a beat longer. "Emma? Did she change her hairstyle? And redo her makeup? Smells amazing," Emma said, completely oblivious to the tension. She breezed into the kitchen with a grin. "Did you all make this together? I don't usually eat much at night, but since you've gone to all this trouble, I'm definitely going to taste everything." No one answered. Charles glanced at Asher first. Asher didn't even try to hide his dislike for Emma, just gave her a sharp eye roll. Isabella and Ava exchanged a quiet smile, their eyes skimming over Emma as if she hadn't even spoken. Neither of them making a move to respond. Owen, totally tuned out, eyes locked on his own plate, he judged the heat, shut off the flame, and started dishing up. Henry leaned against the island, already scrolling through his phone like Emma didn't exist. Finally, Charles looked to Gabriel beside him. Gabriel pulled out a chair. "Sit." Emma lit up, stepping forward. Then Gabriel added, "Charles, sit here." Emma froze. Her smile faltered, a beat of awkward silence. Owen placed the final dish on the table and grinned. "All right, everyone, let's eat." Charles slid into the seat next to Gabriel, and everyone else took their places one by one, until only Emma remained standing frozen near the edge of the dining room. "Is she waiting for us to call her to eat? Should we actually say something to her?" Charles was just about to glance around at the others when his phone buzzed violently in his hand. He glanced down. Weibo had flagged a new alert from a special follower. He tapped in and found Gosher's latest post, published just 2 seconds ago. "Since some people don't eat dinner at night, what did you even come down for? Just going to sit there watching us eat? You're a real one for making no noise, dressed up like a parade float at midnight. This isn't dinner, it's an ambush. Fine, I'll remember to tell Owen to lock the door tonight by 7 p.m. It was peak time on the live streaming site. Plus, that afternoon's viral buzz had already kicked things into overdrive. The Travel Together live stream stayed at the top of the charts, with real-time viewership smashing 1 million. Down in the villa's main floor, everyone had gathered around the table, except Emma, who stood off to the side, her eyes fixed on the group like she was waiting for something. An awkward silence passed through the crew. But the vibe in the live stream was anything but dull. Who's getting off? Guess that'd be me. While everyone else is sweating in the kitchen, you're just lounging around. Now suddenly you show up for dinner, no one's going to talk to you. That's just what you deserve. Alright, fine. I'm officially committing to the show until the end. These fans' hearts are clearly on full display here. Most viewers found the others' antics totally satisfying. But a few weren't so sure. Come on, we're all in this together. Plus, we'll be seeing each other every day. Is not that kind of awkward? To that, the rest of the commenters fired back. If you think it's so bad, why don't you go ask production to volunteer as Emma's personal chef and maid instead? That faction vanished instantly. Put yourself in their shoes. No one likes a sneaky player in real life, so most people were just thrilled to see this unfold. Jack and Charlotte were watching the live stream too. When they saw that comment, Charlotte quickly tapped the like button, then scrolled straight to Gosher's Weibo and burst out laughing with Jack. Back at the monitor, the director and producer exchanged a look. The director's voice wavered slightly. Maybe we should send someone to talk to them? After all, it's live the whole time. There's still one more day of filming tomorrow. We can't just leave Emma standing there while everyone else eats. Can we? The producer hesitated, but Gabriel did say earlier, their show had no script beyond the basic flow. Everything else was open for guests to play out freely. The crew just needed to be ready in case things went sideways. It's not like they didn't invite Emma to eat. There were even utensils set aside for her. She just chose not to come over. The producer tried to convince himself. Slowly, he bought his own logic. And honestly, no one's fighting yet. That's better than if they'd started yelling live in the stream this afternoon. The vibe right now? Pure harmony. Oh sure. Pure harmony. He'd figured it out. These people were each bigger than the last. Still, the director had to admit, the producer did have a point. Who even said you had to call Emma over after cooking? No such rule. No logic behind it at all. The director took a deep breath and managed to talk himself into it, deciding to just relax and let things be. Back in the villa, Charles shut his phone as soon as he finished laughing, then quickly glanced at Henry. Gabriel followed Charles's gaze and instantly figured out what Henry had just posted on Weibo, so he pulled out his phone too, scrolling through every single Weibo post Henry had made that afternoon and evening. After reading them, Gabriel couldn't help but let his lips curl upward. When he reached Gosher's latest post, Gabriel raised an eyebrow. No wonder Henry's secondary Weibo account got exposed so fast, calling people out by name right there on Weibo. That wasn't fear of being found. It was more like he wanted the internet to come knocking. Maybe Henry was even hoping his little alias would blow up sooner rather than later. Gabriel exhaled softly, silently praying that the netizens wouldn't dig into Henry's secondary account too quickly. Just long enough to finish filming the whole variety show. After Charles put his phone away, his eyes swept across the group in the dining room. Gabriel hadn't even looked up from his screen. Owen seemed desperate to avoid any contact with Emma, deliberately sitting right between Henry and Asher. And Henry? His gaze didn't so much as flick toward Emma. He held grudges like they were part of his daily routine. Looking at Ava and Isabella, they were both hesitating. Isabella still stewing over how Emma had snapped at her earlier that afternoon, while Ava just didn't want to stir up trouble. So are we really not going to say anything? If she's just going to stand there like that, what are we supposed to do? Eat while she's on punishment. Punishment was the perfect word for it. Gabriel's lips twitched into a small smile. Suddenly, Asher shot to his feet. Every head at the table snapped toward him in unison. The live stream chat instantly lit up. Wait, did I actually get this wrong? I figured the two female guests would be the ones to step in and calm things down first. Could it be Asher finally realized he shouldn't have argued with Emma this afternoon? And now he's about to make peace? Asher's fans saw that comment and burst out laughing. Seriously, do you even know Asher? You're kidding me, right? You really think my Asher's this chill in the eyes of random internet fans? Good thing Charles couldn't see the chat. He'd have groaned the exact same way and probably urged viewers to rewatch the afternoon stream again. As it turned out, Asher wasn't exactly known for being easygoing. He didn't head toward Emma. Instead, he just swept past her and disappeared into the kitchen. Another camera angle captured it perfectly. Asher pulled a spoon out of the utensil drawer. The viewers were stunned. So he stood up just to grab a spoon? I actually thought Asher was standing to defuse the tension. Defuse it? You're overestimating Asher. The fact he didn't make things worse today is already a miracle. To be fair, fans knew Asher pretty well, but not quite as well as Charles did. Charles watched the route Asher took returning to the table. Asher's heading toward Emma. There were several ways back to the dining area. Emma was close to the kitchen, but not quite at the entrance. Asher could have easily circled around her like he did before. But this time, he actually walked straight toward her. Gabriel followed his gaze. A slow smirk spread across Charles's lips, eyes lighting up. Is Asher really about to go full face-to-face with her? The other guests all followed his gaze, and the silence on the first floor of the villa was so thick you could almost hear their breathing. For a split second, the live chat went completely quiet. Then they saw Asher slowly step forward, coming to stand in front of Emma. Emma stiffened at the sight of him approaching, instinctively taking a small step back. Her expression darkened. What do you want? Asher raised an eyebrow. Charles's face lit up with delight. Confirmed. Asher's actually going for the full-on, face-to-face move. And just as Charles thought it, Gabriel heard Asher say, "You're standing here to do dishes? You got here a bit early. We haven't even finished eating yet." Charles effed. He shut his eyes. Who else gets this? I really tried to hold it in, but I just couldn't. Gabriel lowered his eyes slightly, hiding the smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. After all these years as an actor, he wouldn't have been able to keep a straight face, so Charles had no chance either. Owen was even worse. He actually choked on his drink the moment Asher spoke and burst into a violent coughing fit. Closer listen. There were actual laughs mixed in with that coughing. Isabella and Ava were even worse. Neither of them dared to look at Emma, terrified she'd catch them laughing. They both quickly turned their heads away, shoulders shaking with suppressed giggles. And Henry, he didn't even try to hide it. As soon as Asher finished speaking, his lips curled up into a full grin, and he leaned back in his chair like he was settling in for the show. Pulling out his phone at the same time, the audience online went wild. For nearly 10 seconds straight, the chat screen was flooded with nothing but haha and laughing emojis. Emma's face flushed red then pale, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Asher. "You, what's y'all about?" Asher raised an eyebrow. "You skip out on cooking, then suddenly show up for dinner? And now you're acting offended because I asked you to wash a dish. If you really don't want to eat, why don't you just go sit somewhere else and play? Don't stand here sulking. We don't need your help washing up. And honestly, your face is giving me the creeps." Charles turned his head away, shoulders shaking with silent laughter. Other guests had varying degrees of smiles, some obvious, some barely hidden. And just like that, Asher dropped the jab and acted as if nothing happened, sliding into his seat at the table. "Come on," he said to the others. "Let's eat. These dishes won't stay warm forever." Charles pressed his hands over his face, trying not to laugh too hard, but the camera caught every twitch. Fans online doubled over laughing at his reaction. All right, Charles, you're busted again, snooping on the drama. I knew it. Charles is just a sneak peek kind of guy who lives for gossip. Turns out, that girl was right earlier. No need to watch the whole stream, just keep an eye on Charles. Where he is, there's always a show. Emma was already steaming mad from being ignored by all the guests, and now, hearing Asher drip with sarcasm, how could she possibly keep eating? So furious she barely made it up the stairs before twisting her ankle. She yelped in pain. All eyes snapped to her at once. Charles took a look. Looks like she twisted it. Gabriel glanced away. Nothing serious. Then, let's eat, Gabriel said to Charles. Charles looked up at Gabriel. Gabriel frowned, locking eyes with Charles. Then caught a mental jab from him. Man, half a day and one night, and this reality show's already got more drama than I can handle. Wonder what the internet's making of it right now. And Gabriel? Not even fazed. He'd thrown this whole crew together for a show. What was the point in panicking? Gabriel slid a spoonful of food onto Charles's plate, trying to shut him up. The villa was buzzing with dinner. Yet the live chat exploded in laughter. Fam, who else? I've binged reality TV for years, and this is the first time I've seen a guest get mad and no one even tries to soothe them. You're seriously doing wonders for my emotional well-being. We're just co-workers filming together. Why should everyone coddle you? Honestly, I'm loving this. +1. This show's a goldmine for someone like me who lives for chaos. The chat was buzzing with cheerful banter, and the guests at the villa had all enjoyed their dinner. Except Ava. Owen was a pro in the kitchen, so he'd nailed the portion sizes perfectly. Even without knowing Emma wouldn't eat tonight, he still set a plate for her, so the night's meal ended up being extra. No way it'd be short on food. Isabella was the first to put down her chopsticks, always disciplined as a female idol. One by one, the other male guests set down their chopsticks, until eventually, Ava was the only one still eating at the table. She paused mid-bite, eyes wide. You all done already? Isabella wasn't full, but she was too afraid to eat her fill. She stared at Ava with wide eyes. Ava, sister, are you serious? You really don't gain weight eating like this? Ava grinned, unfazed. Not at all. I eat like this every single day. Charles gave a slow, knowing glance away. The villa's toilet better be new. Gabriel frowned for a beat, then Charles went on. Hope the toilet doesn't clog up. If it actually did, that'd be kind of wild. Ava finished her bowl of rice, glanced around at the others, then stood up with a small smile. I was thinking about making some ramen. Want to join me? Owen offered help. Need a hand? Ava laughed. Nah, I've still got this. I can handle instant noodles. Charles was up first. He smiled. Let me help you with it? Ava's smile froze for a split second. Then she quickly masked it with a laugh. Nah, no need really. You don't have to go through all that trouble. Henry's eyes drifted to Charles first. Then, after a pause, he seemed to catch on. Right away, he joined them in the kitchen. I'll help too. Charles shot him a look. Just boiling noodles? Who needs help with that? I'm here for the show. Unless, watching Henry's expression, Charles remarked, putting on a persona takes effort, doesn't it? Though his acting still needs work. Gabriel let out a quiet chuckle and glanced at the camera beside him. Still live, so he rose slowly, then followed them into the kitchen. Ava walked back into the kitchen with a packet of instant noodles, her face nearly cracking from the look of it. 3 guys huddled around the counter like they'd been waiting for this exact moment. The water boiled fast. No one made a move to leave. Ava couldn't even sneak half a noodle block into the trash. She just stared, heart sinking, as she dropped the whole thing straight into the rolling pot. Charles watched her face closely. Ava's hands were shaking. Man, Gabriel nodded. She really was shaking. Charles grinned. Look at Ava. She's thrilled to the point of tears. Gabriel glanced over, a small smile tugging at his lips. He was so happy. Ava was on the verge of tears. Then Henry, ever the thoughtful one, chimed in. You look like you're still not full. Want me to open another pack? Charles nearly snorted. His shoulders jerked from holding it back. No wonder you're Henry. You're a real piece of work. Gabriel couldn't help but chuckle, turning his head slightly to hide it. Ava felt like a lump of blood was stuck in her throat. She shook her head fast. No, this is plenty. I'll waste it if I eat more. Seriously, too much. Charles gave Ava a look. You know the word waste. Huh. I was starting to wonder if you'd never even seen it written. Henry kept going, gentle as ever. You said you weren't full. Why not cook another one? Just in case you're hungry later. Charles added quietly. She'll just wake up to throw it all back up. Ava wasn't about to add another packet. She couldn't even finish the one in her pot, shaking her head so hard it looked like a bobblehead. No way, I'm full already. As if to prove it, she repeated with extra force. I'm serious. Henry's eyes flickered with fake disappointment before he slowly pulled his hand away. He sighed like it was the hardest thing in the world. Fine, then, but if you're still hungry after eating, let me know. I'll make another. Ava's face turned almost green, but she couldn't refuse Henry's offer. She just nodded stiffly. Okay, I swear, that okay came out with teeth clenched. Charles was barely holding it together. He bolted from the kitchen, flung himself onto the sofa, and buried his face in a pillow, laughing hard. Of course, the others caught on instantly, their heads turning with mild confusion. Gabriel wandered over without a word and slid down beside Charles. The livestream audience, sharp as ever, picked up on something seriously juicy. Wait, is this a full-blown drama? Didn't Ava just want to make ramen and ask everyone to help out? Did I miss some epic moment or what? Nah, it seemed normal. Just a regular chat. What am I missing here? Charles, what are you laughing at? Come on, tell me so we can laugh together. Yeah. And why's Gabriel giving that look too? Stop hiding the joke. Spill it already, let us in. The fans were losing their minds. But Charles and Gabriel weren't budging. Not long after, Ava finished cooking her ramen, and Henry followed her out of the kitchen. Since Owen was handling dinner, Charles, Gabriel, and Henry were all helping out nearby, so Isabella and Ava had volunteered to wash the dishes. After eating, everyone got up from the table and headed over to the living room couches to relax. Ava carried her instant noodles out, half expecting Henry to join the others on the couch. But instead, he followed her back to the table. His usual seat still waiting across from hers, steam rising from the bowl. A wide smile on Henry's face. Charles felt his cheeks about to crack from smiling. Eva, you finally get what it means to be drenched in sweat, huh? Then Henry spoke, still smiling. Want me to fry you another egg? Ramen alone isn't exactly balanced. So sweet, so thoughtful, so totally on brand. The livestream viewers all chimed in. My Henry's still as thoughtful as ever. So sweet. Ugh. Henry, you can't be this nice to the female guest. I'm seriously going to get jealous. Charles had just opened the live stream and caught the real-time comments, chuckling. Ava's about to burst into tears, and you fans are still going on about Henry being sweet. If that's tender-heartedness, then what do we even call scheming? Charles laughed with delight, but the next wave of online viewers were now frantic. Charles, what in the world are you laughing at? Am I going blind? That was totally normal a second ago. Yeah, I even rewound the replay. Nothing's off. The comments were flying so fast that Charles, sneaking a peek at the stream, didn't notice them, but Jack and Charlotte did. Staff lounge was right across from the guest villa. Just close enough to catch Charles's thoughts and snag a glimpse of the live feed on the staff screen. The audience had no clue what was really going on. Jack and Charlotte did. Charlotte couldn't help but fire off a chat. Could Ava actually be full by now? Is Charles laughing because Henry knows she can't eat more, yet still keeps cooking eggs for her? Normally, tossing a random comment into a live stream with 10,000 viewers meant almost zero chance of being seen. But Charlotte's message shot straight to the top, centered and scrolling across the screen. Charlotte blinked at the sight. Wait, why'd it get pinned? Elizabeth leaned in. One look, and she froze. Then asked, Honey, is your account a VIP one? Charlotte frowned. VIP, Elizabeth explained. VIP accounts unlock at 1 million in spending. Once you hit that, it auto-upgrades. Any comment you send gets flagged as top priority and scrolls live on screen. Jack snapped his fingers. Wait, didn't you just throw gifts at third brother earlier? Charlotte blinked, then remembered. She turned to Elizabeth. So, this message of mine shouldn't cause any trouble, right? Elizabeth glanced down at the live stream. The chat had already shifted course. What, did she eat already? Ava's just avoiding trouble. She didn't want them helping in the first place. Whatever, I'm not wasting my breath explaining Ava to people who don't get her. Honestly, I feel bad for my little one. Still hungry and got to cook ramen herself. Anyone who's watched Ava's stream knows she eats like a champ. Meanwhile, that what's-his-name acts like he's got some serious illness. Just grinning like an idiot the whole time. Still, there was something off about it. Charlotte snorted at the comment. She grabbed her keyboard and typed, So what? Starving's okay now. The message flashed bold, rolling across the screen. Elizabeth opened her mouth, ready to ease Charlotte down. After all, Ava was a true bottomless pit, and piling on more comments now would only drag Charles into the fire. But before she could speak, Jack had already pulled up his own stream, logged into his VIP account, and joined Charlotte's crusade. Jack, what's wrong with laughing? I'll laugh at anyone who thinks wasting food is fine. She could only watch, no choice but to go along. In the villa, Charles couldn't keep staring at the chat forever. After just a few minutes, he set his phone down. Half an hour later, Ava finally managed to finish her bowl of ramen. Charles took a quick glance and noticed Ava's face looked grim. Looks like she's stuffed to the brim. Gabriel couldn't help but agree. She was definitely overdone. Once Isabella and Ava had finished washing the dishes, the filming for the day was pretty much wrapped up. Even though they'd only filmed half a day, everyone was wiped out. They sat in the living room for barely 10 minutes before calling it quits and heading to their rooms. Henry paused before leaving, clapping Owen on the shoulder. Don't forget to lock the door tonight. Owen's face went dead red in an instant. The whole group couldn't hold back. They all wore that barely contained smirk. Owen grimaced, but still managed a weak, "Thanks. I'll remember." Charles was laughing so hard inside he nearly snorted. Gabriel rubbed his ears, which ached from the noise, then patted Charles on the back. "Come on, let's go." Charles nodded fast and followed Gabriel upstairs. The others headed up to their rooms one by one. The guests were gone, but the live stream stayed on. The production team needed raw footage. Some night owls still drifted by every few hours just for fun. Charles flopped onto the bed, then finally got up to take a shower. As soon as he stepped into the room, he saw Gabriel coming out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Charles's eyes immediately wandered over him, his gaze snagging on every inch, each glance more intense than the last. Wow! Abs like that? Veins like that? Chest like a goddamn sculpture. Gabriel's ears felt like they were on fire. He yanked open the bedroom door beside him. Just as it slammed shut, he caught Charles's gasp. Why the hell are his back muscles so perfect? No wonder he's a movie star. His body control is insane. Wait, what was that noise outside? Charles tossed his clothes onto the sofa and yanked open the suite door, following the sound up the stairs. The viewers who'd just been about to log off froze at the sight of Charles. What's he doing up this late? Just a sec ago you were staring at Gabriel's abs. How'd you suddenly vanish? That's not Charles leaving. Gabriel's just being stingy, wouldn't let him go back to the room. A fan grumbled. So what's Charles up to on the third floor? Charles had already reached the third floor, where both suite doors stood wide open. Henry was at the public bathroom door, banging loudly. Asher and Isabella were each standing at their own suite entrances. Seeing the three of them, Henry frowned. Did I knock that loud? Charles nodded. Loud enough to make you look guilty on purpose. Henry explained. Asher was in the bathroom earlier, so I figured I'd just pop in for a quick pee. But then I kept hearing weird noises from inside. Before he could finish, the restroom door swung open. Ava's face was pale, one hand clutching her stomach, her expression grim. I was in the bathroom. Then why didn't you answer? Isabella frowned, concerned by the look on Yang Chi's face. Ava's face went even paler. Charles took it in at a glance. So Ava was throwing up in the bathroom this whole time? Could she have actually clogged it up? Gabriel's footsteps froze on the stairs. Then Henry spoke up. It's all good now, just get out. That's what matters. I'd been knocking for ages and no one answered. Heard some throwing up sounds. He wrinkled his brow, his expression serious and worried as he looked at Ava, half joking. Had me freaked out. Thought we had a guest who'd gone full-on pregnant or something. Ava's face went through an instant, dazzling range of expressions. The second Henry finished speaking, the quiet hallway erupted with Asher's exaggerated laughter. Charles bit his lip hard, fighting not to join in, but his smile betrayed him, tugging upward at the corners like it had a mind of its own. Isabella was still completely out of the loop, her eyes flickering with confusion as she turned to Ava, silently asking what in the world was going on. Ava wasn't about to meet Isabella's gaze. Not even for a second. Henry might as well have said it out loud. She'd just thrown up in the bathroom, her forehead glistened with sweat, and after a long pause, she forced out a stiff grin. This joke isn't funny at all, and you must have misheard earlier. I misheard. Henry raised an eyebrow, voice dead serious. No way, I mean, the hallway was totally quiet just now. I definitely didn't miss a thing, But hey, Ava, if you're not feeling well, you really shouldn't keep it to yourself. Totally, Asher said once he'd caught his breath, unusually gentle. If something's off, maybe we should get you checked out at the hospital. Hospital? Ava wasn't about to go anywhere near a hospital. For starters, she's not even sick. But if she actually went, doctors might find her teeth damaged from years of purging. Proof in the pudding. Then how would her foodie image hold up? Gabriel couldn't help but snort a laugh. Charles shot a quick glance at Gabriel, muttering under his breath, "Guess he's sprinting to the drama like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet." He glanced once, then turned back, already too hooked on the show. On the other side of things, Jack and Charlotte had just clashed with the chat. Sure, they thought they'd won, but those netizens wouldn't quit like cockroaches. So Jack and Charlotte finally gave up and shut off the live comments. Now that the big payoff was coming, Jack and Charlotte weren't about to miss a second of real-time reactions. So they reopened the chat right away. Half an hour earlier, the guests had packed up. Most viewers had logged off too. But now suddenly, the live stream for Let's Travel Together shot back to the top of the homepage. Curious newbies clicked in, just joined. What's happening here? Why are all the guests on the third floor? Is Ava feeling under the weather? Charlotte rolled her eyes at Ava's fans and fired off another rolling barrage from her VIP account. After throwing up so much, it is no surprise she is not feeling great. Honestly, you would be better off worrying about the food she has wasted than pitying her. Wasting is shameful. The rolling banners were impossible to miss. Two golden lines streaking across the screen, standing out sharply in the dimming chat of a nearly empty stream. New viewers who just clicked in were completely thrown off. Throwing up? Who? Ava. Charlotte didn't respond. She just kept watching the stream. The third floor of the villa. Ava could feel her nerves spiking as more guests started streaming up the stairs, her panic rising with every step. The live stream was still going. She had no idea how many viewers were left. If the numbers hadn't dropped at all, that meant tens of thousands might be watching right now. Ava's face tightened. This had to be settled fast, before it blew up. If it blew up, she was done for. No more dealing with Asher or Henry. She had to get back to her room. "I am fine, thanks for asking," Ava said, turning on her heel and walking away without another word. But she hadn't even taken 2 steps when Henry suddenly grabbed her arm. "But I've been watching you, Ava. Your face looks terrible," Henry said, his voice soft with concern. His dark eyes stayed locked on hers for several seconds before he finally spoke. "Maybe you should listen to Asher. Let us take you to the hospital for a full checkup." The words "full checkup" were emphasized, almost slurred out with deliberate weight. Ava's scalp prickled. Charles couldn't hold it in. He burst out laughing. "Full checkup? Seriously? Henry, you better be actually worried about Ava's health. I see right through you. Your heart's as black as coal." Ava wasn't going to the hospital. She kept shaking her head, saying, "I'm really fine. I don't feel bad anywhere. It's just sick to your stomach?" Asher suddenly spoke up, filling in the gap with a gentle tone, then gestured toward the hand Ava had pressed against her abdomen. Ava paled instantly and yanked her hand away. Charles turned his head, barely suppressing the smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Of course, Henry and Asher are just here for the drama." Gabriel gave Charles a weary look. "Why do you always ignore yourself?" Charles's smug expression was caught perfectly on camera. Those fans who'd followed him all the way here immediately lit up with suspicion. "So Charles, you rushed up here just to watch Ava throw up?" Ava's fans said she's a food warrior. "How come she's puking now?" Ava's followers saw those comments and went ballistic. "Where the hell are you even getting these trolls? Did Ava say she threw up? You're jumping to conclusions already. Even if she did puke, maybe it's because of something in tonight's food. Or maybe she just wasn't feeling well." Isabella finally caught on. Her expression flickered between concern and suspicion as she hesitated before speaking. "Ava, are you sick to your stomach? Or was it something about tonight's meal?" Owen had just stepped in, and the moment he heard that, his stomach dropped. "No way. I cooked everything thoroughly, fresh ingredients, and we all ate fine. It can't be food poisoning, right?" The internet erupted in laughter, instantly sending sympathy toward Owen. Yeah, if I were Owen, I'd be throwing a fit." Slaved over the stove for these guests, and now you fans turn around and accuse the food. Seriously, honestly, my heart hurts for Owen. Either way, why rush to defend him? Let's just keep watching and see what happens. These internet veterans had seen it all, countless drama waves, big and small. They weren't the gullible fans of old who'd blindly follow any trending narrative anymore. They didn't get swayed by anyone. They only trusted what they saw with their own eyes. If it really was food poisoning, how come none of the other guests got sick? Just Ava. But if it wasn't food poisoning? A few mean-spirited netizens suddenly remembered Henry's earlier joke. Then, she's pregnant? So does that mean it's worse than throwing up? And no one's heard about Ava dating anyone. Wait, are we going to have a new brother-in-law on our hands now? What cold, brutal words. Jack and Charlotte both lit up the second they saw it. In just 5 minutes, every guest except Emma had arrived at the third-floor battlefield. Charles's eyes were shining, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. All right, everyone's here. Time for Ava to take the stage. But Owen was the first to speak, his voice urgent and earnest. Should we call an ambulance? Though, he was genuinely rattled. After all, he'd cooked the entire meal tonight, and if something serious happened to a guest because of it, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Everyone's eyes turned to Ava. Yeah, maybe we should get her checked out at the hospital, Asher said, grinning like he'd just found a front-row seat to drama. Under everyone's gaze, Ava's face was beyond pale. She looked absolutely wrecked. She'd figured by this hour, everyone would have vanished back to their rooms for a quick wash and some rest. That's why she slipped into the common bathroom to force herself to vomit. Just for a sec. But now, all the guests had somehow ended up right there, drawn in like moths. The noise hadn't been loud at all. Except for Henry, Ava's face was flushed a faint red, her eyes blazing with suppressed fury. Yet she couldn't just snap at Henry. After all, everyone saw Henry acting out of concern for her. She couldn't possibly turn around and accuse him of being a villain. After weighing everything, Ava could not shake the feeling that it was all too convenient. She'd even started wondering if Henry had set her up on purpose, yet they weren't even in competition for anything. Or was she just plain out of luck today? Ava's heart was racing, but she forced a calm expression, doing her best to keep her voice steady as she said, "No, I'm really fine. I guess I just ate too fast earlier. Must have been why I ended up throwing up in the bathroom." "So you really did throw up?" Asher drawled, leaning against the wall with a smirk. Ava's expression froze. She suddenly realized she'd just said the wrong thing. The online crowd went wild. "So you're admitting it? You really did puke? Still can't just claim pregnancy, though?" Dodging the hard truth. Just picked the easiest excuse to explain puking. Ava's fans went ballistic the second they saw those comments. Ava just said she threw up. She never said anything about purging. Can you guys stop twisting Ava's words like this? If you're wondering if it was induced vomiting, just watch the livestream replay. Wouldn't that tell you everything? As soon as that comment dropped, the chat exploded with laughter. And someone immediately piped up, "Hold on. I'm jumping into the replay right now." Charles rolled his eyes at Ava's explanation. "Rushing? You could wolf down a bowl of ramen in seconds when you are starving. I can scarf down a bowl of ramen in one go when I'm starving." Gabriel suddenly pictured Charles wolfing down ramen. And honestly, he looked like a little hamster. A flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. Henry feigned surprise, eyebrows lifting in mock confusion. "Really? Because I swear that last bowl of ramen. Ava, you took forever, like 30 minutes or more." Ava's face flushed crimson, then pale. Every explanation only made things worse. She practically wanted to bolt right there and then. Then Henry turned to Charles, eyebrows raised like he was seeking confirmation. "Did I get it wrong? You couldn't have remembered wrong. You even checked the time. And then you had to ask me." Charles suppressed a smirk and played along smoothly. "Yeah, exactly 30 minutes. Ava's eyes were blazing, locked onto Henry with pure fury. That's when it hit her. Henry had done this on purpose, not just when she went to the bathroom, but even before that, maybe as soon as she started cooking ramen in the kitchen. Henry had seen through her all along. He knew she'd come back for induced vomiting. Had been waiting there just to watch her fall. Ava's eyes stung, and she yanked her hand free from Henry's grip. "So what if I've been throwing up for 30 minutes? Can't I just be sick? If you're not feeling well, go get checked out at a hospital. Gabriel finally spoke up, his voice quiet but sharp enough to cut through the room. Ava's fury was blazing, but the second she heard Gabriel's voice, her mind snapped back to clarity like a rubber band snapping taut. Before the show, her agent had warned her. She could ignore anyone, but never Gabriel. Gabriel didn't just stand alone. He was the face of the entire Chin family group, and even the biggest investor behind Travel Together was him. Cross him, and her career was over before it had a chance to begin. It was like a bucket of ice water doused straight in her face. Ava's fury evaporated instantly, her blood freezing solid in an instant. Gabriel hadn't stopped Henry, didn't ask the others to leave, nor did he step in to help. Was this silence really a sign that she'd been abandoned by the production team? If Gabriel could hear Ava's thoughts right now, he'd probably just say, "The show didn't abandon her yesterday. It was written off from the start, and even that wasn't quite fair." Gabriel had known all along. Every guest he'd invited carried some risk of blowing up on camera, so besides Charles and himself, he'd already prepared backup plans for everyone else. As soon as a guest started tanking the show, the crisis team would kick in fast. Whether it helped the guest, protected the brand, or both was up to them, their choice. "I am not going to the hospital." Ava took a step back, murmuring, her voice trembling, "I feel fine. I'm not sick. I don't need to go." Gabriel gave a small nod. Looks like Ava's already made her choice. Truth was, if she'd just admitted fault and apologized then, she could have salvaged it all. But not everyone's lucky enough to catch a second chance. Gabriel let out the tiniest shake of his head. "Seriously, not even a hospital?" Henry asked, stepping forward with genuine concern. Ava finally snapped, shoving Henry hard and raising her voice. "I already said I am not going. Are you freaking insane? I just threw up because I ate too much. Do we really need to make a big deal out of this? What is your damn motive for dragging me to the hospital anyway?" Henry's face fell. "I was just worried about you, Ava." But Ava wasn't having any of it. She turned on her heel and stormed toward the room. The door slammed shut behind her with a sharp bang, leaving the guests standing frozen in place. She just ran off. Charles blinked, stunned. How could Ava's resilience be this low? Could she really have cracked so easily? Charles turned to look at Isabella and Owen. At this point, there was no mistaking it. Isabella couldn't believe she'd actually been swooning over Ava last night. She almost wanted to go back in time and slap herself. No such thing as a naturally thin star, just someone building a facade while secretly forcing themselves to purge. Owen was speechless. He'd known all along. After cooking for years, how could food possibly make anyone sick? Then he thought about the dinner table tonight, how all the grown men had stopped eating, but Ava was still shoveling food into her mouth. A storm of emotions crossed Owen's face. Only Henry looked utterly devastated. "Did I say something wrong? She's gone. Now you're still acting." Charles gave him a long look. Turns out Henry was dead serious about keeping up his image. His brow furrowed slightly as he stared after Ava. Worry etched across his face. "I just feel like Ava's misunderstood me. Kinda hurts." Charles nearly laughed out loud. "It is supposed to be joyous, don't you think?" Charles didn't call him out, though. Gabriel's smile deepened. He turned to Owen and said, "Looks like it really isn't your fault. You can relax now." Owen nodded, as if that'd ever be his problem. The guests all exchanged knowing glances but said nothing more in front of the camera. But the audience wasn't dumb. They weren't blind, either. How could they miss what was being implied? The chat exploded with laughter. All right, now it is pretty much confirmed. Ava was just puking in the bathroom. My info scout. Didn't you say to check the replay? Where is it? Here it is. Someone already posted on Weibo. Internet sleuths were fast. Less than 10 minutes after the incident, someone had already cut together all the juicy bits from the livestream replay. 10 minutes before Charles headed upstairs, Ava quietly slipped open the suite's door, glanced left and right to make sure the hallway was clear, then hurried off toward the shared restroom. Not long after she went in, the door across the hall swung open, and out stepped Henry. When Henry reached the bathroom door, he seemed to notice someone was in there. He turned around and headed back fast, but less than 2 minutes later, he came out again. this time pausing at the doorway for a few seconds. From this angle, the camera caught Henry's face perfectly. You could see him frown slightly before muttering, "Wait, did I just hear someone puking?" The show's surveillance cameras inside the villa were state-of-the-art. Right when Henry first stepped out, viewers had picked up faint retching sounds. Sounds that the video editor kindly subbed in for everyone. Then came the loud banging on the door, followed by Isabella and Asher opening their doors one after another. Charles, Gabriel, and Owen arrived at the third floor in quick succession. After seeing this, what wasn't clear anymore? Oh no, Ava's totally blown it. Perfect. The proof is in the pudding. Where are Ava's fans now? Wait, what? I'm kind of lost. Why did Ava go full foodie if she's just eating and then puking? For the views and drama, obviously. Isn't that obvious? Wow, Ava finally got caught today. I swear, I had a gut feeling back during her last live stream that she was faking it all along. Sister above, spill the tea. Modern netizens really are something else. Not long after, fans dug up every single eating vlog, live stream clip, and video released by Ava's studio, uncovering proof of her purging, and even a clip that flat-out proved she'd been faking it all along. Travel Together had already hit the trending list after the afternoon drama, and live viewership peaked that night. Who'd have thought? Right before bed, another fresh scoop dropped. Countless marketing accounts scrambled to share it. Traffic spiked all over again. When the crowd saw Travel Together trending again, they finally lost it. Wait, your show didn't even start filming today. How many scandals have we already had? Count them carefully. It's the second one. First was the fight. I'm impressed. Your show called Travel Together? Rename it already. Let's all gossip. While the crowd was having fun with the drama, they weren't shy about sharing their thoughts. I get why you'd want to build a persona, but Ava, throwing up just to fit in. That's seriously out of line. +1, seriously hate wasting food like that. Wasting is shameful. True. Hate waste. But Charles, why are you always the first one on scene? Anyone check Charles's room live stream replay? He was literally about to shower, then heard something and bolted upstairs. I noticed it too. I was right behind Charles when we went for that fresh melon. Thanks, Charles. Next morning, Charles was woken up by Gabriel pounding on the door. He'd gotten lost in Weibo comments last night and overslept. When he finally blinked awake, he was still dazed. After changing clothes and brushing his teeth, Charles stumbled downstairs, half asleep. Then he reached the dining room and heard a familiar voice say, "Charles, you're awake. Come on, grab breakfast." Charles snapped his head around, and there she was, Emma, standing right in front of him. The table was piled high with breakfast treats, porridge, crullers, and a spread of what looked like delicate steamed buns and pan-fried dumplings. Charles's eyes widened in shock. Wait, did she actually make all this? Seriously? Is she really already over the whole thing with us? Gabriel waved Charles over, motioning him to sit down. Charles hesitated, then slid into the seat. Just as he did, Henry murmured low. Shocked, Charles glanced up at him, blinked slowly, and whispered back, "You're not surprised either?" Henry didn't reply. He just lowered his head and took a quiet sip of rice porridge. Gabriel scooped a bowl of porridge for Charles. Charles murmured thanks, sipped the rich seafood broth, then suddenly snapped to attention. His eyes darted around the room. Nothing. Where's Owen? Wait. Where the hell is Owen? Gabriel resisted the urge to rub his ear, paused for a beat, then quietly pointed toward a corner. Charles followed the gesture. There, tucked into a hidden nook of the sofa, sat Owen, face half hidden in shadow. A low coffee table stood before him, piled high with steamed dumplings, buns, shrimp porridge, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. An entire spread that could have passed for a full Cantonese breakfast feast. But Owen hadn't touched a single bite, just sat there, quietly sipping plain white rice porridge. The reason? Every plate in front of him bore a giant red heart drawn with ketchup. Henry's voice drifted out, soft and dry. Owen's breakfast's different from ours. It's his own special love menu. Charles went cold. So Emma didn't just forgive us. She's still not over Owen, huh? I swear the air in this room just got a whole lot more charged. Gabriel chuckled, lifting his coffee for a slow sip. While Charles ate, Henry leaned in and quietly filled him in on what had happened that morning. Before the guests left last night, they'd agreed Henry and Owen would handle breakfast today. Henry was up early and headed downstairs, only to find Owen already there, kneeling by the stove, stirring a pot of porridge. After half a day of hanging out, Owen had picked up on everyone's tastes pretty well. The breakfast he'd made covered most people's preferences, and even thought ahead to Ava. Remembering she'd been sick last night, he would toss in a handful of millet to soothe her stomach. Charles couldn't help but sigh. Owen's such a sweet, thoughtful guy. No wonder he won over his best friend's mom. Gabriel just gave a half smile, not saying much. Then what? Charles asked. Henry continued. Well, I went to help. Only a few minutes later, he tilted his chin toward the kitchen where Emma stood. She showed up. She wasn't just washing veggies and prepping. I mean, she even tied on an apron. I swear, I felt like a third while standing there. So you gave them space? Asher asked before thinking. Henry sat up straight, a quiet smile on his lips. I didn't abandon Owen. I stayed in the kitchen and helped. Just not where they were. Asher rolled his eyes, unimpressed. Charles pulled out his phone and opened Weibo, quickly finding the livestream replay. Henry hadn't lied. He hadn't left Owen alone. But really, what was the difference? The villa's kitchen was open plan. Henry could have stayed outside and helped just fine, but he didn't. He grabbed some vegetables and moved to the dining table to chop them, handing over the entire kitchen space to Emma and Owen. Calling that not abandoning him? Come on. Charles shot Henry a look, but Henry didn't seem to care one way or the other. The replay showed just 5 minutes passed before Owen bolted from the kitchen and fled back upstairs. Emma looked a little guilty, but instead of chasing after him, she stayed to finish breakfast. Only when Henry saw it was just Emma left in the kitchen did he finally get up and stroll back inside to help out. In between, Emma told him what to do. Lots of stuff. And Henry didn't give her that sour face like yesterday. He smiled through every mistake he made instead. Not long after, Emma finally shooed Henry out of the kitchen. Charles had seen with his own eyes how smoothly Henry had been helping in the kitchen last night. Far from being a disaster back then, he'd even handled things more efficiently than Charles himself. So today's clumsy performance wasn't an accident. It was on purpose. Henry's not only sneaky, he's got a grudge too, Charles muttered under his breath, then suddenly remembered he'd been so caught up in Ava's latest drama last night that he'd completely forgotten to check Henry's Weibo account. He remembered clearly. He'd specifically reminded himself to keep an eye on Gosher's new post, but after devouring the drama, he was so wiped out he just tossed his phone down and passed out. Breakfast was nearly finished, so Charles decided to take his plate into the kitchen and, out of Henry's sight, he pulled up Henry's secret Weibo account. A few Weibo posts subtly roasting Ava's fans were neatly lined up on the screen. Gosher. Wait. Did I come on too strong? Me? Come on, I was just trying to help her go see a doctor. I'm being so supportive. It's the fans who've got the attitude problems, not emotionally intelligent. Please, how could I be if I'm phrasing everything this delicately? Am I the instigator? But how can I stir up trouble when my sister's got no real flaws to grab onto? Like a fly trying to bite through an egg with no cracks, Henry's mouth never fails to deliver. Charles laughed so hard he doubled over. Still, is Henry really safe from getting exposed now? Or does he actually kind of want his little account to get found out? The more Charles thought about it, the more plausible that idea seemed. After all, if Henry really didn't want anyone to find his side account, he wouldn't have picked such an obvious username, let alone called out people by name on Weibo, unless he never intended to hide it in the first place. Gabriel's eyelid twitched sharply at those words. The two incidents from yesterday had definitely boosted the show's buzz. But having two guests in a row blow their covers like this, it was getting suspiciously fast. Wasn't it just a bit too soon? And hey, Gabriel had just picked up the phone when he woke up this morning. Producer called, said Ava's team reached out first thing, and she'd already decided to quit filming the rest of the episodes, with one guest already gone. If Henry followed suit because of his persona backfiring, Gabriel's head was already throbbing. Charles had no clue what Gabriel was thinking. He'd just finished scrolling through Gosher's latest Weibo post with a grin, pocketed his phone, and headed into the kitchen to help wash dishes. As he scrubbed, he overheard Emma muttering beside him, "Charles, how'd you like my breakfast? Delicious," Charles said without hesitation. "Seriously, tasted great." Emma frowned slightly, more troubled than before. "If it's so good, why wouldn't Owen even touch it? He just drank the congee." Charles burst out laughing, shoulders shaking. "You drew a heart on every plate you served Owen. You practically stabbed him through the chest. Do you really think he'd eat it? He just got beat up by his brother before coming on this show. If he actually ate your heart-shaped breakfast, do you honestly think he'd still make it back to face that dude after filming's over?" So yeah, Owen's really just cornered now. The livestream audience lost it hearing Emma complain. "Dude, isn't that obvious?" Owen practically wrote no across his face. "Honestly, I feel a little bad for Owen." Facing Emma's bold, no-holds-barred pursuit like that. "Seriously, why doesn't Owen just say yes? Sure, she's got her quirks, but she's rich, gorgeous, and clearly ready to go all in." Most viewers were on board with that. Emma might have been a bit older, but she looked sharp, no visible wrinkles at 40-something. Aside from her personality quirks, she was basically flawless. A flood of comments poured in. "If that were me, I'd say yes in a heartbeat." But the internet crowd was just tossing out their thoughts. Whether Owen said yes or no didn't change the fact that they were all here for the show. Charles finished washing the dishes, and with that, today's filming officially kicked off. Go Travel Together, a no-script travel show, had super simple daily tasks. Guests just needed to come up with their own itineraries using the budget provided by production. How many spots they hit each day and how long they stayed at each one. All was completely up to the guests. The only rule: the travel fund was tight, so they had to be careful with their spending, or else they'd be stuck doing a budget tour later on. Last night before bed, the guests had already hashed out their itinerary for the coming days. And with Ava out of the picture, they actually ended up with more money than expected. So the first 2 days of filming went pretty smoothly. At least that's what everyone else thought. Owen didn't see it that way, though, and the reason was one person, Emma. Emma was *2* forward. Any chance she had to be alone with Owen, and she'd immediately swoop in for a chat. And since they were on camera, Owen couldn't exactly ignore her. He was stuck playing along, awkwardly pretending to keep up. He'd even frozen up a few times from sheer panic. But Emma, she just kept going like it wasn't a problem. By the end of the second day's shoot, Owen was completely drained. Charles noticed it all. Felt bad for Owen, but also found it kind of hilarious. Owen looked dead on his feet. Literally, today was finally the last night of filming. And once they wrapped, they'd be going home. Owen visibly relaxed. That evening, Owen was in charge of cooking again. For the past 2 days, Emma had always wandered into the kitchen to help. But tonight, no sign of her anywhere. Charles was scratching his head when his phone buzzed. He glanced down. Charlotte had sent a WeChat message. Charles knew damn well Jack and Charlotte had been sticking to him ever since the show started. But he didn't give it a second thought. Just figured they were keeping tabs because they worried about him. He had no clue that Jack and Charlotte weren't there out of concern, but purely because they wanted front row seats to the juicy drama. Charlotte. Emma just went to talk to the director. Asked if they could do Truth or Dare tonight. Charles's eyes widened in shock. What? Gabriel was arranging the dishes when he heard Charles's sharp intake of breath. His hand jerked, and a bowl slipped from his grip, shattering on the floor in a spray of porcelain. Everyone turned toward him. Before Gabriel could even mutter an excuse, Charles's voice rose again. Sharp and wired with excitement, each word clipped out like a drumbeat. TRUTHORDARE. This is totally about Owen. Right? Right? Gabriel instinctively glanced at Owen. In the open kitchen, Owen was still bent over the pot, stirring in spices with practiced ease, completely unaware that a full-blown ambush was about to go down on him. Just as Gabriel swept up the shards, Charles's voice rang out again. They actually said yes. Oh, perfect. So the crew's all here for the chaos too. Real crowd pleasers. Gabriel couldn't help but smirk. Then he shot a quick look at the camera and thought, yeah, tonight's live stream numbers are going to blow up again. For the past few evenings, guests had been dining in their rooms, But today the production team suddenly suggested they eat out on the beach instead, and said the spot was all set up. The other guests didn't catch anything off, but Charles and Gabriel couldn't quite keep their smiles from spreading. Once they followed the crew to the shore, everyone realized the team hadn't just arranged tables and chairs. There were also several lavish seafood platters waiting for them. Owen grinned. "So this is our reward?" Charles's expression was a mix of pity and suppressed amusement. "You should have dropped the us. These feasts are all compensation for you, Owen." Once the outdoor set was fully assembled, the live studio setup went live at the same time. As soon as viewers clicked into the stream, they caught Charles's knowing smirk on screen. The observant audience instantly perked up. How long has it been since I've seen that look on Charles's face? So does this mean another juicy rumor is about to drop? What's the latest scoop? Charles, just tell me. Don't make me beg. Too bad Charles could not see the comments. No matter how hard fans pressed him, he was not going to answer. Then came the dull part, eating. It wasn't until one by one, the guests put down their chopsticks, that things started to shift. The crew rushed in to clear the plates, then brought out fresh fruit platters, a bowl of peanuts, and a basket of beer. That's when the guests finally caught on. The production team was about to stir things up. Henry shot a quick glance at Charles. Charles was staring straight at Owen, eyes alight with anticipation. Henry got it instantly. He took a slow sip of water and quietly masked the grin tugging at his lips. With everything in place, the producer stepped forward with a stack of cards, cleared his throat, and said, "After tonight's shoot wraps up, we'll be wrapping up our first episode." But after seeing how reserved everyone is with one another, the director's team thought it'd be fun to kick things off with a little game. Isabella tilted her head. "What kind of game?" Charles had already locked his gaze on Emma and Owen. The audience in the stream followed suit, eyes now fixed on Emma and Owen. Then they heard the producer chuckle and say, "Truth or dare?" Emma's delight was impossible to hide. Owen's panic was written all over his face. Charles nearly snorted with laughter inside his head. The chat was a blur of messages. Henry gave a half smile, taking his time to study Owen and Emma's reactions before finally turning to the producer. "Wait, didn't we sign up for a travel show, not a romance one? I don't think I'm misremembering that, do you?" The producer didn't flinch, smiling warmly. "There's no rule saying only dating shows can play truth or dare, is there?" Asher loved watching the chaos. "True. So what are the rules?" The producer didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked, "No one's got an issue with this?" Emma spoke up first. "None at all." She was practically bouncing by now. What kind of objection could she possibly have? He did have something to say, but then he thought this might be the perfect chance to clear things up. Better to get it out in the open now than keep letting Emma circle around him like a hawk. He'd thought about telling her flat out before, but never found the right moment. Now the show's handing him a chance. Owen couldn't just pass it up. "Yeah," he murmured, giving a small nod. That's exactly what the producer was waiting for. With Owen on board, his smile widened instantly as he outlined the game rules. Nothing complicated, just 7 playing cards. 6 had numbers. 1 was the joker. Every round, whoever drew the joker had to take a truth or dare punishment. As for which penalty they'd pick, the dare or the truth, they could decide themselves. But there was one rule: no 2 consecutive rounds of truth. If the person being punished feels they cannot complete the challenge or answer truthfully, they can just drink a beer instead. Then who's the one doing the punishing? Charles leaned in, all ears. "The guest who draws the ace," the producer said. The rules were clear, game could begin right away. Before leaving, the producer handed the deck to Asher. Asher gave the cards a quick shuffle, glanced around at everyone, and asked, "So, I'm good to deal?" Charles grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, eyes sparkling. "Oh, come on, here we go." Asher dealt the cards one by one, then sat back down. Charles flipped his card open right away. "Number 2, guess that's not me this round." He looked up eagerly toward Emma and Owen. Emma sighed clearly after checking her card. Owen let out a visible breath of relief. "Looks like they're not the ones this round." Henry held up his hard ace. "Who's the big one?" Isabella quietly raised her hand. "I'll take truth." Charles let out a tiny sigh. "But that's the whole point of watching. Gotta be patient. The live audience echoed with a collective sigh. Hit or miss, pretty much down to luck. Ha, what? Seriously, can you even read what you are typing? You're the one who needs to learn how to describe things properly. Come to think of it, that's actually kinda spot on. Kinda curious what Henry's going to ask Isabella. Relax, everyone. Our Henry here isn't the type to put guests through awkward stuff. Almost as soon as the comment dropped, Henry flashed a smile and asked, "Ever dated anyone after your debut? Not messing with guests? With a time limit set down to the moment after debut. How is that not messing with them?" Isabella hadn't expected Henry to go so sharp. Her pupils flickered, just for a second. Charles was practically vibrating with excitement. Isabella's an idol. Dating would be a massive PR disaster, right? In front of everyone, she gave a small, awkward smile, then said, "I haven't dated since my debut." Henry just nodded with that same easy grin. Didn't say he believed her, did not say he didn't, but Charles couldn't hold it in. He fumbled for his phone and opened his notes app. "I swear, I thought Isabella was always dating someone." Gabriel straightened up and subtly blocked Charles's view with his own body. Seconds later, Charles let out a sharp whistle. "She's got nothing to hide. She's clean on that front." Gabriel shot him a sideways glance. "What now?" Charles put his phone away, a quiet smirk tugging at his lips. Back when Isabella was still unknown, she started dating him, and even after she blew up, they never broke up, so yeah. How could you say she didn't date anyone after fame? Gabriel let out a soft chuckle. The game went on. Charles drew the big card this round, while Asher got the A. He chose truth. Asher stared at Charles for a few seconds, trying to think of something that'd be more shocking than Henry's question. But he didn't really know Charles all that well. After a pause, he finally asked, "Out of the women here, is there someone who fits your ideal type?" Charles answered without thinking, "I like guys." No one saw that coming. A few blinked, then glanced at him in mild surprise. Asher instantly pivoted. "All right, then out of the guys here, is there someone who's your type?" Charles realized he'd never actually given much thought to what his ideal type even was. He propped up his chin with one hand, letting his gaze drift slowly across the guys in the room. "Henry, decent looks, but he's got that sharp mouth." Asher. Their eyes accidentally locked. The next second, Asher looked away fast. Charles mentally noted, "He's not bad to look at. But that temper. Definitely not my type." Next, Owen. "Nah, not into the muscle man thing." Finally, his gaze settled on Gabriel beside him. For some reason, he felt a little nervous. Charles couldn't explain why, but that night kept flashing back. How he'd accidentally caught sight of those toned muscles, the six-pack, the abs, the chest definition, all set off by Gabriel's face. So unfairly handsome it bordered on cruel. "Gabriel," he said, barely hesitating. 1 second longer, and I'd be disrespecting Gabriel's perfect body and face. Gabriel suddenly erupted into a coughing fit. "Knew it," Owen said, smirking. "Charles always picks Gabriel. Come on. Our Gabriel's got looks, a killer physique, and pedigree to match. Who'd be blind not to pick him?" Seriously though, this travel show really has that romance variety vibe now. Henry let out a quiet laugh at Charles's choice. Asher exhaled, visibly relieved. Emma rolled her eyes. "Next round already. Let's go." Knowing she was impatient, Asher didn't waste a second. He gathered the cards and started shuffling again. Charles glanced at his hand. The number 3. Another round he'd be out of it. Gabriel coughed for a while, then turned back. His pale ears now flushed red all the way up to the tips. Charles stared at him like he'd just discovered something new. Eyes locked on Gabriel's ears without blinking. "Wow. I've never seen an ear turn red only at the tip before." The next second, the entire ear was blazing. This is interesting." Charles was still locked in, about to keep looking, when he heard Emma let out a soft chuckle. He instantly swiveled his head. Emma waved the playing card she would just drawn. Ace of hearts. Then he looked at Owen. Owen had the Joker face up on the table in front of him. The live stream exploded instantly. "Here it comes. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for this?" Owen took a deep breath and didn't hesitate. Truth or dare? And Emma, true to form, got straight to the point. Owen, am I your type? Who even asterisk gets asterisk this level of directness? It's basically asking him if he likes me. Charles was buzzing with excitement inside but quickly scanned the other guests' reactions. Henry chuckled after hearing Emma's question, showing no hesitation in revealing his curiosity as he kept glancing between Emma and Owen. Asher had not expected Emma to be so direct and bold. His expression was clearly surprised, yet his eyes held a hint of hidden excitement as he watched the two. Among all the guests, Isabella was the only one who felt truly stunned. Earlier, she would sensed a faint tension from Emma toward her, but had not figured out why. To avoid any conflict, she had kept her distance from Emma during the past 2 days of filming. In fact, since Isabella was not close with the other guests either, she would often sought out Owen whenever she had free time to make sure she would not be left alone. Isabella had always thought Emma simply did not like her, but she never expected it was because Emma had developed feelings for Owen. After days of confusion, the mystery finally cleared up. But Isabella felt no relief, only a heavy sense of dread. How incredibly slow was she? She had even kept walking toward Owen despite Emma's obvious discomfort, and now she felt a wave of nervous sweat. Case solved. Isabella would definitely keep her distance from Owen from now on. Jack and Charlotte, watching from behind the director's monitor, were even more excited. Here it comes, here it is. They would been waiting all night. The most thrilling moment was finally here. Jack and Charlotte had thought Emma might ask in a subtle but clear way, but no one expected her to go straight to the point like that. Looking at Owen's face, he clearly froze, obviously unprepared for such a direct question. Closer inspection even showed a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. So how would Owen respond? Under everyone's eyes, Owen took a slow, deep breath as if preparing himself, then looked straight at Emma and answered with complete seriousness. No. To make sure she heard him clearly, Owen repeated again, Emma, you are not my type. Emma's smile vanished instantly, and her eyes filled with hurt. According to the principle of balance, when one person's smile fades, others' faces naturally light up. After hearing Owen's response, every guest except Emma and Owen immediately lifted their lips in a shared grin. Even the viewers watching from home could not help but smile wider than ever. Even though I already knew how Owen would answer, my smile still could not help but rise on its own. Who could disagree? This truth or dare game is seriously fun to watch. So entertaining and addictive. So our show has officially turned from a travel program into a romance one. Let the storm of dramatic tension come harder and faster. The viewers' joy in the chat is real, and completely oblivious to Owen's fate. Charles's smile lifted even higher than the sky at that moment. I knew all along Owen was a man of strong principles. Of course, Owen could not afford to give the wrong answer, especially if he really messed up. Yeah, next time he shows up for filming, it might not just be a black eye anymore. Gabriel nodded in agreement. Owen really might have ended up with a worse situation if he would answered poorly. So let's get the next round started. I still want to hear Emma ask her questions. Clearly, Asher felt the same way. He quickly stood up and shuffled the cards again. Emma still looked a bit disappointed. She clearly wanted to ask more, but she held back for now. Charles grew even more excited, silently praying that Owen would draw the big joker again. But fate does not always turn in your favor, no matter how much you hope for it. This time, Asher ended up being the one to take the punishment. Gabriel drew the ace of hearts. Asher thought for a moment, then said, "Let's go with dares." Truth or dare gets boring after a while. Gabriel did not hesitate and said, "Then you have to do 5 squats while carrying Henry like a princess." Gabriel remembered Asher's earlier question. He does not really have any flaws except for holding grudges. As soon as the words were out, Henry frowned and asked, "Is this punishment for me or for him?" Asher had already stepped in front of him. "Just go with it," Henry reluctantly said. "Cannot we skip the princess carry?" Gabriel was about to say it was okay when Asher quickly scooped Henry up in a bridal carry. Henry was startled and glared at Asher angrily. If looks could kill, Asher would have been long gone by now. Charles found the whole thing amusing, did not expect Asher to have such good stamina. Carrying Henry through squats without even breaking a sweat, Charles's mind wandered off, and somehow he ended up thinking about Gabriel again. Gabriel's build is so impressive. His strength must be pretty good too. Why do you keep bringing me into this? Why are you always thinking about me like that? He is definitely built well. But Charles, this is not the first time you have thought about him. Going further might be a bit too much. If Charles could hear Gabriel's thoughts, he would probably explain right away. It is not that Charles meant to think about Gabriel like that. It is just that Gabriel's build is truly impressive. Charles has lived 2 lifetimes and still hasn't seen a real-life man with a more perfect physique than Gabriel. Gabriel's ears turned red again. Despite themselves, Charles noticed right away. Is it just tonight's heat? Why are Gabriel's ears? Alright, done. Asher set Henry down. Next round. Charles's thoughts snapped back, and he spoke up excitedly. Great. Great. Let's keep going. Gabriel closed his eyes briefly. He decided he would need to keep a bit more distance from Charles from now on. Even though Gabriel saw Charles just as a younger brother, Charles did not feel the same way. What if their relationship ever crossed a line someday? No way. That kind of thing absolutely cannot happen. Gabriel took a deep breath, trying hard to push those thoughts out of his mind. The game continued for 2 more rounds. One round had Henry drawing the big joker, and Asher drawing the ace of hearts. Henry naturally chose truth or dare. Asher thought carefully before asking, "Are you currently single?" Henry did not hesitate. Of course. Another round began with Isabella drawing the ace of hearts and Gabriel drawing the big joker. Isabella did not make things difficult for Gabriel, asking him the same question Asher had asked. "Are you currently single?" Gabriel did not hesitate either. Yes. Charles could not help letting out a soft sigh. Really? That is it. This is not even exciting at all. Audiences in the live stream chat had the same thought. When will Emma and Owen finally get a punishment? I am already the king of entertainment. I just want to see them both get called out. Plus, seriously, cannot your team do something about this? I could watch Owen getting questioned all day long. Looking through the entire chat feed, not a single comment cares about Owen's well-being. Perfect. I am glad I am not alone in wanting to see him face some consequences. The viewers were genuinely eager, and so was Jack Charlotte, watching from the director's monitor. Maybe it was because everyone was so eager to see Owen and Emma face consequences that this round ended with Owen being dealt the big joker. Charles's eyes lit up instantly. Where is the ace of hearts? Who has the ace of hearts? Charles quickly scanned over Gabriel, Asher, Emma, and Isabella, then finally landed his gaze on Henry. Henry held up 2 fingers, revealing his hidden card, the ace of hearts. The live chat viewers who had been holding their breath let out a collective groan and started to grow frustrated. Can your team please get it together already? I am telling you, the last show that tried to hold back had basically blown itself up. I would advise your team to think twice before going down that road. Right now, instantly, I want to see Owen ask Emma, or Emma keep asking Owen. The production crew did not move a single muscle. The audience was utterly disappointed. Then, one observant viewer noticed. Wait, Charles, why are you smiling again? Huh? Why does Charles still look so hopeful? Could he actually be expecting Henry to come up with something wild and intense? Come on, who does not know Henry's the easiest person to get along with? He would never put Emma through anything tough. Charlotte saw the comment and could not help but let her lips curl upward. Before she could reply to the viewer, another comment quickly popped up. Henry's easygoing. Your fan bias is seriously thick. After watching these past few streams, I have finally realized Henry's actually kind of sneaky. Henry's fans were instantly on edge. Wait, where did you even get this brainwashing content? I do not even feel like explaining. Everyone's got eyes. Just watch and see for yourselves. As soon as that comment appeared, Henry spoke up from the screen. Director, can I transfer my penalty privilege? The live chat froze in surprise. Transfer the privilege? Charles instantly understood Henry's meaning and could not keep the smirk from spreading. Is Henry planning to hand his penalty privilege over to Emma? Well done, you clever lad. The viewers in the live stream quickly caught on. People said Henry was easygoing. Now I get it. Henry's just someone who loves stirring up trouble for fun. Henry's fans had not even found a way to respond when Henry on screen spoke with an unusually thoughtful tone. I do not really need this punishment privilege, so why not pass it on to someone who would benefit more? Someone who truly needs it. Just say Emma already. Even though the director guessed what Henry was getting at, he played along and asked, "Who exactly do you want to pass it to?" "Emma." Henry smiled warmly. Emma's eyes lit up, her gaze filled with gratitude as she looked at Henry. "When it comes to creating drama, you are still the king, Henry." The live chat went wild. "Right now, Henry, you are my god. Give him an extra drumstick. Hurry up." The production team should just bow to Henry. Owen's face turned pale. "No lie, my image of Henry is completely changing. Did he always act like this? I told you all along. Henry is not the sweet dreamboat you fans picture. He is genuinely sly." The chat was buzzing with excitement. Owen's expression was anything but neutral. On one hand, he thought it would be great if Emma finally gave up on him. On the other, he remembered, he would already pick truth or dare in the last round. Now it was his turn to face a dare. What if Emma insists he hug her or do some other close actions? He would be totally set up by Henry. Henry and Owen exchanged a glance, as if reading his worry. Then Henry turned to the production team and said, "But I remember Owen can only pick dares this round?" The director held back their excitement, shared a quick look with the producer, then nodded. Henry said, "Then I cannot let Owen down." Charles chuckled. "You already did." Henry did not meet Owen's annoyed look and continued, "I will pass my punishment chance to Emma. This would not be fair to Owen. How about this? Owen gets to choose whether he picks truth or dare this round." The director and producer thought it over, then agreed Henry had a good point. They gave Owen a questioning look. After all, it is Owen who has to take the punishment. If he does not agree, the team cannot force him. When Owen heard Henry's words, he let out a big sigh of relief. If the punishment were still a dare, he would definitely refuse it. But if it is truth instead, that would not be so hard to handle. Seeing Owen nod, the director smiled and said, "All right, but since we are making it easier, can we add one more truth question this time? That way, Emma can get her answers sooner, and Owen can be free quicker." Owen nodded without hesitation. Emma would love to ask more questions. She definitely had no problem with that. Both were fine, and the game carried on. What kind of intriguing question will Emma ask next? So excited. So excited. The entire filming set fell silent, all eyes drawn to Owen and Emma. The live stream audience was completely relaxed, eagerly waiting for Emma to speak. But for some reason, Owen's straightforward answer seemed to have affected Emma. This time she paused thoughtfully instead of rushing to ask, saying, "Owen, though we haven't really worked together before, I have heard a few things about you from others." Owen looked at Emma with confusion. Charles was near panic. "Why are not you going straight to the point now? Come on, ask already." "Wait a second." Emma's serious expression. "I have a feeling she might be trying to confess to Owen." Gabriel had also sensed something off, and after hearing Charles say that, he instantly realized what was different. The vibe, this atmosphere really is getting a little romantic. A full moon hung in the sky, sea breeze gently flowing, with a bonfire and production crew's decorative lights around them. The mood was absolutely perfect. Viewers' eyes are always sharp. They were even more sensitive than Charles. Could it be? Is Emma really going to confess to Owen right in front of all these people? But did not Owen just say he is not into Emma's type? Will not she be embarrassed if her confession fails? Could it be? Emma would not feel ashamed even if she lost an argument with Asher in front of everyone? In a way, this netizen was spot on. Charles frantically searched his memory and finally dug up some descriptions of Emma from the original story. In Emma's eyes, everyone else was not worth her attention. She always put herself first, and in her mind, her own feelings came above everything. So she is really going to confess. Charles immediately felt thrilled. Then Emma continued speaking. "I really admire you, or to be honest, I was drawn to you the moment I saw you." What did I just hear? My ears. My toes. The other guests reacted even more strongly. Asher was covered in goosebumps. Feeling so embarrassed, he buried his face in his hands, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Isabella wore a look of utter disbelief, completely frozen in shock. Henry was not as surprised, but he was still deeply taken aback. His gaze toward Owen grew even more sympathetic. Of course, the most expressive reaction came from Owen. He looked like he would been struck by lightning. wanting nothing more than to turn around and walk away right then. But of course, this was a live stream. There were too many eyes watching him. How could he explain that they were just playing truth or dare a moment ago? What on earth is going on now? Charles just glanced at Owen, then shut his eyes tightly and turned away to hide his smile. Owen's life matters too. Is not there anyone who can help him? The answer, of course, was no one. The viewers in the live stream were all laughing uncontrollably. Emma, the queen of direct approaches. Owen's expression was absolutely priceless. Why does this travel show feel as intense as a romance confession night? Emma continued, maybe you had some negative impressions of me at first meeting, but Owen, I hope you will give me time. And also give yourself time to truly understand your own feelings. What does Owen need to figure out inside himself? His heart's already taken by his brother's mom. Seeing that Owen stayed silent for a long while, Emma stood up and stepped toward him. Owen, I really do have strong feelings for you. Even though we have only known each other for a few days, my heart is completely yours. If you do not believe me, why not just touch? What are you even going to have him feel? Charles looked over in shock. Emma's hand was still half a meter away from Owen's arm when he suddenly jumped straight up, leaping several meters back. He was completely startled, his hair standing on end, and without thinking, blurted out, Emma, I really do not like you. I am already in a relationship. Silence, dead silence. Henry's expression instantly turned curious and eager to know more. A girlfriend? That is quite the unexpected twist. Asher and Isabella were both completely caught off guard by Owen's sudden reveal. Equally surprised, only Charles tightly pressed his lips together, struggling to hold back the laughter that nearly spilled out. Owen was really scared. He is practically saying anything that comes to mind. Emma stood frozen in place, processing Owen's words for a long moment before finally speaking. Owen, you do not have to make up such a story just to turn me down. I am not making it up. Owen was genuinely scared of Emma and took several steps back, his voice loud and serious. I just got together with my girlfriend last month. I really like her, and she likes me too. Emma's expression had already calmed. I do not believe you. I have no reason to lie. Owen reached for his phone. I will call her right now. She is probably watching our stream too. Stay away from me. Do not come any closer. The audience in the live chat erupted with laughter. Wow, I actually feel bad for Owen. I can really sense how scared he is. He just admitted his relationship live on stream and even said he would call her. That is rough. Sorry. I know I should feel bad for Owen, but I cannot help laughing. I am guilty, I know. Emma simply did not trust a word Owen said, convinced it was all just an excuse to avoid her. She let out a sigh of frustration and stepped directly toward Owen. Owen, we can talk this through calmly. I am not saying you have to decide right now. You did not just shut me down outright. Is Emma really pressing him like this? Charles looked worried. Maybe we should step in. We do not want to push Owen too far. What if he quits the show next time? Gabriel thought Charles was right and stood up to stop Emma. But before he could take a step, a strong male voice suddenly rang out from Owen's open microphone. Owen, I am warning you. If you do not sort this out with Emma soon, do not even think about coming back. I will knock some sense into you, you idiot. That is Owen's best friend's voice. Charles instantly perked up. The live chat audience was stunned. Wait, was not it supposed to be a girlfriend? Why is it a man's voice? This voice sounds kind of familiar. In an instant, the phone seemed to be snatched back, and a soft, gentle female voice came through. Owen, do not listen to him. I have been watching your live streams every day, and I definitely believe in you. Mom, even now, you are still defending him. She is standing right in front of him confessing her feelings. If it were not for Owen being so hesitant to say no, would things have turned out this way? I do not care. I will not accept this. The phone speaker suddenly shut off, and the rest of the voice did not come through. But everyone clearly heard that one very, extremely, unmistakably clear word. Mom! Silence. For a long moment, all that could be heard was the steady sound of waves crashing against the shore. Emma was completely stunned. What had she just heard? The other guests were left utterly confused. Mom? Owen found a mom? No, wait. Owen's girlfriend has a son? But why does her son's voice sound so mature? It sounds like he is about the same age as us. Wait. Several guests all felt their minds go fuzzy. They needed some time to process everything slowly, and the only one still keeping up with the flow, Charles, froze when he heard that male voice and let out a reaction just like the live chat. I feel like I have heard this voice somewhere before. Gabriel's gaze snapped toward the source instantly. Just tell us where you heard it before. Jack and Charlotte were both starting to panic. Where did you hear it? Come on. Think quickly. Charles pulled out his phone, this time not opening his notes app but directly going to Weibo, finding Owen's account, scrolling down a bit and tapping on a video. This video was a drama Owen shot about a year ago, recently wrapped up its run, and had earned him a huge following of fans who loved the on-screen pairing. As soon as the video played, a voice came through. Exactly the same deep, strong tone they would just heard. Charles quickly shut off his phone, his mind racing in disbelief. So Owen's close friend is actually the male company star from that drama he filmed. You two working together on a drama was one thing, but after it aired you even ended up dating his mother. Thank goodness the drama did not have intimate scenes. Otherwise, that would have been a real mess of relationships. Gabriel turned around and started coughing violently. Honestly, sometimes hearing Charles's thoughts so clearly is not such a good thing. Owen was still standing not far away on the beach, talking on the phone. But he would already taken off his earpiece mic. The production team wisely moved the camera farther back and stopped picking up audio. The live stream viewers could only see the visuals, no sound at all. The guests on site occasionally caught a few fragments of Owen's conversation with whoever was on the other end, but right now, they were too overwhelmed to even wonder what he might be discussing. They had not finished processing that jaw-dropping theory yet. Emma's expression grew even paler. She stayed frozen in her previous posture, staring wide-eyed at Owen from afar. After a long moment, she finally seemed to snap back into reality and slowly sank back into her seat, looking utterly heartbroken. No one spoke up, no one comforted Emma. Silence spread among the guests, but the live stream chat was buzzing with activity. As soon as Owen admitted he had a girlfriend, the chat exploded, but before fans could even start reacting, the next moment brought a single word from the phone: Mom. Fans and viewers were left utterly stunned by that one word. Wait, my mind's kind of scrambled. What on earth is going on here? So Owen has a girlfriend, and a son too. When did he have a child? He did not give birth. Did you even listen carefully? This son is his girlfriend's child. Did not you hear the boy saying he does not approve of his mom dating Owen? The explanation only made things worse. The fans and viewers were left even more shocked. So my favorite couple is over? Is not that obvious? He just admitted he is in a relationship. Let me just process this for a moment. My feelings are all mixed up. I knew my favorite pairing was not real, but suddenly facing the truth, it is still hard to accept. Suddenly, one fan sighed. It makes sense now. I was wondering why this show had solid ratings, but the two male leads never showed any signs of promoting a romantic pairing. It is because both sides already knew what was going on all along. That comment quickly earned tons of likes. Nowadays, most popular shows get some form of couple speculation after airing, not just to boost the show's popularity and buzz, but also to increase attention for the actors themselves. This is especially true for dramas adapted from male-male romance novels, where such pairings are often taken even further. But Owen's recent new series, with his company star Luca, seemed to have planned it in advance, beyond essential promotions. Neither of them showed the slightest interest in generating buzz. Even after the show ended, both Owen and Luca publicly clarified on camera that they were just good friends, asking fans to stay reasonable. But because the adaptation of this drama into a romantic pairing was so successful, viewers who got emotionally invested did not care whether the actors agreed. They were determined to support this couple regardless. Modern netizens can be quite demanding like that, so during the show's run, Owen and Luca each gained a large group of dedicated fan supporters, with their official couple forum even topping the list of trending forums for an entire week. After the series ended, their fan base only grew bigger, not smaller. Now that news suddenly broke about Owen having a girlfriend, fans of the duo were completely taken aback. Just as the comment section was buzzing with intense discussion, Charles suddenly noticed Emma's expression across from him looked deeply unsettled. I cannot help but feel like she might be about to cry. Gabriel heard that and instantly turned, following Charles's gaze. After returning to her seat, Emma still seemed dazed, her eyes fixed blankly on the playing cards in front of her. After a long silence, she suddenly reached out, grabbed the ace of hearts in front of her, tore it into pieces, and tossed it hard, fragments scattering across the sand. You should not throw things around just because you are upset. When Charles looked up again, he saw Emma's eyes had suddenly welled up. Charles thought to himself, "Oh no! Emma really might be on the verge of crying. Could news about Owen having a partner hit her this hard? What should I do now? I am terrible at comforting people." Funny enough, Gabriel is not any better at this either. Isabella, sitting next to Emma, noticed her unusual behavior and instinctively looked toward Asher for help. Was Asher the kind of person who knew how to comfort someone? He was already being unusually quiet today, just not arguing back. And he was terrified that one wrong word might push Emma over the edge, so he quickly pretended to be asleep instead. Isabella turned her gaze toward Henry next. Henry remembered his role and was gathering emotions when suddenly the producer and director walked straight over. "Thanks for your hard work on this episode. We are wrapping up filming for today." The words had barely finished when the live stream shut down. Emma could not hold back her emotions any longer and stood up abruptly, then walked straight toward the villa. Emma's agent and assistant rushed after her to offer comfort. The other guests all let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they would not have to struggle through awkward words trying to comfort her anymore. But while the guests were relieved, the live stream viewers were not happy. They had not even finished their gossip yet, and Owen was still on the phone nearby. "Why did you just end the broadcast? I want to watch. If you do not show me, I will make a scene." What kind of footage is off limits for someone as special as my VIP account? Hurry up and bring the stream back online. But did not you notice Emma's expression looked strange a second ago? We did, still. Right now I am way more interested in Owen's story. Exactly. So I really need to see the live stream, no matter how fans expressed their frustration. The production team remained completely unresponsive. Fans were all impatient and could not stand not having a place to chat, so they quickly moved over to Weibo. Weibo was buzzing with activity at that moment. Clips from the Travel Together livestream had been edited and shared, with topics like Owen revealing his girlfriend and Owen's son trending prominently on Weibo's hot search list. The fan community for Owen and Luca's pairing was flooded with fans who were deeply upset. Fans were genuinely heartbroken, while casual viewers loved diving into the highlights again and again. As they kept watching, they soon noticed something strange. Is not it just me? Or does Owen's son's voice sound really familiar? I feel the same. It is like I have heard it somewhere before. Then a fan from Owen and Luca's pairing community posted a message. Am I being too sensitive? But I swear the male voice on the call sounds exactly like Luca. As soon as that post went live, the comments were all, "Wait, actually, it does sound pretty similar. Do not scare me like that. Even if you are no longer a fan, you cannot go back and attack your best friend's mom like this. What would the family hierarchy even be?" Owen telling Luca from today on, "You are my brother, and I am your dad." Some mischievous netizens could not help but laugh out loud. As the topic grew hotter, several marketing accounts quickly compared Luca's voice with the one on the call. The moment the comparison video was made, CP fans were all silent upon seeing it. Netizens were so shocked their jaws almost dropped. Is this real or fake? Are you kidding me? CP fans' top admin even changed their profile picture to black. It is probably true. So Owen really started something with his best friend's mom? These words just felt explosive no matter how you looked at them. Just as one rumor was dying down, another one popped up. Right at this crucial moment, Owen suddenly came online on Weibo. Charles felt a sudden jolt when the notification popped up. Could Owen actually be about to respond? The recording had already ended, and the guests were now free to leave. Emma was the first to depart. She left the villa carrying her suitcase, eyes red from crying. Later, the other guests gradually started leaving as well. Jack and Charlotte had not really had a chance to enjoy themselves these past 3 days, so they suggested taking Charles on a few more days of fun before heading back. Charles did not hesitate. He agreed right away. At this moment, Charles had already joined Jack and Charlotte at the Hua family's chain hotel. The three of them were sitting in the suite's living room eating fruit when they picked up on Charles's thoughts. Just then, both Jack and Charlotte pulled out their phones, but Charles was faster than they were at checking social media. Owen just posted on Weibo. My goodness! He actually admitted it straight out. Admit what? Could it be true that he is actually involved with Luca's mother? Charlotte was the first to open Owen's social media post, and the very first one displayed was Owen's update from just a minute ago. The post was short, just 4 words. I really love her. The photo showed 2 hands gently holding each other, with matching couple rings on their ring fingers. There were hardly any congratulatory messages in the comments. Just questions from fans and online users. So, is his girlfriend really Luca's mom? Owen, do you actually have a son named Luca? So are you really becoming Luca's godfather now? Honey, say something. Please speak up. Maybe it is the fans being cruel. Those questions are really tough to handle. How is Owen supposed to answer that? Charles refreshed the comment section and did not see any reply from Owen, but then saw Luca's latest message appear. Luca, so what if it is? Does not my mom deserve him? Owen, that sharp tone, that clearly annoyed attitude, the look like he wanted to fight Owen all over again. Charles gasped in shock. He closed the page and reopened it twice, double-checking until he was certain he had not misread it. It is really Luca himself. He was the one who strongly opposed Owen and his mom's relationship earlier. Why is he stepping forward to admit it now? Jack Charlotte was just as surprised by this development. Both Jack and Charlotte were scrolling through their Weibo feeds with intense focus, but Charles was still the fastest to react. That makes sense. Luca was just trying to protect his mother all along. As soon as people found out Owen's girlfriend might be significantly older, there were strong reactions from netizens and fans. Now that public opinion has reached this point, some extreme fans have already started digging into the truth about Owen's girlfriend. Owen stepping forward to confirm the relationship at this moment is clearly meant to stand by her. Luca is in the same boat. Even if he strongly opposed Owen being with his mother, it is only him who could say no. Everyone else has already made up their minds. CP fans also noticed at this moment that the 2 main figures, who had not interacted on Weibo for ages, had finally responded to each other. This single interaction left every CP fan completely shocked. CP fan, how could it not be real? I have been shipping this couple as family already. Legally, we are practically related. I am so happy. CP fan, who dares to say they are not real now? They have both become dads already. How could this not be true? If this is not real, then tell me what actually is. CP fan, alright. I officially declare my shipped couple is real. CP fan, so you are both rushing to come forward now, just to get our blessings. Should we wish Owen congratulations on becoming a father at just 27, with a girlfriend who is 23? Or should we congratulate Luca for becoming a godfather at only 23, with an older son who is 27? The CP fans were completely overwhelmed. Netizens were thoroughly entertained watching the drama unfold. I never saw this twist coming. This is so intense. I really wish I could interview Luca right now. What is he feeling at this moment? You know what? Luca would definitely tell you to leave. But seriously, Owen really shows responsibility. Charles saw the comment and gave it a strong thumbs up. Who could disagree? If this were any other celebrity, such a big situation would probably feel embarrassing, and they would avoid coming forward. But Owen not only stepped up to admit it, he openly shared his affection for his girlfriend on Weibo. Is not that true love? Jack Charlotte surprisingly agreed. Owen truly is a man of responsibility. I cannot wait to support Brother Zhou. Charlotte was curious about how Charles would show his support, and right after the Weibo special attention alert popped up, Charlotte glanced down. Just a second ago, Charles had shared Owen's latest post with the caption, "Wishing Owen and sister-in-law. So your idea of support is just sharing a post?" Charlotte let out a small laugh and decided to share her own support on her Weibo account. It was getting late, and Charlotte and Jack were both thoroughly satisfied with today's update. Charlotte stood up with Jack to head back to their room, making sure to remind Charles to get some rest before leaving. Charles held his phone and nodded repeatedly. After posting, he stopped checking comments and went straight back to his room to take a shower before turning in for the night. But online discussions did not completely die down, with Owen and Luca speaking out in turn. Netizens' focus shifted from, "Who is Owen's girlfriend?" to questions like, "When did Owen start noticing Luca's mom?" and "Exactly when did they begin dating?" Some overly curious fans even went straight to Luca's Weibo page to ask. Luca actually replied, short and blunt, "How should I know? Ask Owen, that clueless guy." The curious onlookers could not help but laugh even harder. It is clear that Luca is really struggling emotionally. When your mom ends up dating your best friend, who would not be shaken? You are right, Luca used to have a short temper, but not to this extent before. Was he? Good for the friend, bad for the rival. Friends and rivals, sorry. Got the gender wrong there. Since Luca was not an option anymore, the online observers shifted their attention back to Owen. As they dug deeper, a sharp-eyed viewer chimed in. So was it really Luca who gave Owen those dark circles on day one of filming travel together? That comment sent shockwaves through the discussion. The online community instantly found a common ground and started rewatching the past 2 days of live streams together. And sure enough, their digging uncovered something real. On the first day of the live stream, Owen just got into the car when Emma casually asked him about his eyes. Guess what happened? At that moment, Charles was quietly covering his mouth, trying not to laugh in the corner. That clearly shows Charles had already picked up on something unusual. He just kept it to himself while secretly enjoying the drama. Later, during the beach live stream that night, when Owen was on a call, Charles pulled out his phone as if searching for a video. He even tapped to play it. But the audio was too brief for anyone to catch. Still, his expression at that moment said everything. Wait, Charles, you did not figure this out already, did you? I knew it. This guy definitely knows something we do not. All right, I get it. From now on, I am sticking with Charles for all the juicy details. The conversation online started shifting more and more, with some viewers going from focusing on Owen to digging into Charles's mysterious smile. Even Owen did not expect that Charles would end up shifting the spotlight entirely onto himself. Owen was genuinely grateful and even sent Charles a big red packet on WeChat as a token of thanks. Charles was a bit surprised when he checked Weibo after waking up, but he really had not done much to help. And what the fans said was true. He had been secretly following the drama too. How could Charles accept Owen's red packet? He simply returned it right away. I will not take the red packet, but I will definitely be at your wedding reception. Owen replied almost instantly. Thanks so much, Charles. Charles quickly typed back. No need to thank me. After all, he truly enjoyed the fun of following the story. For the next few days, Charles and Jack and Charlotte had a completely free and carefree time on the island. On the final day, Charles and Charlotte were lying on the cruise ship enjoying the sun when Charlotte suddenly said, By the way, Charles, my dad and I are going to John's house tomorrow to celebrate his father's 10th birthday. Would you like to come with us? Although Charlotte knew Charles usually avoided social gatherings, Jack and Charlotte still hoped he would join them more often. Especially now that he was in the spotlight, facing fans would be inevitable. Getting some early practice could not hurt. Charles understood their good intentions, but he truly did not want to go, so he answered without hesitation. Nah, I think I will pass. Charlotte's expression turned slightly frustrated. Jack gave him a look that said, let it go. If Charles does not want to go, then he does not have to. His happiness matters most. Besides, the past few days of filming were already exhausting. Let Charles rest up properly now. Charlotte would not push him further, since he would made his choice. She simply nodded and said no more. She stood up, about to head inside the cruise ship for a drink, when suddenly she heard Charles mutter in his mind, Uncle John. Why does that name sound familiar? Charlotte paused mid-step. Jack glanced over too. No way. They could not actually stumble onto a juicy secret just by attending one dinner party. Could they? Charles turned over in bed, then suddenly felt this might be more important than he thought. He stood up and went straight into the cruise ship to grab his phone. Jack and Charlotte stayed on the cruise ship, too afraid to even breathe loudly in case they disturbed Charles. Not long after, they heard Charles exclaim, "I finally get it. Jack was the one who got hurt at the Young family's gathering." Charlotte and Jack both reacted instantly. They exchanged a sharp look. Hurt, so there really is something going on? Wait, this was just a regular dinner party. Why did Jack end up with an injury on his arm? Charles's voice continued to echo. It seems like that incident with Jack is what gave someone else the chance to take advantage. Jack's face darkened immediately, and he quickly waved at Charlotte. What on earth is going on here? How did Jack even end up being taken advantage of like that? Charlotte naturally trusted Jack, so she gave him a calm gesture to stay put and listen to what Charles had to say first. Oh, so Jack ran into his childhood friend at the Young family's gathering too. Jack's expression went wide with shock. A childhood friend? What kind of childhood friend? How could he not remember having a childhood friend like that? Charlotte was equally stunned. Her brows furrowed sharply as she shot Jack a sharp look. Jack felt utterly wronged, shaking his head while speaking softly. "You know my circle of friends better than anyone. Where would I even get a childhood friend like that?" Charlotte knew perfectly well Jack had no such person. But that did not stop her from being angry. "I really hope you do not. I really do not have one." Jack groaned in frustration. On the cruise, Charles scanned through the text quickly. From this view, the Young family really had it coming for no reason. A misbehaving cousin kid came over to visit, smashed all of John's nephew's collectibles in his room, and refused to apologize. Charles was furious upon reading that those were all rare edition collectibles and merchandise. How could such a kid even dare? "If anyone tried to burn my merch, I would fight them to the end." After being forced to apologize, the child still held a grudge and secretly sneaked into Martin's son's room once everyone had left, destroying all the remaining anime merchandise. Charles was already fuming just reading the words. Unbelievable. Absolutely unacceptable. I have never met someone so cruel before. Jack and Charlotte both felt deeply unsettled as they listened to Charles's account. Who on earth is that child's parent? How poorly raised. And then, what happened next? The troublemaker set fire to the surroundings. What if no one was in the room? Would not that cause a major fire? Charles calmed down slightly after venting his frustration, then continued reading, confirming Jack and Charlotte's suspicions. The fire spread because no one was inside the house, and since many of the furnishings were made of wood, the entire Young family mansion ended up going up in flames. Oh, so that is why Jack got hurt. Protecting Charlotte all along. Charles finally understood. Gosh, I was so startled. I thought Jack had jumped in to save his childhood friend. Charles stepped out of the cruise ship as well. "Charlotte, I have been thinking it over, and I have decided to join you guys for the banquet." Charlotte smiled slightly. All right, she was already looking forward to the banquet tomorrow. Chapter: The Green Grassland. Before attending the Young family's banquet, Charles and Jack accompanied Charlotte back to the Ho residence. The moment they stepped inside, a soft voice came from somewhere. "You are back." Charles looked up and realized not only was his older brother Michael at home, but young Master Edwin was also sitting on the sofa. Upon hearing their return, Edwin's gaze instantly turned toward them with a faintly pained expression. Charles felt completely confused. Why does it feel like Edwin's acting as if we owe him a huge favor just for coming home? Hearing that, Edwin's expression grew even more sorrowful. Not being included in the gossip is even worse than owing him money. During recent variety show recordings, Charles's name popped up on trending lists every few days, and each time it appeared, there was always a fresh, juicy update, but Edwin was not there in person, so he could not hear Charles's side of things, and naturally missed out on the latest updates. Even if fans were quick to react online, they still could not keep up with Charles. Edwin always ended up catching only half the story, or sometimes just a confusing fragment. No wonder he was so upset. Jack and Charlotte noticed the look of disappointment on Edwin's face, but they pretended not to see it. They walked in and asked Michael, "Are the formal outfits ready?" After signing the final document, Michael rubbed his slightly aching forehead before looking up and saying, "They are all prepared. Someone will deliver them later tonight." Charlotte gave a satisfied nod. Charles held a drink in his hand, took a sip, then paused mid-motion, Brother, how come you look so worn out after just 1 week? Jack and Charlotte both turned to Michael at the same time. Who else should we ask but Jack and Charlotte? Jack and Charlotte did not dare meet Michael's gaze, both shifting their eyes away with a hint of guilt. Michael gave the tiniest sigh. With Jack and Charlotte off chasing gossip, all the company responsibilities naturally fell on him, working nonstop every day to handle everything from big issues to small details for an entire week. No wonder he looked so drained, thinking that Michael's expression turned just as pained and longing as Edwin's. Jack cleared his throat lightly to hide the smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Well, what can you do? The son is just too capable, so he felt safe handing over the company to Michael. Charlotte smoothly shifted the topic. Why do not you just rest well tomorrow? Michael was completely in agreement. These past few days had left him utterly drained, both mentally and physically. It really was time to take a break. Thinking it over, Michael spoke up. I will not be attending Martin's party tomorrow. Jack and Charlotte instantly locked eyes on him, their gazes sharp with surprise. Really not going? Michael felt a strange unease inside. Did not we already agree he should rest tomorrow? Why is he suddenly changing his mind again? Michael frowned, about to speak, when Charles quietly said, It is probably better if you do not go to the party. Brother, I am not even sure I can prevent whatever might happen. If something serious does occur, I would still have to worry about your safety. Michael and Edwin both reacted instantly. Their expressions darkened in shock. A fire? Could there really be a serious incident at the Yang family's event tomorrow? Why? Was it an accident? Or something deliberate? Charlotte watched their shifting expressions with quiet amusement, a slow smile forming on her lips. Wanna know? Just go check it out for yourself. Then you will find out. But since you said yourself tomorrow was supposed to be a rest day, well, I cannot really help with that. Michael pressed his lips together and stayed silent. Edwin's eyes lit up instantly, and without hesitation he said, I do not have anything planned for tomorrow. It has been a while since I last saw Martin. I will join you guys. Since the older brother wanted to rest, he should just stay home and relax. Plus, his latest drama has wrapped up, so he has got nothing on his plate right now. If anyone's to blame, it is only himself for saying that too soon. Charles gave Edwin a weary glance. Brother 2 really loves jumping into any kind of excitement. Edwin did not pay the least bit of attention to Charles's remark. After all, he truly could not resist a good drama. The next day, Charles was dragged out of bed again by Edwin for styling. After filming an episode of the variety show, Charles had gradually gotten used to being woken up early for styling. But since he had not slept well, he kept his eyes shut the whole time, letting the stylist work on his face. Once everyone finished their styling, the family got into the car heading to the Yang family's gathering. But Charles looked at Michael across from him, clearly surprised and confused. Is not my older brother supposed to be resting today? Why are you coming with us to the gathering? The others in the car could not help but smile slightly. Of course, there were more important things than resting. Michael shifted his head awkwardly and cleared his throat. Who said going to a gathering is not relaxing? As long as there is no work to handle today, counts as a break. What kind of work is socializing? About half an hour later, the Hua family's car pulled up to the front gate of the Yang family's villa. Today was the Yang family patriarch's 90th birthday, a major celebration. But since the elder is quite advanced in age and not too steady on his feet, the family decided to hold the banquet right at their old ancestral home. The old mansion sat high on a hillside, with a large front lawn and a scenic forest in the back. Even for a gathering, there would be plenty of space and no crowding. Charles stepped out of the car and could not help but comment, no wonder the whole villa burned down. This location is way too remote. Fire trucks would take at least half an hour to get here. Jack heard that and took a slight pause, falling back a few steps before instructing the driver to arrange for several water tankers and bring dozens of fire extinguishers in advance as a precaution. The driver was deeply puzzled after hearing that. Why would they need water tankers for the Yang family's birthday celebration? And why bring fire extinguishers too? Do people normally give water tankers and fire extinguishers as birthday gifts? The driver had his doubts, but since the boss gave the order, He did not ask further and immediately went to take care of it. As a family, they entered the villa and headed straight to congratulate Aiden on his birthday. Aiden had white hair all over his head but looked energetic and in good health. Seeing Charles, he smiled and remarked that Ethan from Charles's family was about the same age as him and had just returned from overseas not long ago. John uncle only has one son, right? So this Ethan is the one whose surroundings got burned down. That poor guy. Gabriel, who had been chatting with John, suddenly heard that voice and instinctively looked up, scanning the main hall, but did not see Charles. But since he could hear Charles's voice, it meant he was indeed at the gathering. Who would be so careless as to damage Ethan's things at his own home? Thinking of that, Gabriel interrupted John. "Uncle, where is Ethan? I haven't seen him anywhere." John chuckled. "He probably went out to meet a friend. You know how it is, he hasn't been back in years, and he hasn't seen his old group of friends in ages." Charles happened to remember that same thing at the moment. Who is Ethan again? If he were here, I could remind him. Wait, is there really a mischievous kid causing trouble at the party? Hold on. Could it be that little chubby guy who tore up Ethan's rare collectibles in his room? Gabriel was not someone who liked to get involved in other people's affairs, but he did have a good relationship with his cousin Ethan. Charles's voice came up again. "It is definitely that little chubby kid. But he does not really look like a child, does he? More like a middle school student. Even kindergarten teachers teach kids about fire safety. There is no way he would not know the dangers of starting a fire, knowing all that, and still deliberately causing a fire at the Young family residence." The more Charles thought about it, the angrier he got. He is just plain malicious. How could someone start a fire? Could it really endanger the entire Young family ancestral home? Gabriel frowned, realizing in an instant that this might not be just a simple incident. He spoke up right away. "Uncle John, could you please call Ethan and tell him I need to speak with him urgently?" "What is so urgent?" John asked, puzzled. Gabriel said, "Please ask him to come back as soon as possible." "Sure thing." John liked Gabriel very much, and since he was asking like this, it was not a big deal. "I will call him right now." Gabriel stood up, ready to go find Charles. "All right, I will step outside and make a call too." "Go on, go ahead." Gabriel got up and headed toward the outer hall. As soon as he entered the main lobby, he spotted Charles standing right in the center. Jack, Charlotte, Michael, and Edwin were standing nearby. Charles was at the food section, occasionally glancing toward a small boy sitting in the lounge area ahead. Gabriel looked closer. Luckily, he recognized that little boy. The small boy was Ezra, the youngest son of John's brother Samuel. Since he had two older sisters before him, Ezra was the youngest in his family and had been spoiled since childhood. As a result, Ezra grew up with an especially domineering attitude. He ruled at home like a king, and even outside he acted as if he were the most important person in the world. Ezra had caused trouble many times throughout his life. Countless incidents of varying sizes, but every time he got into trouble, Samuel never disciplined him. Instead, he would smile proudly and say to others that Ezra was truly his son, with a personality just like his own. John had tried to warn Samuel before. Even Aiden scolded him for failing as a father. But Samuel paid no attention and believed they were resentful toward his son. For quite some time, he refused to visit the old family estate to see Aiden. Aiden ended up getting sick from frustration, and after seeing it was hopeless, he finally gave up trying to intervene. Under Samuel's deliberate neglect, Ezra became increasingly reckless and unruly, turning into a real little bully. That is why Gabriel's father believed the Samuel family failed to provide even basic guidance for children. Over time, they cut down on contact with them, and Gabriel had not seen Ezra in years. If it was Ezra who burned Ethan's anime merchandise, that would make perfect sense. It seemed they needed to get Ethan back as soon as possible. After all, those items were his personal treasures. Only he could truly protect them. Gabriel walked over toward Charles. Charles was reading on his phone about the age at which minors are not held legally responsible for arson. Noticing someone approaching, Charles looked up and saw Gabriel. Why does Gabriel always seem to show up everywhere? Gabriel sighed, clearly annoyed. John was his blood cousin, and Aiden was his great uncle. Why could not he be here? But Charles, Gabriel did not even need to think. He knew full well that Charles had come here just to stir things up again. Still, thanks to Charles's habit of showing up wherever there is drama, the Yang family ancestral home probably would not have burned down today because of Ezra. What kind of birthday celebration could they even hold now? Nice to see you, Gabriel, Charles said with a cheerful tone. Gabriel smiled. You are here with your parents for the event? Charles nodded, then turned his gaze past Gabriel to look ahead at Ezra. Ezra was sitting in the nearby lounge playing a game, his expression sharp with irritation. After a moment, he suddenly stopped moving. His phone screen went black, clearly showing he would lost the match. His expression darkened further. Then abruptly, he raised his hand and slammed the phone onto the glass table. The loud crash echoed through the room as several glasses shattered and wine spilled across the floor. People nearby turned to look in surprise at the sudden noise. Charles immediately scowled. Is he even a kid anymore? Does he have some kind of anger issue? Gabriel's brows tightened in concern. Ezra's mother, Mia, noticed what had happened and quickly approached, speaking softly. Sweetheart, what is wrong this time? Ugh, I am so annoyed. Blame you all. If it were not for being stuck here, I would not have lost the game. Mia did not expect the outburst and could not dodge in time. Ezra kicked her hard in the stomach. She gasped from the pain but instinctively pulled him into a tight hug anyway, whispering, It is okay. It is okay. Do not be upset now. Charles felt deeply uneasy watching this scene unfold. He could not help but ask in disbelief, is he even saying he just got hurt by him, and you are still hugging him? Gabriel gave a subtle nod, neither confirming nor denying. This whole family has always been a bit off. Otherwise, they would not have cut ties with them years ago. After hitting Mia, Ezra still was not satisfied. He raised his hand and started smashing wine glasses, looking like he wanted to destroy everything around him. The nearby guests, hearing the noise, quietly stepped back. As the commotion grew louder, John arrived on the scene. Seeing the chaos and recognizing that the troublemaker was his own nephew, John's expression instantly turned icy. He spoke firmly, Ezra, what are you doing? Samuel followed behind and, hearing John scold his beloved son, immediately protested. Brother, why are you yelling at him? John was almost furious. Today's the 90th birthday of our father. You do not manage your own child and let him cause such a scene here? Do you want to embarrass whose face? Samuel waved it off. It is just a mood swing, nothing serious. He acts like this at home too. Why are you being so harsh? Is this even a small temper tantrum? John snapped. Samuel, I have told you time and again not to spoil Ezra like this. Look at the mess he has turned into. Charles's expression shifted sharply when he heard Samuel's name. Samuel. That name feels strangely familiar. At that moment, the Hua family arrived. Michael gently pulled Charles slightly back. Stay a bit further. Watching from the side is fine. But we absolutely cannot let anything happen to Charles. Charles obediently stepped back a few paces. Then, while the attention of the Hua family and Gabriel was focused ahead, quickly pulled out his phone and opened up his notes app. After searching for a long time, Charles found nothing useful. Only that Samuel was John's younger brother. Could this not actually be part of the story? Charles thought, quickly trying to recall every detail he would read in the novel before. While Charles was trying to recall the story's plot, the scene of chaos nearby continued unfolding. Ezra had always been spoiled by his parents. Never scolded, not even spoken to in a raised voice, and that made him fearless. When he heard John reprimanding him, before Samuel and Mia could say anything, Ezra snapped, Mind your own business. Who the heck are you to tell me what to do? John was genuinely shocked by those words. Samuel and Mia treated Ezra like their most precious treasure. They rarely even scolded him themselves. So hearing John speak so harshly to their child made them both visibly upset. Brother, do not go too far, Samuel said firmly. Mia added, Big brother, we will handle our own child. We do not need you interfering. Interfering? John was truly furious. Mia, I am Ezra's real uncle. It is his grandfather Asher's birthday celebration today. You two let him behave this way without restraint, and now you are upset because I say a few words. Charles's eyes widened suddenly at those words. Mia. So this little chubby kid's mom is named Mia? Charles finally remembered where he would heard Samuel's name before. The members of the Hua family could not help but glance back at Charles. Where did I hear that name before? Come on. Hurry up and say it. Could there be another big secret lurking here? Charles did not notice his family's glances. He simply looked up to see what was happening ahead. Samuel and Mia were not willing to hear anyone criticize Ezra. Even if that person was Samuel's own brother, the couple instantly stood together, demanding that John apologize to Ezra. John almost laughed in disbelief. Some guests watching nearby could not bear it any longer and stepped in with a fair comment. Samuel immediately turned on the guest, snapping, "What business is it of yours? Who even are you to lecture my son?" The guest's face turned pale in an instant. John's chest rose and fell sharply with anger as he pointed at Samuel. Samuel! Do you really think I will not have security escort you out of here? Samuel sneered. Go ahead. Throw me out. I finally get it now. You never meant for me to come today. Ezra just broke a few glasses. Is that really enough reason for you, his own uncle, to blow up like this? John was furious beyond words. As more guests gathered around, Gabriel hesitated, unsure whether to step in and calm things down. Just then, Charles let out a quiet, lingering sigh. Here's the key. John is not actually Ezra's real uncle. Gabriel froze in place. What? The members of the Hua family looked utterly shocked. Not his real uncle? That means Ezra is not Samuel's biological son at all. Charles finally uncovered the crucial plot point. Who would have thought Mia was actually the underdog heroine from a popular romance novel? Before meeting Samuel, she would been involved with several male supporting characters. Even after marrying Samuel, she still kept ties with those men. Charles's voice suddenly rose in excitement. So not only is Ezra not Samuel's real son, but those two daughters Samuel does not favor are not either. Samuel is the ultimate betrayed husband in that novel. He is practically glowing green from head to toe. It is enough to make anyone uneasy. Gabriel's eyes widened in shock. Jack and Charlotte were equally stunned. None of the three children are Samuel's? The members of the Hua family instantly looked at Samuel with a hint of pity. Samuel seemed to have a whole green field growing on his head. Let me see why Mia married Samuel in the first place. Charles quickly flipped through his notes and soon found the answer. That explains it. Mia did not marry Samuel out of affection. She was after the wealth of the Yang family all along. After marrying Samuel, Mia kept stirring up trouble. Under her constant influence, Samuel's relationship with the Yang family grew worse and worse, until they eventually split. Then, under her subtle persuasion, all those assets were transferred into Ezra's name. When the time was right, Mia simply divorced Samuel, took Ezra and the shares from the Yang family, and vanished with her lover far away. The Hua family members listened, growing more fascinated by the story. What happened next? What happened next? How did Samuel end up in the end? At that moment, Charles finally remembered the full story. Poor Samuel did not realize until Mia ran off with her lover that none of his three children were actually his, and John, deeply hurt by his own brother, cut all ties with him. Later, when Samuel fell ill and was hospitalized, not a single person stayed by his side to care for him. Is not this just what he deserved? Edwin muttered quietly. Michael nodded in agreement as more and more guests gathered around. Even Aiden from the inner hall had been alerted. John no longer wanted to argue with Samuel. Fine, I am just too tired to fight with you. John turned away and instructed the servants to quickly clean up the area, then immediately went to apologize to the guests Samuel had offended earlier. Samuel, however, looked smug as he watched John leave. Then he pulled Ezra close, gave him a kiss on the cheek, and smiled. Son, was Dad impressive? Ezra giggled twice. Impressive? Then remember to learn from me in the future. Samuel chuckled. Ezra quickly nodded and agreed. Samuel then reached out to hug Mia's shoulder. In the moment she lowered her head, she hid the distaste in her eyes. With John gone, the onlookers naturally began to disperse. Ezra, seeing there was nothing fun left, headed straight toward the inner hall. Mia quickly called out, Ezra, Where are you going? I am just going upstairs to play. Ezra ran at full speed, even bumping into a guest along the way, who gasped in surprise. Before the guest could say anything, Ezra had already vanished around the corner. Samuel burst into laughter. Look at that. Our son sure has great energy. Would not you expect it? He has been eating too much lately. Charles truly had no good feelings towards Samuel's family. Suddenly, Charles froze. Ezra just said he was going upstairs. Ethan's room is right up there, is not it? Just then, a cheerful male voice rang out from behind them. Gabriel! Dad said you were looking for me? Charles turned around and saw a handsome boy dashing toward them, grinning brightly. Gabriel! My dad said you were looking for me? Gabriel gave him a quick hug and smiled, saying, How could I forget? Ethan let out a mischievous chuckle and grabbed Gabriel's arm, pulling him toward the door. Charles could not hold back anymore, still laughing. You would better get upstairs. Your anime collectibles are in serious danger. Gabriel stood perfectly still. Take me to your room, Gabriel said calmly. He was curious, too. Just wanted to see what these anime collectibles were all about. Ethan frowned. Why suddenly want to go to my room? I would like to take a look around. Gabriel made up an excuse casually. Charles quickly added, Can I come too? Ethan, seriously. What is there to check out in my room? And who is this young guy beside Gabriel? Could he be your brother's boyfriend? Ethan's eyes lit up instantly. If Charles knew what Ethan was thinking, he would have quickly clarified. No, I am just a helpful stranger. Who is this? Ethan blinked, studying Charles carefully. The boy in front of him was around his age but exceptionally handsome. Someone you would notice right away in a crowd. First, Ethan actually thought the guy might be related to his cousin, but as a die-hard fan of fictional pairings, he took a closer look and saw absolutely no hint of closeness between them. So he realized he would been mistaken. Gabriel stepped in to introduce. He is Charles, Edwin's younger brother, and also my TV show colleague. Mentioning Edwin, Ethan immediately understood who Charles was. The Hua family did have a foster son who rarely attended events. Did not expect him to be this good-looking. Ethan loved making friends with handsome guys, so he walked right up to Charles with a bright smile. Hi there. I am Ethan. I am Gabriel's nephew. Charles was not used to someone suddenly getting close and took a small step back, offering a polite smile. Hello? That smile made him even more attractive. Ethan instantly wanted to be friends with Charles. Charles had no idea what Ethan was thinking, but seeing his big grin left him slightly puzzled, still smiling. If you do not get upstairs soon, your fan items might actually be torn up. I would love to see how you would keep smiling then. There was no more time to waste. Gabriel spoke up. Let's go. Let's head upstairs first. Ethan quickly agreed and led the two toward the stairs. The Hua family group watched Charles and the others walk away, exchanging uncertain glances. Should we follow them? Michael asked quietly. Edwin was eager. Of course, we have to join in. After all, watching a scene up close is half the fun. Jack turned to look at Charlotte. What kind of excuse would be suitable? Then, Charlotte lowered her head and thought for a moment before suddenly saying, We do not necessarily need an excuse. The three men from the Hua family all turned to look at her at once. How should we explain it? Charlotte smiled warmly. The host is holding a party at home. It is not unusual for guests to take a casual look around the villa, right? The men from the Hua family all suddenly understood. It really is not a big deal. They could even ask the host directly and have them show them around. Charlotte really knows how to handle things. Edwin stepped forward eagerly, about to follow Charles, when Jack called him back. Edwin looked back with a puzzled expression. Jack and Charlotte smiled brightly, saying, Let's go find Victoria together. Sure, they could explore on their own, but for something like this, being part of the scene, it makes sense to have the host along. Edwin looked anxious. What are we waiting for? Let's go, hurry up. Time was running short, and Edwin was not about to miss a single moment of the excitement. Jack and Charlotte felt the same way. Without hesitation, they headed straight toward Victoria. Following Ethan, Charles and Gabriel made their way up to the 4th floor. The Yang family's old mansion featured a vintage-style interior, with a 4-story villa that had no elevator. The entire staircase across all 4 floors was crafted from red sandalwood, and every room's flooring was made of wood. No wonder the mansion caught fire so easily. Every step of the way is made of flammable materials. Charles could not help but mutter quietly. Ethan was a constant chatterbox, switching back and forth between chatting with Charles and Gabriel in just a short while. Charles had not expected to actually meet an energetic person like this. Slightly overwhelmed by the enthusiasm, but luckily Gabriel was there, which made the pressure feel a lot lighter. Finally, the 3 of them reached the 4th floor. "Is that your room?" Gabriel pointed at a door and asked. Charles followed the direction with his eyes, and instantly froze. "The door is open. Could Ezra have moved that fast?" "Ethan, why are you still chatting with Gabriel?" Ethan nodded, then glanced down and noticed his door had been opened. He looked puzzled. "Yeah, this is my room. Wait, who opened my door? You just found your door was opened, and you are acting so calm. Go check inside right away." As Charles finished speaking, Ethan pushed the door open. Ethan's room was a suite. Walking in led straight into the living area, with a large floor-to-ceiling window offering an excellent view. Sunlight streamed through, landing on the wooden floor, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Charles stepped inside first, scanning the room with his eyes, feeling slightly puzzled. "Is Ezra not here?" Gabriel followed closely behind Charles, carefully scanning every corner of the room. Where would there be any merchandise? Charles quickly realized there was not a single anime-related item displayed in the living room. Could it be that Ethan kept all his anime collectibles locked away in a separate room? Once you buy anime merchandise, it is meant to be shown off. Hidden items lose their meaning. So where exactly did Ethan put all his prized collectibles? The large apartment spans over square meters, with a living room nearly 50 square meters in size, plus 1 bedroom and 3 other rooms. Which room could it possibly be? Charles sounded anxious, and just as he hesitated whether to ask directly, Gabriel suddenly pointed at one of the rooms and asked, "What is this room used for?" Ethan followed Gabriel's gaze, his expression stiffening for a brief moment before quickly shifting to surprise. He looked at Gabriel and said, "Wait, cousin, you were actually here just to check out my room." He thought Gabriel had come up here to avoid the party, just looking for a quiet spot. Gabriel mentally replied that of course he was not here to tour. It was about protecting Ethan's collectibles, but he did not say it out loud and instead headed straight toward the room. Since they were not sure which room it was, why not just check them one by one? Ethan had not expected Gabriel to head straight toward his personal space. He nearly jumped in alarm and rushed ahead to block the doorway, looking extremely tense. "No way! You cannot go in this room." Charles noticed Ethan's strong reaction and spoke with firm confidence. "Looks like it is definitely this room. Ethan's anime collectibles are in here." Gabriel frowned as he looked at Ethan standing before him. "Why cannot I go in? Are anime collectibles really that private?" Ethan was sweating heavily. How on earth is he supposed to explain this? There are all my favorite characters in there. How could I possibly open it up for anyone to see? Ethan was at a loss for words, but Charles seemed to understand perfectly. It is no surprise, for someone deeply into anime culture, the one thing they would least want outsiders, especially family, to see is their personal room. Aside from their computer desktop, Ethan has so many limited edition anime collectibles. He must be a longtime fan. There are probably a dozen or more life-sized figures in there, probably still standing, and honestly, quite cool to look at. Charles turned pale just thinking about it. That would be utterly mortifying. Life-sized figures? In an instant, Gabriel finally grasped what anime merchandise actually meant. Gabriel's expression immediately grew complicated. It was not that he wanted to peek into Ethan's anime collection. He was actually worried his own favorite characters might be in danger right now. "Uncle," Ethan took a deep breath before regaining his voice, speaking gently, "cannot we just check out another room instead? There is no need to go straight into his personal space like this." Gabriel was frantically searching for an excuse when Charles suddenly spoke up. Did I just hear something coming from inside? Wait." Ethan and Gabriel both turned toward him. Gabriel looked completely confused. What sound? How could he not hear anything when I am standing this close? Then he heard Charles quietly muttering in his mind, I just made that up. Should it fool Ethan? I did not even fall for it. Do you really think Ethan would? The next second, Gabriel saw Ethan in front of him grow visibly tense. What was that sound? Could something have happened to my wife? His mind racing with worry, he did not even care anymore that Gabriel and Charles were still there. He turned around and went straight for the door. Ethan actually believed it, to properly protect all his anime collectibles. Ethan had not only installed a smart humidity controller in his private room, but also kept the air conditioner running constantly to keep the space dry. When he suddenly heard Charles say there was a sound in the room, Ethan immediately thought something had gone wrong with his installed smart device and jumped in alarm. But when he opened the door, nothing unusual happened. Instead, he found a stranger suddenly standing inside the room. Charles immediately recognized the chubby boy. Ezra's really here. Then his gaze swept across Ethan's entire private room, and he let out a quiet, awed breath. All these anime collectibles combined could probably buy another house, right? Gabriel was also staring at the collection, and upon hearing that, he gasped in surprise. So expensive? Ethan never expected there would be a stranger in his most cherished private room. He stared at Ezra, frozen for several seconds before shouting sharply, "Who are you?" At that moment, Ezra was standing in front of a glass display case. Before him stood an exclusive figurine nearly half a meter tall, and his hand had just locked onto the main figure. Charles's breathing paused for a split second. "Hurry. Tell him to let go of the figurine." Ezra heard the commotion, glanced back at the group, then calmly continued prying apart the figurine as if nothing had happened. Ethan instantly snapped. He stepped forward quickly. "Who are you? Who gave you permission to come into my room and touch my collectible?" Without thinking, Ethan grabbed Ezra's hand and pulled him forcefully toward the door. Ezra was used to getting his way, and whatever he wanted, he always took it. When Ethan grabbed him, Ezra turned sharply and bit down hard on Ethan's hand. Ethan jumped back in surprise and quickly let go. That gave Ezra the opening he needed before anyone could react. He snatched off the figure's head and bolted out the door. Charles exploded in anger. "What is he doing?" Ethan was stunned. "Are you crazy or something?" Ezra did not care, tossing a taunting glance over his shoulder at Ethan. The fact that someone had taken the head off his prized collectible was already infuriating enough. Then this little boy acted like he owned the place. Ethan could not hold back his anger anymore. "I have got to go help him." Charles was about to step forward when Gabriel suddenly reached out and blocked him. Charles looked utterly confused. What are you stopping me for?" Then Charles saw a blur of motion, like smoke in the air, and heard a loud thud. In an instant, the small boy who had just been standing there was slammed hard onto the ground, letting out a piercing cry. Victoria, who had just arrived on the 4th floor with the Hua family group, paused mid-step. That cry, why did it sound so familiar? The members of the Hua family's eyes lit up instantly. Is this finally happening? Right ahead is Ethan's room. Can we just go in and see what is going on? Inside the room, Charles stared in disbelief at Ezra writhing on the floor, then glanced at Ethan sitting calmly on his back. "What just happened?" Gabriel finally explained. "My cousin was always too wild as a kid, so my uncle sent him to Shaolin Temple." Gabriel met Charles's stunned gaze and continued. "He stayed there for 5 years and learned martial arts. Afterward, he trained in wrestling and judo, and even earned a black belt in taekwondo. Not to mention Ezra, a chubby little kid like him. Even if 5 more burly guys bigger than Ezra showed up, they still would not stand a chance against Ethan alone. Ethan actually, that's strong." Charles's eyes widened in shock. Next, Ethan easily pried open Ezra's tightly clenched fingers, ignoring his cries, and took the figurine's head from his hand. He inspected it carefully, making sure there was no damage, then let out a firm sigh. "Thank goodness my wife's all right." Otherwise, he was ready to give the little boy a serious talking to right then and there. Ethan rose from the kid, gently reattaching the figurine's head. Just then, Victoria's voice came from the doorway. "Ethan, what is going on?" Ezra had not gotten his toy and had been thrown to the ground by a shoulder throw. Hearing someone approaching, he burst into louder wails. Victoria walked ahead, followed by the Hua family members. As soon as they entered, they saw Ezra lying on the floor crying loudly. The corners of the Hua family's mouths could not help but rise at that moment. Good job. They would already been annoyed by the kid earlier. Ethan had just placed the figurine back and closed the glass display case. When he heard Victoria's voice behind him, he turned around, his face darkening. Mom, who is this person? As his mother, she knew him better than anyone. Victoria stepped in and saw Ezra lying on the floor. Without needing any explanation from Ethan, she immediately understood what had happened. It was perfectly understandable that Ethan had not recognized Ezra right away. His family had cut ties with Samuel's years ago, and Ethan had not seen Ezra in a long time, even though Victoria did not like Ezra much. Today was Aiden's birthday. Just moments earlier, John had gotten into an argument with Samuel. Adding another confrontation over Ezra and his brother would only upset the elder family member. Even though she knew Ethan had been in the right, Victoria still stepped in to calm things down. He is your uncle's son. Go help him up. Ethan's expression changed instantly. He suddenly realized he had not punished Ezra enough, but he knew this was not the time to act out. He reached out, ready to pull Ezra up. Ezra refused. He had not gotten the toy he wanted, had been disciplined earlier, and now his whole body ached. He thrashed on the floor, crying loudly, but would not get up. Worse still, he glared at Ethan with fierce anger. You hit me? You are in trouble now. I will have my dad come beat you up. Upon learning of Ethan's strength, Charles could not help but laugh. Could it be that neither you nor your dad could beat Ethan together? The Hua family members who had just arrived had not heard Gabriel's earlier comment and looked surprised. Was Ethan really that strong? What a pity. Someone should have been there to see it happen. Victoria stared at Ezra struggling on the floor and felt a headache coming. She stepped forward and said, Ezra, get up now. It is dirty down there. As she spoke, Victoria reached out to pull him up herself. Before her hand even touched Ezra, he suddenly sprang up and swung a punch straight at Victoria. Victoria could not dodge in time and was struck on the shoulder, letting out a sharp cry of pain as cold sweat broke out across her forehead. He is so cunning. Ethan jumped in surprise. Mom, are you all right, Auntie? Gabriel hurried forward. Ezra grinned with satisfaction upon seeing his plan succeed, then stood up and lunged toward Victoria. Gabriel quickly pulled Victoria back, dodging Ezra's sudden move. Ethan snapped, Ezra, how dare you hit my mom? Are you out of your mind? So what if I did? Ezra shot back, his tone arrogant and bold. I cannot take it anymore. I am so furious. Ethan's anger boiled over. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and applied a firm hold around Ezra's neck, leaving no chance for resistance, then dragged him toward the door. Fine, then I will teach you a lesson, Victoria quickly interjected. Ethan, please do not. Before she could finish speaking, a louder cry echoed out. Charles had stayed outside the whole time and witnessed everything clearly. Well done. Edwin could not help but burst out laughing. Jack and Charlotte still kept an eye on Victoria, covering their smiles with their hands. Ethan was truly upset. Back when their families still had ties with Samuel's, that little boy would drop by his room every few days and mess around with his model collection. Back then, Grandpa, Grandma, and his parents all told him to let it go. Since he had plenty of duplicates himself, he decided to just bear with it. His rare collectible was not damaged at all. Nothing serious happened. But he really should not have reacted like that. That useless uncle will not look after his son. So as the older cousin, it is up to me to step in and set things right. Ezra let out a loud, panicked cry. Let go of me. How dare you touch me? Ethan, how dare I? I am your older cousin. Your father does not handle you. You think I cannot step in? Ezra was truly shocked this time. He trembled uncontrollably, crying out in distress. It hurts. Let go of me. Please let me go right now. Charles could not help but smile to himself. The reason for this scolding is actually quite valid. Brothers are like fathers. After all, Jack and Charlotte could not hold back either, both softly smiling. Victoria was helped out of the room by Gabriel. Just now, Ezra had hit her shoulder with full force, and she could barely lift it due to the pain. Hearing Ezra's loud cries from outside, Victoria felt both relieved and frustrated. The relief came because After all these years, Ezra finally had someone standing up to him. The frustration was that if Samuel and his wife found out their son had been disciplined by Ethan later on, the family tension would likely flare up again. The only thing they could be thankful for was that Ethan had dealt with Ezra in his own room on the 4th floor. The soundproofing here is good, so Samuel and his wife downstairs probably would not come rushing up anytime soon. Victoria did not speak up to stop it. She believed Ezra really needed guidance now. If no one stepped in, he might end up facing consequences from society later on. Ethan was careful not to hurt him seriously, managing to make Ezra cry out without causing real harm. As he disciplined the boy, he kept asking, "Have you realized your mistake? Do you know what you did wrong?" "I did not do anything wrong." The little boy shouted even louder. Ethan pressed harder. "Still stubborn." Ethan chuckled coldly. "Then let's see just how tough your mouth really is." Seeing that Ethan was about to keep going, fear finally showed in Ezra's eyes. He wriggled frantically on the sofa, pleading, "Let me go. You will regret this. My dad will beat you up. Let go. Let go." Seeing he could not break free, Ezra began to yell insults at Ethan. Hearing the increasingly crude words spilling from Ezra's mouth, Ethan paused for a moment. Charles frowned deeply. He has been raised completely off track. No wonder he would do something like setting fire to the villa as revenge. Each insult from Ezra made Ethan's anger grow stronger. He raised his hand high again, preparing to strike the boy's backside, when a sharp female voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Charles turned around quickly. His mom showed up so fast. Mia had been worried after not seeing Ezra for a while, so she decided to come look. When someone mentioned that Ezra had gone upstairs, she followed up. Just as she reached the 3rd floor, she heard crying from above and did not hesitate for a second. She almost ran straight to the top. When she stepped in, she saw her precious son tied to the sofa, with Ethan standing nearby, still preparing to discipline him. Her whole body trembled with rage as she rushed forward and shoved Ethan aside. "Ethan, are you out of your mind? What did Ezra do to deserve this?" Hearing his mother had arrived, Ezra instantly felt secure. He stopped crying and began wailing to Mia. "Mom, they hurt me. It hurts so much. I am in pain all over." Mia's eyes welled up with tears. Ezra had never so much as been scolded, let alone hit, in all his life. Mia looked at Ethan with red eyes and said, "He is your cousin. What exactly did he do to deserve this treatment from you? He broke into my room without permission, took my collectible figures, and then hurt my mom. I just gave him a little reminder." "What is wrong with that?" Ethan said coldly. Charles jumped in. "Exactly. Big boys need a firm hand. What is wrong with giving him a quick tap on the backside?" Gabriel barely managed to hold back his laughter. Edwin was struggling not to laugh as well. Thankfully. Charles's thoughts were only heard by the family members present. If Mia had overheard that, she would have been furious at Charles in an instant. Mia, upon hearing that, glanced around and noticed all the people gathered inside, including Victoria standing beside Gabriel. Her anger flared up even more. Is this really why? Ezra's just a child? How much could it possibly hurt? And you are an adult. How can you stoop to fighting with a kid like this? And you, sister-in-law, you did not even step in. Tears welled up in Mia's eyes and spilled over. Samuel had just reached the top of the stairs when he heard his wife's crying. His heart tightened instantly, and he rushed inside. What happened? What is wrong? Seeing Samuel arrive, Mia clutched Ezra tighter and sobbed even louder. "Samuel! If you do not give me a clear answer on this, I am leaving you." Charles let out a smirk at that. Is this even real? Could there really be such good luck? Chapter Reaping What You Sow. If I were Samuel, I would jump at the chance to get out of this marriage. The problem is, Samuel's emotional attachment goes even deeper than my older brother's. Charles turned to look at Edwin as he spoke. Honestly, my older brother is not that bad. After all, he did not spend over a decade raising 3 children for someone else like Samuel did. And even then, he only helped care for the kids for about 2 months. And my older brother is way more level-headed than Samuel. Samuel's whole family just does not have good judgment. Can Charles please stop bringing him up every time he acts overly emotional? And honestly, He is not even like that. Michael, Jack, and Charlotte all turned to look at Edwin at the same time. The three of them agreed completely. No, you are already 4 months along, Michael said softly, his tone quiet and distant. Charlotte looked at him sharply. You still want to cut ties with your family? Stop scolding him. He is already drenched in sweat. Besides, we are here to watch the scene, not dig up old wounds. Let him off. Please. Seeing Edwin's desperate look, the Hua family members' lips each curled slightly before they turned back to enjoy the scene. Samuel saw Mia and Ezra's tears and immediately panicked, rushing toward them. What happened? Mia held onto Ezra tightly, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her face. Ask your good sister-in-law and your dear nephew what they have done, Samuel shouted at Ethan. Ethan, what did you do to Ezra? Raising your voice like that in front of so many guests. How unbecoming, came a calm and dignified voice from the doorway. Charles looked over at once, his expression instantly lighting up. Aiden and John have arrived too. Now the Young family is complete. John supported his elderly father Aiden at the doorway, with several other guests standing nearby, apparently on a tour who had heard the commotion upstairs and came up together. Seeing Aiden, Victoria's expression shifted slightly, her eyes flickering toward Ethan with concern. John gave her a reassuring glance. Seeing Aiden, Samuel felt like he would found his protector and immediately turned to him with an urgent plea. Dad, you have to stand up for me. Aiden was slowly guided into the room by John. His gaze swept across the space before finally settling on Ethan, who asked in a measured tone. Ethan, what is going on? Ethan felt a heavy unease in his chest. It is just a small matter, so who told the old man about it? He is already not very steady on his feet, and he came all the way up 4 flights of stairs. Ethan did not want this to ruin Aiden's mood, but if he stayed silent, Samuel would surely exaggerate it later. So Ethan had no choice but to explain the whole situation in detail. When Samuel heard that Ethan had disciplined Ezra, his face turned red with anger. He shouted directly at Ethan, Ethan! We have never even dared to raise a hand against Ezra, and you, his older brother, are actually the one who hit him. Get this straight. I punished him because he attacked my mom first. Ethan rolled his eyes. He sneaked into my room and stole my collectibles, and when I asked who it was, he would not say anything. I thought he was a thief. He was in the wrong to begin with. So what is so bad about giving him a few firm lessons? Would it make me lose a piece of meat? You dare hit me? My dad will beat you up. Ezra suddenly popped his head out from Mia's arms, glaring fiercely. Ethan should have given him a much harder lesson. Those who heard Charles's thoughts all nodded in agreement. I have never seen such a stubborn kid. The way the Samuel family raises their children is truly twisted. Ethan's expression darkened instantly, and he glared at Ezra before raising his plastic knife in a threatening gesture. Ezra had really felt the pain earlier, so when he saw that, he was startled and quickly ducked back into Mia's arms. Mom, I am so scared. Mia looked annoyed. Ethan, how could you scare him like that? Samuel jumped in. Those things of yours are just a bunch of old paper scraps, are not they? They do not even cost anything. What is wrong with letting Ezra play with them for a bit? Charles could not help but get fired up. Mind your own business. Whether my stuff is worth anything or not, it is still mine. Why should I let him tear it up for fun? If we follow Samuel's logic, does not that mean Ethan thinks your son is not worth much either? So can he just rip your kid apart then too? Ethan was equally furious at Samuel's twisted reasoning. It is my stuff. Why should I let him play with it? Why not? He did not ruin your things this time, and besides, Ezra is your younger brother. Cannot you be a bit more generous? Ethan? Ethan was boiling inside, about to speak up, when he heard Aiden calmly say from beside him, Ethan, your uncle's right. Ethan's face twisted in shock as he stared at Aiden, disbelief written all over his expression. Grandpa! Before he could say more, Aiden continued. Just like your uncle said, Ethan, you did not hurt Ezra, and Samuel is your own blood relative. Cannot you be a little more patient and not get upset over something so small? Aiden's words had barely finished when the room fell silent for a breath. Charles burst into laughter first. The members of the Hua family finally caught on. some unable to suppress their smiles, thoughts swirling in confusion. I thought Aiden was here to calm things down, but turns out he came to stand by Ethan. Ethan clearly had not expected Aiden to say that. His frown instantly melted into a grin, and he could not help laughing aloud. He knew his grandpa was fair-minded all along. In contrast, Samuel stood frozen for several seconds after hearing Aiden's words, then finally spoke in disbelief. "Dad, what did you just say?" "What did I say?" Aiden scoffed. "Is not this exactly using your own principles to speak fairly?" Samuel's eyes widened, speechless for a moment as Aiden's words left him momentarily at a loss. Mia could no longer hold back. She stood up with Ezra in her arms, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Samuel. "Samuel, your son was wrong today. Are you really going to let this slide without a word?" Samuel quickly comforted Mia. "Do not worry. I will make sure they explain themselves. Just calm down, please. Do not panic." After reassuring Mia for a moment, Samuel turned sharply toward Aiden and snapped, "Dad, you are my son too. How can you be so biased? Actually, Ezra is not Aiden's grandson at all." Charles quickly corrected him. Unfortunately, only members of the Hua family and Gabriel could hear Charles's thoughts. None of the Yang family did. Aiden then slowly walked to the sofa and sat down, his expression calm. "If you are going to say I am biased, did not you just show favoritism toward Ezra yourself, getting back at him with his own tactics? So satisfying." Charles nearly stood up to clap. Samuel felt a lump in his throat from those words and stayed silent. Mia finally realized no one in the room was on their side. Her eyes instantly welled up. "If you are really going to talk like this, then we should not have come to this gathering today. Fine. I am taking Ezra and..." That is when the situation suddenly changed. Ezra suddenly pulled his hand away from Mia's and shoved her hard in the back. Mia was not prepared, let out a startled cry, and fell heavily to the floor. Her forehead hit the coffee table, and she was injured right away. Samuel gasped in shock and rushed to help Mia. At that moment, Ezra grabbed a glass from the table and threw it straight at Aiden. Everyone was startled. "Ezra!" John did not hesitate and stepped in front of Aiden. Faster than him was Ethan, who moved with incredible speed, kicking the cup mid-air. It fell to the ground and shattered into many pieces instantly. In an instant, before anyone else could react, Ethan kicked Ezra in the stomach. "Are you crazy?" Ezra was sent flying and crashed onto the floor with a heavy thud. Mia did not even notice her own injury. Seeing her beloved son hurt again, she burst into tears. "Ezra, go, check on Ezra," Mia urged Samuel anxiously. Ethan had put a lot of force into that kick, and now Ezra was crying loudly as he lay on the floor. Seeing his precious son in such distress, anger surged through Samuel. He did not think twice before lunging at Ethan. "I am going to fight you." The two of them immediately started struggling with each other. The living room was in complete chaos. Gabriel could not bear to watch any longer and stepped forward to help. Just then, Charles's voice rang out. "That man. He looks just like the little chubby guy." Gabriel froze in place, and everyone from the Hua family turned their heads toward him at once. The guests who had come with John and Aiden never expected such a scene. Seeing Ethan and Samuel locked in a struggle, they rushed over to intervene. After all, Ethan looked ready to seriously harm his uncle. Without quick help, what if someone ended up getting seriously hurt? But among them, one man did not go to break it up. Instead, he immediately ran toward Mia, gently wrapping an arm around her with clear concern. The scene was chaotic. Without Charles's warning, they would not have even noticed this moment in the corner. Mia leaned against the man's chest, tears welling up in her eyes. The man bent close to her ear and whispered something, then helped Mia slowly rise to her feet. Charles quickly scanned the members of the Yang family with his eyes. They are standing so close. Why does not anyone else think something's off? Could it be that no one noticed anything unusual? Should I take you to the hospital first? The man asked Mia with clear concern. Mia shook her head and pointed at Ezra. "You brother, take Ezra to the hospital first. What do you care about him for? Your injury is far more serious." The man said firmly. Charles suddenly understood. So this is Mia's half-brother Grayson. Could Ezra really be his son? The more I look, the more they resemble each other. Gabriel looked utterly stunned. The members of the Hua family also seemed surprised. Is Mia really that bold, daring to get so close with her stepbrother like this? Charles was still carefully studying Grayson. But why is Grayson only focused on Mia? He did not even glance at the young boy. Could he really not know Ezra is his son yet? If Grayson were to find out now that the young boy is his own son, well, things would certainly get much more interesting. Let me go, Samuel shouted loudly. Charles's attention was drawn away again, and he quickly looked over. Two male guests firmly held Samuel's shoulders, pulling him away from Ethan. Samuel looked furious, struggling fiercely as he said, "Let me go right now. I am going to teach that kid a lesson." Charles glanced at Samuel's two large dark circles under his eyes and could not help but laugh. Could it be that they are holding you back to protect you? To keep you from getting even worse? If they really let go? Charles turned to look at Ethan. Ethan was also held by several men, and though he could easily break free, he did not move. Instead, he gave Samuel a half-smile with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Are you sure you can beat me?" Samuel's chest heaved with anger. Enough." Aiden looked at the scene, tiredly closing his eyes. "Get them out," Aiden said to John, pointing at Samuel's family. "Even if I am dead, do not invite them back ever again." John frowned slightly, then replied, "All right." Samuel could not believe Aiden would say something so firm. Anger flared in him. "Dad? What do you mean? This is my home. Why cannot I come back? And today, we were the ones wronged, yet you keep siding with brother Ethan and the others. I am your son too, and Ezra's your grandson. If you still respected me as your father, you would not have caused a scene in the main hall just now, nor would you let that troublemaker stir up chaos everywhere. Do you even remember it is my birthday celebration today?" Aiden pointed at Samuel, who was still writhing on the floor, face twisted in distress. "Throw them out," Aiden bellowed. "I am not leaving." Mia spoke up, eyes red with tears, glaring at everyone. "You think kicking us out fixes everything? I am telling you, this is not over. Ethan hit my son and attacked my husband. I am going to call the police." "Wow, she dares to call the cops. If I were Ethan, I would be calling the police too." Victoria had not expected Mia to say something so outrageous. She would always thought that, no matter what, Samuel was John's own brother. So every time Samuel's family caused trouble, she tried to keep things calm and believed in keeping the family together. Now that they are openly targeting her entire family, how could she possibly stay silent? She let out a cold scoff. "Fine, call the police. I will go get my injury assessed too. Let's see if we can press charges right away." Victoria glanced at Ezra, still rolling on the ground, crying out loudly without a single tear in sight, her expression turning even colder. "Of course I will file an injury report. I am also going to hand over all the security footage of every time Ezra came to our house and took things before. Let the police decide if those stolen items can be classified as theft. Since you two parents cannot control him, let someone who actually can take over." Mia immediately snapped, "You dare? What is there to fear? Is not it only fair that officials can do whatever they want while ordinary people are held back?" Charles shook his head. The entire Hua family and Gabriel suddenly turned their heads toward him at once. Charles froze, taken aback. "What are you looking at me for? Did I say something wrong?" Charlotte could not help but let out a sigh. "It is true, yes. But why did you just blurt out your real thoughts like that? You are going to stir up trouble for yourself now." Sure enough, Mia immediately spun around and snapped, "Who are you? This is our family matter. Why do you have any right to speak?" Gabriel's brow furrowed as he stepped forward, shielding Charles behind him. He was not wrong. "I think we should consider contacting the authorities." Only then did everyone notice Gabriel, who had remained silent until now. Mia immediately recognized Gabriel. Her expression shifted slightly, and she instinctively glanced toward Samuel. Samuel finally broke free from his restraint and spoke coldly. "Gabriel, you are just a young one. As a younger generation member, I really should not interfere in family matters. Besides, our families have never truly cut ties with your side." "Samuel, uncle," Gabriel said calmly, cutting off Samuel mid-sentence. After those words, A flicker of embarrassment crossed Samuel's face, quickly replaced by anger. Then why? So I will just say this one thing, Gabriel interrupted again. Even though we are on different sides, I still call you uncle. I am giving you a heads up to get your son tested for parentage sooner rather than later. The moment the words settled, silence filled the room. Apart from the Hua family members, every guest wore expressions of shock and curiosity. Parentage test? Have Samuel and his son both take one? Guests could not help but glance at Ezra lying on the ground, then look up at Samuel, before finally turning their eyes to Mia standing nearby. Is Ezra not Samuel's son? Really? Or is this just a rumor? Did not they just have a family dispute going on? How did things suddenly turn into gossip like this? This is getting intense. Samuel froze in place. What do you mean? Are you implying Mia betrayed me? Mia's blood ran cold, and she suddenly raised her voice. Samuel! Samuel quickly turned to look at Mia. Mia was trembling slightly, but she forced herself to stay composed. Are you really going to doubt me? Samuel instinctively shook his head. How could he ever suspect Mia? Then Gabriel spoke quietly. Could it be that young Master Samuel hasn't noticed how much Ezra looks like his uncle yet? The words struck like a bolt of lightning. All the guests simultaneously turned to look at Grayson and Ezra. Grayson never expected that matters involving the Yang family would somehow involve him, and he now stared in disbelief at the still-laying Ezra. Ezra had been well cared for by Samuel and Mia, making him quite plump, but by his teenage years, a child's facial features were already fully formed. Appearance did not change just because of weight. Ezra had a flat bridge to his nose. Grayson had the same feature. Ezra's eyes were monolids. Grayson shared the same trait. The more they compared their facial features, the more varied and revealing the guests' expressions became. Could it really be true? They do look quite alike. I know nephews often resemble their uncles, but I seem to recall Grayson and Mia being half-siblings. Samuel felt as if struck by lightning. His gaze darted from the ground-bound Ezra to Grayson, lingering on Grayson's hand resting casually on Mia's shoulder. You! Mia suddenly came to her senses and pushed Grayson away sharply. Samuel! Mia's voice trembled with hurt. I have given you 3 children. How can you still doubt me? Then none of the 3 kids are really his, right? Charles suddenly popped out from behind Gabriel. Ethan could not hold back a laugh. Seriously? Are you pulling my leg? Mia's face flushed with anger. How dare you say such things? Gabriel quickly stepped in front of Charles, shielding him. We can settle this easily. Just run a DNA test. Edwin swiftly pulled Charles aside and whispered, cannot you just keep quiet for once? You are only making it worse. Charles blinked a few times, then nodded meekly. Inside his head, he thought, I will just keep quiet from now on. Do not want to make things worse. You haven't even made it worse yet. Gabriel at least only said Ezra is not Samuel's biological child, but you went straight to telling Samuel he does not have a single child that is truly his. No wonder Samuel is falling apart. In fact, Samuel was clearly struggling at that moment. He did not want to believe Gabriel's words. He trusted the woman he loved deeply, Mia. But his eyes could not lie. Ezra clearly had no blood relation to Grayson. Yet who could explain why their facial features were so strikingly alike? It was as if they were carved from the same mold. Samuel stared at both of them, disbelief filling his voice. No! This cannot be true. Grayson found it hard to believe too. He did care for Mia, but the 2 of them had only been together once. Grayson suddenly went rigid. Could it have been that one time? Grayson's expression instantly turned deeply conflicted. He would never liked Ezra, his nephew, so he would never stepped in to guide or correct him when Samuel raised the boy poorly. Now it is telling him that the nephew he has always disliked is actually his own son? Grayson's voice was rough as he looked down at Mia beside him. Mia, about Ezra? Mia's mind was falling apart at this moment. She had kept the fact that Ezra was Grayson's son a perfect secret. No one else knew, not even a soul. How did Gabriel find out? And that unfamiliar boy just now? How could he also know that her 2 daughters are not Samuel's children? Her deepest secret laid bare before everyone. Mia felt utterly shaken. Hearing Grayson's voice, she broke down completely. No! How could Ezra possibly be your son? Ezra is mine and Samuel's child. Mia whispered softly. Yes, he really is my son with Samuel. I just do not want to stay here anymore. Mia looked at Samuel through tear-filled eyes. Samuel, can we go home? Can we leave right now? Samuel said nothing. He stared at Mia. The force of Ezra's shove earlier had split her forehead open, and a faint trickle of blood still ran down from the wound. Samuel's voice came out hoarse. Should we go to the hospital first? At the very least, we should get that head wound taken care of, should not we? But when Mia heard the word hospital, she completely broke down, shouting, You do not believe me. Samuel, are you really not believing me? Aiden glanced at the distressed Mia, then looked down at Ezra, who was already silent on the ground, and gave John a subtle nod. In an instant, security guards stepped inside and began leading the three of them out. Mia's emotions spiraled further. Let go of me. I can walk on my own. I do not need to go to the hospital. When Samuel heard her final words, all hope vanished from his eyes. He just wanted to take Mia to the hospital for a quick wound check. He had not even thought about DNA testing. Why was she so terrified of going to the hospital? The answer was obvious, but Samuel could not bring himself to face it. The guards escorted Samuel's family of 3 and Grayson down the stairs. Samuel quickly turned to look at Aiden, but Aiden did not even glance in his direction. Then he looked at John. His expression was perfectly calm, not a single flicker of emotion visible. In that moment, Samuel's heart sank deep into the ocean floor. Was he completely abandoned by the Young family? What should he do from now on? Ezra started crying and shouting loudly, kicking at the security guards. Back then, the guards would have simply tolerated it. But just now, John had told them not to hold back, so they did not see any reason to be gentle. One guard swiftly twisted Ezra's arms behind his back, and with a sharp sound, the chubby boy let out a loud cry. Nice work. Charles looked pleased. If it had been before, seeing his precious son being treated roughly would have made Samuel immediately scold the guards. But now, he only found Ezra's shouting annoying. Instead, Grayson could not hold back. Be careful. What if something happens to the child? Can you just shut up? Mia snapped at Grayson, her voice rising in frustration. Grayson fell silent instantly. As they reached the villa's entrance, the security guards simply pushed them outside. Ezra quickly got to his feet and marched toward Samuel. Dad, you have to help me get back at those two. With a sharp snap, Samuel suddenly raised his hand and struck Ezra across the face, shouting angrily, This is all your fault. Mia stared in shock, tears welling up instantly. Samuel, what are you doing? At this point, how could Samuel possibly still be unaware? No matter how much he wished to deny it, the truth was now laid bare before him. Samuel glared at Mia with eyes blazing. He is not even my son? So what if I punished him? If it were not for him, if it were not for you, how could things with my father and brother have turned out so badly? They never would have treated me this way. The blood in Samuel's veins seemed to freeze. He could not hold back any longer. Whirling around, he slammed Ezra down onto the ground. You bastard! How dare you try to ambush me with a rock? The villa's door had not fully shut yet. Through the narrow gap, guests could clearly see the former father and son, locked in a fierce struggle. The consequences Samuel had set in motion long ago finally caught up with him at this moment. Chapter: What is the meaning of kiss? The banquet hall was filled with laughter and clinking glasses, but not long after, sirens could be heard outside the villa. Rumors spread like wildfire. Before long, everyone knew what had happened on the 4th floor shortly after Samuel's family was asked to leave. Hearing the commotion outside, guests' eyes lit up with curiosity and excitement. John and Ethan were the first to step outside. Guests were eager to go see for themselves, but ultimately decided not to add more trouble to John's situation. Charles tried to slip away quietly, but Michael stopped him in his tracks. There was nothing he could do. Charles had no choice but to stay put in the main hall. Not long after, Ethan returned, but John did not come back until the end of the gathering. With such a situation happening at the host's home, the event could not continue for long. Before it wrapped up, Charles managed to exchange contact information with Ethan. Back home, Charles was trying to figure out how to ask Ethan about what had happened in the afternoon. Then he saw Ethan post a lengthy update on his social feed. In short, the post first criticized Samuel's family harshly and then explained what followed. He first vented his frustration toward Samuel's entire family, then briefly shared what happened afterward. Charles finally realized that he had not imagined it. Samuel really had attacked Ezra before the door closed. Samuel was truly furious, especially when he found out that Ezra had actually dared to strike him. He felt his anger reach its peak in an instant. Without thinking twice, he turned and rushed at Ezra in a fierce physical struggle. Seeing her beloved son being harmed, Mia immediately stepped in to help Ezra fight back against Samuel. Grayson stood nearby, unsure of whom to support at first, but when he saw how aggressively Ezra was fighting, he nervously intervened to break them apart and called for help. Both the police and emergency medical services. When John and Ethan returned, they found Samuel sitting on the ground with blood covering his head, shouting angrily at Ezra. Ezra was also injured, yet he did not shed a single tear, and instead continued to aggressively confront Mia and Grayson. John rode along with the ambulance to take Samuel to the hospital. As soon as Samuel's wounds were treated, the police arrived to take a statement. John was about to leave after seeing that Samuel was not seriously hurt, until suddenly, Samuel grabbed his arm and begged for forgiveness through tears and sobs. John and the Young family had not refused to give Samuel chances before. Over the past decade, they had offered him countless opportunities. It was Samuel who kept pushing them away with his own actions. People's hearts are made of flesh and blood. Even if wounds heal, the scars remain. No matter how much Samuel comes to realize his mistakes, the pain he caused John's family can never truly be erased. But Samuel was still John's younger brother, and John could not just turn a blind eye. Before leaving the hospital, John arranged for Samuel to meet with a lawyer. Samuel was deeply thankful for this. It seems Samuel has made up his mind to get a divorce. Charles shook his head, sighing softly. Too bad. Such a family with twisted values. I really wish they would stay apart for good. Jack and Charlotte shared Charles's view, but this was not their family matter, so they could not interfere too much. After the first episode of the show wrapped up, Charles had no upcoming filming duties, so Elizabeth decided to enroll him in some acting classes. Every time he attended class, Charles could not help but feel like he was forgetting something important, but for now, he just could not remember what it was. After a week of classes, Ethan's social media feed had another update. Samuel ultimately decided to divorce Mia, but one of the conditions for the divorce was that Ezra's custody had to go to Samuel. Charles blinked in surprise at this. Wait, if Ezra is not even your biological son, why do you still want custody? And what about Grayson? He knows Ezra is his real son. Why did not he step in to claim custody? Jack and Charlotte were both taken aback. Could it really be that he has grown attached after raising him for so long? Jack asked, puzzled. Charlotte frowned. That does not seem likely. If he truly cared about Ezra, why did he confront him so fiercely at the party? Jack thought that made sense. Both of them felt Samuel's move was far from simple. Clearly, he was planning something big. Sure enough, moments later they heard Charles's laughter echoing. I never saw it coming. Honestly, Samuel really knows how to play the game. If Mia wants money, she will have to give up custody of Ezra. But if she insists on keeping custody, she will not get a single cent. Over the years, Samuel and his wife haven't had stable jobs. Samuel has been relying on his older brother for support. All the money he has comes from the Yang family. If Samuel refuses to pay, Mia really will not get a penny. Mia's actions surprised me too. I thought she truly loved her precious son. But just 2 days later, she signed the divorce papers and left with the money Samuel gave her. As for Grayson, he must have been scared off by Ezra's attitude. Not only did he not ask for custody, he did not even get a paternity test done, and then cut all ties with Mia. And finally, there is Ezra. So what happened to Ezra in the end? Come on, tell me. Charles could not hold it in anymore and laughed so hard he ended up lying down. Samuel thought Ezra was unstable, mentally unbalanced, so he took him straight to a hospital for evaluation. After getting the medical report, he had Ezra admitted to a care facility. Of course, He is still holding on to that grudge about being hit by Ezra, is not he? Jack and Charlotte could not help but laugh too. Some people get what they deserve. Samuel treating Ezra this way is not really surprising. Charlotte said, "That boy seems awfully harsh. To put it bluntly, he lacks basic humanity. He even turned on the parents who raised him for over a decade." Jack nodded in agreement. "It might be better to get him medical help sooner rather than later. If he keeps growing up like this, he could end up hurting others." So Samuel actually did something worthwhile. After finishing reading the post, Charles laughed for a while, then suddenly remembered something. "Where are Mia's 2 daughters now?" "Yeah," Charlotte chimed in. "Could it be that Mia left her 2 daughters behind too? The older one is just turned 16. The younger one is only 15. If they really were left behind by Mia, how would they manage their lives from now on?" Ethan's post did not mention where the 2 girls were headed, and Charles could not help but feel curious. He opened up a chat with Ethan, unsure how to bring it up, when suddenly, a WeChat message popped up on his phone. Charles glanced at it. It was from Gabriel. "Gabriel, interested in coming to the set for a visit." "Charles? Which production team?" "Gabriel," as if reading Charles's mind, "why do not you come take a look at the set? The other lead role has already been cast, and filming starts today." Charles perked up instantly. "Which actor did they choose?" Gabriel teased. "You will find out when you come see for yourself." As someone who would rather stay indoors if possible, and having spent the past few days in acting classes, Charles was finally getting a full day off. Was he really going to step outside after all? But then Charles thought again. No, he needed to check it out himself to feel at ease. After all, he was the main investor. He would actually put money into this project. What if Gabriel picked another problematic actor again? Charles's investment could easily go down the drain. Those funds were meant for Charles to get from the Yang family later. He absolutely could not let that happen. So Charles quickly replied, "All right, then I will go see it today." Gabriel sent over the location shortly after. Charles was about to get up and change clothes when he suddenly remembered his earlier question. Since Gabriel was related to the Yang family, he might know something about what happened, so Charles decided to send a message right away. Not long after, Gabriel replied, "My cousin helped them get in touch with their biological father, and now they have both been taken in by him." Charles read the message and let out a deep breath of relief. After being overlooked by Mia and Samuel for so long, it is actually a good outcome that their real father has come to take them in. Hearing Charles's words, Jack and Charlotte both felt completely at ease. Finally got the whole story straight. Perfect. Charles quickly changed into his clothes and rushed downstairs, gave a quick word to Charlotte, then sat down in the car heading to the production set with a slightly nervous heart. On the way there, Charles kept reviewing his notes, trying hard to memorize as many names of notable actors as possible, hoping to support his invested project effectively. But Charles never expected that upon arriving at the set, he would recognize a familiar face, Ethan. Ethan had not expected Gabriel's investor to be Charles either. He quickly stepped forward and warmly hugged him. Before Gabriel could explain, Ethan enthusiastically shared his reason for joining the cast with Charles in great detail. Ethan had studied acting abroad as part of his overseas education. This return to China was not just for Aiden's birthday celebration. It was also his chance to rebuild his career back home. Since Gabriel's project had not yet found the right actor, Ethan decided to take the initiative and apply himself. Upon hearing that, Charles glanced at Gabriel. Gabriel wore a quiet but confident smile. Instead of trying to pick out an untainted performer from the crowded entertainment scene, it made more sense to go with someone he already knew and trusted. At this point, there should not be any mistakes anymore, right? Gabriel watched Charles with quiet anticipation. Then Charles thought to himself, it seems Gabriel finally has a clear sense of his own judgment now. Good job. Learning from past mistakes is what matters. Still, he could not just risk his own money recklessly, could he? Then Charles's voice suddenly brightened with excitement. Since Ethan's here, I can dig deeper into the gossip about Samuel's family. Did Charles remember he came to see the actors in the first place? Still, Gabriel was curious about what happened next. Since Ethan's shoot wrapped up that afternoon, the The three of them stayed together, talking well into the night, and even shared dinner before Charles finally headed home. Still full of excitement, back at home, Charles was still reflecting. I never expected Mia's partner would leave with her savings, so he was only interested in her money all along. Jack and Charlotte, who were chatting in the living room, both froze at that. There is more to this story. What happened next? And what about Mia after her partner took off with her money? Without any funds left, Mia had to return home quietly and try to reach out to her two daughters she would abandoned earlier. Unfortunately, her two daughters had been deeply hurt by her actions and refused to see her. As for the girl's father, they were all once part of Mia's circle, each believing they were her one true love. But after Samuel's situation became public, they realized they were not alone in their connection with her. Men value their pride, especially when they are well-known figures in the business world. There is no way they would ever reconnect with Mia now. Even Samuel forbade her from visiting Ezra at the hospital. Jack and Charlotte exchanged a glance, both thinking Mia had only herself to blame. If Mia had not been unfaithful after marrying Samuel, given how devoted he was, she probably would not have faced divorce in her lifetime. Now she has lost both her family and her fortune. It is only fair to say Mia brought this on herself. But how is Samuel doing now? The Young family probably hasn't had anything to do with him since then, right? Then they heard Charles laugh. The funniest part. Samuel went back to the Young family ancestral home a few days ago. This time, before John even showed up to ask him to leave, Aiden came out leaning on his cane. Ethan even recorded a video. Just thinking about Samuel being chased off by Aiden leaning on his cane makes me want to laugh. Jack and Charlotte both had barely suppressed grins on their faces. Charles finally finished putting on his shoes and slowly made his way toward the sofa. Charlotte spoke up first. "Charles, have you eaten yet?" Charles nodded. "I have already had something," Charlotte said. "Are not you remembering that your older brother helped me auction off a ring recently? Do you recall?" Charles instantly remembered and quickly nodded. "Is not that the pearl taken from my aunt's stomach? There is no need to remember it so precisely. It just feels kind of unpleasant to bring that up. The ring has already been sold. Money came in yesterday. I transferred $5 million to you. It should have arrived by now," Charlotte said. Charles's eyes widened instantly. "But did not you just give me $5 million not long ago?" As Charles pulled out his phone, he realized he had not checked it all afternoon. Too busy listening to Ethan spill family gossip. Now, glancing at the notification about the deposit, his lips curled into a quick smile. $5 million. A full $5 million. I am back in business again. A while ago, driven by the hope of earning even more, Charles had decided to invest all his savings into Gabriel's project. Even though Charlotte still sent him an allowance and part of the filming fee from Travel Together had been paid recently, seeing only a little over $1 million left in his bank account made Charles feel uneasy. Charlotte laughed lightly. "Just take it. It is no problem at all. There is an upcoming auction I am really interested in. Why do not you come with me to check it out?" With the money now in hand, Charles obviously could not refuse. He nodded eagerly. "Sure thing. No problem at all. Just going to an auction with Charlotte and getting $5 million for it. Where else could I find a deal like this?" Charles felt delighted. 2 days later, Charles joined Jack and Charlotte at the charity auction gala. The dinner reception and the auction were held separately. It was still early, so the auction had not started yet. Guests had gathered in the main ballroom. Wherever Jack and Charlotte went, they were surrounded by people networking and socializing. Charles hated all that formal chatter, so without hesitation, he slipped away again. This evening's auction gala is a charitable event, and it has also invited several popular entertainment celebrities. So when Charles arrived in the inner hall, he was not surprised to see Gabriel again. "Funny meeting you here," Gabriel said with a friendly wave. Charles gave a slight nod. "Who says so? It is like I keep running into Gabriel everywhere lately. Could it be because you have been staying indoors too much? If you had been out more with your parents to these events before, you would probably have met him often by now." Gabriel let out a soft chuckle. "By the way, Gabriel, I just remembered that our second episode taping is coming up soon. Did we manage to find our missing guest?" Charles asked. Gabriel lifted a glass of champagne, took a small sip, and smiled slightly. Yes, we did. He reached out to contact them himself. Charles's curiosity sparked instantly. Who is it? And earlier, Elizabeth mentioned that Emma will not be joining the next taping. So does that mean we need 2 new guests? Gabriel nodded. That is right. Both of them have been found? Charles said, surprised. Gabriel? Yes. Charles silently stared at Gabriel. So who is it, really? Can Gabriel stop teasing and just tell us already? Gabriel found Charles's expression amusing and decided not to keep him guessing any longer. Saying a name, Harper. Charles blinked. That name sounds familiar. Gabriel simply smiled without speaking. Charles's eyes widened suddenly. Wait, is not she Luca's mom? Gabriel nodded with a smile. That is right. So Owen is planning to bring his girlfriend on our show. That is exciting. Is our travel show really turning into a romance one now? Charles's smile widened. The second episode of filming should be really interesting. You could say that again. Gabriel was pleased with Charles's reaction, and even more excited to see how the audience would respond when the guest list was revealed. Charles suddenly thought of something else and asked, and what about the other guest? Could it be Luca? Charles's eyes sparkled with interest. If Luca is brought on, would not our show turn into an intense situation? I cannot even imagine how wild it would get. Gabriel took a small step back from Charles. It was just that his ears were genuinely a bit sore. It is not Luca, Gabriel said. It was not that they had not invited Luca. It was just that Luca had refused the invitation without hesitation. According to the staff member who reached out to Luca, they would initially contacted Luca's agent, but in the end, it was Luca himself who responded. Although Luca's tone and manner were polite, there was still a clear sense of discomfort about Owen and Harper recording the next episode together. Luca also asked the production staff to avoid pairing his mother with Owen. If possible, the staff nearly could not hold back their laughter. Gabriel briefly shared the amusing details with Charles, who laughed so hard he could barely sit up straight. The young man had pale skin and wore no makeup, his eyes crinkling warmly when he smiled. Gabriel's gaze lingered on Charles's face, suddenly unable to look away. Then a voice came from behind. Charles! Gabriel finally snapped back to attention. Charles also stopped smiling and waved at Charlotte. Charlotte spotted Gabriel and greeted him first, then said, The auction is about to start. Want to come along, Gabriel? Gabriel nodded. Sure. The 3 of them walked toward the auction hall together. Before they could reach the entrance, an exaggerated voice carried over. Charlotte, you are still as popular as ever, just like in your younger days. Your young companion here is quite a sight. The comment left an unpleasant feeling. Charles turned around and saw a stylish woman approaching them, followed by 2 men, one about Jack's age, the other looking even younger. What kind of rude remark is that? Did she eat something bad? When Charlotte recognized Amelia, her smile had already faded. But upon hearing Charles's words, she instantly smiled again. Amelia was Charlotte's college roommate, and they have never gotten along since then. There was not really a major conflict between them. If anything, Amelia treated Charlotte as her personal rival, and always felt the need to show off whenever they met. Back in college, she would brag about her grades. After getting married, she started boasting about her husband. Anytime Amelia felt she had an advantage over Charlotte, she would make sure to highlight it. Charlotte never cared about competing with her. Yet Amelia always seemed determined to draw attention, and every encounter left Charlotte feeling annoyed. This time was no different. Since Amelia had come over first, Charlotte could not just walk away without a word. But Charlotte was not going to give her a friendly expression. She kept her arm linked with Charles's, her gaze landing on the 2 men behind Amelia for a moment before finally nodding. You are right. Amelia's expression shifted slightly. What? My son really is handsome, Charlotte said, her glance seeming casual as it briefly swept over the 2 men behind Amelia before quickly returning to neutral. Her meaning clear without words. Charles's smile nearly reached his ears. Well, I really should learn more about the art of speech from Charlotte. Gabriel's expression also held back a smile, hiding his lips behind his wine glass. Amelia's face twisted briefly at Charlotte's words. After a long pause, she gritted out, So these are your adopted sons? I must have misunderstood earlier. Sorry about that. Please do not be mad. Charlotte remained expressionless. She did not say she was not angry, nor did she say she was. She simply watched Amelia quietly, waiting for the next part of her performance. It had to be said. Charlotte really knew Amelia well. Just then, Amelia's husband Anthony arrived beside them. Without hesitation, she turned and looped her arm around his. "Honey, you are so slow. Were you not planning to come with me to the auction after all?" Anthony smiled. "How could that be?" Amelia pouted playfully. "You must think I have been spending too much lately, right?" Anthony chuckled. "How could that be? I am actually worried you are not spending enough." Amelia gave a shy smile, then turned to Charlotte with a casual gesture, lifting her wrist to reveal a dazzling diamond on her index finger. She smiled warmly and said, "Guess I misjudged him after all. He is just such a quiet guy. A while back he made me upset, and I ignored him for days, but secretly, he went ahead and bought this huge ring as an apology. Honestly, what a waste of money." Charles's eyes widened the moment he saw the ring. "Wait. How is this possible?" Charles exchanged a glance with Charlotte, and in her eyes he saw the same shock. Charles realized, could it really be this coincidence? Exactly the same ring. Then Amelia gently extended her hand toward Anthony, who took it in his and placed a soft kiss on her engagement ring. "Even though the ring's been cleaned, I cannot believe my eyes. I cannot take it anymore." Gabriel looked thoroughly confused. What on earth happened? He just kissed the ring, did not he? Or is there some special rule about kissing rings? Gabriel looked completely confused. Charlotte was trying hard to hold back her laughter. She could not help but take a small step backward. Charles was laughing so hard he nearly cried. So the ring taken out of Auntie's stomach got snapped up by them. "But you could have just worn it normally. Why kiss it, Auntie? You really know how to stir things up. Where exactly did you say the ring came from?" Gabriel took a big step back, stunned. Although Gabriel was not sure what exactly he would miss, he already had a rough idea that this ring might be tied to some complicated past. Amelia clearly had not expected Anthony to suddenly kiss her, and the blush on her face deepened as she whispered shyly, "There are so many people here." Anthony leaned down and kissed the ring again, completely unfazed by the curious glances around them. "So what? You are my dear wife. Cannot I kiss you?" "You are still kissing it. I cannot take it anymore." Charles was about to lose it. "Come on, you just wanted to show off your ring, right? Show it off properly. No need to kiss the thing." Even at a wedding or engagement, the groom only kisses the bride's hand, never the ring itself. "I have never seen anything like this before. Why on earth would you kiss the ring?" No one could answer Charles's confusion, because Gabriel and Charlotte were equally taken aback by Anthony's unusual behavior and could not help but laugh. "Stop kissing it already. Keep this up, and they are really going to crack up." Meanwhile, Amelia and Anthony had no clue about their strange reactions and continued showing off their affection completely unaware of the others. Amelia slowly pulled her hand back, giving Anthony a playful little tap on the chest as she teased, "Honey, you are making me blush." Anthony finally gave that look, like he could not do anything about it, and said with a smile, "All right then, how about I find a private spot next time?" Amelia shyly lowered her head and whispered, "Okay, seriously, who can save us from this? Why do not you two just keep kissing your rings instead? Stop making us awkward here." Charles felt like he wanted to dig his toes into the ground, wishing he could blind himself. "I love reading bossy romance stories, but only in anime, not real life. And hey, Anthony, your expression back there. Not even a little bit commanding. We have just met. Everyone's still getting to know each other. You two are kind of crossing the line." Charles felt he really needed to wash his eyes clean right now. Then his gaze shifted, landing on the young man standing quietly a short distance behind the two. Amelia and Anthony had not introduced this boy earlier, but it was easy to guess they were family. The real issue was not that though. What caught Charles's attention was the look in the boy's eyes. "I just have a strange feeling about this." Charles, who loved eavesdropping and following the latest gossip, was especially good at reading people's expressions. So much so that he could often tell what someone was thinking just by their smallest facial cues. "Is not this boy Amelia and Anthony's son?" Why is he looking at them with such a smug expression? When Charles said that, Charlotte and Gabriel both turned to look in the same direction. Sure enough, a fleeting expression flashed across the boy's face. If Gabriel had to describe it, it was more like excitement mixed with a hint of impatience. But as Charles pointed out, this boy is supposed to be Amelia and Anthony's son, right? Even if he had issues with his parents, would not he at least hide it in front of guests? At that moment, Amelia and Anthony finally realized the three people in front of them were unusually quiet. Amelia frowned slightly, looked up, then noticed they were not paying attention to her. She felt a tiny bit annoyed but quickly covered it, following their gaze, and realized they were looking at Wyatt. Seeing that, Amelia's lips curled into a soft smile. "Oh right, I almost forgot to introduce him. This is my son, Wyatt." "Wyatt," Amelia said gently. "Come say hello to everyone now." Wyatt finally stepped forward at a leisurely pace, offering what looked like a very well-behaved smile as he greeted them. "Hi everyone. I am Wyatt." Charles blinked. Wyatt? That name. Why does it sound so familiar? Charlotte and Gabriel both suddenly felt a surge of interest. A name that could make Charles feel familiar. That means there is another juicy update on the table? Charlotte and Gabriel both turned to look at Charles at the same time. Unfortunately, after thinking that, Charles fell into a long silence. Charlotte had to suppress her excitement and keep up the polite conversation with Amelia. Amelia said, "I originally planned to introduce tonight's auction items with my husband, but our Wyatt insisted he wanted to join us, telling us to just watch from the audience." Charlotte nodded a couple of times, clearly not paying much attention. Charles froze for a moment upon hearing the word introduce, presenting the auction items. Jack finally broke away from his partner and walked over to them. "The auction is about to begin. Let's talk inside." Charlotte said goodbye to Amelia, then followed Jack with Charles and Gabriel. Once inside the auction hall, Charles remained deep in thought. Jack tilted his head slightly and gently nudged Charlotte's arm, whispering, "What is going on?" Even though he would been chatting with his partner just now, he would kept an eye on them the whole time. He would heard every word Charles said. Charlotte watched Charles carefully to make sure he was not looking at them before lowering her voice. "I am not sure either." After saying that, she fell silent again, probably still trying to figure it out. Jack nodded and did not press further. Gabriel was seated right next to Charles and them. The four had just settled into their seats when Charles suddenly whispered to Gabriel beside him, "Gabriel, is there going to be a speech at tonight's auction?" Gabriel looked up and met Charles's gaze. Only then did he notice how intensely bright his eyes had become. Could he have remembered something? Gabriel nodded toward Charles. "Yes, it is a charity auction tonight. Many of the items up for bidding were donated by invited guests, and each donor can choose whether or not to give a short talk." Before he could finish speaking, Charles's voice suddenly burst into his mind with excitement. "I cannot believe it. It really is tonight's auction. Thank goodness I came with Charlotte. Otherwise, I would have completely missed out on the big story." The sudden burst of excitement made the other three wince slightly, but what was even more intriguing was just what kind of big story was this? It had been ages since they would heard Charles sound so energized. Jack and Charlotte were starting to feel the buzz too, and judging by how he sounded, could this big story possibly be connected to Amelia's family? "Got it, thanks, Gabriel," Charles said quickly, wrapping up the conversation before pulling out his phone. Gabriel wisely stayed quiet, giving Charles space to go over the memories in peace. Charles did not disappoint. They did not have to wait long before he found the key part of the story. Just a few lines in, Charles could not help but burst out laughing. "That is why. I knew I was not wrong about people." Wyatt was definitely gloating just now, but why would he go so far as to betray them? Betray them? Who exactly? Could it be Amelia and Anthony? Jack and Charlotte both perked up, their minds racing with thoughts. How exactly did he do it? Surely not through something illegal, right? Jack was just about to worry when he heard Charles continue. Turns out, Amelia and Anthony are in a contract marriage. They only married to satisfy their families. Afterward, they kept their lives separate, and both had relationships outside of the marriage. Jack quickly turned to look at Charlotte. Charlotte looked even more shocked than he did. "Seriously? Is this true? Every time Amelia acts all lovey-dovey in front of me, This has been going on for over 20 years. And now you are telling me they are just in a contract marriage? And they have both been seeing other people behind each other's backs? Charles suddenly understood. No wonder Anthony insisted on kissing Amelia's wedding ring just now. So Anthony never really liked Amelia. He only kissed the ring to pretend they are in love. Does that mean all of Amelia and Anthony's public displays of affection were just fake? Charlotte felt like her mind was about to overflow. If they do not even like each other, why do they go through all this trouble pretending to be in love? Every time they meet, they still have to come straight to me to prove they exist. Could it really just be because Amelia cares about appearances? To make it convincing, they even kiss twice on the forehead. Honestly, that is quite a burden for them. Charlotte felt deeply conflicted. Charles quickly scanned through the story next. Amelia and Anthony had agreed before marriage that they would not interfere with each other's lives, but publicly they needed to present a united front as a loving couple. They could not let anyone, including their own parents, notice anything unusual. Even Wyatt was conceived through assisted reproduction. Is not that exhausting? If they have lost all feelings for each other, why not just divorce? Why keep putting themselves through this? Charlotte felt the same sense of confusion. If they no longer cared for each other, divorce would be a simple solution. Could it really be that Amelia is afraid of losing face in front of others? It is possible, but still does not quite make sense. Then Charles continued speaking. I see now, both of them care about appearances, not just Amelia, but Anthony also enjoys being seen as the most caring and thoughtful husband, and it is because of the inheritance. Those two have stayed married all this time, mainly due to the substantial estate Dylan left behind. Hearing this, Jack suddenly remembered and quickly lowered his voice to say to Charlotte, Dylan passed away 10 years ago, and he did leave a significant inheritance. The conditions for receiving it were, well, he paused, searching for the right word, a bit unusual. What exactly made it so odd? Back then, reports said Dylan's will clearly stated that Amelia and Wyatt could only inherit the estate if their marriage remained intact. Neither had any infidelity, and they waited until Wyatt turned 18. If either of them divorced before Wyatt turned 18, or if Dylan's lawyer discovered that either party had been unfaithful, both Anthony and Amelia would immediately lose their inheritance rights. No money at all. After Jack's reminder, Charlotte suddenly remembered too. If it is about the inheritance, then that makes perfect sense. Wyatt is 16 now, just 2 years away from turning 18, so could Wyatt have acted out of loyalty to the inheritance, turning against them on purpose? Gabriel shared Jack and Charlotte's thoughts, but why would Wyatt do something like that? Even though Amelia and Anthony are only pretending to be married, their behavior toward Wyatt earlier seemed genuinely caring. Could it all have been fake? Could it be that they were just pretending to be kind to Wyatt too? It is actually quite possible. Both of them were just acting on the spot. Once they got home, they would each go back to their own lives. Who would have the energy to care about a child? Gabriel was right, but what Charles said next still left them shocked and hard to believe. You two acting out there is one thing, but why drag a child into it too? Out in public, they were so attentive to Wyatt, but once the front door closed behind them, they dropped all pretenses and barely paid him any attention. Even when Wyatt was 3, both of them went out partying, leaving the child, still running a high fever, all alone at home. If the nanny had not found him in time, he might have been seriously harmed by the illness. Growing up with parents who ignored him at home and forced to play along outside, Wyatt doubted for a long time whether his own mind was playing tricks on him. Charles looked furious when he read this. Who would not develop serious emotional issues after such treatment? To Wyatt as a child, those two must have seemed like they had split personalities. Fortunately, Wyatt was strong-minded enough. At 10 years old, he sensed something was not right and secretly went to see a doctor on his own. So it is not surprising that Wyatt took such a firm stand. It really was necessary. But Wyatt did show some real skill, too. He managed to gather quite a few photos showing both partners had been unfaithful. Even Amelia had been involved with Anthony's cousin at one point. Charlotte and Jack felt furious upon hearing this. The child was only 3 years old and still running a fever. Yet those parents just left him at home and went off to have fun themselves. That is completely irresponsible. If you did not want to raise a child, why bring one into the world? But wait a minute, what did Charles just say? Amelia was also involved with Anthony's cousin? Photos showing infidelity? Jack and Charlotte were stunned. Could they be the kind of photos that show too much? Charles confirmed their suspicions once more. Good thing. Wyatt did not want to shock everyone's eyes. Those photos were all blurred out. Jack Charlotte was even more stunned. It really is true. Jack Charlotte and Gabriel were both left speechless, still processing the shock. The auction officially began. Charlotte could not help but glance over at Amelia and Anthony. As soon as they sat down, the couple did not miss a chance to maintain their loving image. Amelia gently held onto Anthony's arm, and from time to time, they leaned in close to whisper together. They really did look like a deeply devoted couple. Of course, that was only if Charlotte had not just heard Charles's entire stream of thoughts. Looks like things are going to get interesting tonight. After all, this charity auction was not just attended by business elites. There were also plenty of reporters and media present. Even if Wyatt's speech did not go smoothly, the fake couple would still lose face in front of everyone. But as Charles put it, they truly brought this on themselves. If only they had not cared so much about appearances, and if only they had treated Wyatt with more respect, he would not have made them uncomfortable in front of such a large audience. The auction proceeded smoothly at first, and Charlotte and Jack's donated items were successfully sold. Jack also ended up buying the collector's painting he would been wanting for a long time. Finally, it was time for the auction of the Zhang family's donated item. Charles immediately felt a surge of excitement. It is here. It is here. Jack and Charlotte quickly turned to look at Anthony. Wyatt had already stood up, and Amelia rose too, gently adjusting his tie and collar before softly saying, "Go on, Wyatt. You have got this." Charles's eyes sparkled as he caught a flicker of defiance and eagerness in Wyatt's expression, and his lips curled up instantly. Looks like Wyatt is excited too. How could he not be excited? Hearing Charles say that Wyatt had been preparing for this moment all along, Gabriel glanced at the excitement in Charles's eyes and could not help but smile. Under the gaze of everyone present, Wyatt slowly walked up to the stage. The 16-year-old boy still had a slight frame typical of youth, but his eyes had long lost their innocence. Now filled with steady determination, after stepping onto the stage, Wyatt took the microphone but did not begin speaking right away. He handed a USB drive to a nearby attendant instead. Seeing this, Amelia in the audience looked slightly surprised. Their family seats were 2 rows behind Charles's group, not too far away, so Charles could clearly hear someone nearby say, "Amelia, your son Wyatt really came prepared. Did he actually make a presentation slide deck? Looks like it. He would not have paused like that if he had not been ready." Someone chimed in, turning to catch Amelia's surprised expression. "No way. You did not even know your son was doing a presentation?" Amelia had been waiting for exactly this question. She quickly nodded with an eager look on her face. "He never told me anything about it. I just found out myself. That just shows how outstanding Wyatt is. Well prepared. We are so envious of your family. Wyatt's such a thoughtful and talented kid. My own child." Not even close. Amelia and Anthony both could not help but laugh, clearly enjoying the praise from others. Charles pressed his lips together. "Keep laughing now. Enjoy it while you still can, because you will not be smiling much later." The stage lights dimmed slightly, everything ready. Finally, Wyatt raised the microphone and began introducing himself to everyone present. "Hello, my name is Wyatt, my father is Anthony, and my mother is Amelia." His words had just finished, and the lights shifted to land on Anthony and Amelia, while large screens displayed their photos. Charles could not help but react visibly at this moment. "I remember we did not get any spotlight during our own auction earlier. So was this Wyatt's idea on purpose? Wyatt really knows how to put Amelia and Anthony in an awkward situation." Charlotte's lips kept curving upward, giving a soft nod. Yes, all it takes is mentioning it to the organizer to get camera time. But she and Jack just are not into that kind of attention, so they declined. Amelia and Anthony clearly had not expected a spotlight either, both looking thrilled. They stood up from their seats and gave each other a big hug right in front of the cameras. The crowd erupted into playful cheers instantly. Wyatt on stage smiled too, and it was clear this time that his laughter came from deep within. Everything went exactly as planned. His mood had never felt so relaxed before, and then he spoke. Today, our family donated 5 items in total. Now, please give me a moment to introduce each one individually. Here it comes. As soon as he finished speaking, a photo popped up on the screen behind him. A pair of emerald bracelets in excellent condition. On their own, the photos looked perfectly fine, but the issue was that next to the photo stood a few bold red words. Cousin's bracelets. The guests in the room all paused, taken aback. Cousin's bracelets? Is this actually the name? It must be a typo, right? Amelia below looked just as puzzled, her brow slightly furrowed. She muttered quietly, "What is Wyatt even doing? A cousin's bracelet? Cannot he just not name it if he cannot come up with a good one?" If Wyatt messes this up today, Anthony wore a similar look of concern, but with so many people watching, he could only pretend to be supportive and said, "It is all right, we just need to trust Wyatt." At the same time, he gave Amelia a firm pinch to remind her to keep up the act. Amelia snapped back into focus and quickly smoothed out her frown, forcing a smile once more. Charles let out a silent laugh in his mind. So these bracelets are actually the token of affection Anthony's cousin gave to Amelia. Anthony's cousin gave them? Jack Charlotte could not help but glance back, catching Amelia's usual calm smile. So Amelia did not even remember where these bracelets came from and just handed them over to the organizers? Charlotte covered her mouth with her hand. "Sorry, I just could not hold it in." On stage, Wyatt began his introduction. As everyone can see, these are a pair of exceptionally fine emerald bracelets, with a circumference of 56 millimeters. They were gifted to my mother, Amelia, 5 years ago by my uncle. It really is these bracelets. The moment the words fell, Amelia's expression on stage shifted sharply. She nearly lost her composed smile. That was when she finally remembered the origin of these bracelets, and could not help but feel annoyed at herself for bringing them out. And how did Wyatt know these bracelets were given by Anthony's cousin? Anthony turned his head to look at Amelia. His eyes were filled with the same confusion. Given by a cousin? How could he not know when his cousin had ever given Amelia these bracelets? Wyatt's statement sounded perfectly reasonable at first, but those present were all sharp-minded. They still picked up on something slightly off. Glances turned toward them from around the room. Anthony did not dare ask more. Amelia could only pretend to stay calm. It probably was not anything serious. Wyatt was barely a child 5 years ago, so it must have been something I accidentally mentioned before. On stage, the screen behind Wyatt displayed the next lot. The layout was identical to the first item. Same photo positioning, and even the red text beside it matched in font size. The only difference was that this lot's name now read Auntie's Watch. This time, no need for Charles to reveal anything. Gabriel, Jack, and Charlotte all immediately understood the watch's origin. It was given by Amelia's younger sister. Oh, how delightful! Looks like this couple both enjoy chasing after those close to them. One hooked up with her cousin, and the other fell for her aunt. Wow, Wyatt really is a genius at naming things. Straightforward and crystal clear. There is more. I remember the Zhang family had 5 items up for auction this time. Wyatt quickly revealed the next 3 lots, which were titled Childhood Friend Engagement Ring, Young and Energetic College Student Bracelet, and a 2-person crocodile bag. The Childhood Friend Engagement Ring. This must refer to Anthony's childhood friend, right? And the Young and Energetic College Student Bracelet. Clearly, it is about Amelia's college boyfriend. What about this 2-person crocodile bag? Charles suddenly recalled something, and his expression turned sharply disapproving. Anthony really is ugly and always playing around. A man with no honor has nothing in common with a rotten cucumber. Gabriel, Jack, and Charlotte nearby were completely baffled. What happened? What is going on? Why a rotten cucumber now? Could 2-person actually mean the number of people? Like 2 + 1? In an instant, all 3 of them looked utterly repulsed. Charles was absolutely right. This really is a rotten cucumber. After the 5 items were displayed, the auction hall fell into an eerie silence. Even someone who was slow to catch on finally realized what was going on. The names of these 5 items could not have been chosen casually by Wyatt. There had to be deeper meaning hidden in those brief lines. As for what Wyatt was trying to convey, it would depend on whether anyone was willing to figure it out and explain it. The guests around the room all turned to look, their curious and inquisitive gazes converging on the 2 main figures from every direction. But Anthony and Amelia realized sooner than anyone else that these item names were no coincidence. It had to be intentional on Wyatt's part, but Wyatt spoke so quickly, and with guests constantly watching them, that Anthony and Amelia had not even had time to think of a response before he had already finished introducing the remaining 3 items. After seeing the names of the last 3 items, Anthony and Amelia felt intensely uneasy, as if needles were pricking their backs. At the same time, they came to a clear conclusion. Wyatt had definitely noticed their strange behavior all along. Bringing Wyatt into the world had been a reluctant decision from the start. Dylan wanted to hold a grandchild, and as fake spouses striving for money and appearances, they ended up using IVF to have Wyatt. When Wyatt was young, Anthony and Amelia never bothered pretending in front of him. To them, Wyatt was just a child. What could a kid possibly remember? It was not until Wyatt grew older that Anthony and Amelia still did not perform for him, but at least they stopped bringing anyone else home. They would hidden it so well. When exactly did Wyatt figure all this out? Some details were even unknown to both Amelia and Anthony themselves. And it is a charity auction right now. Wyatt, in front of all these guests, gave those 5 items 5 names that spark curiosity. What exactly is he trying to do? Could it be he actually plans to expose them in front of everyone? Is Wyatt out of his mind? At this moment, Amelia and Anthony could no longer keep up their polite smiles. The secret they have kept buried for so long is now laid bare in front of everyone. How could they stay calm? Cold sweat dripped down Anthony's forehead, and he did not even care if anyone nearby heard his voice as he suddenly snapped at Amelia beside him. "It could not be you, Anthony." Amelia shot back with sharp irritation. Her fake smile finally cracked, and she jerked her arm free from his grip, her contempt plain in her eyes. "I haven't even questioned you yet. Why are you jumping to accuse me first?" "I did not." Anthony took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "I absolutely did not tell Wyatt." "You did not? Then I certainly would not make such a mistake." Amelia regained her composure too. She would have to be crazy to ever share something like this with Wyatt. If neither of them has ever mentioned anything about the other in front of Wyatt, then there is only one explanation. Wyatt has been secretly investigating them all along. If he actually goes through with revealing these, then their arranged marriage will not be a secret anymore. The inheritance. Amelia's face turned sharp with alarm. She shoved Anthony lightly. "What are you waiting for? Go up there and get that kid off the stage. If we do not stop him right now, do you want to keep watching him make a scene on stage? I am not going to let everyone laugh at us. While he hasn't said much yet, they might still be able to smooth things over later. If things really get out of control, they are done for." Anthony snapped back to attention and quickly stood up, ready to head onto the stage. Charles stayed alert, keeping a close eye on Amelia and Anthony's reactions behind him. Seeing that Anthony finally stood up, Charles could not help but shake his head. Too late. Unfortunately, sure enough, the moment Charles finished speaking, Wyatt on stage gave a soft smile. "I know some of these names might be unclear to everyone, or even seem a bit odd. Let's think about it. Why would my uncle insist on giving such precious bracelets to my mother?" Amelia could no longer hold back her composure, jumping straight up from her seat and shouting, "Wyatt! Stop right there." Wyatt did not pause at all. If anything, the smile on his face grew wider as he looked down at the audience with a playful glint, as if sharing some truly fascinating news. "The answer's simple. These bracelets were my mother's and my uncle's token of affection." For a brief moment, the auction hall fell completely silent, then erupted into murmurs. "What? Did I just hear that right? An engagement gift between Wyatt's uncle and his mother. So Amelia was unfaithful? So are the other items named like this too? So this couple's been doing their own thing all along?" Exactly like that. The guests were clearly agitated, and Charles was even more excited than they were. It is a pity Anthony's uncle did not show up today. Still, it is not the end of the world. Every lot comes with its own story. Now we will hear all about them from Wyatt. No problem. Each lot comes with a little story. We will hear Wyatt tell us about it next. Wyatt had come here with one goal: to ruin Amelia and Anthony's reputations. So he was determined to share every detail of these stories, making sure not to miss a single thing. After finishing the first lot, Wyatt could not wait to introduce the second one. My aunt's watch by name. It was a birthday gift my aunt gave to my father. In the second month after they started dating, Wyatt paused for a moment, as if recalling something. Just hearing that, Anthony's blood ran cold. It was so long ago. How could Wyatt remember every detail? That cannot be right. The next moment, Wyatt smiled confidently and said, I remember now. I was probably only 5 back then. They all gathered together to celebrate my birthday, but you know how it is with family birthdays, especially at home. There were so many people around, and my parents were not really paying attention to me. So while the celebration went on, my dad took my aunt into a room. Anthony's face turned pale green, and he hurried toward the stage, but Wyatt kept going. They were in there for quite a while. I think they went in around noon and did not come out until just before dinner started. As he spoke, Wyatt's tone carried mild disappointment. I never got to know what they were doing in there. Why would not they tell me? But if they stayed that long, it must have been something really entertaining and fascinating. Wyatt! Anthony finally rushed onto the stage, his face burning red after hearing that description. Are you out of your mind? Do you want to drive me crazy? Charles was barely able to keep himself from laughing. Wyatt's such a good storyteller. Now I can actually picture it. Jack and Charlotte both had wide grins on their faces. You could say that it was a full afternoon of it. Anthony could not let Wyatt keep speaking recklessly. He stepped forward immediately and grabbed the microphone from Wyatt's hand. Give me that mic. Get off the stage right now. No more wild talk. The audience guests, who were enjoying the scene with full attention, all wore faint expressions of annoyance at the interruption, some even showing concern. Can this still go on? It was not very polite, but they really wanted to see how this big story played out. Charles was just as anxious. Come on, is not anyone going to help Wyatt? You cannot let him lose the mic. If the mic's taken, what are we even watching for? Charlotte glanced at Jack. After all, Anthony was an adult on his own. Wyatt would definitely be at a disadvantage. Just as both of them were considering whether to call security, suddenly 2 bodyguards stepped out from backstage and without hesitation restrained Anthony, who was still struggling for the microphone. Charles let out a breath of relief instantly upon seeing this. Looks like Wyatt was fully prepared after all. These bodyguards do not seem to be from the auction house. Jack and Charlotte nodded in agreement. They definitely were not auction house security. These must be private bodyguards Wyatt brought himself. Since Wyatt had prepared bodyguards in advance, there was no need to worry anymore. The guests who had been restless a moment ago finally relaxed, adjusting themselves into more comfortable positions. On stage, the bodyguard ignored Anthony's struggles and calmly led him off the platform. Anthony kept struggling. Let me go. Right now. Wyatt, I am warning you, if you keep saying things like this, I will. Wyatt did not even glance at Anthony, completely unfazed by the threat. He picked up the microphone and smiled as he asked, What are you trying to do, Dad? Was not I telling the truth? Or did I just misremember the time? That is exactly why he is so flustered. Because it is true. Charles let out a loud, hearty laugh. Remember this. Only real lovers are truly shaken by the truth. Wyatt continued, If I really did get the time wrong, then I will start by apologizing to Dad. If you are not satisfied with an entire afternoon, how about half an hour instead? Anthony shouted in fury. You, how about 10 minutes? Wyatt asked in a tone that sounded almost polite. All right, Wyatt said with a sigh, as if resigned. I guess I will go along with your preference. Dad, how about 1 minute? Is that fine? Just 1 minute playing games in the room with my little aunt. Charles was nearly laughing out loud, saying he wraps it up in a minute. Does not that hurt more than killing him? Just ask any man who would want to be told he only lasts a minute. Gabriel cleared his throat slightly, awkwardly. That was true. Anthony was so furious at Wyatt's words, he nearly lost consciousness. Amelia, seeing that Anthony had not managed to handle Wyatt and was now being escorted away by bodyguards, could not hold back any longer. Without a second thought, she hurried toward the stage, lifting her dress, but before she could get close, 2 more bodyguards blocked her path. Amelia's face twisted in frustration. "Move aside!" The 2 bodyguards remained unmoved. Amelia trembled with anger. "You!" The guests watched the scene and struggled to keep their lips from curving upward, quickly shifting their eyes away. "Keep going, keep going. Make it exciting already." Wyatt noticed the commotion below and glanced toward Amelia, as if suddenly understanding. "Looks like my parents are getting a bit anxious, probably because I am taking too long to introduce things. Well, I will not keep everyone waiting. I will make this quick." Charles could not hold back any longer and let out a soft laugh. What a masterful interpretation. "She is not worried about you going too slow. She is terrified you will go into too much detail. Anyway, do not worry about them. We are here for the show." Gabriel's eyes sparkled with amusement as well. In his view, Charles truly had a better grasp of the art of words than Wyatt did. Amelia was furious, but with bodyguards blocking her way, she could not move an inch. Looking around at the other guests, Amelia grew even angrier. They were just sitting there watching, not offering the slightest help. "Now comes the 3rd lot. This piece is not from an ancient era last year. My father's childhood friend returned to the country and gave this diamond ring to my father. According to her, she does not mind that my dad is already married, nor does she care if he has others by his side. This ring stands as a symbol of their precious bond." Charles's expression twisted for a brief moment upon hearing that. Not caring if there are others by his side. How could someone even say something like that out loud? Help, I would understand if Anthony were some top-tier type, but honestly, he does not even look good. Gabriel agreed that Anthony was not attractive, but no one could explain what exactly an alpha was. Jack and Charlotte both looked a bit confused as well. Alpha? Is he even human? Is it something like being universally popular? The audience members below looked even more intrigued. Wyatt's comment just dropped a massive amount of information, and it was definitely worth taking a closer look. "I remember Anthony's childhood friend. Was not she from the Heek family?" "Yeah. That is Avery. Did the Heek family come today too?" They all knew each other well. Everyone in the circle kept track of who was in which family, and once people got into gossip mode, as long as the spotlight was not on them, they would boldly turn to look over when they heard the Heek family had shown up. Charles realized it at the same time and turned his head too, then burst out laughing instantly. They actually came, and they brought the whole family. Green with envy. Landon's face turned green. Evelyn looks really upset too. No one from the Heek family expected that casually watching the drama would actually bring trouble upon themselves. Landon and Evelyn could not afford to lose face. Right away, they both stood up and walked out. Avery tried to follow, but Landon pulled his hand away, and Evelyn slapped her across the face. "Do you even remember that you are already married?" Evelyn sounded furious. Her voice carried so clearly that Charles's group, far away, could hear every word. Avery was stunned by the slap, standing frozen for a long moment before finally gathering her dress and hurrying after them. Charles stared at Avery for a while, feeling she looked vaguely familiar, and her name rang some distant bell. Avery. Is not she possibly Wen's older sister? Hearing the name Wen, Jack and Charlotte both froze. Why did that name feel so familiar? Then they heard Charles say, Avery knew full well that Anthony was already married, yet still kept getting involved with him, and Wen returned to the Heek family by marrying a woman, abandoning Mason in the process. Then Mason, needing someone to take responsibility for his child, reached out to my older brother, and now, because of that, the Heek family even tried to frame our family as revenge. But was not it Mason who started everything? Why should my older brother be dragged into your family's mess? They have got two eyes but cannot see a thing. Just blinking without understanding. Charles spoke with sharp clarity. Honestly, they are all just a bunch of troublemakers in the same boat. Just hearing Mason's name made Jack and Charlotte snap into memory. So when was Mason's ex-partner? And a secret child of the Heek family? Jack and Charlotte locked eyes, their emotions swirling with complexity. Our family almost fell apart because of Mason. How dare you interfere with us now? especially after we have done nothing to provoke you." Charlotte immediately gave Jack a sharp, serious look. The message clear without words, Jack understood her meaning right away. He decided to tell the boss as soon as he got back, to cut all ties with the Heek family, cut it off completely, every single connection. Meanwhile, Gabriel thought, names that stick in Charles's memory are usually tied to people with scandals. Whatever the scandal might be, it is almost certainly something troubling. We need to steer clear of anyone like that when it comes to partnerships. And so, in this moment, Gabriel and Jack Charlotte found themselves on the same page. Back home, they would cut all ties with the Heek family without delay. The chaos unfolding below was watched carefully by Wyatt up on stage. His smile only grew wider, clearly pleased with what he saw. But Anthony and Amelia down below were now at their breaking point, especially since Wyatt had already promised the organizers not to take too long. So Wyatt spoke up, drawing everyone's attention back. "Next is the fourth lot. I think its name says it all. No need for me to explain further. Just one thing, when this college student gave my mother a gift, she was still involved with someone else." "Wyatt, you are out of your mind? Shut up. Do not you dare say another word like that." Amelia could not hold back any longer. Ignoring the guards holding her, she lunged toward the stage in a frenzy. But before she would take 2 steps, a guard behind her grabbed her firmly and held her down. Amelia trembled with rage from head to toe. In that instant, she finally understood. Wyatt had done this on purpose. Either his sudden display of friendliness not long ago, or him volunteering to give the speech yesterday. Wyatt had already seen through their pride and knew they were putting on an act in public all along, which is why he set up this situation just waiting for you and Anthony to walk right into it today. It is over. Everything is ruined. Amelia no longer cared about how she looked, shouting out harsh words. Wyatt listened to her outburst and watched her reaction without changing a single expression on his face. He simply lowered his head slightly, smiling as he said, "Too bad, Mom. It is too late for regrets now. You have always cared so much about appearances. First you married my father under an agreement to save face. Then you went through IVF just to have me. All choices made by you. Is not that right? Even today, you still agreed to let me speak on stage just to keep up appearances. Was not that your own decision?" Wyatt smiled warmly. "People should always be accountable for their choices." That was really well said. If the timing were not so bad, Charles would have clapped. After finishing speaking, Wyatt did not look at Amelia's reaction anymore and continued. "The final lot, and by far the most anticipated item today. A double crocodile handbag. I do not know exactly why my father ordered it for a pair of siblings 3 days ago. Maybe he just thought it would be more fun playing games with 3 people. Playing games together with 3 people sounds like fun. Could you explain what kind of game they are playing, please?" Charles was barely able to keep himself from laughing. The audience burst into laughter. Who would have thought those two were like this? It is truly shocking to see. Anthony was so furious he nearly collapsed. "Wyatt, I am your father. Does not matter. If you truly cared about Wyatt as your child, how could you abandon him after bringing him into the world? Do you really think having a child is that simple? Just giving birth without any responsibility afterward? The situation you are in now is entirely your own fault. You deserve no sympathy at all." Jack, Charlotte, and Gabriel all nodded in agreement. Bringing a child into the world means taking full responsibility for them. And Wyatt hasn't even turned 18 yet. What kind of actions must this couple have taken to push a minor into publicly exposing their secrets like this? Wyatt has undoubtedly suffered through years of hardship. By this point, Wyatt had finished presenting all 5 items. But Wyatt's presentation slideshow was not over yet. Suddenly, the lights in the hall dimmed, and a large screen behind Wyatt began displaying what appeared to be undeniable proof of Anthony and Amelia's infidelity over the years. Seeing one revealing photo after another, guests were stunned into silence. There are even photos like this? So now it is completely settled, is not it? I never expected their marriage was such a mess behind the scenes. I used to admire how strong their relationship seemed, but now I realize it was all an act. The guest who had previously praised Wyatt suddenly spoke up. "So, Wyatt really is impressive. Yet this kind of excellence has nothing to do with Amelia and Anthony as a couple. Anthony and Amelia were completely stunned. Where on earth did Wyatt even get these pictures? Is he out of his mind? Amelia felt her vision blur and her breathing quicken. She suddenly collapsed backward. Amelia fainted. The security guards reacted faster than the guests and quickly lifted Amelia before carrying her out. Charles watched the scene unfold. So Wyatt actually called an ambulance in advance? This preparation was way too thorough. With the photos all shown, the inner hall lights came on. Wyatt stood on stage, his expression cold as the guards escorted Amelia out. Only Anthony remained, held firmly by bodyguards. Unable to collapse or escape, he could only watch helplessly as Wyatt slowly descended from the stage, smiling warmly at him and asking with an eager tone, "Dad, what did you think of my speech just now? This is psychological warfare at its worst." Charles laughed even louder. Anthony's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Wyatt. After a long pause, he slowly raised a trembling finger. You. Before he could finish speaking, Anthony finally shut his eyes tightly, clearly overwhelmed and losing consciousness. Wyatt gave a faint wave to the bodyguard, who then led the unconscious Anthony away, with both main figures collapsing and leaving one after another. Today's major drama came to a temporary end. Why only temporary? Of course, because the incident quickly spread online. To be honest, after Amelia and Anthony got married, they stopped managing Zhang family's business. Later, when Dylan passed away, the amount of money left for them to use decreased significantly. To earn income, they started an online account documenting their daily life together, which quickly attracted many followers. In addition to guests, several media reporters were also present at today's auction event. Some even secretly live-streaming. Before Wyatt had even finished his speech, the information about Amelia and Anthony was already circulating online. Curious netizens rushed to check it out. But before they could dive in, someone raised a shocking question. "Charles, can you please tell me why you are here again?" The charity auction had many media outlets present, and even before Wyatt introduced the first item, someone could not resist starting to leak details online. First, only a few small bloggers posted vague messages with limited words, few followers, little clarity, but they did not spark much attention or discussion at the time. It was not until a well-known entertainment streamer named Edwin quietly started his live broadcast during the charity auction that things changed. Edwin is a top influencer in the entertainment space, known for sharing real stories. This has earned him strong support from netizens. Plus, whenever he goes live, it is always a sign of something big, so countless fans tune in every day just to follow his stream. Today was no different. Right after the live stream went online, viewers flooded into the room. As soon as they arrived, many immediately started recording the broadcast. The timing of Edwin's live stream was quite convenient. It coincided perfectly with Wyatt beginning to share the little stories behind each item up for auction. As soon as many viewers entered the live stream, they heard Wyatt say, "The bracelet was a token of love between my mother and my uncle." The chat exploded with reactions. Upon hearing such a shocking revelation all at once, viewers' first reaction was skepticism. Edwin did not explain further, as viewers soon witnessed Anthony losing control and charging toward the stage, only to be restrained by security guards and taken away. After the second item was introduced, viewers felt utterly overwhelmed. Auntie's watch. Someone really has a talent for naming things. The real issue is not that. So Anthony and his wife's sister actually got involved. My goodness, this is not just one-sided infidelity. It is both spouses cheating on each other. Wait, why did they keep up the image of being a happy couple? Were they trying to trick fans like me? The chat screen fell silent for a moment. Then the viewers erupted in anger. "I might be gullible, but you absolutely cannot fool me. The worst thing is treating people like fools. I am unsubscribing. So we are just mad angry. Really, we have all unfollowed." It is already as angry as it gets. The chat buzzed with chatter, while Wyatt continued sharing the stories behind each item. After hearing the story behind the third item, viewers could no longer take it. "That is insane. I am actually kind of upset. The Zhengs really treated us like fools. I genuinely liked them, and now they are acting even more dramatically than I ever did. Is it really fair to use yourself as an example? Just as the fans of the Zhangs were furious about their betrayal, viewers suddenly saw a young man in the center of the screen turn around sharply and glance behind him. His eyes sparkled with excitement, a grin impossible to hold back. For just a moment, his gaze locked onto someone, then he quickly turned his head, hiding his face from view with only the back of his head visible. He was truly handsome, with a bright smile. Just one glance sent pulses racing and distracted many viewers. But then, why does this guy seem so familiar? I swear I have seen him somewhere before. Then a comment popped up in surprise. Wait, is not that Charles? The auction gala ended, and the trending topic about the Zhang's mutual betrayal had already climbed to the top 10 on the hot search list. Right behind it came Charles's name, followed by 4 words: New Rising Gossip King. Many netizens who came just to see what was going on entered with curiosity and left laughing. Even Charles himself did not expect that simply glancing at the drama surrounding the Heek family would end up putting him on the spotlight. Charles's latest social media post was flooded with viewers seeking entertainment, and many others joined in with lighthearted comments, jokingly urging him to join a show right away. They could not believe celebrities had even more free time than they did. Charles was happily enjoying the drama involving the Zhangs when he suddenly realized that the story had turned around and landed right on him. He could not help but reply to the comment urging him to join a project. I have only been taking acting classes for a week now, so I cannot join a new project just yet. The variety show is still being filmed. Recording continues the day after tomorrow. Seriously, I am not that free. I still need to work hard to support my family. Really focused on my career. One netizen replied, No way. That is not enough. Who is your agent? I will have a serious talk with her and make sure she fills up your schedule. The controversy surrounding the Zhangs stayed on Weibo's trending list for a full day, with Charles's name also drawing attention online for several hours. Over the course of one day, the Zhangs account lost countless followers, while Charles unexpectedly gained some popularity and grew his fanbase. Though most of these new followers were just curious onlookers drawn by the drama, just the night before Charles was set to head out for a variety show shoot, the Zhangs account suddenly went live. No one expected the Zhangs to go live at such a critical moment. Furious netizens rushed into the live stream, ready to confront them with strong words. But then they saw someone both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. Wyatt. Why was Wyatt the one hosting the stream? Where were the Zhangs? The viewers were all puzzled. Only Charles, who knew the truth, was now filled with excitement. Here it is. This final live stream has finally arrived. If Wyatt dared to expose his parents at the auction, he would not have come unprepared. Most viewers probably still do not realize that all those live streamers reporting from the auction scene were actually arranged by Wyatt. Jack and Charlotte downstairs both opened the live stream, their movements freezing at the news. Jack said, "Looks like we were right all along." Although the charity auction was meant to be charitable, it was not open to just anyone. Mainstream media typically did not cover these celebrity gossip stories, let alone broadcast live from inside the event. But yesterday, not only did streamers go live, but videos and photos from the event had all spread online. They definitely did not believe there was no one behind it. When Jack and Charlotte saw the trending topic that night, they figured out it must have been Wyatt's doing. Charlotte nodded. You really cannot help but feel sorry for Wyatt. He has had such a tough time. If someone had been there to support him, Wyatt would not have needed to plan everything so carefully at such a young age, always thinking ahead. But now there is no need to worry, Jack said. With Anthony and his wife losing their inheritance rights, Wyatt's life will get much better from here on out. Charlotte nodded again, and the two continued watching the live stream. The chat was buzzing with activity. Many viewers had come to mock Anthony and Amelia, but instead found themselves face-to-face with Wyatt when they opened the stream. Those who were brimming with confidence suddenly fell silent. Their tone became cautious and respectful. What are you going to live stream? Is the account yours now? Where is this? It looks kind of familiar. Charles was sharper than most viewers and instantly recognized the setting in Wyatt's live stream. Hospital. Wyatt is at a hospital. Could it be that Anthony and Amelia haven't been discharged yet? The next moment, Charles's guess was confirmed. Wyatt did not respond to the chat messages. He turned the camera around to focus on the VIP hospital bed behind him, then set down his phone and slowly walked over to sit beside the bed. "Dad, are you awake?" Wyatt spoke leisurely. Anthony slowly reached out a hand from the bed. You still have the nerve to come see me? Get out. Get out right now." Wyatt sat quietly at the edge of the bed. Unmoved, he gently took Anthony's hand and carefully tucked it back under the blanket, his actions appearing quite considerate. "The doctor said both you and Mom had a severe reaction from emotional stress and need to rest properly. No anger allowed." Hearing that, Anthony grew even angrier. Who else was responsible for his sudden collapse? Anthony could no longer hold back. He gripped the bed rail and slowly pushed himself upright, breathing heavily. "Get out. Get out right now. I do not want to see you. I do not want to hear a single word from you." Wyatt looked at Anthony, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Dad, are you sure? Are you really certain you do not want to hear what Christian has to say?" Hearing the name Christian, Anthony froze. "Christian? The one who has been named Dylan's sole legal representative." Charles's lips curled into a knowing smirk. He instantly understood what Wyatt was planning. Jack and Charlotte figured it out too, both sharing quiet smiles. "It is probably about revoking his inheritance rights," Charlotte said. Jack nodded, looking at Wyatt with clear admiration. This young man is going to make something big of himself. As soon as Wyatt finished speaking, the hospital room door opened from outside. A man dressed in formal lawyer attire walked in. He was Christian. The situation involving the Zhangs had sparked a major online stir, with netizens both watching the drama unfold and wondering why this couple, who clearly no longer shared any real feelings, still posted videos together to pretend they were happy. Soon, some people began analyzing that the Zhangs had been doing all of this for just one thing: money. Even a blogger broke down the earnings their account had generated, and once viewers saw those numbers, they became even more furious. Leaving aside everything else, all of this money was earned right from their own audience. Anthony and Amelia were not just deceiving their fans. They were also taking advantage of their fans' trust for profit. How could anyone accept that? Not long after, another netizen revealed, "I remember when Dylan passed away, he left behind some inheritance. Could this whole thing be tied to that?" After combining the new information with what was happening on the livestream screen, countless viewers suddenly realized, it is definitely all about money. "Still, I heard Dylan's inheritance terms were very strict. By now, the couple probably already lost their right to inherit." Anthony, lying in bed, clearly figured it out. His face turned pale as he stared at Wyatt in disbelief. What exactly did you do?" Wyatt smiled deeply. "Dad, do not you see yet? You and Mom have both lost your right to inherit Grandpa's estate." Anthony's eyes widened sharply as he quickly turned toward Christian. Christian, let me explain. This is not how it seems. The rumors online these past few days are all." "Mr. Anthony," Christian said calmly, cutting him off mid-sentence. Then he continued, "I now have solid proof of your infidelity during your marriage to your wife. There is no need for you to explain further. I am here today simply to inform you and your wife that you have both lost your inheritance rights. Here's the confirmation document. Would you please sign it?" A document was handed over to Anthony. Anthony stared blankly at the document, then slowly looked up at the two men in front of him, still dazed and unable to process what had just happened. Wyatt sighed with a mix of exasperation and amusement, turning back to Christian and saying, "Look at Dad. So stunned he cannot even react. You call this being stunned with joy? Wyatt really knows how to speak." Charles was laughing heartily. The online audience laughed even harder. "Scored. I am scored. This is the fastest karma I have ever seen. You deserved it. You both deserve it." But look at Anthony's expression. "What if he refuses to sign?" Someone said, "Refusing to sign is not a problem anyway. He has already lost his eligibility. This document is just a confirmation notice, so not signing will not make any difference." At this point, the online audience finally came to their senses, so Wyatt invited Christian on purpose. Charles was delighted. "You are just realizing this now. Is not Wyatt's live stream today just a follow-up session? Watching the drama, you have got to see it through to the end." Once they understood the truth, the audience laughed even harder, all chiming in, "Wyatt, you are my hero. Thanks for being the follow-up hero. I am so touched. This is the first time a celebrity has actually shared what happened next on their own. Good, good. I was thinking of unfollowing before, but now I am staying." The live stream buzzed with energy, the mood warm and welcoming. Inside the hospital room, Anthony trembled as he stared at the documents in front of him, but Wyatt did not give him a moment to recover. He stood up quickly and said, "I have got something else to do. Dad, remember to sign it later. I am off to the next room." After saying that, Wyatt immediately rose, grabbed his phone, and headed to the adjacent ward with Christian. As soon as they reached the hallway, before Wyatt could even open the door to the next room, a furious shout rang out behind them. "Wyatt, you damn fool!" Wyatt let out a quiet laugh and walked straight into the next room without hesitation. As soon as the door opened, viewers saw Amelia sitting on the bed, her expression filled with sorrow. A man sat beside her, holding her hand to comfort her. Then, upon hearing the noise, he quickly stood and headed toward the balcony outside. Charles raised an eyebrow at the sight. Seriously, even now, Amelia's lover still dares to come here and care for her. Amelia clearly had not expected Wyatt to show up at a time like this, her expression instantly changing. "What are you doing here, Mom?" "Do not worry," Wyatt cut in with a smile. "I will not interfere with your private moment. I am just here with Christian to drop off a document." The mention of Christian sent a chill through Amelia's body. She stared in disbelief at the space behind Wyatt, and sure enough, there stood Christian. Someone she had not seen in a long time. "Madam, please sign here," Christian said, placing the document gently beside her hand. After that, Wyatt said, "Well, Mom, carry on then. I will not be interrupting." Wyatt turned and walked out, still tossing over his shoulder. "Look how thoughtful I am, knowing not to bother my mom." Charles chuckled warmly. "Exactly. Who else is as thoughtful as you, Wyatt? Amelia and Anthony are already so angry, they cannot even sit up. Yet you still brought a whole bag of salt to pour over their wounds." Wyatt reached the door, about to close it, when he was not surprised at all to hear Amelia's voice crack from inside. "Wyatt! You monster! I should have never given birth to such a rotten little brat." Her voice was loud enough that everyone in the live stream heard every word. With a small smile, Wyatt turned to the live audience and said, "Guess Mom really enjoyed the gift I brought her." Without waiting for any reaction from the viewers, Wyatt simply cut off the stream. Charles was practically laughing too hard to breathe. Wyatt really knows how to speak his mind. Perfect. I could not be more satisfied. Jack and Charlotte downstairs nodded in agreement. They were truly pleased. This drama was delicious to watch, both live and after the fact. Not only did they witness it in real time, but they also got the full follow-up from the live stream. Early the next morning, Charles had to head out to catch his flight. This time, Jack Charlotte did not go with him. It was not that Jack Charlotte did not want to come along. It was just that there had been a lot of work at the company lately. Michael was completely swamped on his own, and still needed to handle the collaboration with the Heek family. So Jack Charlotte had to go help out at the office. That left one person in a much better position. Thinking about it, Jack Charlotte's expression grew even more wistful. Charles had no idea what they were thinking, and assumed they were just worried about him traveling alone for the show. "Do not worry, Mom and Dad. I am only filming for 2 days. Elizabeth's with me, and I will be back soon." 2 days. That means they are missing out on so many fun and exciting moments. Jack Charlotte felt even more disappointed, but he could only wave goodbye to Charles. The second filming location for Let's Travel Together was the grassland. After the plane landed, the guests would need to transfer to a bus to reach their destination. Charles was finally the first one there. After boarding the bus prepared by the production team, he saw no one else around. Only a solitary camera stared at him. Charles waved casually at it as usual, then picked any seat and sat down. Not long after, Henry arrived. Charles greeted him, and Henry took a seat right in front of Charles. The two had not exchanged many words when Asher got on the bus. He nodded at them briefly, then put on his baseball cap and moved toward the back seats. Charles glanced over at Asher, thinking to himself, Asher seems pretty down today. Henry remained indifferent, and Charles did not press further. Not long after, Owen's voice came from below, accompanied by a soft feminine tone. Charles instantly became curious. Owen's here with his girlfriend. Henry clearly realized the same thing and subtly straightened up, leaning forward to look outside. Before long, Owen appeared on board, holding hands with a young-looking woman dressed in casual sportswear. Charles could not help but remark, Harper really looks so young. Unless you know Luca's grown up now, who would guess her age? Harper had a gentle demeanor and immediately greeted each guest warmly upon arrival. Even Asher, who had just been radiating tension, could not bring himself to glare at her. Charles kept remarking, no wonder Owen likes her. Who would not love such a kind, mature older sister? As soon as he finished speaking, Gabriel stepped onto the bus. Charles waved at Gabriel, who then walked over and sat beside him. Charles was just about to chat with Gabriel when suddenly a figure stood before them. Charles paused, then looked up. The man wore a baseball cap and had an oversized pair of sunglasses and a mask covering his face. Standing in front of Charles and Gabriel, he spoke sharply to Gabriel. Make room. I am sitting here. The familiar voice made Charles widen his eyes in surprise. Gabriel raised an eyebrow and replied with equal sharpness. No way. As the tension thickened and all the guests turned their attention, Charles exclaimed in utter shock. Second brother? What are you doing here? Edwin removed his sunglasses and gave Charles a playful wink. Of course, I came here to enjoy the drama firsthand.